Houston is all systems go! We love our Astros in Houston and all across the Lone Star State. We're Texas proud and we shout it loud. Our brand of baseball is great. Our outfield has plenty of muscle. Our guys can sure hit a ton. For Minute Maid drills, watch them hustle. Catching hard hit balls on the run. Our infield is solid and steady. Making big plays is their thing. Steal a base, hit and run, yeah, they're ready. All aboard, cause it's time for the game. Our destination is clear, and you can tell when we cheer. Houston is all systems go.
After he does that, all aboard for the ride, bring your American pride.
Let him do it.
18 years.
Turn it up. This is a banger.
The Orange Crush is ready to roll. Our Astros are on track with every crack of the bat. Houston is all systems go.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Houston.
He didn't even say the year. This is a perfect song because it can apply to any time.
The most evergreen song that's ever been written.
Ever.
Ladies and
Other
gentlemen,
than football time.
welcome to
Well,
Minute
that is
Maid
true.
Park,
That is
home of your Houston
And it stayed, and he did this
Astros.
while it was Minute Maid Park, too. So he says it, and Ron Field. He didn't do that.
No. But it was brand new. I mean, it was brand new. It just changed names. Yeah.
Our catchers catch heat every minute.
We never get this far.
Never.
Made by pitchers who have the right stuff.
I didn't know these
We
words.
don't
know.
mess around, batter up, batter down.
What?
We play only one way, Texas tough.
Oh, yeah.
All aboard, cause the whistle is blowing.
No, I don't either.
The Orange Crush Express starts to roll. Here at Minute Maid Park, where we're deep in the heart of Texas, where all systems go.
All right, call in. If
This
you'd
is
like
awesome.
to download this version, we've got that for you. 713-780-3776.
We're not downloading this.
Everyone has wanted this for years.
Proprietary. It's ours.
With
That's
every
it.
crack
No,
of the
nobody's getting this.
We love to hear that whistle blow. All aboard for the ride, bring your American pride.
And then he key change right there, and then he's going to key change again back down.
I don't think
You rarely see that.
I would love to see a live version of this, but I'm not sure he's
I don't
alive.
think that's
He was
possible.
on an air tank.
Usually when
he
you're
gave
on
it
an
to me.
air tank, you're not going to be doing concerts 18 years later.
He's walking in a Minute Maid, and he's on an air tank, and he goes, "Hey, John, here."
Actually, it may be older than 18 years old. It's actually older. It's probably 20 years old.
Yeah.
Probably 2004, you think?
Probably right around that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The Orange Crush is ready to roll.
And another key change.
Our Astros are on track.
I mean, it's not normal you see so many key changes in one song.
No.
Up and down. It's usually up. And then you know, and that's basically the new song is once you hit, it's like they're going to a different level. And this guy will go up and down
He is.
man. Yeah. It's an all-timer.
Yeah.
It's like your Houston Astros, 4 straight division titles. Came from 10 games back, but we knew it was a long season. There wasn't any panic in Houston. And what's the stinky face you got on your face, Del? It's a long year. Everyone always says, but it's a marathon. One thing that I always say is it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Mm-hmm. You do say that. You say that a lot.
It's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yeah. No, I've heard you say that before.
It's no sprinting.
I've heard you say
Just
that
because
before.
sports talk shows, we got to have topics to talk about. Big deal.
We do,
anyway.
and we do. We
Right.
talk about them. Okay.
How's that sound?
Yep. Never a doubt about this team. Now, there's some interesting developments going on,
Mm-hmm.
like who they're going to play. Right now, it's the Tigers.
Well, Houston has some say over it if they decide to. I mean, they can't just throw the slappiest slappers in there. There's going to be real players playing, but Houston has some say so with this series coming up against Cleveland. Like they have some say so over what could or couldn't happen.
Well,
Are they going to try?
Well, the Cleveland's only a game and a half behind the Yankees right now, so Cleveland can actually take. Cleveland's locked up the second spot, so there's that. But But well, they haven't locked up the second. They've locked up at least the second spot. They could catch the Yankees. So I don't know that you want the Yankees in the second round, in the division round. I think you want the Yankees. You want to wait for the Yankees until the ALCS.
So you don't want to win if you're the Astros?
I don't know. You want to win. You want to beat Cleveland.
Okay, we want to win.
You want to win,
or do we want to lose?
Well, we don't care right now. We're locked in. We're locked in at 3. There's nothing we could do.
I'm not a big fan of saying I don't want to play this team here or this team.
Well,
you're
not going to use up your pitching though. So here's the deal: is you're not, Fromber. You're going to get Fromber ready for Tuesday. You're going to get Hunter ready for Wednesday,
and then Verlander,
and you're going to get Kukuch. Now this is where it goes: is when do you pitch Kukuch? That's the thing. Okay, Kukuch goes to. Do you even? I don't know. Do you even? Yeah, you throw Kukuch. You throw Kukuch.
Why would you not?
Yeah, no, you do because he's not going to throw until next Thursday.
Yeah, you got to keep him on his.
Yeah, you got to keep him. You got to keep him going. So that's good. Cleveland though has a chance to overtake the Yankees for the top spot. Kansas City is in the second spot. Baltimore's all but locked in as going to be hosting a wild card. It's going to be either Kansas City or Detroit or Minnesota. Minnesota's 2 back. I don't know that I want Skubal. Earlier this year, you went to Detroit. The Astros did, and they won 2 out of 3, but they lost to Skubal. You do not want to lose game 1 of this series, and you don't want to face an ace like Skubal. Now, the Royals just got Michael Lorenzen back, which is nice for them, which is good for them, but there ain't nobody scary about the Royals. If it's the Royals, I mean, you just took care of that business. And yeah, they took care of you earlier this year, but you took care of them when you were actually the Astros and not some fake team in those uniforms. Of course, let's not forget Hunter Brown lasted 2/3 of an inning against them, or did he last the whole first inning and gave up 9 runs?
I don't. Why do you mention that?
Well, because that team has some confidence against him.
That doesn't even exist. How? Hunter Brown has confidence against him.
Well, he's a different guy now.
That was back in May.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Hunter Brown does no longer.
Even still, I mean, we saw it last night. Logan Gilbert gets lit up by oh my God.
Royals.
No.
Royals. Hunter Brown doesn't exist in this dojo. The one that got beat like that, we have never seen the rest of the year.
No.
Now we were at that time it looked almost like a certainty you'd have to send him down, and just rely more heavily on Christian Javier, for example.
Exactly.
That's how long ago it was. Christian Javier was a key. Either him or JP France. You had Javier and France to really pick up the slack for Hunter Brown. Those 2 pit players have perished, and now you have Hunter Brown is basically your 6-inning Cy Young. Because over 6 innings, that guy's like a Cy Young for 6 at least.
Let's see here. Batter versus pitcher. Hunter Brown is going to have really bad numbers against Kansas City because of that one game. As far as Fromber goes, they have a 143 average against Fromber, a 490 OPS against Fromber. Kansas City does.
Yeah.
We want Kansas City.
We
want Kansas City.
Pretty good.
Yeah. They do not hit Fromber well.
I want whoever. I mean, the Astros own the playoffs, so I want whoever.
We want it as easy as possible.
They don't lose
Who would
in the first round.
you prefer in the divisional round? Cleveland or the Yankees?
Cleveland.
You would.
I mean, if I'm trying to have it a little easier, yeah.
Yeah.
I do like ruining the Yankees.
But I like to ruin them in the ALCS.
This is a lot of hitters they have right now. I mean, they've got right now with Soto and Judge, just those 2 alone. It's not awesome. So, I'd probably rather they take on some attrition rather than the Astros have to go second round, especially if you get done with that series in 4 games, the first series in 4 games, or rather you finish those 3 games. And then you're looking at, disheveled starters potentially. Although I like them, but Eric Getty versus the Yankees I don't love it.
Man, I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter who Fromber's facing. Against the Yankees, they have a 585 OPS as a team.
Fromber's really good.
Really good. Cleveland, Cleveland has a 534 OPS.
Why are you so down on Fromber?
I love
this.
Fromber.
Is Fromber for 3 years.
No, I'm not down on Fromber. I'm just telling you, holy crap, he is dominant.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome
I don't know if you heard.
Welcome to the show.
I don't
Fromber
know
can
if you
pitch.
heard, but Fromber's dominant.
Yeah,
okay?
Fromber's a good pitcher.
Yeah, thank you.
Just did.
Now, it's Hunter Brown at game 2, right?
Yeah, has to be.
Yeah. I don't think you go
As
lefty
opposed to who?
Kukuc. I don't think you go to Kukuc.
No. I think they'll no.
I think you probably go to Hunter.
Although, I mean, you are literally having to shift it around. You could go Hunter Fromber. I wouldn't, but
no. Fromber gets game. Fromber gets
you
game
just have to maneuver. You have to manipulate your pitching because you have Hunter right in front of him right now.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter because you got time to set it all up as the way you want.
How much time is there going to be in between?
Tuesday. Well, it's not till Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. You got 6 days before you start.
Yeah, just somebody's going to have Hunter's going to have a long time off.
Yeah, right. He's going to have to just throw in a bullpen for in between. But
I'll go up there and stand up there with a bat if he needs to throw in.
You want to stand up there?
Yeah, for a playoff share for sure.
Okay.
I'll stand up there for his bullpen session.
Yeah.
With a bat and helmet and arm one of those Biggio's, like some of the stuff Biggio would wear.
If it was up to Hunter, he would.
In case I take a cut at it, I'm going to put something on my shin so I don't break my shin in half when I hit a foul ball off my shin.
Well, it's what people do, and they break their shins.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter against these playoff teams is not all that tutti frutti. He would really like to face Detroit. That's the best team against him. Otherwise, these other teams have lit him up pretty good.
Is this his career?
This is career.
Yeah. Well, he didn't have a good year last year.
No.
And then he's got small sample sizes against all of them too.
Yeah.
And he wasn't good last year.
No, he wasn't good last year.
And he didn't pitch that much the year before.
But yeah, Cleveland has lit him up, and so is Kansas City.
I'm not worried. Are you really worried about that? Like, they haven't seen this Hunter very much. I don't know if they've seen this Hunter.
This sinker.
He throws
the
different
Hunter
pitches.
is much different.
He throws different pitches. He doesn't throw that slide. Maybe in here, that old slider is not what he's throwing anymore. You don't get a tee off on that hanging slider like he.
How much of the post game did you watch last night?
I saw a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Did you see the picture of Sparks?
No.
I know you did.
I didn't see it. No. What's he doing?
You didn't see Steve Sparks?
No.
I can't even tell you. Like, I've got to get the picture for it. He's got orange overalls on, Astros overalls. That's all he's wearing.
With no shirt?
No shirt. He's interviewing Alex Bregman, and he's in orange overalls.
He's the best.
It is.
Sparky's the best.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to hit Steve Sparks on Twitter search. Latest. And here you go. He's wearing like a romper. There you go. That's what he's wearing.
Oh my God.
It's a one piece.
It's a one piece.
I think it's called a romper.
Well,
that's what he's wearing. And it's Astros, and he's interviewing guys like that. How I couldn't do an interview with him.
Yeah, that's the best. That is the best. This is so awful. I mean, Mariner fan, it's just how horrible is it for the Mariners that the Astros clinched against them? How horrible is it for them?
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them. They have to live in Seattle.
Yeah, all that rain.
All that embattled, that war zone, that Seattle.
I don't think they have that anymore. It's been gone a little. The Chop or the Chaz.
Yeah.
Well, they rebranded it. There's nothing like an area that's autonomous. It was just taken over by the people, and then the drug lord, some really mean drug lord, got a hold of it, and they're like, "We got to break this up." He's starting to threaten death with people. He's becoming a. This just in: power vacuums create. The worst people come forward during vacuums of power.
Huh.
That's just how it works.
Well, really, I didn't see that.
Yeah, and then they're like, "All right, we better get in here and get our police police station back."
Right,
well, they were over there by the police station. Ask Paul about it. It was like literally some kind of drug lord had taken over the. Remember, we used to be called the Chaz, and then everyone's like, "This is lame sounding." They go, "Let's call it the Chop." Yeah, we're going to build our own. Indigenous people are going to make gardens, and this is going to be great. And then the drug lord said, I'll decide what happens here.
Paul made national news on one thing he reported on. I don't know.
His apartment was getting burned down.
Yeah, right.
And he was like, I can't believe my apartment's getting burned down. This is not cool, guys.
All right. If you wanted to sue somebody, wouldn't you call John Daspit?
Yeah. I mean, he's not like, he's a personal injury lawyer. So something needs to have happened to you, personal injury. That's his specialty. That's what he works on. But, if you go to daspitlaw.com, you can actually see, I sometimes don't do it. I just know that if you've been hurt in an accident, John Daspit's the one to call. But if you go to practice areas at daspitlaw.com, it gives you an idea. Negligent security, work injury, workers' compensation, truck accidents, product liability, premises liability, plant and refinery accidents, which has been a big one for him, wrongful death. I mean, there's so many different types of accidents and injuries that they specialize in. And the reason's simple, because when you are hurt, most of the times, the people who have to take care of the medical bills, they do as little as they possibly can. The insurance companies, their entire job, at least they believe, is just keep as much money in their pockets as possible. And so what they'll do is they simply will try to prevent you from getting the payouts for your injuries and for your physical therapy and for your surgeries. And of course, your pain and suffering. There's no pain and suffering. Who cares? They don't care that you got hurt. They don't care how you're feeling. They just know that they want their money. And John Daspit says, no, I'm going to bully the bully. So John Daspit's that guy who will fight the bullies, and he stands up to them, and he will force them to submit to his will. It happens all the time before if they get the case, they're losing if it goes to court. And even before they go to court, John Daspit ends up getting settlements because John Daspit will not back down. 713 call now. This is the guy who's going to fight for you. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, time to talk about your prostate. I know you're in your car and you didn't want to talk about your prostate this morning, but let's talk about it, okay? Let's be honest. Are you going to the bathroom too often at night, during the day? You have to go. You can't start, can't stop, okay? A weak stream. All of these things are indicators that you have an enlarged prostate. And if you have an enlarged prostate, you're playing with fire, because you could have urinary tract infection, kidney problems, liver problems, all these things. Well, there's only one place to go. How about Painless? It is Access Vascular Health. It is Doc Benavides. She's going to give you an IV. First, you get an MRI. and then you're going to get an IV, and it's going to go away in 45 minutes. No surgery. If your doctor tells you got to have surgery, you tell him ugly things. Okay. Here's the deal. You're looking for the best way to get out of this prostate problem. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we're just talking during the break about this. Matt Sluka announced that he is going to be leaving the UNLV starting quarterback. He will no longer play this season. He's using a red shirt. He said this on Twitter: I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. He's gone. I wish my teammates the best of luck this season and hope for continued success of the program. They're 3-0. He's pretty good.
He's got 6 touchdowns and 1 interception. He came over from Holy Cross. And they're 3-0.
He came here.
They beat
took
Houston.
Care of business here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he said, basically, they told me I was going to get money. They're not following through with this. I heard this with Miami, had some issues like this.
Well, they're a bunch of scumbags.
Well, but it happens more.
It
happens
the
with more
players
teams
or
than
Miami. Which one? Who you calling scumbags in this situation? The kids or the university?
The boosters.
Oh, okay.
They got stripper poles.
Just to be clear.
Okay, yeah.
Just to be clear.
With one
Not
team,
the kids are good kids.
Okay.
With one team, apparently one of the issues is players are going there with this idea that everything's guaranteed and they don't have to, there's nothing that can prevent them from getting their money.
Well, is this the case with this kid, though?
No, not the case.
Well,
with this
so
kid,
what
obviously.
I'm with Matt Sluka.
I hate that it's come to this, and I think NIL has ruined the fabric of college football because it should have been done slowly and gradually increased. We know it didn't happen. Part of it was the timeline of when it came in.
Part of it was the NCAA is toothless and
terrible. That's the
terrible.
problem. But no one wants the NCAA to have any power, and then when they don't, then this is what happens. You have to have a governing body. You can't have the Wild West. But if this kid was supposed to get this money and he didn't, it's hard for me to get mad at. I don't like the fact that he's 3-0 and he's bailing on. But when do you have the most leverage? If you want to get this done, you do it right now. But I would think you'd do this behind closed doors.
Well,
first.
I'm sure they did. He said they had discussions.
So
if it came to a point of no return, the kid said, okay, I'm out.
My guess is now that he posted this, he's done.
He's done.
I don't think he comes back from that. This isn't erasing UNLV from your bio and your Instagram.
No,
this is a post that basically calls out your program, and I don't think he'll be back. But who knows? Maybe he will. But I don't like it for college football. But this is the way. If this is the way it's lined up, and they made a promise to him, and they're not following through. Well, I get it.
Did it go like this? Hey, man, you guys said you were going to pay me, and Barry Odom says, "Well, you just ain't going to get it. That's all." Okay,
we can't get it. Well, we want to. Barry Odom wouldn't probably be involved with it. It's probably their collective who's with boosters, and somebody hadn't come up with the money. Like somebody has not given the money that they're supposed to. You know what happened at Miami?
Barry Odom didn't have anything to do with it.
No, I don't think Barry.
Every head coach has something to do with it.
No, but some of them, I can tell you this, they have. I know how much Kirby has to do with it. It's a lot less than you think. They make decisions about percentages and stuff like that, but it's philosophical. We'll pay our own guys, but we're not going to bring other guys in and all that stuff. My guess is there's always the money guy. The collective has to the head of the collective is going to do that, and it's somebody raising money. Like Miami got screwed because the guy that was making he stopped being able to donate because he went to prison or whatever your terrible guy did, Dell. That guy
who, since we're just throwing accusations, who went to prison?
Well, that was a few years ago.
What's his name?
You mean Nevin Shapiro from years ago?
Yeah, that was the stripper pole
guy.
No.
I'm talking about no. I'm talking about the guy from just 2 years ago.
He's not in prison. His company went under, but he's not in prison.
What's his name?
Oh, the guy that was giving everybody
John
50,
Ruiz.
50.
Yeah, John Ruiz.
He's not in prison.
They made all these promises based on this money that he was bringing
Shapiro
in.
went to prison.
Yeah, I was talking about Ruiz. So, but yeah, his company went under. he made all these and Miami made all these promises because all this money was coming in from him. And guess what?
Right.
His company went under. They didn't have the money anymore.
Well, that's not the only one that made promises that didn't fulfill. I mean, there are other schools that have done this.
Ron Slater sent me an article
pretty
about it.
Close to us. Real close to us.
Yeah.
To
Rice.
schools that not Rice.
Oh.
No, don't make
TSU.
accusations. No.
PV.
No. So anyway, I'm with the kid on this one. If you say you're going to do something, do it.
It's hard to. I mean, if this is the game that's being played and they're both playing by it, and one side's not doing it, it's hard not to be. Yeah. Once again, I hate that this is going on, and it now has impacted a team's ability to win. It's just so slimy, man. God, but it's just a matter. It was just a matter of time. But at the same time, like, I get it. You can see the season ending, and you think they may have told you, listen, I don't know what to tell you, Matt. The guy that the donor is not, he took bad hits in the housing market or whatever, whatever his market is, there's probably a donor that's given $500,000. And he said, look, I can't do it anymore. And if a donor says they're going to do something and then they can't, you can't sue them. There's nothing you can do about it if you're the university for the collective. And so it probably went down something like that. And UNLV said, we'd love to get you paid, but we can't pay you. And it's not coming from the collective now because that donor's not putting in the money. Okay, well, now I'm leaving.
And the other thing is, I don't know how it went down, but it's not like he was UNLV's player. He was a Holy Cross player.
Yeah.
And UNLV went out and grabbed him. So
no, they grabbed him over other teams.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of loyalty for Sluka to UNLV.
No.
He went there because what they promised, and obviously they started off really well. So I don't have any UNLV blood in me. I'll just go someplace else. I'll keep my year of eligibility and go find someplace else who will pay me. And maybe this time he'll get it up front.
Listen, he's going to take a red shirt year. Do you pick him up? Yeah. Do you want him on your team now after he quit on his team?
Yeah, it's going to be rough for him. If he was an actual draft prospect, he would get killed for this, but you want to win. And if you got the money, you can keep him.
And he's pretty. You know what? Some coach will take him, and they'll actually give him what they promise him.
Honestly,
a lot of these places actually pay what they say.
Well, and the other thing is, I think a lot of coaches will look at this as, look, this is just who we're playing. This is kind of the player now. Like, it's not you quit on your team, but also we get it. The team was supposed to give you the money, and they didn't. You may not love that he quit on his team, but if you think he can help you win, you overlook that stuff. It's just how it works. And it's not like he's going to probably go to a big D1 program. It's more like the next UNLV he'll go to, Western Michigan or whatever. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know if he is playing really well.
It seems like he's pretty good. I don't know.
Power 5 school.
I don't know.
There's a lot of Power 5 schools that could use a good quarterback.
Well, they say that's one of the reasons
Florida, for example.
College football quarterbacking is so down. They were looking at this, and teams were talking about this, and apparently the big discussion now around the NFL scouting circles is that so many quarterbacks are portaling out, and teams are just, instead of recruiting and developing a freshman, they're now getting leftovers from another team who's not good enough. Because if you're leaving from another team, you're usually not good enough. So you're getting a junior or a senior from another team who wasn't the starter at that team, and you're not like you get stuck in that habit of doing that rather than recruiting and developing young quarterbacks. And so what's happening is the very best young quarterbacks are, they're being recruited and they're coming up, but a lot of teams are not developing the next Carson Wentz or whatever because they're too busy going in a portal trying to find, let's just go find a guy who was a former starter at Illinois. This guy had 5 starts at Illinois. Let's get him. And they're basically just going for the Gardner Minshew approach. If it were like pro football, let's not draft our guy. Let's just go find somebody who's got some college starts and let's do that.
Yep.
And they say that's one of the reasons college football is really going down. Think about the amount of guys who've been portaled. Like every one of, and it wasn't either portal or transfer. Okay. Everyone at Lincoln Riley had Baker Mayfield was a transfer, first pick of the draft. Kyler Murray was a transfer, first pick of the draft. Jalen Hurts was a transfer. He wasn't the first pick of the draft, but Jalen Hurts is a pro starter. You've got Joe Burrow is a transfer. More and more over the last
pick, Jaden Daniels was a transfer.
Jaden Daniels, was a transfer. Caleb Williams was a transfer.
But your early mentions were
Bo Nix transfer.
Were pretty much either they weren't going to get in the field or they were told to leave. Like Baker left because they chose Patrick Mahomes. Is that why he left?
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, Joe Burrow wasn't getting on the field. Jalen Hurts lost his job to Tua. So it's different than what's going on now, where you're actually having guys who their universities would love to keep.
Well,
And they're
transfers are,
losing.
yeah, I guess my point, it's just transfers, players. I'm really not even making a point so much as saying this is an interesting observation that look how many NFL quarterbacks now are transfers.
Yep.
CJ Stroud was, Justin Fields was, Russell Wilson was. Now Russell's a fifth year. That's the way that I think it kind of should be more of, but the graduate transfer, but Justin Fields a transfer, Russell Wilson was a transfer, Joe Burrow was a transfer, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix.
That's what it is now. It is what it is.
Was Anthony Richardson?
No,
He
he didn't play enough games.
Cam
in
Newton
Florida.
was
no
a
one
transfer.
wanted him.
Cam was a transfer. He was a
Well,
first pick of the
couldn't get on
draft
the
in
field,
11.
and he left.
He was-
No, actually, he got thrown out. He got thrown out of Florida, so
Thrown
that's
out
why
of
he had to
Florida,
transfer.
that's right.
Cam Newton was a transfer.
That's what we were just
Yeah.
talking about.
He
Yeah.
got kicked out.
Oh no, I'm talking about Anthony Richardson.
Oh,
Nobody wanted him.
No, well, he didn't play enough games for anyone to decide whether they wanted him or not,
Right.
except for the Colts.
Nice job.
Kenny Pickett was there the whole time.
All right, we got a break.
Malik Willis was a transfer.
713-780-3776 is the number. We'll get back to baseball. We got sound from last night on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. HRP is what we're talking about right now. HRP.net. We talk about all systems go is proprietary. How about proprietary technology that is second to none as far as and you don't care about this. You just want to make sure that and that's the thing about this. You just want to make sure your payroll gets there right, and everything is fine, and everybody gets paid right, and everything is done perfectly. Well, that happens all the time at HRP. Let them worry about the technology. Let them worry about the taxes. Let them be experts in the Affordable Care Act, where you're not. Okay, you're not an expert in how to do payroll, and then all the tax implications afterwards. You're just not. Their technology is going to make it so simple, where you're making it hard on yourself, trying to figure all this stuff out. You don't do this for a living. You sell whatever, but you're successful and you have a business that has 15, 20, 30, 80, 100, 2,000 employees because you're good at that. You're not good at payroll. Let the experts do the payroll and the HR and do it more economically than you can, okay? All you need is one place, hrp.net. Tell them you heard it right here, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Do you remember this? There's going to be a whole generation, I said, who doesn't know. Did you ever watch Ollie G Show?
Mhm.
I mean, do you remember this? This was one of my
Respect.
favorites. When he interviewed Trump. Did you see that one?
I don't remember that one.
What about this one where he's in Alabama?
So I played that clip that Dream Shake sent us.
Shard Williams.
You ever seen this?
So shot it. What position do you play? I play running back. So what do you say to the people out there who say
So
that you
Dana
are
Brown
so powerful in your physique?
Left it open that Jordan might not be available for the postseason.
Who what?
The clip that Dream Shake sent. Dana Brown said potentially Jordan won't be available for the postseason. Like he didn't say it, but he was asked a question. Well, we'll hopefully get Jordan back, but he left it a question.
He's done.
Yeah,
He's done.
Yeah, there's no way he's coming back now.
Very powerful.
You have that sound?
Yeah. Tall muscles and wonder what your Schwanzstück is like. I don't know. I've never been put in that situation. Are you allowed to date other members of the team, or do you have to wait till the season is over? What? No, there's nobody on the team like that. So you must realize that you have many, many fans out in Austria. They see you and they just would do anything to kind of spend a night with you. What do you say to those guys? I'm not gay, so I'm not going to spend any night with any guy. So do you have a message to Austria's gay community? Yeah, I'm not gay, so
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We talked plenty about Matt Sluka, well, now the former UNLV quarterback in the previous segment, and they played the Cougs. Didn't go great for the Cougs. But if you want to watch the Cougs take on Iowa State in their first Big 12 game of the season at home, I'm going to give you the chance right now. Caller 5 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs take on Iowa State this Saturday, September 28th at TD ECU Stadium. It is a family weekend and their Hispanic Heritage game. It will be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Family night special, 4 tickets for 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Caller 5 right now wins a pair of tickets.
Oh, how about that? Caller 5 right now. Let's go. Caller number 5, 713-780-3776. Get those tickets. Grab them. And it's a nice night. It's going to be beautiful out. Beautiful. So, and we got 4 dogs, 4 tickets,
Yeah,
4 sodas.
We're going to be giving away tickets throughout the week, but if you don't win them from us, family night.
Family night.
Either way, family night, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. 713-GO-COUGS.
Good news. Now, how about some bad news?
Oh.
Here's Jordan. Jordan had this to say. I was able to walk today a lot better than I did yesterday. But that's the only difference I felt. I can't even turn my knee right now.
Lean of the plug.
I
Nothing.
don't know what you said. I don't.
Yeah, there's no need to explain it.
No.
Don't worry about it, John.
Dell, did you get it? That joke was just for Dell.
Don't worry about it. Well, maybe do a joke for the entire show. Everybody.
I know. I'm afraid if John knew, I'd need to tell John about it.
Lena the Plum?
Plug.
The
The plug.
Yeah, I need to tell you about that.
Tell him off the air. Yeah.
I just don't want to know a lot of stuff that you know.
No. You want to know this
two
stuff.
know. No.
You want to know this stuff. Just search it on
I
your
don't want to
computer.
know a lot of stuff he knows.
I know, right? He says ugly things.
Okay, are we about to get here? Let's hear from the harbinger of death, Astros general manager Dana. Is that where you're going? Let's hear from the Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Well, he was on MLB Network after a lot of celebrating going on, and a question was asked about, well, what do they have to do next? And the response wasn't great.
And then the last one for me, now that you guys are in it, what are the next big questions that you feel you need to answer throughout this rest of the season, getting ready for the postseason?
Yeah, we're just hoping, ultimately that Jordan is okay to play in the postseason. That could be a big loss potentially if he's not ready to get back. So that's probably the biggest. We're going to get our starting pitching lined up. As I said, our pitching was really good down the stretch. Our bullpen was really good down the stretch. We were starting to get the timely hitting. And so we're built to win, but ultimately we're going to have to really continue to keep playing well to get there.
Wow.
That would be a big loss. It's not look, I want to let me go on the record if anyone from the Astros. I'm not saying Dana Brown is the Reaper himself.
Holding a sickle?
Yeah. What I am saying is that when he starts talking about injuries, we get soft pedaled first. Always assume it's the worst
That
case
wasn't
scenario.
very soft pedaling right there.
No, it'd be a big loss. Oh, no, that's what should tell you that what are the chances? Okay, will Jordan play a game this year? Over under is a half.
Another game?
Pick them. Another game this year.
Well, how deep in the playoffs do they go?
Well, apparently they may have to go to the World Series for him to play.
Let me continue with what Jordan said. Time is just the biggest thing now. Obviously, we need the inflammation to go down. It's still swollen.
Ice, bro.
That's not a good
Ice
thing.
up, bro.
And time is going to be the only thing that's going to allow that to happen. You got 6 days, Jordan.
Deep run in the playoffs sounds like the only chance we have of him playing.
Oh, just on a slide.
But 6 days should be enough. But Astros.
Does it sound like 6 days is going to be enough?
No.
No. It should sound like it for a slide. Yes. But here's what I know. Justin Verlander, man, my neck hurts. 2 months. Kyle Tucker, I fouled the ball off my leg. What is it? Bone bruise, 3 months. 3 months? That's a break, isn't it? A fracture? Oh, yeah. So the first MRI was broken. It turns out the first MRI was broke. We got a new MRI in, in this one.
What do we have to do with Jordan? Put him in a bubble. He can't run. No sliding.
I had to
just stand up and get tagged out.
So I had a conversation with somebody who
maybe just walk in between the bases.
I had a conversation with somebody that that works in the NFL who said, this Jordan, he goes, Jordan's a fat ass. And I said, well, what? This is what he said. He goes, I get that he's big and strong. That doesn't mean that Jordan's in good shape. He
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
He's not a fat ass.
He said Jordan is not in good shape. Jordan has injuries all the time because Jordan is not in proper shape.
Man, when you started with that tone and you said an NFL guy and you started with an F word, I was like, ooh, watch it. What show do you think you're on?
And you know this guy, and he said Jordan's not in. He said, I get that he's big and everyone's going to just think he's in this great condition. He goes, he's not in great condition. Jordan gets hurt all the time. He's not in great condition.
Well, he got a knee that's swollen. That's something internal.
Well, he's had double knees, double wrists, back.
Too much weight?
What else has he had? Well, he just thinks he's not in quality shape. Now, he's a firm believer, as most people in athletics are, is that when you're in your top conditioning, when you're in good conditioned shape, your conditioning is good, you have a tendency to have less of these injuries, period. That injuries are not all, random like people believe. Injuries, a lot of them are not random. So if that's the case, because Jordan has a lot of injuries. And he gets injuries sliding. He gets injuries running after a baseball. He gets injuries swinging. He hurt his wrist swinging.
That's not a in shape thing. You hurt your wrist swinging.
Don't kill the messenger.
And then a knee is a knee.
Hey, you go after Dana then, because I'm just Dana Brown, because all I'm doing is delivering a message that somebody has.
Well, hey, good news though. Chaz hit off a tee.
I don't care.
So he's like 5 years old?
Yeah.
T-ball?
He's playing T-ball? Cool. What? I need it.
Go after he hits it. He's the last one in the order. Go, and he gets to round the bases all the way.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he only hit 280 in
off
T-ball.
Well, that's not great for a grown man.
He couldn't hit it the other way.
Oh gosh, this is ruining everything. That lineup last night, Singleton, and you put Jordan in. That's the lineup. You with Hayward. You got Hayward in the outfield. You got Dupont in the outfield. You got Tucker in the outfield. Maybe Jordan will be able to come back and DH and walk around the bases.
Did you
maybe that'll be it, and maybe it'll be Singleton. I don't know. Caratini at first. Yiner behind the plate. That's the lineup last
When
time.
we were in May, if I told you, okay, we're getting to the playoffs, but here's the deal. Verlander won't make the playoff roster. Javier won't pitch anymore this year. France won't be there. You're going to have Jason Hayward, who plays for another team currently, as one of your outfielders. Jonathan Singleton will be a full-time starter. Yeah, Abreu's not going to be here anymore. Because remember, Abreu was an Astro this year at one point. And Jordan isn't going to play in the playoffs.
Presley, you can't get more than 2 outs out of Presley.
Depend on Presley.
You can't get more than 2 outs out of Presley.
I mean,
how about okay?
Is Joe Espada the best manager ever?
No, Joe Espada may be one of the great. Did you see him choking up after when Julia was interviewing him? He was really emotional. Year. It was a hard year. I feel good for Joe. Joe did a hell of a job. It was really bad, and he took care. And, he always believed, and so did Dana. Jim Crane said afterwards, he goes, man, Dana, I'll tell you this, even though the hardest times, Dana believed. He put this team together. He went out and got Kikuchi when everybody was against him. He went out and got Jason Hayward, and Dana Brown did a hell of a job. They've done a hell of a job after that start.
Dana Brown.
Do you know the list of teams that started 7-19 and made the playoffs?
Probably not very high.
How many? How many do you think?
Probably one other team.
One. No, this team. That's it. Astros. The only team in history.
Yeah. It helps when your division is dookie, but the Astros chased them down. All that ultimately mattered. But I know that that move with Kikuchi it looked like a tremendous amount given up. And Dana Brown was absolutely hit it out of the park. Now it looked like that with Randy Johnson too, although the excitement of Randy Johnson, because his name is much bigger than, you say Kikuchi, but there will be some, if Kikuchi leaves after this year and one or two of those players become really good players, there will be a reimagining of the trade. Like, well, what difference did it ultimately make? The Astros got beaten, blah, 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 and you may hear some of that. The bottom line is you really can't. The guy performed at an unbelievable level, and Dana Brown won with that. Dana Brown did he really did do a really, really good job. And Joe Espada, Joe Espada after the game, did you see him in the locker room when they were about to pop champagne?
Yeah.
He goes, well, probably not champagne so much as maybe Prosecco, maybe be more cost effective. But he said, because it's division. I mean, you won your division, but let's just pop Prosecco. Let's not spend so much for champagne.
What you talking about, Willis? Jim Crane is not. All right, he's
cost
putting
efficient.
it out there.
He's cost efficient.
Yeah.
There's more than just a division. You got other celebrations to go. He said, a lot of people on the outside didn't believe in us. Radio hosts didn't believe. Did you see that?
No.
Where he goes, radio hosts didn't believe in us. Writers didn't believe in us. Bloggers didn't believe in us.
See, Dusty? Bloggers.
No, he didn't. He did say a lot of people turned their back on you and didn't believe in you, but I did, and blah, blah, blah. And
was he talking about Eric Layden?
He did mention that people wanted to trade Kyle Tucker, which it was a random thing to say, but
interesting.
I still do, by the way, but it doesn't change anything. I want to get something for you before you're gone, but we'll do it. We'll trade you next year. But
I don't want to trade Kyle Tucker.
And we're trading Jordan next year too.
No, we ain't.
Just wait until I trade him next year.
No. How about just going to this event for the Zadoks?
Get your big ass out of here, Jordan. We're gonna move him.
Get your big ass.
We're gonna move him.
Call him a fat ass.
We're moving.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
I didn't, but
you were just relaying it.
Our friend did.
Okay.
Your friend wants Jordan to get his big ass out of here.
Me and John's friend is not a fan of his conditioning.
Well, are you a fan of the Zadoks or not?
Yeah, I am. I'm a huge fan of Zadok Jewelers. And it's not just for the diamond engagement rings, and it's not just for the cool watches. Let me tell you about, a lot of times you just want to get your wife or your significant other a thank you gift just for being them. You want to surprise them. Maybe it's for a birthday, an anniversary, a push gift, which is when a woman has a baby. A lot of times now they're getting push gifts because let's face it, they carry the baby to term and have a baby, and it's tough. We couldn't do it. I mean, it's tough. They're tough. And so a lot of people are getting their men are getting their wives, or girlfriends, whoever, push gifts. Well, sometimes you can just say, you know what? I'm just going to stop in at Zadok and get some really cool earrings or a cool necklace. It doesn't have to be something out of control. It can be something just to say, hey, I was thinking about you. And the great thing is Zadok Jewelers is going to have a piece that is perfect for her. The people there helping you will find the perfect gift for your budget. They've got the best designers. They can custom design something where you can come up with an idea and really, truly make it an individual process for the person you love. It's Zadok Jewelers, 28,000 square feet, 2 levels, right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. You can't miss out on the amazing selection they have. Zadok.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Dan in here. He's been waiting a while. He wants to talk about college quarterbacks, and then we'll get back to our baseball. We got to hear from what's going on in that locker room last night as our Astros clinch against Seattle. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, good morning to you, proper gentlemen. Hey, I'm sorry I missed the party on Friday, the unofficial John's going away party, but I did want to talk about
Where am I going? What?
Like, I was talking I was talking to a buddy of mine about this. Like, when are we going to get to the point where, you know, the big programs that don't have maybe a really good backup quarterback are going to start poaching the smaller programs quarterbacks and paying them like $2 million a year. And, you know, they may be making closer to $1 million a year at the smaller school, but they're like, hey, I can make $2 million a year, you know, because I'm not like a high first round draft prospect. I'm not, you know, like, but they're good enough. Like, it's an insurance policy. I'm just thinking like these boosters and everything, right? They're you know, and these payrolls, and I don't know. I mean, let's just say I'm throwing out a number. Maybe they're paying like $70 million in payroll. I mean, if they get left at the end of the season and they don't have a decent quarterback, it's like, why? What was the point? Like, of paying $70 million if we didn't allot a couple million for a decent backup quarterback, right?
Yeah. Oh no. Well, I don't know if it's going to get like the NFL. We appreciate it. The NFL now, the backup quarterbacks are making $5 million a year. It could be $1 million a year for a backup.
It won't be. But,
no, it won't be.
But they have.
You got to be good to be making money.
So what they're doing is
there's
going to be a revenue share, which NFL the football teams are going to get. I think $22.2 million or something like that.
Yeah.
The whole program is going to get over $30 million. They'll spread it over everything. But they're already now. This has been done. Missouri, Florida, A&M, Georgia, everyone now. Alabama. They all have. Right now they're working with their salary caps. So they're already creating salary caps. And what they're doing is this is what they're doing. Quarterbacks are going to get this percentage. Wide receivers are going to get this percentage. And so they have a percentage of their cap, quote unquote, that will go to a position. So then it's up to them to decide how much they're going to pay players. Some teams are not going to bring in other teams.
Are you guys believing that Iam Maliava is getting $8 million?
No.
Over the course of three seasons?
Yeah. He was promised $8 million.
It's possible, but here's how it works. They do donor dollars and then they do NIL. Like, it is split up into different. So NIL dollars they keep separate from the other. And so they can say, yes, we're going to give that, but the school will only give 5 or 4 or 3, whatever. Well, the school, I don't even know if I'm even supposed to say that. That's how it works, though.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if it's legal. Can we legally say that?
Yes,
so the school gives it to them, yeah. And then what they do is they promise a certain amount of NIL, which really these agents for the players can get that. They're the ones who get the money for the players who can get the money.
Well, listen, it's the number is just going to go up and up and up and up and up. Whatever. I don't know about backup quarterbacks though, because if you're not very good, you're not getting $1 million, Dan.
No,
it just ain't happening.
No.
713-780-3776. Let's hear in the locker room. We got sound from how about Jason Hayward. Jason Hayward was a star last night. Jason Hayward made a great catch running. He put his hand through the scoreboard, took out one of the panels there through the scoreboard. And that was a little bit scary because they had to go out and look at him and everything else. And then his next at bat, boom!
I like having him.
Homer.
I like having him.
I like him too.
I know he's not going to hit for average or whatever, but
he's a good outfielder. He's a really good outfielder.
At least be a plus defensive player.
Yeah, and he is. And here he is talking about it.
Okay, Jason, you went through a wall tonight. Are you okay? What happened?
Yeah, it was scary. It was a scary one. Definitely glad I made the play, of course. But my arm went in, wrist, bang, a stinger. You know, one of those, you don't know how it's going to come out. Little medicine, ice, but obviously happy to still be in the game. And, we got, a lot of guys down right now, but it doesn't matter. Just want to be there, opportunity to grind with the group.
And then you turn around and you hit a bomb, too. I mean, how good did that feel to be able to contribute in that way, too?
No, it's huge. It's huge. You talk about a group of guys, for me, since I got here, seeing their grind, appreciating it, respecting it, having a chance to be a part of it, and to contribute on a night like tonight, clinch the division, amazing.
Go enjoy. Go enjoy. Thanks for.
Started off with the Dodgers this year. Was his second year with the Dodgers, and last year he had an 813 OPS, 15 homers, hit 269. Not bad for the Dodgers last year. This year was really bad. 208 at a 682 OPS, 6 home runs. It was not great for the Dodgers. The Astros end up he was designated, right? Yeah, they picked him up when he was designated for assignment, wasn't it? Hayward, he was designated for assignment.
Well, he was just waived. And
They weren't.
No,
there wasn't a trade for him.
No, he was waived.
But and he came in here and OPS was 805. I mean, he hit 234, but he had 4 home runs and 52 at bats, and 52 plate appearances, I should say. 4 home runs and 47 at bats. I'll take it. Defensively, he's a good defender. He's got a plus arm. He's got power and pop. While he's not going to be, the greatest hitter around right now, think about from his standpoint, he was with the Dodgers with this generational team, and they're going to win, and they're going to do this and that, and he's all excited. By the midpoint of the season, his playing time is, he's looking less and less likely to be a factor. Then he is waived, and he ends up with the Astros and wins the division, and he's in the playoffs.
How about that?
And he gets to be with the best organization instead of the Dodgers.
In the world.
I got here, I saw the grind, I saw this, and it's not just a bunch of resting on your laurels like with the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you read between
bunch of prima donnas.
Yeah, you can hear it in his voice and his answer.
Yeah.
Divas. Like, this is so much better. I got here so much better.
Well, I think he does. He is enjoying it here. I do. I think he is
too.
Now he's been a winner.
Who doesn't
he
enjoy
won
it here?
With St. Louis.
I mean, Jeff Kent didn't seem to enjoy it a lot, but with this version of the Astros, who doesn't enjoy being
everybody
here?
enjoys it. And especially Joe Espada. Joe Espada enjoyed it last night. Here's his speech before they pop the champagne.
Hope we cut out the F-bombs.
I'm going to start with this, man. I am so proud of this team. I'll tell you why. There's a lot of people that count us out early. But you know what? This team got heart. We got heart. We believe in one another. We don't quit. We got grit. We are tougher than any team. And you know what? Here we come. Let's go!
I love it. Gives me chills, man. That team, this is the greatest season in Astros history. Greatest season. They can if you start 7-19 and you make the postseason, it's the greatest season ever.
Not true.
Greatest season
it's
ever.
Not true.
This team is going to go, now Jordan, please. Why Jordan? Why Jordan?
I mean, for him to even say that means Jordan, you can forget him in the first round. For Dana Brown to even say that, like, how can we rule a guy? How can we say if we lose Jordan? I mean, we're 6 days away from the playoffs starting.
Well,
how bad is this injury?
It's bad. Jim Crane doesn't think so, though. Yeah, here's our fearless leader. He says, let's go get another one.
Our fearless leader?
Our fearless leader, Jim Crane.
Man.
The greatest owner in Houston history.
That's fine, but
it's the greatest owner in Houston history.
He's just not my leader.
He's your leader, too.
Well, Les Alexander
He's the entire city's leader.
Les Alexander has as many championships. And more if you count the Comets.
Not this kind of run, though.
Not the Comets.
Not this run.
He went back-to-back and had the Comets going back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, he sure did. The greatest owner in Houston history, Jim Crane. Let's hear from him.
You're trying to get another plane trip, but we understand.
What a year. I mean, every year is different. Yeah. You were down 12 games early, 7-19, 12-24. What were you thinking back then?
Well, quite frankly, I couldn't go anywhere because everybody said, what's wrong? So it was a tough start. But, the guys pulled it together. The young guys start pitching and filling in. And, Dana plugged some holes. And Joe coached them up. And, it's a team effort. And, these guys are built to win. I mean, they don't like to lose, and they just keep fighting. And, it just shows you the resilience they have and the team effort that got us to where we're at tonight.
As we sit here, it's hard to really respect how much this team has accomplished in the 8 years that they've been in this golden era of Astros baseball. Have you been able to appreciate how difficult it is to accomplish this every year?
Well, you kind of start over every year and see what you got and what improvements you got to make. It's a lot of contribution from a lot of different people. The baseball ops, scouting the young guys and the guys filling in the holes. It really takes a lot of hard work, and I'm very proud of everybody the way they just pitch in, and these guys don't quit. I mean, the one thing about this team is they're used to winning and they don't give up, and so a lot of teams pack it in sometimes, but you just got to give them a lot of credit. The nucleus is still there. The guys love to play together, and the chemistry's good. The locker room's good, and I think that has a lot to do with it. But no, I never dreamed that we could make a run like this. And by the way, since we're here, let's go ahead and win another one.
What? Since we're here, let's go ahead.
I'm very inspired by our fearless leader.
Well, I mean, we're here. We might as well.
Us our plan.
He
just gave us the game plan.
He just said, "Yeah, no, I never expected we could do this, but now that we're here, let's go ahead and win another one."
Let's cut it here. Let's cut it here. We're already 3 minutes over. And I'm trying to get to breaks on time.
Since when?
So when we come back, though, I do want to expound on what Jim Crane said, really what Todd Callis said when we come back. It's 8:03 here.
Apparently, during the breaks, our mics are on YouTube.
That happened once.
Okay, just so you know. Hot mic.
Yeah, it happened. It happened during one segment.
Okay, great. Did you say anything ugly again? Did you call anyone else a fat ass? Well,
he didn't do it. Someone else called him a fat
I didn't do it. You know what happened.
Time for us to talk about MyBookie. That's what we're talking about now. Okay. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. The best place to win. Play, win, get paid. Just the best. I love me some MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Because this is where, and they do stuff that the other guys just don't do. They'll double your deposit. Okay, you go deposit right now, and they'll double that deposit by putting in promo code BET975. Nobody else is doing that. They're just not doing it. Up to a certain amount, they will guarantee that they will double your money. You got Thursday night free bet. You bet the game, and if you lose, you don't pay. If you win, you get paid. That's crazy. It's crazy. MyBookie Plus. MyBookie Plus is awesome because you go tiers and they've all got all kinds of giveaways and special promotions and all kinds of different things. The more you play, the higher tier you're in, the more you gain. So they're doing all kinds of things just to make it easier for you. And you know ball. All right. If you know ball and you want to bet on ball, you need MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. 807 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. So, Astros win last night. So, okay, you tell me. One team in the wild card race has to go to Atlanta for the last three. Atlanta's just a half a game out right now from being in the wild card.
Mm-hmm.
And the other team is home against the White Sox. The other team that's fighting to be in. Which team would you rather be?
Other team.
Detroit has the White Sox the last three. And Kansas City has to go to Atlanta. And how about this?
And Atlanta's fighting.
The Padres still have a chance. They turned a triple play last night to beat the Dodgers.
I saw it.
And they still have a chance to win the division. And they've got the Dodgers still, and they have to go to Arizona for the last three, while the Dodgers have to go to Colorado.
Yeah, it's unlikely.
It's unlikely.
It's unlikely.
It's unlikely.
It's a great story, though. It's funny.
I think the
Juan
Padres
Soto,
are dangerous.
They get rid of Juan Soto, and all of a sudden they are, they become a major factor. The Padres, even though you would have thought they would be with Juan Soto. You got the Buffalo Bills get rid of Stephon Diggs, and they appear to be better and more cohesive. It really is about anyone who doesn't believe in chemistry, doesn't believe in the locker room. They're fools. You have to have X's and O's. I mean, you have to have the Jimmies and Joes. I get it, and the right players. But there is something, and especially for baseball, it's always, especially in baseball, where it has to be a brotherhood. Like, you're on the road with these guys for 81 games. You're showing up at work. You see these guys 162 times per year over a relatively short amount of time. I mean, half the year, and you're seeing them damn near every single day. You're sick of these guys, or you love them and you can't wait to see them. Think about this, John. One of the things that's the most incredible to me for the Astros is that it's hard to keep egos in check. It's hard with the financial considerations. It's hard with injuries and free agency and all this stuff. The Astros run is really astonishing. Same with the Braves, but I would argue it's gotten harder and harder because of the money that's out there now for players that it's harder to keep your own free agents if you're the Astros. And so, because you've actually grown some really, really, really good players that have a lot of value on the open market. Is it interesting to you to see how excited teams get to win a division? Like, okay, you won another division,
season, bro. It's hard.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
It's hard.
I think it really spells out that 162 games. When you see them get this excited about winning a division again, this is a team that's been to the World Series multiple times, 7 straight times in the ALCS, and they're just as excited about winning the division now as they ever have been. It just tells you 162 game season is a mental grind. It's a physical grind. I mean, it's unlike anything in any other sport. The amount of ups and downs you go through. And we as sports talk hosts, there's probably 6 or 7 different seasons inside of a baseball season where a 20-game stretch can feel like everything. You can feel like the best team in baseball. You can feel like there's just no way this team can make the playoffs. Look where they started. They started 7. They were 7 and wait, no. They were 7 and 19. Yeah, they were 7 and 19.
12 and 24.
That's a 26-game run.
Yeah.
I know it's a marathon and not a sprint, but man, you give me a 26-game sample size, and that's awfully tough to wrap your head around how bad the starting pitching was at that time. Remember that? The starting pitching wasn't good. The relief pitching wasn't good. What's wrong with Fromber? Hunter Brown's got to go to the minor leagues. This is just terrible. Christian Javier is just not the same. When is McCullers and Garcia coming back? Think about how all the narratives and everything that shifts inside the year. What are we going to do with Jose Abreu? This guy stinks. Montero's killing the Astros again. Look at how much happens inside a 162-game season. And that's why at the end, even after a long run like this, the excitement in the locker room after winning the division is still high. It's incredible to me for a team that's had this much success. Something else, though, think about this. This is a team that has lost Ozzy, right? They lost, who is the other guy? It's Ozzy and Carlos Alfonso and Raul Lopez. Those are the big 3 guys who found all these great Latin pitchers on the cheap. They have come and go. come and gone. Some of them has. Oz has. You think about Reed Ryan was here and then he wasn't here. Mike Elias is now at the Baltimore Orioles. He was part of a championship team. Think about all the Dusty Baker, gone. AJ Hinch, gone. Jeff Luhnow, gone. Think about all of the players, not just players, but all the personnel, all the front office, the scouts, the people we don't even know who have come and gone over this run. This is what's incredible, is that they've maintained this run through a variety of different players, a variety of managers, a variety of players leaving the scouting department of the front office. Brandon Taubman leaving the front office. A lot of guys who were responsible at one point for a lot of success with this team, they would move on, and you still have success.
Yeah.
That's what makes this incredible to me. The Braves were the Braves. They had the same players, the same front office. Everything stayed the same back then during their run. You can say the same thing about Golden State Warriors. Not a lot changed.
No.
The core didn't change. Bob Myers was the GM the whole time. They once they got Steve Kerr, they stuck with Steve Kerr. The Astros have had 3 managers. They've had 3 general managers. They've lost front office people galore to other teams. They've lost key players, and they still do the same thing. Like, we can talk about them being like the Braves or the Golden State Warriors, but I would argue those teams had a level of sustainability and a static
stability
or organization that the Astros have had a much more fluid organization.
And still
doesn't change.
Nope.
And that's why Jim Crane deserves a lot of credit, because the one guy that's been there the whole time has been Jim Crane.
Fearless leader. That's right, Del. He's your leader. That's right. He's the leader of the city.
You're baseball, Del, now.
Del. Yeah, Del.
And
He's
just
your leader.
Enjoy the ride, Del.
He's your owner.
I don't want any man telling me to enjoy a ride. All right.
Yeah. Enjoy the ride.
John just said he's
your owner.
Don't tell me to enjoy the ride.
Your owner.
I heard what he said.
I know you did.
He owns this city. That's what he does.
Doesn't own me though.
He owns all of us.
Del's an independent contractor.
I'm an independent thinker as well. He doesn't own me.
What about Quick Assist? You own that?
I don't, but you know what's funny is actually one of the guys who started it, one of the owners of Quick Assist, worked for John Sherholtz in the Braves. He saw success right there. That was Scott. He worked under Sherholtz in that great Brave organization for 14 years, but he's a Houstonian. He's for the Astros. We had him on the other day, and he's a huge Astros fan. He lives here, and he and a son started a business called Quick Assist. And what it is just for people who have tickets and you want to sell your tickets, but you don't want to, you don't want to go to multiple sites to list them. What they do is you download the app Quick Assist, ASYST, Quick Assist, and you can list your baseball, basketball, football, NFL, college football, college basketball. You can list any of these, any organization, NHL tickets from anywhere in the country, not just Houston area teams, any teams, any tickets anywhere. They are going to list them for you on 15 different ticket sites. So you're being listed across all these different ticket sites, your single pair of tickets that you may have, your 4 tickets, whatever. And then they'll even do the dynamic pricing for you, where depending on the marketplace, they will go up with the ticket prices or down so that they maximize your best chances of selling the tickets and making the most money for it. It's Quick Assist. That is the way that you get the best opportunity to get your tickets sold at a great price. Quick Assist, QUICKASYST.
HRP. It's where you got to go get your payroll on. How many people do you have in your employ? Okay. Is it getting up to 15, 20, 25? Well, we went from 25 to 75 as a company, and we had a payroll company that just didn't grow with us. They were like, no, it's the same. That's the, we're still going to keep on charging you the same amount. And we're like, no. How about a customized plan that's perfect for your business? Okay. It's not cookie cutter. This is what we charge, and that is all. No, that's not what HRMP is about. HRMP looks at your business and says, well, we can save you money here, especially with the more employees that you have. And when your business grows, that your payroll company should grow with you. Okay. And that's what HRMP does. HRMP said, no. We got a customized plan for you, and we've been with them ever since. It's been 15 years or more that we've been with HRMP. Love them. You'll love them too. If you want to ask any questions about HRMP, call up here. Laura Beavers will tell you exactly how to go about it. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Astros clinched the division last night, but they're not the only team in the organization that's in the playoffs. The Space Cowboys are, and if you want to go to a game, now's your chance. The Space Cowboys are in the playoffs and are competing for the PCL championship at the Reno Aces. If you want to see the future Astros compete for a title, we're giving away a 4-pack right now to tonight's game. Caller 713-780-3776 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Space Cowboys as they compete for a title as well. So throughout the organization, teams competing to be the best in baseball.
How about this? I talked about Damaris's loaded baked potato. Uncle Freddie texted me from there. He got the loaded baked potato yesterday at Damaris Barbecue. And I said, you see, Yanni? And he said, it was all because you talked about it. Well, how about this? The next caller that we bring up, is brought to you by Barba Queso from Damaris Barbecue. This queso is awesome. It's got brisket in the queso, fresh chopped veggies, and the brisket, it is really, really, really good. You get chips and Barba Queso while you're sitting at the bar watching the games. What? That's right. Barba Queso. Try it at Damaris. What, Yanni? I told you. You're so stupid, Yanni. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got C-Note wants to talk about his Astros. Hey, C-Note.
Guys, good morning, gentlemen. Look at here. We got to give flowers to Joe Espada, man. You know, you follow A.J. Hinch, you follow Dusty Baker. That's like, you know, Lance following John and then Dale taking over. You know, we got to give them their flowers, you know. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, it ain't easy following legends. You're right. No, it ain't. It ain't. No, Dusty's a Hall of Fame manager, over 2,000 wins, and he came at the right time. He was the right guy for the job after the scandal. He did a hell of a job.
All the scandal.
Yeah.
Right. It's like Dale following.
Yeah,
Lance
no.
following you,
No. See, Espada did a good job. Dale will be terrible following us.
I'm not looking to follow you.
Yeah.
Well, I actually do follow you already.
Yeah.
So Dale reminds me of the guy that we go in the club and he goes in the corner and we got to send like 4 girls his way.
How do I remind you of that?
I don't know. It just seems like we just got to make him, you know, get into the group.
Yeah.
Well, this group is a terrible one.
No. This is the group. We're the clique, okay? And we let you in, okay? That's what we did.
Y'all legends, though.
Yeah. We're the cool kids at school.
Y'all legends.
Clearly.
But I just wanted to give Joe Espada his flowers, man, because that was a hard job to come into, and he started off 12 and 24. And I saw the guy talking last night. He got a little choked up, man, and you know, I want to give him his flowers, man.
That's it. That's a good job. No, it's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah, thanks.
He deserves it. He deserves it. I mean, he was embattled when it was early on, 7-19, 12-24. There were people wondering whether or not he could get the job done, and he did a hell of a job.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I loved him last night when Presley got the second out, and he said, "That's enough. Come here. Come here. Give me that ball.
Enough out of you.
Enough. And let's bring in Josh Hader against the lefty." And the lefty looked like he was lost against Josh Hader. And did you see the look on Presley's face? He had just gotten the pop out, and he was like, I could get. No, you can only get 2 outs anymore. That's
Come here.
all.
Come here.
Come here.
Come sit by me.
Yeah. What did you think of Abreu coming in last night?
That was good.
You keep on. I mean, Brian Abreu is a superhero, and you keep on admonishing him. Okay.
I think you oversaw him sometimes.
No, Brian Abreu is a superhero he's the hero we need. He does wear a cape.
I hope he pitches with all I want is consistency out of your pitches, consistent greatness.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what you got out of Brian Abreu. Thank you. He came in and got 4 outs. We're on a text stream, another text stream that I got going, and he said, "I don't know about taking Abreu. I mean, taking Fromber out here." Oh, perfect. Oh, that's right. It was perfect. 10 pitches, 4 outs.
Now he's given up 6 hits.
And then get out there.
Only 2 hits over his last 6 innings. It's been good. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. So over his last 5, he's been pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll take it. Just get hot.
He's hot right now.
Just get hot, yeah.
He's hot. It'll be interesting to see how they go about this now with the 4 games that they're clinched. They're locked in the spot. They can't catch Cleveland, and nobody can catch them from the division. So they're locked in here. What do you do going forward? Do you put is this the Kessinger lineup tonight? This afternoon? I would think.
Yeah. After
all the guys. Why? Everyone's hungover.
LaMarca came out.
Kessinger might pitch today.
Yeah. All the Prosecco came out, and hey, when's JV pitching?
JV is coming up in the last weekend, Cleveland.
Wait a minute. He just pitched on Friday.
Well, he pitches. Then he pitches again this weekend.
No, it's got to be coming up.
He pitched last Friday, Lance.
I know. And then you had a game Saturday.
Well, you have a day off tomorrow. So he
had a game Sunday.
Kikuchi pitches today, and then Verlander this weekend. And you're going to throw Blanco and Arrighetti. And and those guys can be ready if they don't throw too long. I wonder how he's going. That's going to be interesting.
What if Justin balls out? What if he goes 7 innings, gives up 2 hits?
Man, that's great.
8 strikeouts and 1 walk.
That's a nice send off. Cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Justin. Thanks for being here.
That's his
Thanks
last
for playing
start.
our game. We have some lovely parting gifts.
Is that what Jim Crane's going to say?
Jim Crane is not making the postseason roster. Dana Brown and Joe Espada are.
I remember a guy who won a World Series and got let go.
Yeah.
Named James Click.
Named Dusty Baker.
Name's James Click. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Who's still here?
Dusty didn't.
No.
He won a World Series a year later. He got let go. Right. Well, no.
What I'm saying is, you don't think if the owner wanted him on a playoff roster, he would?
Well, yeah, but I don't know that Jim Crane would do that.
Normally, he wouldn't. For that guy, maybe.
I don't think he'd step in and say, "I've got to have Justin Verlander on this playoff roster." I don't think that. I don't think that's.
You would think Jim Crane would say, "This guy's not living up to all the money I've given him."
Yeah.
I would be more upset about that than wanting him on the roster.
But I'm just saying, how complicated would it get? We'll just see. If he has a big game, I'm interested to see. Remember how you feel right now. And if he has a big game, I'm just interested to see if you think, look, by no means from a meritocracy should he even be on the playoff roster. He'll get you beat. And if you can't start him, what value does he have? He's not a fast starter. He needs time to get going. He's a running back who needs a bunch of carries typically. He's an older player. You can't expect him to just get up in a bullpen and give you 2 innings. But I'm just going to be interested to see what you are saying if Justin Verlander has the game that I told you. Now, it's unlikely he does. But if he goes 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, which would be unlike anything he's done.
Erase the last 5 starts.
I agree with you. I just want to see how you feel.
I'm going to feel like the same. That he shouldn't be on the roster.
I want to see what your prediction is, how you feel like the Astros may handle
He won't be on the roster.
No matter what he does.
I don't think so.
What if it's a no-hitter?
If he throws a no-hitter, then he'll be spent. Okay? 9-inning no-hitter? No, he'll be spent.
And now the odds are not good for him to have a good game. But if he does, and he's Justin Verlander, I always hear, former Cy Young Award winner, former
future Hall of Famer.
future Hall of Famer. You throw all these things in there that don't mean anything if a guy's old and doesn't play the same. You throw all those things in there. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate. No way he should be on the playoff roster. And the odds are against him all of a sudden having a good game. But if he does, will it get
a
little interesting for them boys on Kirby?
How many times do I have to say no?
They're not on Kirby.
Sometimes I just like to call any Houston sports team
the boys on Kirby.
Boys on Kirby. Yeah.
That's not you. That's Larry.
I know, but I can just say them boys on Kirby.
This is gimmick infringement.
I know, right?
No, it's gimmick. No, it's gimmick.
All right, give us a call. Shortest wait times in the business.
Uppins.
All right.
Uppins.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You can call the Rockets them boys on Kirby.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
They're
sure.
not-
It's meant to be all Houston teams.
Is it?
Is it? Because he only says it when he talks about the Texans.
No, but I'm going to take that phrase.
Are you appropriating his?
I'm going to appropriate that phrase. Yeah.
Wow.
Gentrifying his phrase?
I'm not gentrifying or colonizing his phrase.
Hey, you put a Starbucks on the corner of his phrase.
829 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-37. Come on, let's get in here. What do you think about
Nobody
your team?
cares. Nobody cares about the Astros winning.
No, right.
There's no phone call, so nobody cares.
No, you'd also
apparently Houston hates the Astros.
Yes. I mean, they're celebrating.
Joe Spada was talking about you
just
guys.
8 straight. That's all. 8 straight. 4 straight division titles. 8 straight ALCS.
And this is our callers. This is our listeners. I'm bored.
Well, is Academy going to be selling?
Bored.
Like, is anyone rushing to Academy or the team store to buy divisions? Exactly.
You know
exactly.
what I have?
Same feeling.
But you know what I have noticed? This has been a down year for T-shirts. Like, remember, there's been like 5 different T-shirt companies who every game there's a new T-shirt about a player. That's not been the case this year.
Yeah,
I haven't seen a bunch of new T-shirts. It used to be everyone had a new T-shirt every day.
Bullshirts. This is bullshirts.
And now it's like, I guess it's harder to make a Arrighetti T-shirt.
What do you mean? Make it with spaghetti.
I know, but that's not cool. This spaghetti Arrighetti thing.
It's cool.
Dumb.
No. It's for the
we
kids.
Gotta come up with something.
The
better.
kids love it.
What kids?
It's for 3-year-olds. It's for 5-year-olds who eat free at Olive Garden.
They call them spaghetti. Time for us
It's
to
literally something of a 6-year-old
to talk
come up
about
with.
the University of Houston and Iowa State. That's coming up Saturday. This Saturday, 6 p.m. is going to be a beautiful night for football. UH taking on Iowa State in a Big 12 matchup, family weekend, Hispanic Heritage game. Okay, let's go. Let's get on out there. Family night special, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. $20 a person. Are you kidding me? With all of that and all that included? What? UHCougars.com/tickets. Call 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets now. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. Get on out there. Cougar Walk is at 3:30. Plus, they're expanding the Bud Light Backyard Beer Garden. It now features food, drinks, and tailgate games. Get on out there and hang out before the game. Come early, be loud, wear red. Family night special, 4 tickets, 4 dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. UHCougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here in ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got the other Eric, not the one that calls your show and says stupid stuff. This is the other one.
Well, he calls about sports and then adds something about a news anchor that I've never heard of. But yeah, this might be a different one.
Yeah, this might be. It says other Eric. So let's get him in here. What do you say, other Eric?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
All right, I've been sitting on this since Verlander came back. I can't get over this dismissal of this amount of money and this quickly at the end of the season. Yeah, I know he stole money for 2 years. We all know that. But here's the thing: the last time we saw our Justin Verlander, he was pitching to Machete, who is sitting at home. You bring him in, $100,000 a game, player coach. Verlander's happy, Farmer's happy, and we finally have somebody that can train these catchers on how to frame a pitch, because nobody on the Astros right now knows how to frame a pitch. Why not?
Well, you can't make him a player. You're not going to make him a player coach. So you're basically just talking about him becoming a bench coach, I guess, because they're not just going to bring a guy in out of nowhere. And it's too late. Verlander, it'd be great honestly, it'd be great to have him at spring during catchers. And remember, Bagwell's done this before Bagwell became the de facto general manager and signed Montero and Abreu to sweet contracts. At one point, he was a hitting coach for the Astros. Remember that, John?
Yeah.
Way back in the day, he was hitting coach. Then he was somebody who would go out to the minor leagues, not the minor leagues, but spring training, and would go out there and look at players. And this is one of the ways I think he became kind of in with Jim Crane. I would love to have Machete at pitchers and catchers when they report. I would love to have him part of the organization. He's smart. He would be terrific. He would be terrific. And I don't care if it's for the Astros first round draft pick. I don't care if it's for Caratini. I don't care if it's for Yiner, who I hope becomes a different position player, so we can keep him as healthy as possible. I think it would be awesome for Machete to be part of the organization. I also think he'll be a future manager in the league too. So I don't know that he's going to be in a big hurry to take a small job.
He's going to
be a big league. He'll be a big league manager within 4 years.
Yeah, but he's got to start as a bench coach.
Yeah, he does. But he's not going to start as just a bullpen coach or something, just where he might.
He's not Stretch Suba.
No, but he's not. No, I should say he could start as a consultant, I guess, for 1 year. But my guess is he's going to want to be a manager, and to do that, like you said, being a bench coach is probably he could step right into a high-paying job.
Listen, he was with Yiner last year. Caratini's been around.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Yiner's Yiner. Yiner's gonna catch the ball and then point down to third base to see if there was a check swing.
I didn't think Machete's not a great pitch framer. That's overrated.
I think so too.
He's not a great pitch framer.
And by the way, he led the league in passed balls, and they didn't.
But he's been a good defensive catcher.
He was he was.
Anymore.
His day's over.
And
I don't want him playing.
If your future Hall of Fame pitcher, Cy Young Award winner, needs his whoopee, then we got problems.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, some guys like other guys.
Yeah,
throwing
but
to guys.
He was Justin Verlander before he met Machete.
Yeah, right. He had different catchers.
Yes,
right.
True.
Right. He's the reason he's not Justin Verlander now is because 40.
Yeah.
40 changes things. Okay. And you wake up and go, you got a crick. Oh, right here. I got a pain in my side right here. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Well, we saw what he did.
We did, yeah. I mean, so I don't know. You don't need a whoopee right now. Machete is going to be a manager, and maybe he'll be the Astros manager someday.
Hey,
That'd
Joe
be great.
Spada's like, where am I going?
Someday.
How long is someday? Joe Spada's a pretty young manager. Where's he going?
I don't know.
I don't know, but he's going somewhere.
Someday.
Maybe someday. Mark wants to get in here, talk about his Astros. Hey, Mark.
He might be.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great night last night. I can't wait to pump it up again. We're going to be hearing some pump it up soon. And everybody would want to see Verlander go out on a high note, but unfortunately, he's just not Nolan Ryan. I mean,
you can't defy the laws of physics when you're a pitcher for as long as he's pitched. And on a final note, I hate to sound a little bitter. It would have been nice if Scott Service would have been in that Mariners dugout last night. Have a great day, guys. Thanks a lot.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Would have been awesome.
But how about the fact that Service isn't there because he was part of the group that led to the
he was part of the problem.
The demise, yeah.
He was part of the problem.
I mean, don't be an a-hole.
They played pretty well since he's been gone.
Yeah, actually, they have.
Don't be an a-hole.
Yeah.
Scott.
Yeah.
Well, it's real simple. Don't try to pick fights with our managers. Don't try to throw at our players. Don't think you're the queen and we're the sorry people. You're the sorry people.
He is the sorry people.
We're the kings and you're the sorry people. Baseball, poverty baseball organization.
Watch yourself. Last time you got on that rant with the Texans, and then you got to come up and
division leading Texans. That's right, Del.
Watch it.
I didn't get to come up. It's just a hiccup. You know what? The universe did that to humble me a little bit. And I was humble Monday.
Yeah,
I was humble Monday, but I'm not humble.
You weren't very humble in that.
I'm back.
You weren't
Watch
very
what we
humble.
do to Jacksonville.
You weren't very humble in that first segment.
I was humble on Monday.
No, you used a lot of that first segment to destroy Landry Tunsil.
Okay,
you weren't that humble.
But I was humble about CJ.
Yeah,
I'm not anymore.
You have taken.
Let's see who's better, CJ or Trevor Lawrence. Who you got?
I'm not taking Trevor Lawrence is not on my list of good quarterbacks. Don't worry.
Okay.
But yeah, you've been a little bit humbled by CJ's performance through the first 3 games. No, the first 3 games you've been talking about him.
He's made plays here and there. You know, coaches have to call better plays for him.
Well, Bobby Sloak,
Bobby's just not calling the best plays.
Bobby Sloak, you're one more poor performance away.
One thing I've learned is that when a player plays really well, he's a great quarterback. When he doesn't play well, they're not calling good plays.
Well,
they're calling bad plays for him.
Obviously. Excuse me.
Like Trevor Lawrence, they're calling really bad plays for him.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Is that Bobby Sloak or Tim Kelly?
It's
I can't tell right now.
Stop.
Well, you don't think
Tim Kelly had some success with Deshaun.
He did.
Deshaun's best season ever was with Tim Kelly.
Tim Kelly.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
the birdies used to say that Bill O'Brien would come in and try to screw up at the end of the week everything that Tim and Deshaun had gone through. O'Brien would try to change calls and reads, and Tim's like, let's just keep it. Let's not do this.
Where's Tim Kelly now?
Same. He is with. I saw him on TV the other day. Where is he, Del?
I'm gonna look it up.
Quarterback coach somewhere. Jacksonville.
He
No,
is.
I'm kidding.
No, he's the tight ends coach with the Giants.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would have thought maybe he's with Jacksonville.
He was the OC last year for the Titans.
Yeah,
And
there's
then
nothing you can do with
Will Levis.
the
and
best
Malik
thing that could
Willis
have happened to your career is getting away from Will Levis
and going to Daniel Jones.
Well, you're tight ends. What do you care about Daniel Jones?
Who's their tight end?
I don't even know. They don't have an Ingram anymore. I don't even know who their tight end is. Nobody actually right now. If your name isn't Malik Neighbors, nobody knows who you are.
Who knows who a Giant is besides Devin Singletary and Malik Neighbors? Can you name another Giant?
Danny Dimes.
Okay.
Andrew Thomas, but I can, but most people would not.
And you can go Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian. They actually have stars,
Actually,
Brian Burns.
but they changed their offensive lineup a lot. So yeah. The Giants. Let's get off of Giants. And Jaguars are the two worst.
Whoever Theo Johnson is their tight
end.
That's a Penn State guy.
Do the Cowboys have to win Thursday? Yeah,
I think
they have to win tomorrow.
I think he gets iced. Do you know the big concern over there in Dallas is why did they bring in Mike Zimmer? Mike Zimmer doesn't really click with the players well. Like, what is Mike Zimmer?
It's bad.
Why is Mike Zimmer there?
He was getting so much love after doing what he did to Deshaun Watson because people forgot that people do that to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
now,
right.
Since that, Mike Zimmer.
Did you see historically bad run defense, like some of the worst that's ever been in league history, Dallas Cowboys?
Do you know that it's been historically bad for people who are playing survivor pools? Like 90%.
If you ever play the Bengals, you're done.
If you played the Bengals,
the Raiders against Carolina Panthers
against Baltimore
was a killer.
The Raiders against Baltimore was a killer.
Raiders killed Baltimore. Raiders got killed by Carolina.
Right.
Yeah, because a lot of people played
San
Raiders.
Francisco,
San Francisco,
the Lions,
the Bengals. Yeah,
yeah.
My girl from Riel is still in hers, but only because she had Seattle this week.
I'm still in one. Only out of 303, only 19 are undefeated.
3 weeks.
3 weeks in.
Wow.
Yeah.
19 weeks
are undefeated. We get to buy back. This one you get to buy back though, and there's only 40 people that haven't lost twice
from buybacks.
From buybacks.
Wow,
right.
That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
It is, but it's that kind of year.
So the Cowboys have to win this week, though, right? So do the 49ers. 49ers are 10
Who
and
do
a half.
the Cowboys
have
this week?
The Giants tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I don't know. I guess the Cowboys have to win, but I've seen too much crazy stuff this year.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
I mean, it didn't help that Andy Dalton was out there wrecking the Raiders. That Andy Dalton was incredible. I mean, Andy Dalton was ripping these throws into windows. He was dropping everything in perfectly. Like, Andy Dalton looked like an all-pro quarterback against the Raiders. He was really, 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 really good.
You know who else is really, really good? The people over at Gulf Coast Chevy.
Yeah, Gulf Coast. Craig DeSurf.
Craig DeSurf is the Andy Dalton of selling Chevys. And what I mean by that is he's been around for a while. He's very good. He's a nice person, just like Andy Dalton is. You can trust him. You can count on him. And he is going to do right by you. And he's based right here in Texas, just like Andy Dalton. So Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I'm going to focus on the Chevy for a second because the Chevy right now, they have low APR rates for your Chevy Silverado pickup truck. And the Silverado, looks great. The interior is fantastic. But the real key is going to be the ability to have a vehicle that really is your second home. And the Chevy Silverado is a second home for a lot of people out there on the roadways. We spend so much time on the roadways. I love my Chevy Traverse. My wife went from the vehicle she had to Chevy Traverse. We both purchased, or leased, I should say, 2 different Chevy Traverses from them. And I've gone with leases in the past. She put so many miles on her cars. We're going to have to switch over to a purchase, but we're going to make it a Chevy Traverse. If you're looking for a Chevy, you're not going to find better prices than Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, and you're not going to find better service, better selection. Go to the website, landzcars.com, or just check them out for yourself in Angleton. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So we're going to have Josh Payton in the next segment. We go to him because we want to be informed about college football. Well, what's the best part about college football? Going to watch the games. If you love watching live college football, this is your chance. Call in, caller 5-713-780-3776, and you win a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs against Iowa State. We gave away a pair of tickets before. We're doing it again. Iowa State's coming to town. They're going to be tough. The Cougs have their first home game this year in the Big 12. Check them out. It's family weekend, and their Hispanic Heritage game Saturday, September 28th at TDECU. So caller 5-713-780-3776, and you can go to uscougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Caller 5-713-780-3776.
Go. 713-780-3776. Gilbert is here. How about this? Gilbert wants to celebrate with the Astros. Gilbert, how about them Astros?
How you doing, gentlemen?
How about them Astros, Gilbert?
Yeah, I love it anyway. I love it.
They gonna win the World Series, Gilbert?
50-50.
50-50. I like it. So you're saying there's a chance, Gilbert?
Yeah.
All right. What about no Jordan, though? Hey, Lance.
Come see me anyway.
I appreciate you trying to
I'm
have a
trying.
regular. Yeah.
I tried my best.
That was a good one.
Lance.
Let's let Gilbert do his thing. Okay, go ahead, Gilbert.
Lance, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Will you come see me, you and Nicole, anyway?
Yeah, I can't speak for her because she homeschools my daughter, but I'm going to come see you this probably this next week. I've got meetings tomorrow and Friday. I got next week.
What do you want him to bring you? What food?
Well, Nicole's already going to make you. Well,
you
Nicole's
want that
making
sausage sandwich.
No, Nicole's making you.
I want chili.
Chili
with corn on the cob with salt and pepper. Anyway.
With the what?
Corn on the cob with salt and pepper.
Oh, salt and pepper.
Well, I think Nicole. I think Nicole's going to make you some food.
No, we don't want that.
Hold on, let's see how this goes. Nicole's going to make you some food.
What's that?
I said I think Nicole is going to make you some food.
Can she make chili?
Hold on, I want to see how this ends up going. I want to see how this.
Oh, Nicole's going to make me a steak, huh? That's pretty good.
How about that? Pretty good.
Hold on. She's not making a steak, but she is probably going to make you some type of. There's lettuce wraps. How's that sound?
What's that?
How about lettuce wraps with pork, like a chicken?
Chicken.
There's chicken with some garlic and some ginger, and you put them in lettuce wraps, like you've had maybe at P.F. Chang's. I don't know if you ever had that. Lettuce wraps. How's that sound?
Yeah. Tell her to come bring it to me. I'd like to take a picture of you and Nicole.
Okay. We'll do that. And I'll have my daughter will make you some. She'll make you some pumpkin bread. How's that sound?
Yeah, pumpkin bread will be okay anyway.
All right. Yeah, Marty's gonna make.
Let me can you give me a division champ? You know.
Oh, there's someone who wants
one. On TV is pretty good, you know.
What kind of cap?
Go to the division champ.
Champ.
Go to the team store. Lance, go to the team store. They
got them at the team store, Lance. I brought him a hat from Saltgrass. You wearing your Saltgrass hat?
Do you have somebody who can get me free stuff to give Gilbert?
Yeah. I got the wrong restaurant anyway.
You got the wrong what?
Wrong restaurant.
Wrong restaurant.
What do you mean? Wait.
Tell him my mistake.
He thought of the wrong restaurant.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that your mistake that John brought you Saltgrass, but you didn't mean Saltgrass?
Yeah, that was the wrong restaurant anyway. I was calling Chili's restaurant.
What do you mean it was the wrong restaurant? You got salt. You wanted Saltgrass, a steak from.
Wrong restaurant. They didn't have corn on the cob.
You were thinking of somewhere else.
It's Chili's.
Chili's?
Oh, Chili's. Oh, yeah, Chili's.
Chili's.
Well, maybe Chili's can get him.
That's why he just asked for Chili's.
So
hold on a second.
Oh, I thought he meant chili.
No.
The restaurant Chili's.
Chili's, and he wanted corn on the cob.
Yeah. Okay.
Gilbert, just real quick.
So
just real quick. So John brought you a steak and a hat and some corn, right, John?
And fries.
Some corn.
And fries.
You had fries. You had your
bread,
drink.
garlic
you had
bread.
garlic bread.
Oh, yeah.
He literally got you everything he got you everything you asked for, except for the corn on the cob with salt and pepper. It wasn't on the cob.
Right.
And you've decided that was the wrong restaurant.
Right, because he
He
wanted corn on the
Chili's.
cob. Chili's. Yeah, go to Chili's.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Chili's right here. You can go there.
Does Chili's have corn on the cob?
We'll find out, because if they don't, I'm sure it's going to be. I was thinking of the one place with the bloomin' onion, Outback Steakhouse.
I don't know that
It'll
Chili's
keep
has
changing
corn on the
over and over. He keeps tricking us.
You know who has corn on the cob? It's Kentucky Fried Chicken. They have corn on the cob.
Yeah, they do. KFC has it, Gilbert. What about that? How's that sound?
Anyway.
Well, Outback Steakhouse?
Outback
Well,
Steakhouse.
no. Forget that I said. No, forget that I said that. Forget that I said that. Hey,
did it.
Hold on.
It.
KFC.
No, you did it.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. How's that sound?
You did it. All right, we got to go. We got Josh Page joining us.
Wait. What'd you say?
Oh, I like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
What about Popeyes?
Okay.
Popeye, no, I like Heart's Chicken anyway.
What?
Hearts.
I don't know.
Hearts.
Heart chicken?
Find Heart. What do I have to do? Go to Tidwell and 290?
No. There's one at Forness and.
Well, we could figure
not
that
Hearts.
out.
That's not Hearts. That's the other one. That's bad.
Well, either way, figure it out off the air. We got to go to break.
We got to go to break. We got to go.
I'm not ready to stop talking to him.
Well, you shouldn't have brought him up now.
We got to go. Josh Pate. You'd rather talk to Gilbert than Josh Pate?
No, I'd rather talk to Josh Pate. But how about the fact I even said Outback Steakhouse? And
And
Gilbert
boom.
immediately went,
Boom. How about the fact that you got to talk about Maestro de Bell?
Maestro de Bell is the tequila of the people. That's the tequila of people with discerning flavors and tastes with tequila, and it's generational. I mean, the generations have literally worked on Maestro de Bell, and it's been perfected. It's the aging process, the barrels they use, the distilling. The final product is unbelievably smooth. It's an unbelievably comfortable sipping tequila that has great flavors. I think you're going to really enjoy it. And you can use any Maestro de Bell for a cocktail. Their silver and their smoked silver go great with your margaritas, whether it's frozen or on the rocks. But I got to tell you, the Reposado, the Añejo, the Cristalino called the Diamante, these are amazing sipping tequilas. And all it takes is buying one bottle and trying it for yourself, and you're going to see the difference. It's my good friends over at Maestro de Bell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro de Bell.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, bringing in our good buddy Josh Pate. Josh Pate, College Football Show on CBS Sports, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue, where you get that loaded baked potato like Freddie did yesterday. What? Or the barbacoa like I was telling you about this morning. Let's go. Josh Pate, biggest story this morning as we open up the papers. Well, we used to open up the papers. And as we open up our laptops, Matt Sluka, the quarterback for UNLV, quits the team because he says that they did not live up to the promises that they made him NIL-wise. And there are some other reports coming out that he went in and wanted a raise, and they wouldn't give it to him, and that's why he's out of there.
The reports are he hired an agent after the Kansas State and Houston win, and that the family hired an agent, right, Del? That's what somebody has?
Yeah, after the Kansas and Houston wins, the family thought, well, his performance suggests he wasn't getting paid enough. That's according to other sources.
Right.
So who's telling the truth, who's not? Is it a combination of the two? First thing is, though, Josh, this is a ominous situation here.
Right. We've seen our first player quit because of NIL.
Yeah, so my takeaway was a very, very twisted sort of roundabout takeaway. My takeaway was good. It needed to happen, not because I love it. I actually despise this with every fiber of my being. I think it's pathetic and it's embarrassing for the sport and everyone involved, frankly. However, if you believe that the current model is broken, which it is, and if you believe decision makers need to be identified and shaken into action, which they do, then it wasn't going to be a slow boil. These people will never respond to a slow boil. The heat needs to be turned up ultra quick, where the frog in the pot realizes, oh, I'm about to boil to death, and it hops out instead of slowly boiling to death. And if it takes something like this in the aggregate, then I hate it, but I'm willing to deal with it a whole lot more so than just kind of slowly disappearing down a slippery slope. I'd rather just go ahead and get there and have it glaring, and everyone who loves this sport, no matter which side you're on, you understand how unacceptable this is and how ridiculous this is. And I would hope decision makers are the same way, and people who previously could have pulled rank but haven't understand, no, this is a losing proposition for us all ultimately, and action is taken. Now, that is an easy thing to say. I just did that in like a minute, 15 seconds. I understand the actual task at hand is a much larger, broader task. Get it done anyway would basically be my response.
Nothing's going to happen, though, Josh. What's going to happen? I mean, UNLV's going to go on their way, and everybody's going to go on. As a matter of fact, somebody's going to pick up Matt Sluka next year and say, well, we'll take a chance on him because he's a good quarterback.
Yeah, but it's an alert. And you just said it yourself. Like, that's an ominous. You're assuming this is the first time this will ever happen?
No.
In season that somebody will use leverage?
It's going to happen again. Well,
so that's what he's saying is this will be an alert.
But guess what? It's going to happen again. It's going to happen again, but nothing's going to change.
You don't think so? I think it is.
How?
I think it has to.
Well, Josh, what would you like to see change? If you want to see a quick rip of the Band-Aid, what would you like to see happen?
I'd love to. Well, first off, I'd love to see this court case get settled later this month or whenever that is, and find out what the ruling there is. But then I would love for people who represent players to be properly certified to represent players. That's kind of a side note. I wish that was the case. I could call myself an agent tomorrow if I wanted to in college sports. I couldn't in pro sports. There's a reason for that. Secondly, I would very much hope that whatever revenue sharing model we arrives with also the proper language built into it, that it de-incentivizes leaving and it heavily incentivizes sticking around. I think we talked about this like a month ago. Revenue sharing is great. Like, that's one thing. But frankly, I don't think the best course of action is having freshmen make as much as seniors. I think there needs to be elevating incentivization to stay, while also no barrier behind you leaving. You could always leave, and that's fine, but you just understand there's more to be gained by sticking around, with the exclusions, obviously, if your coach leaves or whatever. And the third thing, this is the hardest one, it's the unicorn, but it's the one that I hope we can arrive at, is having NIL be what NIL was properly presented to be in the immediacy, like when it was first introduced. And basically that means not so much the pay-for-play thing, because guys are already getting paid based on revenue share at the university they play at. NIL truly being the above and beyond market value you created for yourself, which for most guys is negligible. It's the star players really that generate that in the market. I would love to get to that part of college football. And however you get there is however you get there. That's what I'd love to get to.
Yeah, and that sounds great in a perfect world, but I think you're smart enough to know that it's simply not going to be the case because there wasn't a slow rollout of this, because it was literally the Wild West rollout.
Yeah.
It's going to be much harder to get to two, but something is going to happen. It has to, but the only way it can is you have to have a governing body. You have to have somebody who's powerful enough where everyone says, yes, we will be governed by this one group. You have to have somebody who is in charge.
Listen, it was written into the rules that you can't recruit a player with money, and that's all you do now. You recruit him. You say we're going to pay you this much, and that's against the rules. It's against the rules to poach, and yet they. I mean, like you said, you're absolutely right. Without a governing body, there is no governing body. I'm hoping that you're right, Josh. I'm hoping that this can get cleaned up. I think it's just going to get filthier as we go along, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's move on to the game this week. Georgia and Alabama. Which quarterback do you like better?
I like Carson Beck as a quarterback better. I think Jalen Milroe can put his team in perfect position to win this game. So I don't have a massive quarterback edge in the game. If you gave me one for the season, I'd take Beck.
Yeah, who's going to have the best impact? I was talking about this. Like, Carson Beck's going to be the NFL draft prospect.
Right.
It really doesn't matter when you get to a game, though, because Carson Beck can't impact the game as much as Jalen Milroe can potentially on paper, but he's got to do it with his legs. He's got to get out and run. I think this is a really, really interesting matchup of head coaches, because nobody gets up for a big game more than Kirby Smart. Like, when you're going to step to Kirby Smart and try to challenge him, you better strap it up. And Kirby, and both of these teams had a week to prepare. So you're not catching Kirby on a short preparation week. He's got plenty of time to prepare for Alabama. But Kalen DeBoer has been one of the better coaches in college football. He is. And so now we're going to really get to see what Kalen DeBoer is made of, because he's facing Kirby, who's got, he's a big coach slayer. He's really, really good at this kind of thing. So I think this is really going to be telling for who Alabama is now, how Kalen DeBoer got his players ready with extra rest. I think it's really cool that on the schedule, and I think it happened for a reason. I think it's really cool that both teams had a bye week before this big game.
Yeah, it's like they set it up the way those big Bama LSU games were set up for a long time, where both of them have a bye. We watch these big games every year, several of them, and I don't know if you guys feel this, but frequently we'll see an outcome and it'll play out the way it played out, and something will become obvious during the game, and you'll just be kicking yourself, asking, why didn't I think of this? Like, why wasn't this angle apparent to me before the game? So I try and see those coming ahead of time. And you ask around as much as you can. And the one thing I keep coming back to, based on some of the feedback I've gotten, is I agree with everything you just said about Kirby Smart. I also think you can copy it and paste it to Kalen DeBoer. And while we have not seen DeBoer against Georgia, we hadn't seen him against Kirby Smart. We saw Kirby's defensive coordinator go take over a program and build it up pretty quickly in the University of Oregon, to the point where it was favored twice over Washington last year. And a guy running the same defense, essentially, that Kirby ran, and the one that he learned at Georgia, was being implemented up there. And I watched twice, actually, on the field, both games. I watched DeBoer and Washington throw it to beat Washington as Oregon as an underdog once. And then in the Pac-12 title game, they go and do what they have no business doing, according to the popular narrative. They outrush Oregon. They just run it right at them and beat them again as nearly a double-digit underdog. And so what I don't want to do is I don't want to see Bama win this thing Saturday night, and then afterwards hear a bunch of people say, well, a lot of what they did to us tonight, we kind of saw against Oregon. I don't want to have that happen to me, so I'm going ahead and putting it on the record. I think it means something that he beat Lanning twice last year with a lesser personnel roster, according to some, although plenty of high-end NFL talent on it at Washington. I don't want to have that overlooked, because he's playing with really good athletes at Alabama as well. The other thing is, you got a team that hadn't allowed a touchdown yet facing one of the most explosive offenses in the country. And I'm telling you guys, that is an offensive line that believes they can run the ball effectively on Georgia. Even Georgia getting those defensive linemen back. They believe they can run it effectively, and that's what I can't wait to see. Because if they can, Georgia getting those guys back versus those guys coming back and having the legs to play 40 or 50 snaps are two different things. If they can sustain some drives early, they can really radically tip the critical factors in the game. Not so much time of possession, but just overall plays run. Alabama, if they manage that thing right and they run it effectively early, that fourth quarter can be theirs.
Josh Pate with us here, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That's the big game. I would imagine that's where you're going to be this Saturday.
I will.
Yeah.
I will be there, and I will be dry because this hurricane's going to go ahead and get out of here and help us all.
Hopefully. What did you learn about Tennessee last week?
I learned that Heupel is a really mature play caller. That's what I learned.
Yes.
Because I think all of the talk about him going into that game was true. I think he wanted to totally and completely decapitate a rival program. So it's up to him. Oklahoma will always be a rival now. All that was true. And yet, early on, they felt the temperature of the game, and they realized they've got little shot as long as we don't give them this game. And I thought he really throttled back what his typical play calling sheet would look like over the course of a game. And I don't think that's easy to do because if you realize your opponent is vulnerable, it's one thing to do the thing that gives you the best percentage chance to win the game. It's another thing, and this is what video game mentality would have you do. Video game mentality would be, all right, if I've got him, now let me go for blood. Now let me go for the throat. Well, he didn't do that. He did not do that. And to his credit, he didn't do it. And they ended up winning the game. And that's the short term. The overall, like in the aggregate, I think what the big deal is with Tennessee that is so in front of your face, maybe people are missing it, is he is scaling, and they are scaling so much as a program. And the best evidence of it is they're scaling and rapidly improving in areas that are outside of his wheelhouse. We watched Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma forever do what he knew, and that was score a lot. But outside of his wheelhouse, the program was average to below average. And that's why they couldn't do anything once they got up in the playoffs against the big-time programs. Well, that was 2022 Tennessee. They could score a whole lot, but defensively they were not good. And now Josh Heupel's the same guy, but the thing about it is he's become a bona fide big-time head coach, and that means parts of his program defensively that are not in his wheelhouse and he has no background in, they're starting to get really, really good, and they're scaling up as well. And that's the difference in a coordinator sort of masquerading as a head coach versus a coordinator who has become a legitimate head coach. And that is hard to do. Not a lot of folks can do that.
It's really, Josh Heupel to me is one of the most interesting storylines. Like, you could have some really interesting conversations. I don't know how old you are, Josh, but you know, with Heupel, he was the quarterback at Oklahoma in early 2000s, was a 2000 where all of a sudden everyone started, you know, Oklahoma said, well, we don't have a very good offensive line. We don't have the players we need. That was not the same Oklahoma team. They came in, and I don't know if it was I think it was Leach first, and then it was Mangino, I think is the timing of that. And they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to play a spread offense. And this was new. They went to spread offense. That was not normal football. And they got the ball out on the perimeter, and they had guys slip tackles because they knew their offensive line wasn't good enough. And Josh Heupel was a master of making smart plays and leading Oklahoma to great heights and really kind of brought them back. Now he gets to Tennessee, and he starts figuring out ways to get the offense going. He's got Hendon Hooker, had a great season, and you know, did okay with Milton. Milton was just kind of a guy, had some really good wide receivers come through. But the difference is now, Josh, is that now he's maturing, as you mentioned, not just the play calling, but defensively, the running game. And you're right. He did a good job of just taking points the other day, just saying they can't score with us. So let's just take points.
And that's something else that came out of that game is Oklahoma. Man, I don't know how much I learned about Tennessee because Oklahoma is so bad offensively, Josh.
It was tough to watch. I mean, it was a great night for Tennessee, but it was tough to watch, and it was kind of 2 times in about 4 weeks. Really 3 times in 4 weeks, I've stood on the sideline of a home team in a big-time environment, Florida in week 1, Michigan in week 2, and then Oklahoma last week, and just felt the soul sucked out of a fan base's body because everything they had hoped was evaporating in front of their face. And the thing about those kind of games, as you guys have been around a long time as well, when it's a close game through the duration and you drop it at the last minute, it sucks, but it is what it is. That's football. But when it's over early, it's a collection. It's a very unique situation because it's the only time you'll have a collection of 90,000 like-minded people who just have an hour or two to sit there and sulk and commiserate with each other, and it becomes toxic really quick. And that's when you hear booing, when you normally would not hear booing in college sports. And that happened the other night. And I find myself understanding this is big-time college football, and you got to go execute. I get all that. But also, you cannot help but feel for some of these guys like Jackson Arnold, because I don't doubt he's doing the best he can. It just so happens the best he can do is not good enough. And, unlike a place like Auburn, where they know they don't have a quarterback right now, Michigan knows they don't have a quarterback right now. At Oklahoma, they had banked the future of the program in the Jackson Arnold era. That's the big gut punch. It's one thing if you don't think you have one. It's another thing if you've convinced yourself for 2 or 3 years, we've got one. When we can get to the Jackson Arnold era, that's when it's going to take off. And then you realize, I bought into a lie for 3 years. That is tough. On the psyche of a fan, that is tough.
Yeah, kid Michael Hawkins, the flip side of that is Hawkins looked pretty good. He looked like a guy who was scrappy, and they may have still found their future quarterback. Tennessee is plus 800 to win the SEC. I get it. You have Texas, you have Georgia, you have Alabama. Those are the three that get mentioned. You have to throw in Ole Miss. But I think that's a pretty live dog. Like, I think that's something in Vegas that would intrigue me if I were into that kind of thing.
Well, let's just do the exercise. Let's take Tennessee's results so far, and let's take Georgia's results so far, and let's just switch the uniforms. If Georgia had turned in the performance Tennessee has so far, I think Georgia would be favored to win it all. The only difference here is the market doesn't respect the Tennessee brand as much because they haven't done it. They don't have the track record. They're not established, which I get. Those things matter. But if we're talking about the here and now and moving forward, I agree with you. Like, I am wholeheartedly on your side, and I'll tell you where the big test to that statement will come. They go to Georgia later this year. So they get the same thing they got 2 years ago. They get Bama at home, and they've got Georgia on the road. They beat Bama at home in a really close game at the end 2 years ago, and they got stoned against Georgia on the road because they matched up horribly with Georgia. They have had 2 years now to get themselves ready to go back in that environment with big-time implications on the line. I know I'm talking about it like it's this week. It's down the road a little ways. But I have the feeling that matchup-wise, they can be a lot more competitive in that kind of game. And they don't have to win it necessarily because they may see them again down the road. They may be in the playoff or whatever. But just that'll be a really good litmus test for where that program is when they go into Athens and have to play Georgia in a spot that they were ranked number 1 in the country, by the way, last time they went down there. And just they weren't able to be competitive physically.
That is Josh Pate, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm sorry, but it is hard to watch Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson do Big Ten football. I'm so used to them doing it.
It just doesn't seem right. It's not that they are bad.
No, they're great.
But it is weird.
Great.
I've got Jeff.
But it's weird.
I got Jeff Schwartz in my text string with the Joe Moore Award guy. This is Mr. Oregon football. And he's talking about, that game between Purdue and Illinois this week. I'm like, God. I said, Jeff, you're such a Big Ten honk.
Yeah.
It's just so weird to see these people who have never been in the Big Ten in the Big Ten.
Yeah. I mean, it was weird to watching USC, Michigan, and those guys doing the game. Just too weird for me. I don't know.
USC at Michigan with Brad Nessler.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this, though, okay, as a company guy over here. Let me say this. I understand everything you guys are saying. From a presentation standpoint, I was in my hotel room. I was about to go to the stadium out in Oklahoma, and I was watching CBS do their pregame and then their on-air when they brought the game in. I don't know what it is. There's a very intangible quality about the DNA of what a college football broadcast should be versus an NFL broadcast. You can tell when someone gets it, though, and you can tell when someone doesn't. The production folks at CBS, just from a presentation standpoint, I cannot remember a time that they better brought a college football game on air with all the tradition and trappings of college football than the build up and lead into that game. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was about as good as college football gets presented. And the one criticism that I've sometimes had with ESPN is they pour tons of money into it. They got high level talent with studio shows and all this. I've always thought that there's this layer of like big college football game feel that for whatever reason, I can't even define it, but it always feels like there's one little layer that's kind of missing. Like they've got people who also do pro sports that are also doing the college game. And it's kind of like when Fox had the BCS contract about 20 years ago. They just took all their NFL themes and repurposed them for college football, and it felt disingenuous. I'm not saying that's totally ESPN, but I loved what CBS did from the presentation standpoint.
No, and Nestler and Danielson are the best. I'm just so used to them SEC.
There's a time before Josh's network took over college sports in the SEC where Danielson and Nestler were doing Big Ten games for ABC and ESPN. I remember those days.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he's a Purdue quarterback, so they used to talk about how he was in the Big Ten. He would call Purdue games. I remember. You guys, college football existed before the last 5 years.
CBS,
Our
the
favorite.
SEC. How long was the
SEC is where
SEC on
football
CBS
started.
forever?
Dummy, Dell. Here's what I just got.
Dummy.
I just got a text from an Iowa fan talking about the Big Ten. Josh said, "Hey, we had Beth Mowins and Joey Galloway for years. We've earned Nestler and Danielson."
That is Josh Pate, CBS Sports, right here, the Josh Pate College Football Show, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue. Thank Josh, as always. We'll talk to you again next week.
Appreciate it, guys.
He'll be at the big game, Georgia, Alabama. How about that?
Are we calling it the big game, or are you just
That's
doing
a
that?
big game.
I thought the big game was Michigan, Ohio State.
This is the big game. This is the big game. This is the big game. That's phony.
No, that's the name of it. Isn't that the name? Oh, that's called the game. No, is this? Are we back to game of the
Civil
century?
War, we're calling this.
No, that's a different game. Are we calling this game of the century, or are we back to game of the century
Yeah,
type
it's
stuff?
the game of the century.
That was the most.
And you know what the truck of the century is?
I couldn't wait for the game of the century, LSU, Alabama, and it just didn't live up to the hype.
9-6.
Yeah, I was so pumped for that game.
I was pumped for Chastang Ford there yesterday, picking up JT's new truck. He got a King Ranch. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And it got the best price. I mean, there's nothing about it. We test drove the new F-150s out there, the 2024s. They're awesome, awesome, awesome. There was one 2023 left on the lot that you can get for an unbelievable price, but there was one left. That's it. I would hurry and get there. But pre-owned vehicles as well. They even had some Chevys on the lot and stuff. And I'm like, nah, we're Ford people. That's what we do. We're Chastang Ford people, and that's what we want to do. But they've got incredible deals going on. $5,000 off in-stock Broncos, $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock, $10,000 off Heritage Bronco Limited Edition, up to $12,000 off the F-150s. They're finding a way. They're going to find a way to get you in that vehicle at the price that you got to have it. I mean, they did that with us, and they're going to do that with you. They're going to work that deal. They're going to find every rebate that they possibly can. They want you to be as comfortable as possible at the price that you can do it. It's what happens. And, oh, by the way, every car sold in September, $100 goes to Texas Children's Hospital for cancer research. That's just the kind of people that they are at Chastang Ford. I love Chastang Ford. I bought 4 vehicles from them now, and that's where I'm going to go all the time. If you're looking for the best deal you're going to find on that Ford car or truck, ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We've been giving away things all show, and that continues. The Space Cowboys are in the playoffs, and they're competing for the PCL Championship against the Reno Aces. If you want to see the future Astros compete for a title, we're giving away a 4-pack right now of tickets to tonight's game to caller 4-713-780-3776. Caller 4, you want a 4-pack to see the Space Cowboys go at it for the PCL Championship tonight.
All right, there you have it. PCL Championship. Let's go. Go get it. I want to shout out Aaron. He was at the Rockies game last night, met one of Frankie's friends, somehow got to talking, and he's a huge, loves the show, knew all about Frankie and Charlie, my granddaughter, and all. He's a big listener to the show. He's in Colorado. He listens to the show on the app. And
how did those two start talking?
I have no idea. Maybe they tell you're from Houston or whatever. And then it got to, I don't know how it got to talking about us, but Frankie was texting me last night. She said, you got to shout out to Aaron because he's a big listener to the show.
What's the strangest place where you've had someone recognize you or the show or whatever? Most unusual place away from Houston.
Away from Houston?
Yeah. Have you had it happen?
Yeah, I have. I have had it.
I had it happen in Belize. This guy who's the owner of a restaurant there is like, oh, I listen to you guys every morning.
Somehow, for some reason, I think I was in Europe once and that happened. And it happened in Europe. Yeah. Belize makes sense because McCool.
This guy didn't even know McCool.
Oh, he didn't?
He just was from Houston and he came down.
I thought everybody in Belize knows McCool.
Well, do you know? Well, a lot of them probably do. A lot of them know Kelly, but Belize is a place where people go. It's kind of well known where you go there. And a lot of people have stories where they don't really tell you what happened back home. Like you go there to get away from stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of people go there, they love it, and they decide I want to move here full time. But many Americans and people from other countries actually go there. Yeah. And if you ask them, oh, what did you do? I just had a bad situation with the marriage and just other stuff. And I'm like, okay. Apparently in Belize they tell you, oh no, there's a lot of people here with really shady backgrounds.
Yeah.
They don't want to talk about what happened and why they came.
Nobody's going to find them.
You remember McAfee? Have you seen the movie? Have you seen the guy who did McAfee, antivirus software? Have you seen any of those documentaries?
No.
Oh, how have you watch so many shows now? How have you not seen those?
I haven't been able to watch shows anymore.
Oh my gosh. The McAfee.
I'm really behind on mine.
This guy was a straight criminal.
Really?
He killed the next door neighbor in Belize because the guy poisoned his dogs. And so McAfee had the guy killed.
Well, if you poisoned my dog.
And then he was on the run and then did a documentary while he was on the run. Let somebody just film it. This guy's a psychopath. I can't remember if I think he is.
The McAfee malware? That's him?
Yeah.
He invented it?
Yeah, he's the one.
And then he killed somebody? I love this guy. He's very deep.
It's called here. There's a couple of them. Running with the Devil is on Netflix.
Okay.
And Gringo. Those are the two. Gringo, The Dangerous Life of John McAfee, and Running with the Devil, The Wild World of John McAfee. Those are the two. One is on Showtime. One is on Netflix. Both of them are worth watching.
Really?
They're both docs. Yeah.
Oh, no. Belize looks like somewhere I want to go when I need to get away. I should have gone right there after the animals.
Well, there's a lot of, and there's a lot of drinking. They're like, what do you do at Belize? And they're like, because they don't really have a beach in Belize. There's a lot of fishing and stuff like that.
There's no beaches?
But people who live there will tell you, it's just people develop alcohol problems. It's not a lot to do. You hang out and, start drinking a lot. I don't know if that's going to.
That's the best.
Change. Yeah, there's no golf.
Oh, then I'm out.
Yeah, there's no. I don't know.
Why would you have an island with no golf?
I don't know that there's any poker.
Well, then what are we doing?
Well, but there's golf carts there. You travel around and golf
not
cars, but golf carts.
But
so you have golf carts with no golf.
Path only.
You have tons of drinking. You just drink and go to people's houses and hang out.
Nah, no thanks. No thanks. You can keep Belize. All right, that's my least.
But some
favorite
people
least favorite country now.
But some people love drinking and hanging out.
Yeah.
Doing nothing.
Hey,
It
golf
feels
and
like that
poker.
would be your thing if they had a golf course, though.
If they had a golf course. That's a big if.
I think there's probably a lot of smaller islands
If
that don't
my
have
aunt
golf
had-
courses.
Yeah, right? She'd be my uncle. So 933 ESPN 97.5.
Not anymore.
Well,
If your aunt had that, she might just be your aunt. It's her choice.
It's hard. It's hard to say.
I don't know
what
how
she
your
identifies.
I don't know
I don't
how
want-
Aunt Granado identifies, John.
I don't want it.
I don't know.
All my aunts identified as women. I can guarantee you.
But some of them were a little rougher, though.
Yeah.
You tell the truth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. From the old country.
Yeah, they were. No, they were not.
Did
from
you
the
know
old
that
country.
you might be able to go back to Italy?
I can go back to Italy. I can get
Get your citizenship, the blood citizenship,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Me too. I may be headed to Germany, Dale. I got to sell that. I got to sell that to the.
I
to
want to
the people.
retire in Italy. I'm gonna get the.
Well, it looks like you're going to get the
my
dual
citizenship.
citizenship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
You
get my
can't go, Dell.
Yeah, you can't buy
Italy
property
doesn't
there,
want
Del.
you.
I'm fine. I saw how
Keep
they.
that for
I
a
saw
while.
how they treated Balotelli. I'm good.
They love
Italy
Balotelli.
doesn't want you,
Did
Dell. They want John.
Yeah.
I'm sure. So you guys never thought to call yourselves the Axis of Power?
No.
No.
No. We never.
As a show?
It never came up. We never had a.
That never came up.
No.
Never.
Interesting.
Never.
All right. We got a break. We got a break here. Catch up. I got to. Oh, listen. I would go to Belize if they had Coors Lights. I tell you that. I'm
sure they do.
Because then I can go to somebody.
Oh no, they're
And that's
Belican.
fine.
They've got their own beer, Belican beer or something.
Oh,
like that.
then
Yeah.
see, I'm totally out.
Yeah.
I mean,
They have their own
Belize,
beer.
Beat it. Anywhere that doesn't have Coors Light, beat it. Okay. I'll bring my Coors Light with me to Italy. Okay. And then they'll love it so much. I don't know. Maybe it'll be the biggest selling beer in Italy. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. All I know is that it is awesome. I've been really, 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 really doing good with my Coors Lights lately. I've been doing my part. I don't know if you're doing yours. Are you keeping Texas chill? Because I am. Look at, we got a cold front coming in. It might be just because of me. All right.
You gotta stop saying this. It's in the 90s the whole
90s
week.
is cool.
What cold front is this?
It's cool. It's freezing out there. And it's probably because of how much Coors Light I've been drinking. If you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, make sure you got it on hand when your buddies come over. Just pick up that 6-pack or 12-pack or case. Have that ready in the fridge with the Blue Mountains, and your buddies come over. What? They're all going to love cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It is the world's most refreshing beer. I saw it on a billboard. Can't lie. You can't lie on a billboard. Here's the deal. When you're picking your beer, make it Coors Light. But drink responsibly.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
That's all they did was bleed money. All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our Astros win it all. Joe Espada got emotional a little bit yesterday, and that was pretty cool to see. He was on the field with Julia right afterwards, and you could tell he was tearing up. Here is Julia right after the game on the field with Julia.
I've got Joe here. Congratulations. Your first year as manager, your AL West champs. I know it wasn't easy at times. How did your team pull it together and find yourselves at the top of this division?
I couldn't be any prouder of these guys, man. Their resiliency, their toughness, their love for one another. It's been a tough year, guys. It's been a tough year, but I knew that we were coming top. I believe in this group.
You're emotional right now.
I am. It's been a difficult year, but what a team! What a team!
And even Doobie said the other day, Joe Espada, a big reason why we're here, how you were able to stay cool, calm, collected. Are you ready to kind of let loose here and enjoy this with you?
I will later, but bottom of my heart, I'm just proud of these guys. This is a great team.
That was cool.
A lot of pressure on him.
Yeah.
He came off of the Dusty season, and Dusty had a good tenure with the Astros, and he comes in right away. They're 7-19, and the question was, we asked it: is this too big for Joe Espada? Can he make it to the end of the year if they keep playing like this?
Yeah.
Is he going to get more than a year? And he never wavered. He never freaked out. He never panicked. There were some times where I thought maybe he should have lost it on some umpires maybe a little bit earlier, but he stayed very calm, cool, and collected, very even keel, much more AJ than Dusty from a personality standpoint. And I'm sure that was a lot of pressure on him, his very first managerial job, and at times it looked like a disaster. And he had to deal with long stretches of no Kyle Tucker, stretches of Altuve being out, losing his starting pitching, long stretch of no Justin Verlander. And when he got back, he wasn't a very good Verlander. His closer that they paid all the money for started off poorly. Ryan Presley never really got it back together. There was a lot of, I'm sure he went home and had a lot of stress, a lot of things on his mind.
Yeah.
And yet he wins the division.
He lost Javier. He never had Urquidy. He didn't have Garcia. He didn't have McCullers. He didn't have JP France. This was an amazing job. I think Joe Espada should be considered. There should be some consideration for manager of the year. I do. I feel like he deserves that with all that they had to endure this season injury-wise for him to hold it together and to win the division, to come back from where they were. No team has ever come back from 7-19. No team ever has come back from 7-19 and and been in the postseason. So this is he did a great job. Now they're not doing a great job. This is our last segment. This is maybe the only thing that we've missed that we had on the rundown so far is the A's. It's a horrible situation. They're going to be in Sacramento this year. Here is the A's broadcaster talking about A's ownership.
Well, to be clear, it's one of their local news stations. And his response.
Oh, this is Larry Beal, formerly of ESPN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you saw him, the name you'll recognize.
Yes,
You'd probably
definitely.
recognize him. I guess he's probably from the Bay Area, maybe.
I know he used to always reference Hawaii when he was at ESPN.
That's right, he did.
But here's him. This is like halfway into this because he reads the letter that the Oakland A's owner put out there saying, we love the city, blah, blah, blah. We tried to work it out. Here's Larry Beal in response.
The final series ever in Oakland starts tomorrow. The A's hosting the Texas Rangers. The very last game at the Coliseum is set for Thursday afternoon, starting at 12:45. That game is sold out, by the way. Cheapest resale tickets are going for around $65. In typical A's fashion, they raised the price for the last game. All right, so you heard Fisher's statement. Let me tell you what reality is, okay? John, you tried 5 different, extremely flawed stadium proposals. You never got even close to a shovel in the ground. Yes, Oakland politics is often a mess. I will give you that. But, John, you surround yourself with incompetent yes men. And because you were born into a billionaire family, apparently never learned you have to spend money to make money. See Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors, your buddy, who still wants to buy the team. John, you're a serial penny pincher. You've destroyed your family's great name and legacy because of your cheapness. As for the statement about loyal A's fans, quote, I wish I could speak to each and every one of you individually, end quote. Seriously? John, we've been trying to interview you for years, but you always choose to remain invisible unless you're begging politicians for public funding. And then you're out in front in Las Vegas. Okay.
Okay.
So let me just deal with this.
Wow.
For all A's fans, I can't do this enough. But here's the thing. There's one glimmer of hope. They're going to supposedly play 3 years in Sacramento.
Right.
If other owners and the Players Association had any spine at all, they would say, no, we're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
We have yet to see a real financing plan for the A's stadium in Las Vegas.
Right.
We're still waiting. Vegas is still waiting. They don't have one. Yes, 18 years they've tried, and they've screwed it up every time. I don't know that that's going to change. I would love to see another massive failure by this ownership group, and then maybe Major League Baseball would force a sale to somebody locally. And there's a bunch of groups. Don't listen to anybody that says there's no fan base or there's no money in Oakland. That's total nonsense.
All right, that's their thing. I can't really comment on that. I'm sure he's pissed. It is a different thing though, isn't it? Because some owners, it's a legacy thing. Some owners have it as a second thing. Some owners, it's
money
part
maker.
of their,
It's their business.
It's their business. Like the Celtics are selling their team because they just can't afford it anymore. Because there's going to be losses for the next 3 years. So people are like, you're not losing money. You're a bit, but actually they don't own their own. They don't own the TD Ameritrade or whatever stadium. They're going to lose money over the next 3 years, and so they're trying to sell it despite the success. But every owner, from Jim Crane to Bud Adams to Les Tillman, it is a weird thing where you are buying this and this is your team, but it is the public has part ownership of it. They have emotional ownership of it. Their fandom started way before you ever purchase a team, and it will last well beyond whenever you sell the team. So you are, in a way, have to consider the fans. Like, I know they don't have a financial stake in it, but they do. They're the ones who have to pay. And, have you ever thought about that an owner has to, they probably don't think about that a lot, but there's a lot of pressure on owners not to screw over a fan base. But at the same time, some of them have to run, like I'm sure it wasn't viable to have a baseball team in Oakland.
No.
But I don't know what happened with he said there were 5 deals that never even got close.
Well, win though, and guess what? Well, their stadium deal is
spend money to make money, but did they have a chance to do a viable stadium deal? I don't know, but they needed one. Yeah, obviously.
All right, we got to break it. We got news of the weird coming your way next. And actually, there was at a baseball stadium, there was something weird going on. But it's weird if you don't have good windows. That's weird. Performer 1, aluminum windows. Performer 2, vinyl windows. Performer 3, hurricane windows, and wood-clad windows. New home construction windows. That's what you're going to find at Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows, and by the way, the doors as well. If you're looking for the beautiful door, French door, sliding patio door, storm door, wood-clad doors, fiberglass entry doors, all of these doors, and they're going to be top-notch. Every single thing that's sold at Gulf Coast Windows is top of the line, can't be better, best quality, best installation, best. It's best in show, okay? It is Gulf Coast Windows. You don't stay in business for, and by the way, Jim Fiume, he's cut back, okay? He's like, yeah, we used to, just as many as we could possibly. No, we want to do the highest quality, best quality work that we can possibly do. And when you go and you go to the showroom and you see the different windows and doors, you're like, holy cow, these are nice. And they're the best of quality. So you're looking to replace those. If you need any kind of replacement windows or you're building a home, one place to go, 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com.
Let's make sure we're doing the best we can with Underdog Fantasy. It's the best way to play along with the football games you're watching with their cash pick'em challenge, and it's really, really cool. You've got different types of highs and lows. So they put stats out for all these different players. So, for example, on a Sunday for football games, or on a Thursday night football game tomorrow, there will be a ton of stats for every individual player. Pick and choose the one that you like best. Go higher or lower than that stat. Kind of figure out how you think the game's going to go, how you think that the players are going to perform. Go higher or lower. You pick between 2 and as many as 7 players now, so they continue to grow this out. It used to be 2 and 5. Now it's 2 and as many as 7. You can play your flex feature, which is basically insurance, so you don't have to win every single pick and you can still win money. It's so much fun. Just go download the app. The user interface is awesome. Just go download the app at Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit when you sign up. They're going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, and claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you're concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Let me ask you, there's a lot of places to get engaged or to ask your wife to marry if she'll marry you, or your girlfriend if she'll marry you. Would you do it at the losingest place in the history of the sport? Last night at the White Sox game, when they were trying to clinch being the worst team ever, which they didn't, by the way, they won last night. Guy put up on the board, Veronica, will you marry me? Is that where you want to go and get engaged?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. With a bunch of losers?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
Is there any chance that marriage succeeds?
Well, if you're a White Sox fan, a true White Sox fan, you don't think any Astros during their 100-loss seasons got engaged?
I don't know. Did they? Not. Well, this is historic, though. This is historic.
Is this going to be his first marriage? It has no chance anyway.
Anyway,
so
might as well
just ask here.
Let's actually.
Then we can blame the White Sox.
Yeah.
For
What's
it?
the difference?
It's kind of appropriate then, right?
I guess.
Ask at a White Sox game.
Start.
Yeah, it was never going to work out.
Yeah.
Look where he got married.
A 7-year-old can't get a passport because his name is Loki Skywalker Mowbray.
Nerds
named him after the star, and it's copyright infringement. You can't.
So
name your
Loki
kid.
is Loki Marvel, right?
Loki's Marvel, yes.
And then you got Skywalker.
Well, to be fair, Loki's like a Norse god, so you could get away with Loki, but
we know what these nerds are doing.
But
and
Skywalker,
what's his third name?
That might be just the regular last name.
Are you sure it's not from DC or
what about Kenny Skywalker?
That's that's his last name.
That's
right?
where, but no, it's a nickname.
It's his nickname.
No. His name was Kenny Walker.
Yeah,
they called him Skywalker because he used to be cool, like Skywalker,
but
and then it turned dumb and lame when you nerd.
Yeah, because you
nerded out.
Hey man, what a bunch of nerds!
Why did someone have the last name Penguin?
How did you not name your kid Thorin?
Don't.
Because he's
too deep in the nerd. You guys are going way deep in your
middle
shadow
name.
facts.
Is that what JT stands for? John Thorin Granado?
No, it's not John Thorin.
Please tell me
it's not.
T stands for Thorin.
John Thorin. A Virginia school picture photographer lost her job after allegedly asking young students, "Can I eat your soul?" Do you feel like that's a good photographer? She's trying to see if she can eat their soul.
Well, she asked for consent.
Yeah.
That's the first positive.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I eat your soul?
I guess that's the positive.
Is that a good camera person?
What did the pictures look like?
I mean, right?
Scared children?
Maybe they laughed.
A plane took off. This happened before. Passengers have a new fear unlocked after a plane flies for 9 hours and lands at the same airport it took off from. They went 9 hours in a plane and landed where they started.
Would be so
how pissed.
Unless that was a hijacked plane, I would be so pissed off.
American Airlines.
I spent all this time. I'm getting my miles.
It was supposed to go to Seoul,
Y'all are giving my miles.
From Texas City to which
Texas City?
No,
Probably
not
Texas
from Texas City.
A Texas City.
A Texas City.
Baytown? Did it leave
From
Baytown?
Dallas?
There's no
from
major
Dallas to Seoul.
a major airport in Baytown.
Is there a private jet place in Baytown somewhere?
So Dallas to Seoul, and it wound up back in
9
Dallas.
hours. It won't.
When did
go
it
back to Dallas?
When did they decide to flip it around and come back to
You're
Dallas?
trying to get away from all that chotch, and you just end up in more chotch.
Wow, that is just the worst. No, I can't think of and much worse than that. What's the most fun state in the U.S.?
The most fun state?
The most fun state.
Louisiana?
Nope. The most fun state in the U.S. is Florida. The Florida government spends a lot on parks and recreation, the 8th most per capita. Also spends over $2,000 per year on recreation expenses. They have most restaurants and bars, and
they got Miami too.
Yeah. They got Miami too. Is right.
There's no real rules
California
there.
says, nah, we are. And finally, you guys see this? Alcohol-free beer is gaining popularity even at Oktoberfest. Alcohol-free beer. What's the sense? Why are we doing this? Why would we have alcohol-free beer? What is wrong with people making alcohol-free beer? It's getting more and more popular, and I'm disgusted by it. Well, we're done.
Lucky for you, Coors is your drink.
I know.
Coors Light is
They've
your
got
drink. You ain't got to
alcohol
worry
in it.
about it.
That's right. You're damn right. You're damn right. I do. We're done. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day.
The Astros won the division last night. We'll get into the particulars. Jason Hayward had a big fifth inning that kind of decided the game. Fromber got out of a jam when they were down 3-1, got Mitch Garver to hit into a double play to help stay in it. But let's ask the question, at least that's been on my mind since they clinched. How many people that's the YouTube channel. How many people in your lives are going to go out and get themselves a division title shirt or hat? Now, we know one person who really wants one. Gilbert called in earlier and wants Lance to deliver him one. But is there anyone that I'm going to meet out and about, just walking around, or anyone that I know that's going to rush out and go get themselves a hat? Or are we done with division title celebrations? We know the team isn't, because they've played 162. Well, not yet, but that's the season. It's a long one. And so you celebrate. And it's Espada's first one as a manager. Oh, of course, we understand. You want to pop some champagne, get a little tipsy throughout the night and celebrate your accomplishment. Understood. I'm not taking shots at the team. But are we at a point where we don't celebrate this? It's nice. And particularly if you live a lot of your life on social media, and particularly you're into interactions with other fan bases, you want to make fun of the Rangers and the Mariners fans, cool. Although you can't. This was a foregone conclusion for a while. But are we rushing out to the team store? Are you making your way down to Minute Maid Park today before the game and going, you know what? I need me a division title hat. I mean, how many do you already have? How many shirts do you already have? Oh, win in the West? Old hat, I think. No pun intended. I don't think I'm going to see anyone I know who has a hat on, who puts a shirt on. That's reserved for the World Series. Not even AL champion stuff is good enough anymore. I won't call us entitled. I'll just say, how many AL West championship shirts do I need? I know Sean's an Astro hat guy, but I don't suspect that he's going to be buying a division winning cap.
No, I mean, part of the reason is just like those hats,
and they're not
stink.
the best. Yeah, they're not the best.
Like, I rather like the Astros cap that I do have is just a regular Astros cap with the 2017 World Series
logo on the side.
Yeah. So that's what I would do. Maybe if they mess around with this World Series.
mess around and win another World Series.
But yeah, I would like to know just the raw numbers from the team store of 2017 probably broke all the records.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe 18 and 19.
Like, there are no lines at Academy.
21.
Does Academy get a shipment? Did they have a box ready?
Yeah, they definitely
of division title shirts to sell.
Yeah.
And did anyone go out and buy one?
I'm sure
this morning?
handful.
A handful, right?
Yeah.
Like the rat. Like they're not turning people away, telling them, "Hey, we're sold out.
We're out. Sorry." Yeah, they're not putting taping a little piece of paper on the door where it's like, if you're looking for 24 AL West champions shirts, we are out. Go somewhere else.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure Lance can at his leisure go in and pick one up
and get one for Gilbert, who requested one. We're not like Braves fans from the 90s where they're not even showing up for first, like, I guess, divisional round series at that point. We're not that. Are we?
Pretty close.
You don't think
the ALCS last year was not a rockin' atmosphere?
But was it sold out? Were people there, but maybe just not loud?
I don't remember.
Because Braves,
I'm sure it was. I'm sure they said it was a sellout.
Because Braves fans, and maybe part of it had to do with scheduling playoff games in the middle of the afternoon. Those games at points when they're still playing at Fulton County Stadium, people weren't showing up. Hey, enough. We do this all the time. I don't think we're at that point yet. But okay, someone in there questioning the level of fandom. But I just don't think.
No, I think especially the way they won this one. I think the way that the Astros won this AL West
makes them the
champion.
Makes this the greatest Astros season of all time.
No, I won't say that.
Okay.
Top 7, maybe.
Wow.
But I think that this one is probably the most like, wow, I can't believe this team did it. Even watching like the post game celebration, like Altuve and Espada both on the field were like, we really had to work for this one. We really had to grind this one out. And they both credited like, the team's toughness and things like that, where I don't remember when they clinched in 2019 and they won like 108 games.
A lot of toughness being
I don't
referenced.
think they're like, man, the mental fortitude of this team to to overcome what we've overcome. I think it was just like, yeah, we're awesome.
Yeah. Look how good we are. You mentioned Espada. We have a couple clips from him we'll get to throughout the show. He mentioned resiliency in the clubhouse and also on the field with Julio Morales. And Dana Brown, obviously, is going to be the one making the rounds as well. This is the team he put together, including making some acquisitions during the season that has helped, Kikuchi being the main one. But hey, taking a flyer on Jason Hayward has certainly helped. Jason Hayward hits a home run in the bottom half of the inning after the top half of the inning, saving an extra base hit and his hand going through the scoreboard. And he got banged up a little bit, stayed in the game. There's a delay, the baseball delay where everyone's waiting to see how the guy's going to do. They check him out. The trainers come out. Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. And Jason Hayward stayed in the game, clearly okay after he hit that home run. So that was one of the guys that just got picked up. And like, oh, we know that name. He hasn't been good for the Dodgers, but cool. We know who Jason Hayward is. That's great. He's not Ben Gamble.
No,
we know who Hayward is, and he's been better. I mean, the OPS is over 800. He hasn't been great at the plate, but he's been better than he was as a Dodger, and he's a plus outfielder as far as defense is concerned. We saw that last night, and he's got some pop. He's hit 4 home runs, I think, since he's been an Astro, and he hit one last night. What you might say was the division clincher. So nice move by Dana Brown. Now,
etched himself in Astros history.
Yeah, sure. Sure. And he may play a bigger role than you may actually want in these playoffs, because Dana Brown let's just say he had a concerning update on Jordan when he was being interviewed by MLB Network. So we'll get to that when we come back. But let's get to Jason Hayward. He hits the home run after getting banged up, and he talks about the sequence of plays and also his time with the Astros, what he's seen from this team. And it kind of echoes what we saw on the field from the longtime guys like Espada and Altuve about the toughness of this team. Here's Jason Hayward on his time with the Astros and his game last night.
The hero tonight with Julia. Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, Jason, you went through a wall tonight. Are you okay? What happened?
Yeah, it was scary. It was a scary one. Definitely glad I made the play, of course. But my arm went in, wrist, bend, a stinger. One of those, you don't know how it's going to come out. Little medicine, ice, but obviously happy to still be in the game. And, we got, a lot of guys down right now, but it doesn't matter. Just want to be there, opportunity to grind with the group.
Yeah, and then you turn around and you hit a bomb, too. I mean, how good did that feel to be able to contribute in that way, too?
No, it's huge. It's huge. You talk about a group of guys, for me, since I got here, seeing their grind, appreciating and respecting it, having a chance to be a part of it, and to contribute on a night like tonight, clinch the division, amazing.
Go enjoy. Thanks for the time.
I'm just glad the Dodgers didn't poison Jason Hayward against this team. That time he spent with the Dodgers, I'm glad that the whispers about how terrible the Astros are didn't dissuade him from coming here, because he's been a big contributor. And I say he may be counted on even more. Well, because Jordan, we know he's not gonna. We know he wasn't expected to play in this series. Don't expect him in the Guardian series either. And the question now becomes, will he play in the playoffs, at least early on? We're going to hear from Dana Brown when we come back. He has an update on Jordan. Oh, I'm just going to say, doesn't feel great. It feels like one of those Astros things where they tell you, just a bruise. And then we're wondering, game after game, where's Jordan Alvarez? It would be, I don't know if he will. I imagine he'll be on the initial playoff roster, because if he's not, then we got really big issues. But from what Dana Brown sounded like, it didn't seem like it's a lock that we're going to see him in the first game of that series against whoever they face, which is still up for grabs. They have one more game against the Mariners, an off day on Thursday, and then they see the Guardians to close out the series. And I guess the big thing coming from that is how many pitches are you going to allow some of the guys you expect to be part of the rotation in the playoffs to throw? And also, is that the last time we see Verlander make an appearance for the Astros as they close out their season against the Guardians? So we'll get to We'll get to Dana Brown when we come back. We also have our first crash out when it comes to NIL as far as in season, where a player decides, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to play here anymore. Wait a minute. Aren't you our quarterback? Yeah. So you should probably want to pay me. So we'll get to that. And we got award awards. We've got the family has now spoken about why this particular player, the UNLV quarterback, won't be playing for them anymore. We already have, I guess, sources from within the program saying he tried to renegotiate, and that's why he left. And his dad has now stepped in and said, wait a minute. You're not going to slander my son. So we got an NIL issue that's not surprising. It is surprising. It's the first big issue with NIL as far as publicly during a season comes from UNLV of all people. Like the UNLV quarterback is the one that may shake up what everyone thinks about NIL. So we'll get to that as well throughout the show. And the Texans are back on the practice field. So if any news comes down from that, we will certainly get to that as well. We're just getting started here. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Want to remind you, or at least alert you to this, we're going to be giving away tickets throughout the show, some to the Space Cowboys, some to the Cougs, a team who felt the wrath of UNLV earlier this year. It would have been better if that quarterback decided not to play earlier. The Cougs might have got a win. But the Cougs against Iowa State on Saturday, we have tickets to that. So we'll do that throughout the show and throughout the day as well. And we will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
In the midst of the celebrations, we heard from all the people we want to hear from us, from Espada to Altuve. Bregman certainly was one of the voices. Dana Brown popped up, Jim Crane as well, but a lot of it's what we expect. So happy, hard work. We love the guys, so on and so forth. Jim Crane threw in at the very end of his time. Why not? Since we're here, why not go win it again or something like that? But the one thing that might actually affect whether they have a chance of winning it again is the health of Yordan Alvarez. We know he has a sprained knee. He spoke on his injury saying he could walk today, which is, now yesterday, which I guess is good news. But he also said he can't really move his knee. So not so great. Leg injuries for the Astros have been something that they diagnosed as not so bad, and turns out, yeah, we're gonna lose one of our key players for quite a bit of time. Kyle Tucker being the most prominent one. Well, Yordan Alvarez won't be available, obviously, today. Probably won't be available against the Guardians. The question is, will he be there once the Astros start their playoff run? Well, at the very end of his interview with MLB Network, Dana Brown was asked about what they have to do going forward, and he offered some information that I would think isn't very comforting. Here's Dana Brown last night on MLB Network.
Now that you guys are in it, what are the next big questions that you feel you need to answer throughout this rest of the season, getting ready for the postseason?
Yeah, we're just hoping, ultimately that Yordan is okay to play in the postseason. That could be a big loss potentially if he's not ready to get back. So that's probably the biggest. We're going to get our pitching, our starting pitching lined up. As I said, our pitching was really good down the stretch. Our bullpen was really good down the stretch. We were starting to get the timely hitting. And so we're built to win, but ultimately we're going to have to really continue to keep playing well to get there.
So how do we approach this? Because normally when a guy is going to be out longer than they initially think, they are, we expect him back pretty soon, just a couple of days. And then eventually he goes on the IL, and then he's missing for like 3 months. In this case, he's actually laying the groundwork for Yordan to be possibly be missing playoff time. So should I feel better that maybe because of their past and their inability to diagnose something correctly, Yordan will be available game one, or is Dana Brown learned his lesson and he's kind of soft peddling it out there? Hey, I can't promise. Just get yourself ready, get your mind right for Yordan missing time in the playoffs. I hope it's my first scenario, but I feel like it's my second. I feel like he's just letting everyone know that there's a shot that they may not get Yordan back in an amount of time that we would have wanted. We are in a spot where Yordan has a chance to miss playoff games. Great.
Yeah.
Get used to Jason Hayward.
Yeah. At the very least, get used to Jason Hayward playing the outfield.
Yeah, and playing left field.
Case,
yeah.
Yordan DHing. But yeah, I mean, don't want to see Yordan for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, of course not. At this point.
Even if miraculous comeback, he's good now. It's just still, arguably he shouldn't have been playing against the Angels anyway. Just
well, you got to win a game. But I know, who was it? Josh Reddick was on with the Killer Bees yesterday, and he says, "Cut it out, Yordan. No more hustling. You need to be a David Ortiz type. Just station to station. If a lot of long singles need to happen, we're cool. But we don't need you sliding." And Yordan, wasn't there an incident last week where he didn't slide and the pitcher came over and they bumped into each other?
Yeah.
Because it was clear he didn't need to slide to score. But
it is funny we're talking about a 27-year-old.
Well,
like you just have to be like David Ortiz when he didn't slide.
Well, we had someone not call in, but someone text into John Lance specifically and saying Yordan's out of shape. That's why he's always getting injured with things that he shouldn't be getting injured with, and they take longer to recover from because he's not in the best condition. I don't know that to be the case.
I don't know. There's a lot of baseball players that aren't. I mean, David Ortiz wasn't in good shape.
Well, that's why he went station to station. Don't take the chance. Now, Jordan's not in Ortiz shape.
Yeah. Prince Fielder, he was out there 100 games every year.
Didn't his career end early for different reasons, though?
Different reasons.
Yes. I just don't feel great about that last part from Dana Brown. It was like a 4-minute interview, a lot of highlights. The MLB Network guys were applauding him for what he did to keep this team afloat with his acquisitions. And then at the very end, he offered it himself. No one asked him about Yordan Alvarez. He did it himself. Just to let you know, he could miss some playoff time. Great.
Do you need him in the wild card series?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We can't be load managing in the playoffs. Yes.
Maybe once they go up 1-0, then you don't play him until it's tied.
He's not an NBA star where
games only.
where we treat every game.
Actually, road games only for Jordan.
We have to have the context of whether we won game 1. Yeah, we don't have to rush him back. We don't have to. We can hold him out another game. That's not how you treat baseball players.
No, it's Kawhi Leonard.
Oh, speaking of that, another knee procedure for Kawhi Leonard.
Not in great shape, I guess.
Well, or just degenerative knees at this point. And the Clippers, hey, you want a new contract, Max? Great, you can have it. Oh, you're going to be unavailable for the playoffs, and then when you are, you're not going to be any good, and you won't be ready for training camp to start? Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Like, no one could see that coming.
I mean, this is a tangent. The Clippers opening a new arena. It's like just 1 year too late.
Very true.
1 year earlier, it would have been. I mean, it would have been fine. It would have been a little bit better because at least they would have all their guys and some hope. This year, they just like. The season's over.
So in all likelihood, if we're just going by Kawhi's history, he won't be there on opening night for their arena. Well, he'll be there sitting, but he won't be playing.
He'll be there.
He won't be in a
Probably
uniform
nice
playing.
suit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or some New Balances.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't understand how you are still signing up for Clippers optimism at this point.
No one is right now. It's just they kept Kawhi, they kept James Harden. Great. They let Paul George go.
I'm sure he'll get healthier, during the season.
Yeah, that's how it works. He'll play and get healthier.
Yeah. He couldn't. I mean, like every year, he can't make it through the playoffs. He can't really make it through like a playoff series, and then can't make it through an off season, and then once you had to play 82 games.
So the question would be, we'll wait. We'll ask the Kawhi question later. We're talking about Jordan. I don't like the comparison to Kawhi. It's not a good feeling to have that you're comparing him to a guy who never plays in his sport.
Yeah,
Jordan has had injuries. Jordan has missed a significant amount of time, and I don't want to add doesn't play in playoff games to his resume to make the whole Kawhi thing come full circle.
It's a Hall of Famer, Hall of Fame player.
He is not that. He has a chance to get there.
Jordan played 147th this year.
Yeah, so it's crazy. So he went beyond what our expectations were generally for him. So we thought we were gonna escape without a major Jordan injury, and we don't know that this is a major injury yet. It's just concerning when it happened and how long it might take for him to recover.
I mean, so he came up halfway through 19, and then he missed all of 2020 when he got 2 different knee procedures. Like he got a knee procedure for each knee.
Sure.
Which that's probably not good in your age 23 season. And then 144, 135, 114, 147.
Yeah, so 23 last year, 114. Okay, not what you wanted, but he has been more durable than we might think because he missed an entire year.
Yeah.
And 147 is a great number. It's a great number of games played for a guy that big to play that many games and play in the outfield, be a DH. Cool. No problems with Jordan. I'm not even criticizing Jordan. That's one guy who texted Lance about that. It's just unfortunate that is happening now.
Yes, it is. If you could trade it for he sprains his knee in May instead of September 20 something, whenever he did it,
we would take it. We would take it. So we'll just wait and see. And I imagine once we get the official word, we'll overreact, particularly if it means missed time in the playoffs. I got a feeling we won't see him for game 1.
Yeah. The thing is too that when this is new for Astros fans having to play in the wild card round.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that gets started like on the 1st.
So
there's like 2 days off.
6
after
days. It starts on Tuesday.
Yeah. There's 2 days off, I think, after the last game of the season before the wild card round. Don't even get that extra week. Although I am a little bit glad that the 2 seed is just out of reach officially, so they can
Start shutting guys down.
fully
Stop
load
playing.
manage.
Yeah, just start sitting guys. Get a Kessinger out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, understood. That's cool. That they
Sean
got it
Dubin
done.
gets to really
Make another appearance. It's good that they closed it out yesterday or last night. They don't have anything to play for as far as reaching for the 2 seed. Just start, take a guy out in the 5th. If you want to give him a couple of bats, take him out in the 5th. That's cool. We don't need any extra at bats out there, and that is a benefit. Unfortunately, it means because of how you fall in the standings, you will be playing the wild card round. But hey, harder road, so be it. It is what it is. Go out there and win, like we know you can. We'll see the status of Yordan Alvarez as we go forward. Okay, enough bad news. Let's have some good news. We have tickets to give away. The Space Cowboys are another team in the Astros organization looking to win a championship. They're going for a PCL title. And if you want to go out to Sugar Land and see them tonight, you can. Caller 4-713-780-3776 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Space Cowboys tonight against the Reno Aces, I believe, as the Space Cowboys go for the PCL championship. Caller 4-713-780-3776 wins those tickets. We are the home of the Space Cowboys, at least 92.5 is. We've been carrying their games all year, and also we'll continue in the playoffs with that. But if you want to go out and see them in person, a lot of young and probably future Astros, hey, some guys who've been up on the Major League club because of all the injuries, they're going to be out there trying to win a title. Caller 4-713-780-3776. We'll be back to talk about probably a story that is not going to be alone when it comes to NIL and in-season issues. It happens to fall in Las Vegas. We'll talk about what happened to the UNLV quarterback and the UNLV program when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
There's a lot of talk about a guy who's completed 21 passes in 3 games this year. Matt Sluka is now the former quarterback at UNLV. He came into town with his UNLV team, completed 6 passes for 71 yards against the Cougs in a 27-7 win. And I wouldn't even call him a dual threat. He's not much of a threat with his arm, but he runs the football. He's a mobile quarterback. But the justification for all this talk is mostly because of the scenario, not because of the player. UNLV is 3-0, a surprising 3-0 considering they've played 2 Big 12 schools in the Cougs and Kansas and beat both. They had the week off this past Saturday, and apparently it was no negotiation time, according to reports. Now, it depends on who you believe. Matt Sluka is a transfer from Holy Cross. UNLV saw him, said, hey, you want to come play for us? He goes, sure, I'll spend some time in Vegas. How much are you going to give me? We're going to give you $100K, Matt Sluka, to come play for us. According to Matt Sluka and his representatives, including his father, UNLV only came up with the $3,000 it took for the relocation, not the $100K. According to, you would think the UNLV side of it, because people who cover the team are reporting this, that he tried to renegotiate his deal after the fast start. And that's why once UNLV balked, he said, okay, I'm done. I'm not playing for you anymore. I'll keep my red shirt. I'm only playing 3 games. I go play someplace else. Of course, the other reporting is from, you would say, the UNLV side, the people they've given information to, I'm going to assume, is that another school came in, saw Matt Sluka, 21 for 48, 318 yards, his completion percentage under 44%, and said, you know what? We'll give you $300K to play for us. That is where the story falls apart for me. Like, some college program saw this guy through 3 games, thought to themselves, we'll offer him $300K to sit out the rest of the year and come play for us. Come on, UNLV reporters, you got to do better. I know you're having a great start to the year. You beat 2 Power 4 schools, but look at the numbers. Who was giving this guy $300K after this start?
Yeah, it's one of the situations that we talk a lot about, or we see in the NFL a lot, where it's like, yeah, he's just the quarterback of a winning team. I don't think he's really, I don't think, no disrespect to the kid, I don't think he's that good. He doesn't seem like he's a quarterback that's ready to take the next step from UNLV to a power conference school or anything. Like, I think I kind of side with I believe it's more likely that UNLV lied to the kid to get him on campus than he has all these great offers with a 41% completion percentage.
According to his father, Bob
Sluka.
That's right. He told ESPN, courtesy of Adam Rittenberg, they told his son's agent agreed to an NIL deal with the school back in February, never received payment despite requests, and never asked for any adjustments to the original deal. We have no idea what the hell happened. They keep deferring. We don't know. We have to wait. Then it was like, we're going to give them game checks. So we're like, okay, great. We did not ask for a single dollar more. Now, Sluka is saying his living expenses weren't even covered. So they apparently, according to a report, gave him his relocation fee, but didn't start covering his living expenses. I'm not sure what's going on, other than I side with, I don't believe any team was offering him enough money for him to go, you know what, I'm going to leave. I'm going to take my red shirt and leave. The likelihood is, at least from my uninformed eye, is that the cash fell through and they decided he's not going to sit out. He won't sit out. And then when Sluka said, oh, you don't think I'll sit out? I'll sit out. And we'll see what happens. And now we got the war of words. We're slandering the kid. Now people are calling him a quitter. You put it out there that he's not playing for the team anymore and he asked for money, then I'll, immediately, greedy kid, he's quitting. Other than, no, you promised me something and you're not giving it to me. The fact that his father's saying they're trying to offer him game checks, like,
What?
I think part of the reason, well, according to Pete Thamel, who talked to Sluka's NIL representation, they had verbally promised a minimum of 100. They had 100,000 verbally promised from a UNLV assistant coach for transferring there. I will say, probably need that in writing.
Get that in writing.
Probably need that in
Mark,
writing.
That's not great for you, Marcus Cromartie.
No.
That you allowed
hope
that
no
deal to
relation.
happen just verbally. Get that in writing. Get a contract.
Yes. But the reason I ultimately think it's more believable, the Saluka side is more believable, is because it's UNLV football, to be honest.
The coffers aren't
I can't
very
imagine.
big.
And I can't imagine they have a NIL operation that's really firing on all cylinders. And yeah, like you said, it's just, there's not a giant bankroll of UNLV donors.
Despite the city that they're in, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlikely that just like a lot of people really want UNLV football to succeed. Yeah. I'm until proven otherwise, I'm not believing all the counter reporting from the UNLV side from their local reporters about this.
Yeah, the thing is, all the national guys are talking to Saluka's family and his representation, and then all the local reporting is like very clearly the UNLV side.
Yeah, sources.
It's all the stuff that makes Matthew Saluka look like a POS.
Yes, it's sources, no names, to let you know that's coming from the UNLV side. You're getting names. His dad is on record. His representative is on record telling you this is what happened. Yes. So if we're going by put your name on it as far as just deciding what's real and what is it, I'm going to side with the national people and Sluka's side and saying, you know what? UNLV probably said they're going to give him some money. He waited for it. And when he didn't get it, he's decided, I got to make a decision, because if I play a couple more games, my red shirt is done. So let me make a decision now. And I'm gonna put up a nice Instagram post saying thank you to UNLV and the fans, but they did not give me my money, what they promised. So I'm out. And we'll put your name on it, Barry Odom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does Barry Odom have his coach's show on Wednesday night that he can?
If he
can answer.
If he responds, and I want to see if they even answer the questions. Since it's going to be a coach's show, they're allowed to kind of determine what questions are asked.
I don't know if it's actually
if he has one.
This is what we're talking about with UNLV football. We're not sure.
Yeah, if they have one. If they do have one,
a coach's show.
Now he'll have to be open for questions this week.
Yeah,
so someone will ask him the question. So we'll see what he says. But at this point, I'm on. They didn't give him his money.
Or
it happens at Florida. Jaden Rashada said they promised him money, and once he got there, the promises weren't being kept, so he left, and he's suing Billy Napier in Florida. So if it can happen at Florida, it can certainly happen at UNLV.
Yeah, it's something where it doesn't even have to be UNLV's trying to screw this kid over. It could just be like they actually
don't have the money.
They didn't have the money all the way ironed out, and now they're having a hard time finding it.
Yeah, and maybe they thought, hey, Matt, we'll get it to you. Stick with the team. We're doing things are going well.
It's crazy they're 3-0,
and yeah,
they don't have a donor that's like,
well, and
can I get the quarterback to play?
Yeah, I mean, we know it's a tourist city, but you just assume that someone has cash there. But I don't know, where do their alumni go? I mean, do they stay in Vegas? Do they make big money?
They can still Zelle, or they can still.
It's true.
They can still direct deposit.
Yeah, but we just think of big fish, whales that show up in Vegas, but they're not from Vegas, so I'm not sure.
They don't need Buddy Garrity to hand them a check. like they don't. They can just figure this out.
Apparently, they can't. And that's why their starting quarterback, who, as Sean pointed out, not during a break, and then I looked at the numbers. I mean, $300K, man. No one's giving this guy $300K from a different school.
I think it's. Do you think it's more? I guess the number is just so much different. Do you think it's more or less believable than the Colorado State quarterback that supposedly was offered $600K?
At least his completion percentage was over 50%. At least, I mean, yes, I think it's more believable that what was it, Fowler Nicolosi? Is that how you say his last name? Was offered over $500K. I don't believe it, but I think it's more believable than someone coming in and saying, "Hey, Skula
or Sluka, excuse me, Sluka. I know you're not hitting 50% of your passes.
I know you're less than Steph Curry career 3-point
Yeah,
percentage.
yeah. Duncan Robinson has a better 3-point percentage than you do completion percentage this year over his career. But you want 300K? If just sit out the rest of the year, take all the slander that comes with it, but we're going to give you 300K.
But we'll make it right here at Middle Tennessee State. Or
Yeah, yeah.
wherever.
Yeah, you see the guy play. No school who you think has that type of cash is going to be rushing to give him that money. They're going to wait until other options. Like, do we really think some school is planning out what their quarterback rotation is going to be because they know whether they don't have a guy on campus or he's about to leave, whatever, and they're going to pick him as their first option this early?
That's the key. We all know
it is September.
We all know that tampering happens. That
of course
schools contact guys to get them into the portal.
Definitely.
I don't know if they're doing that 3 games into the season with a kid who's completing 40% of his passes. I just don't know. I don't know if they're doing that.
College football is wild. It's possible. But for this particular player, it seems unlikely.
Seems hard to believe.
That we are...
Like Jackson Arnold might be getting some offers.
There's a pedigree there. Yes, but through the bye week, he was flooded with offers. And he went back to UNLV and said, you know what? I need more money. And they're like, sorry, we don't have it. We're not doing that. So, okay, I'm leaving.
It's also, I need more money today or else I'll leave.
Yes, I'll need more money before our next game, or I will tell the world I'm not playing anymore for you and I'll go transfer someplace else. That seems far-fetched. But maybe someone out there is really desperate for 2025 and Sluka is the guy they really want.
I will say, if he does have that $300,000 offer out there, really hope he got it in writing this time.
Yeah.
Really,
hey, man,
really
hey,
hope.
Cromartie, his NIL
really
representative, whatever it's true or not, wherever he goes, if he's getting money from someplace, get it in writing. That's the lesson. To be fair, Sluka probably should get rid of this guy. Just because this is what's going on.
Yeah.
Eric Wong, I see you. You want to talk Verlander? Anyone else want to get in on anything? You can. 713-780-3776. We'll talk Verlander when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Eric Wong wants to talk about Verlander. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill. Yeah, I was wondering, I guess JV is going to go to the bullpen during the playoffs. And what's going on with Jordan? Is he out for the season? And one more thing. Why is Jamie Foxx and Jerry Jones talking about dudes' junks? I'll hang up and listen.
If you don't know that last part, there's a video. They're watching a practice, and Jamie Foxx is filming, and Jerry Jones is going down the particulars, much like if you were like reading the combine numbers from a guy, height, weight, and then Jerry Jones gets to penis size, and Jamie Foxx immediately goes, "Okay, I'm shutting down this video."
8.5 inches.
Yeah, well, some people are blessed, and so Jamie Foxx like, I'm not here for this, particularly not when I'm broadcasting to people. I'm done here.
Well, it's also like, what's this guy gonna say next?
Yeah, exactly. I got a career I'm still cultivating here. I'm an Oscar winner. What are we doing? So he had to shut down that video. I think it was a live. So, of course, it got out, got recorded. So that's what Eric Wong's talking about. As far as Verlander, can he be someone that goes to the bullpen? This version of him, I question it. Can we expect him to go in a high leverage situation and go get 3 outs? This version of Verlander, no. I don't think he's shown any indication that he's capable of that. I know because of his name. The only reason this is even a conversation is because of his name. If his name is anything but Verlander, former Cy Young, because he's like the Khaleesi. Justin Verlander, first of his name, former Cy Young winner, 2-time World Series champion, future Hall of Famer. Then we have to have a discussion about whether he's worthy of being on the playoff roster. He's not. But his name, his prestige, all the things that you have to take into account, make it a conversation. I think it's feels like a pretty straightforward decision. If you want to clean it up a little bit and go, hey, he's got an injury thing, he can't pitch. You want to protect him a little bit, but I think we all see what the deal is, right?
Yeah,
he should not be part of this playoff team.
If you decide that Justin Verlander isn't good enough to start for you, I don't know how you decide that he's good enough to pitch in relief.
Yeah, the reason Justin Verlander would come in the playoffs in the past is because he was capable of being a starter, but it was desperation time. He needed a couple outs.
Yeah, it was game 7.
Yeah, stuff like that. But this version, this is, hey, we've demoted you. We can't trust you. So do you think you can handle the bullpen stuff?
Yeah.
Nah. We're not doing that. I hope they're not doing that.
If his name was Ronell Verlander, I don't think he gets the.
That'd be a cooler name, but
it is a cooler name. You should keep that in mind.
Yeah,
I don't know if he and Kate are planning on.
Maybe he and Ronell are good friends. Who knows? Maybe
we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. So possibly he may name his next kid Ronell. But as far as him being, what are the better odds? If he and Kate decide to have another child and it's a boy, what's more likely? He names his next son Ronell, or he's on this roster for the playoffs?
I'm gonna go on the roster for the playoffs because it's 50-50 whether he has a boy or not, and then from there,
and even less that he might even want a kid, and then you have to think about would he name the child Ronell?
Yeah,
there are less decisions to be made.
So it's 50-50 whether he has a kid, 50-50 whether it's a boy or a girl.
It's probably the odds are probably different whether he has a kid or not. It could be like 20-80. Who knows? I don't know their personal life, but 50-50 whether it's a boy or a girl. Then even a lesser percentage, possibly whether he would name it Ronell of all names. Like we'd have to assume him and Ronell Blanco over the course of the last year have gotten really, really close.
Yeah.
So I will agree with you and say him being on the playoff roster is more likely. I just think they're both very, very unlikely.
Is
just in the degrees.
Framber Verlander more?
I don't think he's naming any of his children after current Astros.
Okay.
I'm going to assume because his wife has something to say about it. Maybe she's not that close with Ronell or Framber or Framber, depending on who you want to be.
Jordan Verlander.
I don't think it's happening,
Okay.
but I wouldn't be opposed. It got to be Jose Verlander. Or he gives
Yainer Verlander.
or he gives his kid. Nah, it's got to be one of the guys from 2017.
Okay.
Maybe he gives his son or daughter the middle name of Altuve.
Yeah, I will say of 2017 guys, I'll say Lance or either Lance or Alex are by far
More likely.
By far more likely.
If we're playing this game,
Jose, I'm just guessing.
yeah, we're guessing, unless he really loves himself some Altuve.
He does. I'm sure he does.
But not that much.
Probably
not that much. So
or Kate Upton doesn't. She's like, that's cool that you like him.
Yeah. Hey, but I gotta say this too. In fact, probably more say than you do.
Your friend, your coworker,
and I love the Altuve family, but we're not going that far. As far as his other question, what's wrong with Jordan? Jordan has a knee sprain. We played the sound earlier. Dana Brown says they hope he'll be available for the playoffs, which means there's a shot that he'll miss some time, which is not something I wanted to hear. All the things they said yesterday, that's the thing I cared about the most. We got a real shot that Jordan's not available for the playoffs. To start the playoffs. I don't know if it's one of the Kyle Tucker things where it's an extended absence, but don't bet on him being available for game one. We can hope, but it's not a definite. So there's that. Thanks, Eric. Julian, we'll get to Sluka, or at least your thoughts on Sluka, the UNLV quarterback. Well, now former quarterback when we come back. Anyone else want to get in on hour two? You can. 713-780-3776. Hour 2 begins with a call from Julian. We talked about Matthew Sluka in the first hour, the UNLV quarterback who has decided to stop playing for his university because, according to him and his representatives, he did not get the money he was promised when he decided to transfer from Holy Cross. And, of course, UNLV sources, we assume, because they're unnamed, are pushing back on that. We'll see who's right and who's wrong. Sean and I have voiced our opinion on that. But Julian wants to talk about it right now. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Job Turkeys. So the morning show with the two Hall of Famers and the Putts, they had
Am I the Putts?
A guest. I'll let you determine that, sir.
I feel like I'm the Putts in that scenario, but go ahead.
So with that, I think I had a Peyton. What's his name? James Peyton, Josh Peyton.
Josh Pate, yes.
So he was very, very much against Saluka. Very much disgusted with what Saluka is doing. But it seems like you and Sean understand that UNLV, or at least from the outside looking in, it seems that UNLV are just being, well, UNLV. Cheapskates, not a program that anybody goes to succeed. Like you said, I mean, if you're supposed to be paid and you're not being paid, why not leave? Why not say I'm quote unquote quit? I mean, you're not giving me my money and now you're pretty much daring me to quit. So if anything, shouldn't Saluka be like a little bit more praised for having the cojones to say, all right, look, I want to play football. This is what I've been doing since I was a kid. But if you're not going to value me the way you said you were, well, peace out, Girl Scout. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Julian. If I, as the Putts, can remember what happened in that show, very putsy, so it's very difficult. But Josh Pate, who hosts the Josh Pate College Football Show, he joins John and Lance every Wednesday at 9. He did not like the situation as a whole. I don't think he even made it a determination on what is real and what isn't. He just didn't like the fact that that's where college football is, where a player, whether through reasonable reasons or maybe he's even trying to extort his university, is sitting out a year. The starting quarterback of all people sitting out the season because of money. That's Josh's overarching issue with the sport, that this could even be a thing.
Yeah.
Not that one side is right or wrong. Now, Sean and I, because we had time to do it, have decided that UNLV is wrong because there are no consequences if we blame them. Who cares if we blame them? Josh has like this big national platform. You can't just go out and rip UNLV. Yeah. But us, we can, and we think the likelihood is they're the ones who didn't come up with the cash, not that the kid is renegotiating on the fly, and they're at fault.
Yes. As of right now, there are two sides to the story. There's the Saluka side where UNLV didn't bring him his money, and then there's the UNLV side where Saluka came in asking for more and apparently has some offer in hand for more. And to Dell and I, it is more likely that UNLV just is not a serious and well-run football NIL organization by evidence of UNLV's history and the funding that we imagine UNLV NIL has, and looking at Matthew Saluka's numbers and seeing like, I'm not sure if this guy's going to get a 3x raise based off of how he's played so far this season. That at least to me makes more sense. Now, if you do want to say, like, even with that being said, even if you do think that Saluka is in the right with the NIL dispute, you can still have an issue with him quitting on the team or to him sitting out. Like, you can, I think that's fine. That doesn't sit right with you. The decision of whether to play it out or to sit out, that I'm not quite there, but I can understand that viewpoint of being like, that kind of sucks.
I think once you accept that money, well, it's always been involved, but now it's clear that money is part of the equation about where a guy plays.
Yeah.
Then you have to accept or think about what would you think if an NFL player legitimately wasn't getting paid what they promised him? Would you take him to task and say, hey, you should continue to play for the team? Maybe you would. It's just, I guess it all depends on what you think. Maybe you think your favorite player should say, all right, guys, they're screwing me, but I'm going to suck it up and keep playing because we got a shot to win here.
Yeah.
Is that a likely scenario? Hell no. But you may think that that's what they should do. I'm not going to use the example other people have used, like, hey, what would happen if you weren't getting paid? Would you go to work? Look, we are not reasonable when it comes to our favorite team. So I'm not going to ask you to be all that logical when it comes to this or sports in general. We don't think that way. We almost think like it's like they're.
If you're an UNLV fan, this situation unequivocally sucks.
Yes. And I will say this, and I talk about it quite a bit. We don't think about the players as human beings when they put on that helmet, that jersey, those cleats. We don't think of them that way. We think of them as representatives of ourselves, of our favorite teams. So please do what's best for me and my team. So I'm not going to expect fans to go, hey, what would happen if you didn't get paid? Would you go to work? I'm not going to do that to people because I know that's not how people think about this sort of thing. But I will say, now that we know money is involved, up and up, we know guys get paid to go places. We wouldn't expect a pro player to do it. So I'm not going to expect a college player to do it, particularly if he was somewhere else. And if he didn't reach out to UNLV and they came to him, hey, because he's at Holy Cross. I mean, maybe UNLV wasn't the first thought in his head when he got into the transfer portal, or maybe they are even the ones who induced them to come to entering the transfer portal because that was their main target. If you tell me to move across the country and leave a place I'd played for years to come play for you with the promise of money, give me my money.
Yeah.
That was he didn't have any love for UNLV and Barry Odom. The thought was, okay, I'll play at a high level. I could probably do that at a number of places, but they are saying they're going to give me a deal that I like. And now they're backing out on it, according to him and his representatives. So that's where we are.
Yeah. The biggest thing in this story to me, to take it in the Josh Pate place, Peyton, Josh,
It's
Peyton,
Pate.
Peyton Joshua. To take it in that kind of big picture place, this is why they just need to sim to end and get to the schools just pay these guys and they have contracts. And so you don't have this situation because the NFL situation, the reason it would never happen is because
there's a
they
collective
sign
bargaining agreement.
Contracts and have a collective bargaining agreement. And here in college football, I was going to say for some reason, we all know the reason, that it is on the fans to pay the players and not the schools. Like that is what NIL is. We don't think of these giant boosters as fans because they are giant boosters, so they can pay hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to have their name on buildings and to pay for a starting quarterback. But they are fans that you're asking to pay to have good
fund your
players.
program. Yeah.
And that when the Big 12 and the Big 10, the SEC are signing like multi-billion-dollar television deals where every school is getting $50 million a year in revenue. That's where it's like, really, like it's on us to make sure the quarterback doesn't quit 3 games into the season.
Well, the revenue sharing thing is now part of college sports, so that has to be figured out. So the universities will be doling out cash to players from all sports. But to your point, funding college football programs, big time college football programs, comes from fans. Now, the boosters are fans. The only reason they're paying that money is because they love their school, whether they went there or they have kids who go there. So they support it. They're fans, first and foremost. That's why they're doing it. Now, they are also asking regular fans, the non-multimillionaire, billionaire fans, to foot the bill. At least Tennessee is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to hit the normal fan too.
All the schools are. They're asking for as little as $10 a month from regular young professionals.
Yeah, that is them asking directly. Now, Tennessee is like, we're going to put an athlete tax on your tickets. So if you want to come to the games, just know, if you want to see those great players out there, if you like Nico, you want the next Nico here, because he's likely only going to spend 3 years total here. If he lives up to his high school ranking, he's going to be a pro player pretty soon. You want the next one? We got to pay him. So we're going to put it on your tickets. We're not even going to give you the chance to refuse as long as you want to come to a game. So that's where we are. So it's not great for the fan. And as Sean astutely put, if you're UNLV fan, the few that are out there in Vegas, you're having a great start to your year. For whatever we think of the Cougars here, they are in the Power Four. You beat them, you beat another Big 12 team, you're 3-0. I don't know how long it would have lasted, but you had a shot to make a playoff as the top non-Power 4 school. Now that feels like it's off the table, except when you look at the stats. How much better is Luka than the other guys? If we're just going by how he passes the football.
No disrespect.
No,
this shouldn't matter.
It doesn't matter in this, but as far as their chances to win, Matthew Sluka throwing the football isn't the reason UNLV is 3-0. That's all.
They probably have another guy who can run the ball.
Yeah, well,
and hand off.
You would hope so, Barry Odom. You're supposed to build a program. Hopefully, you have another guy who can mimic what Sluka did, and maybe Sluka's a great leader. Of course, everyone's saying he's not because he's leaving his team in a lurch. But hey, pay the man what you promised, allegedly, and we wouldn't be here. But here we are. Okay, we'll move on from that. We'll get into an actual champion in his spicy words. Jaylen Brown was the target of a lot of slander over the last 4 or 5 years. His left hand, his inability to make plays down the stretch as the Celtics, you would say fail, but they're in the conference finals and the finals, but so it's not really failing. But the goal was to win a title, so they didn't win it. They do win it this past season and win it rather easily. And now Jaylen Brown's talking a little spicy at Media Day, referencing his, for whatever reason, he decides to reference his white players on the team and make reference to, hey, we can highlight them against a certain team and we'll still win. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He'll be here on Friday to tell you what you should and shouldn't watch. We'll talk about what Comicast was about. You can hear that every Friday from 9 to 10 p.m. on ESPN 97.5. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. Okay, we gave away Space Cowboy tickets earlier in the show. Well, if you want to go to the Cougs game on Saturday against Iowa State, now's your chance. Caller 4 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the game on Saturday, September 28th at TDECU Stadium. It is family weekend, and it's their Hispanic Heritage game. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Family Night Special includes 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-780. Excuse me, that's our number. Or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Go out and support the Cougs. They have Iowa State, a ranked Iowa State team in town, the 18th ranked Iowa State Cyclones, here to face the Cougs on Saturday. Go out there and check out the Cougs as they try to get their first Big 12 win. And this is their opener in Big 12 play at home. They did go to Cincinnati. It was a rough one for the Cougs. That game did not go well for them, but they got a chance to bounce back at home against Iowa State this Saturday. Try to win tickets from us. And if you don't win it from us, you can certainly go and call 713-GO-COUGS. But we're going to be giving away tickets throughout the week for those Cougs against Iowa State. Okay. Well, that's getting settled. Let's talk about Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown is a new champion, but he has been very vocal throughout the offseason. He didn't get to go to the Olympics. They took 3 of his teammates. In fact, one of his teammates was a replacement for another guy. Derek White, I think, replaced Kawhi Leonard, who we talked about earlier, always being injured. Jaylen Brown didn't get that slot. He blamed Nike for it. Their connection with USA Basketball is evident, and he thinks they're out to get him. Well, he has not stopped talking really all offseason. And now as we get closer and closer to training camps in the NBA, media days are approaching. And so Jaylen Brown, in a sit-down with a reporter, for some reason decided to throw some shots, and he tried to stop himself. He did try to stop himself. You'll hear that in the clip. And I don't know who should feel more insulted, Sam Hauser and Peyton Pritchard or the Detroit Pistons. Here's Jaylen Brown talking about what the Celtics are capable of, particularly when they're playing teams who aren't so good.
Finding different ways to lead also sometimes means that sacrifice where, in a night we playing, don't mean to disrespect them, but the Detroit Pistons, who have struggled over the last year or two, we're going to play through Peyton, let him go for 30. And play through Sam, let him shoot 10 threes tonight. We're going to still win the game. It don't have to be the normal way, but that gives those guys confidence. It gives those guys ability to run free, and we're going to need that down the line.
Don't use me as your scout team. Don't treat me like your scout team where you're getting things off on us. Hey, I'm going to give Peyton Pritchard a chance to go for 30.
Not to disrespect anyone, but who sucks?
Yeah, but the Pistons aren't any good, so we're gonna use our 7th and 8th guys and let them be featured. Nah. If I'm a Piston, I'm a Piston. I'm getting thrown out the first time. I'm getting thrown out the first time I see the Celtics. Me and Jaylen Brown are gonna have a problem.
You think Isaiah Stewart's not gonna take that line down?
I think I will actually watch that game to see if the Pistons have any stones.
All right.
At first, I'm not gonna watch the entire game. What am I? I want to punish myself watching Pistons basketball, but I want to see if the Pistons are going to let Jaylen Brown say, hey, we're going to give the guys we know aren't really our best players a chance to be the featured stars on a night because you guys suck. What? This is like when like major college basketball programs let their walk-ons start on senior night, but instead we're going to let them play 35 out of 45 minutes in a college game and see if they can beat the other team. Nah, Jaylen Brown. If I'm the Pistons, nah.
All right, circle your calendar, Dell. Wednesday, December 4th.
I'm going to pay attention to the game and see if the Pistons have anything to say.
Fire up a league pass and see I do think that the Hornets and Wizards should also take offense to this.
Well, he didn't mention them by name,
They
though.
should take offense.
But he did not the Pistons are the only look. I understand what you're saying, but he did not mention those teams by name. He mentioned the Pistons, which means he is telling the Pistons, we don't take you that seriously. We're going to lead by giving our bench players a chance to be stars on the night because you suck. And he also added, we're still going to win the game. He even added, hey, we're still going to win the game. But that's the way we get those guys ready. At this point, after Sam Hauser and Peyton Pritchard were bench players on a title team, I don't know how much beating up on the Pistons is going to help. They already played in big games in the playoffs. They need more. First of all, it's not that logical. The second thing is it's wildly disrespectful. We're still going to win the game. I mean, we're still going to win, but we're just going to let these guys who aren't our stars get buckets against the Pistons. All right, Pistons.
Hey, listen.
Monty Williams, do something about it.
He can't.
I know.
The thing is, on what day was this? December 28th, 2023, game 1 in the Pistons Celtics season series last year. Went to overtime. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right, buddy. It was a 6-point win.
Wait a minute. So there. Do that. That's the Pistons. We welcome you featuring Sam Hauser and Peyton Pritchard. We'll beat you. We're still going to win the game. I know you won a title, but you still can't dribble with your left hand.
I will say that Kristaps Porzingis led all scoring in that one.
Well,
35.
he's a starter. He ain't the fourth guard on the team.
Hauser only had 5 points.
We're gonna let Hauser shoot 10 threes. We're gonna let Peyton Pritchard go for 30.
No, Pritchard went for 9, was -9 in 24 minutes.
Let's go through.
Jaylen Brown didn't even play in this game.
Come on, man. Like, if we go through the starters, Derek White, Drew Holiday, the 2 wings, Jason and Jalen, and Porzingis. That's 5. Hauser and Pritchard are what? They're 8th best guys, 7th and 8th best guys, maybe. And he just talking reckless. Whatever. You win a title. I guess you can say whatever you want.
They did. Wow. This might be a little disrespectful. The second game that they played last year, the Celtics won by over 20.
Of course.
They started not only Kristaps Porzingis, which is normal, only played him 21 minutes though. They also started Luke Cornett and Peyton Pritchard.
If they are starting because of injury, fine.
Pritchard went for 23, by the way.
That's fine. He started the game. But don't talk on media day about you're gonna feature your backups and still beat us. Cut it out. It out.
They won another game by 25.
No, I know we know he is not wrong in saying the Pistons suck. Understood. But at least show me the respect of saying.
Okay, this last one, Jaylen Brown has a point. They won by 27. Peyton Pritchard started again. Played 38 minutes, scored 20, not 30. But Sam Hauser did go 4 for 11 from 3.
It's not
for 14 points.
It's not a stop it.
He got most of the way there.
No.
They let him shoot 10 threes.
But they weren't going to win the game just because Hauser got 11 threes off.
No, it helped that Jaylen Brown scored 33.
Yeah.
And Derek White and Porzingis both scored 19.
I am not arguing. I'm not arguing that the Pistons are good.
But they did play every player on the roster.
But don't throw. Well, they were blowing them out. But don't throw it in my face like that on your media day.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
Svi Mikhailuk played 16 minutes.
I am not even suggesting he's wrong.
O'Shea Brissett should be like, why the hell can't I get some buckets in this?
I'm just saying.
Why does it just have to be the white guys?
It's just wildly disrespectful to say it.
It is disrespectful.
And
it's a little disrespectful.
And the Pistons, I guess you'll play them 3 or 4 times this year. You can't let Peyton Pritchard and Sam Hauser go off just to prove a point. I don't care what the other guys do. We're not letting these guys score. We're gonna go boxing 1.
Jaden Ivey and Cunningham are gonna have to play like Jordan Pippen
Yeah.
in the USA game against Tony Kukoc. Where
Yeah.
they're like, well, we'll show you some NBA basketball.
Treat Peyton Pritchard like the rest of the league treated Jeremy Lin after Linsanity, where we're going to
They're
make
picking
sure
him up full court
we're-
like the LeBron and
yeah,
Wade.
we're locking him down. We're locking them down. He is not having a good night tonight.
This ends tonight.
Yes, exactly. Enough.
Not enough gets made that the Miami Heat literally
So petty.
decided that
So petty. In the middle of a season.
ends right now.
In the middle of a season, of all things, we're going to torture Jeremy Lin for an entire basketball game. He is not having a night on us. We got all these aspirations ahead of us.
Do that against the Raptors. Do that against the crappy Lakers.
You mentioned the
team.
Raptors. Yeah,
Not
he hit a
against us.
game winner against the Raptors.
Yeah.
And the Heat were like, no.
He outdueled Kobe against the Lakers.
Yeah, we're not going to let you get out of the back court. Enough of
Nuh-uh.
you. Enough of you and enough of the Knicks. All right. We have our giveaway out of the way. Cool. We got a couple more things to get to. And it's time to go to a break because the best thing about doing this job sometime is when the food comes in. And I'm sure people want to take part in that. By people, I mean me and Sean. J Bar M, who helped us with our listener party. You guys were able to enjoy that. They're here right now. I'll give you some of at least I can't give you any food, but I'll tell you what they provided to kind of get you guys to go there. They provide great food, and we'll talk about them in a way when we come back. We also have a couple other things to get to. The Texans are back at practice. Any news comes down from them, we'll get to that. We'll see. It's always a surprise that first Wednesday after a game, who's on the practice field and who's not. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We're back, and a little bit of a delay because we were taking part in what J-Bar M has to offer. As I said, if you came to the listener party, they fed you well, and they're feeding us well today. I'm not sure if it's on camera. It might be because I put it in front of my laptop promptly for that reason, but maybe you can't see it.
It's not tall enough.
Okay, much like myself. In some cases,
I wouldn't say that.
simply not tall. In some cases, simply not tall enough. Like, could I guard Peyton Pritchard? For multiple reasons, no. But for one of the reasons, not tall enough to play in the NBA, but certainly tall enough to partake in J-Bar M. So they brought food today. They brought food on Friday, and you should take part. I have already tasted some of their funnel cake fries. They're really, really good. And in fact, it's in parentheses for the copy, super addicting. They're right. That's really good. I think you guys want to try the smoked brisket lasagna as well. It means something to the J-Bar M family. The owner's wife, Mr. Toomey, it's her recipe. She's straight from Sicily. So we call that authentic. It's super special to him, a tribute to his late wife's background. She passed away 13 years ago. So if you have a chance to go out to J-Bar M, take part. Obviously, the wings are great, and they have a couple different varieties. If you like a little heat, they provide that. The honey bonnet wings are great too. But honestly, if you want to go out there, try the smoked brisket lasagna. I was talking about brisket in Chipotle yesterday, or at Chipotle yesterday. I did go. I made sure to go. I keep my promises to myself. So I went out there, and I also have the brisket in the lasagna from J-Bar M, the smoked brisket lasagna. Okay. They were great for us at the party. They'll be great for you for anything you might need. So check them out, J-Bar M. This is the quarterback the Texans are facing. We kind of talked about Trevor Lawrence and his numbers, and from all accounts, he's going to start on Sunday, despite some of Doug Peterson's non-committal answers to his status. But we know he's 0 for 8, but the numbers are even worse than that. But if you are concerned, maybe you think he's due, I would say don't worry about it. 0 for 8, which is last in the league. Obviously, you don't win any games. You're going to finish last over the last 8 starts. He has a completion percentage just under 60%. That is 28th in the league. And he's committed 11 turnovers in his last 8 starts. That's third most. In fact, I think he's now taken over the claim or the number one status of most turnovers since a certain point. That used to be Josh Allen's thing, where Josh Allen's turned the ball over more times than any other quarterback since this. Now Trevor Lawrence holds that. I saw it during the game. Since 2021, he now has turned the ball over the most, because Josh Allen, I don't think he's thrown a pick this year. So that has allowed Trevor Lawrence to catch up. Yeah.
I think a lot of the Allen ones are from like since 2020 or since 2019. So you get an extra season.
That's true.
Versus Lawrence. But yeah, I do like, I wish they stopped the game so they can be like, congratulations to Trevor Lawrence for officially overtaking Josh Allen.
Or it's just someone messing with the numbers. Hey, since Josh Allen's having a great start to his year, he's having a great game. We can't use that. Like, if Josh Allen had thrown a couple picks, that graphic would have been his.
It's 34-3 at halftime.
Yeah.
We can't really do too many Josh Allen.
Yeah, you can't run attack ads on Josh Allen tonight, but you can on Trevor Lawrence. And since 2021, I believe he has committed the most turnovers in the NFL. So that is 55 APY per year, 55 million APY per year. And that's who the Texans will see on Sunday. I feel pretty good about this one. The only hesitance is the Jags are so damn desperate. They'll come together and win. But it's a short week. The team we saw on Monday should have been desperate at 0-2, but going to Buffalo ain't exactly someplace where you can get right, particularly not the way the Bills are playing right now. The Texans haven't played great. but they are 2-1. If the Jags are going to save their season, it's going to be on Sunday. I just don't think it's going to happen. They're not good enough. The quarterback hasn't played well, and they're more likely to have a guy fired after the game than they are to win it. So that plays right into the Texans' hands. Go to 3-1. The schedule has been relatively soft early, and you should take advantage of it. They've beaten everyone they should beat. The Vikings game was more of a toss-up, and it got more so as we found out Sam Darnold was going to be pretty good for them through their first 2 games. Sunday, win the game. You should probably do it without much concern, but it is the NFL, so I'm sure it'll be a bit tighter than you would want, but just go out there and win the game, get to 3-1. Okay. Team who has no concerns about making the playoffs is your Astros. They started off poorly, probably as bad as the Jags started off. You can say the Astros did as well. They turned it around, don't have much hope for the Jags. And the guy who was in charge was questioned. He was new. He was the one that you could point to and go, what's different from this team that wasn't around? Well, he was around, but he wasn't the manager in 2023 and before. So a lot of I wouldn't say a lot of the blame, but a lot of the questions fell on Espada. What's he doing? Is he ready for this? Is he going to make it through the year? Is he a one-season manager? All those questions have been answered. His team has turned it around. He is getting some credit. I see a lot of he's not going to win it, but should Joe Espada be mentioned for manager of the year? That's how it's all been couched. Like, he's not going to win it, but should we be talking about him more? If everyone, why can't you just say Joe Espada should be a candidate for man of the year? It's always, look, I'm not stupid enough to think he's going to win it.
No.
That's kind of what everyone's saying.
Got to stand on business.
But should he be mentioned? That's how everyone has positioned that conversation.
Should he receive down ballot votes from?
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
Yeah, should he be in the others receiving votes category?
Should he get some third place votes for
manager of the year? Guys, we get it. Just say he's done a good job. We understand. So the man who was questioned and probably will be continued to be questioned because that's just a manager's job.
Yeah.
It's not ending.
This is the Astros. Let's get ready to get questioned some more during the playoffs.
Yeah, particularly if things. Well, it doesn't even have to be a streak of games. It could be a one game that didn't go your way, and a bullpen guy he brings in there doesn't do the job. He'll get questioned.
Ask AJ Hinch.
Yeah, well, he had a big issue that will never go away. That we'll always remember. Hopefully, Espada doesn't have to deal with that. Hopefully, he's in a situation where people are going to care a lot, like a World Series, but he comes through and makes the right decision. So this is Joe Espada in the clubhouse after the game. Very emotional, talking to his team about what they accomplished.
I'm going to start with this, man. I am so proud of this team. I'll tell you why. There's a lot of people that count us out early. But you know what? This team got heart. We got heart. We believe in one another. We don't quit. We got grit. We are tougher than any team. And you know what? Here we come. Let's go!
Did you notice the popping of a cork while he was talking? I heard it while he was having it.
It's one of the new guys.
Do you think it's like, hey, I'm talking here. Look, give me 30 seconds. Give me my 30 seconds. So you can pop as many corks as you want.
That has to be one of the Caleb's, right?
Order Ferguson. You think one of them didn't know didn't know how these things go where you don't pop a cork while the manager is speaking still?
Or he's like working on it because he can see it's wrapping up. He's like working
because that was the start of it. We got in the middle. That's how the Astros put it out there. You could hear him go, and then oh, he wasn't done. And then some a vet comes up to him, hey, it's all right, man. But next time, if you're here, we wait to the end.
I don't know why mentally in my head the Caleb's just kind of hang out together.
They may, well, they're both relief pitchers.
Both relievers.
They got the same name, but they're spelled different. One's a K, one's a C, right?
That's what makes them different in the sitcom that I'm writing.
Caleb versus Caleb, or Caleb and Caleb in this case.
Caleb and Caleb.
Yeah,
the Caleb's.
Yeah.
9 p.m.s on Thursdays.
On where? USA.
Yeah.
You think it makes a big network like Fox or CBS?
No.
We're talking
ABC Family. RIP. I don't think it exists anymore.
No, I don't think it does either. A baseball sitcom about two relief pitchers.
Two bumbling relief pitchers.
Good luck in that pitch meeting.
Or it's the messy one who Ferguson keeps things clean.
Yeah. Ferguson.
They have a apartment together since they're both, probably not buying houses in Houston.
Of course not. And Ort kind of, gets Caleb through his troubles with the Yankees. Hey man, it's a different environment here.
Yeah.
He's kind of the supportive guy. And Caleb Ferguson crashes out from time to time, and Ort's like, hey man, it's gonna be okay. Yeah, I don't think many people are watching this sitcom. Unless we get guest appearances from like Altuve. Hey, it's a special edition of Caleb and Caleb. Justin Verlander is on the show tonight.
I think the best we can do is actors portraying them.
I don't know. What's Kate Upton doing? Would she like to?
She's too famous for this.
But she doesn't act.
Because she's too famous to do ABC.
Well,
Family.
in this dream world where ABC Family still exists.
Man,
maybe she loved the Fosters and she just wants to appear on the network. Maybe she just loves the Fosters and the Secret Diary of whatever that pregnant teenage girls, whatever the hell the name of that show is called. Maybe she loved those shows growing up, so she wants to be involved. We'll see. Maybe we can get Kate Upton for Caleb and Caleb.
It's a project I've always felt passionate about.
All you need is you need a couple big guest stars for the season premiere.
Yeah,
and they'll get the show off of the ground.
Yes, 100%. And then, they're just a lot of the show takes place at their apartment.
Yeah, I thought this was a baseball show.
No.
It's like it's eerily reminiscent of the Astros uniforms, but the Astros wouldn't let you actually use their uniforms in the story, so they're just wearing generic blue and orange uniforms from time to time.
Yeah, but they look like the generic ones you can pick up from like Academy.
Sure. Caleb and Caleb. Just wait for it. I keep waiting. It's never going to happen.
No, it's never going to
We got one more segment to go here before we wrap it up. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. But before I go, let's talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is the place. I don't think you can bet on the odds of whether Caleb and Caleb will ever be a sitcom. Don't think MyBookie has that, but they pretty much have everything else. You want to go to MyBookie and bet on international soccer today? Maybe you think with the lineup in store for the Astros, the Mariners have a real shot to win. Take your shot. MyBookie will let you do that. Just go to mybookie.ag. They let you bet on anything, anywhere, at any time. So we got NFL right around the corner. Tomorrow, we've got a Thursday night game. And, of course, the weekend's not that far away after that. So you can bet on the NFL. Maybe you like the Jags to cover. You just think they're desperate. Or maybe you like your Texans to destroy the Jags and get back on track. MyBookie will let you do that. So we've got the live betting inside the game. Of course, you can bet before the game with regular sports betting. But you also have the live casino option where you want to play cards. You want to deal with the live dealer. MyBookie has that for you too. Just go to mybookie.ag and take advantage of all they have to offer, including their promo code BET975, which matches your first deposit if you're a new customer. They 100% match up to $1,000. Just remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
You say Kikuchi goes today as he tries to get the Astros to 10-0 in starts he makes. Currently, the team is undefeated when he takes the mound. We'll see if he can get to 10-0 there. And the team right below the Astros, as far as their organization and the AAA level, is the Space City Cowboys. We have their games on ESPN 92.5. The playoffs begin. And if you want to go watch Space Cowboys tonight against the Reno Aces, you should be caller 3 to 713-780-3776. The Cowboys are in the playoffs, going for the PCL championship. Their opponent is the Reno Aces. If you want to see the future of the Astros compete for a title, we're giving away those tickets right now. It's a 4-pack of tickets, so you got 3 friends you want to go with? Call in. Caller 3, 713-780-3776 is the winner there. Space Cowboys, hear them here or go to the game. See some young Astros, some people who have been actually up at the big club considering all the injuries they've had as they try to go for a title.
It's championship season, not just with the Astros,
That's
but
right.
also with the Space Cowboys.
The strength of the organization. We can win a title on 2 levels.
Take that, MLB.com prospect ranking.
All that talk about our lack of prospects. So what if some of them are like 29 years old? Who cares? They're about to go out and win a championship.
Sorry for winning.
Been the best team in the PCL all season long.
First half PCL champs.
Yeah.
Second half PCL champs.
What now?
Now we want the whole thing.
Reno Aces ain't got no shot. Reno. Las Vegas' little brother.
Yeah. Why don't you cobble some money together for a quarterback?
Well, that's University of Nevada, not
Same
UNLV.
thing, same.
They would tell you, no, we're not.
Whatever. They don't have any money either.
You're probably
You're lucky Jeff Choate's saving your program.
Colin Kaepernick giving any donations. He probably would if the NFL hadn't blackballed him. He would have enough money to donate to the program. All right. Okay. We talked about what's his name? Matthew Sluka. I've been going back and forth. We talked about him, and some people like to side with the university because, of course, the players are always selfish. We don't really think, and I acknowledge it. We don't think about what happens if it was us, how we would feel. Well, if you decide you want to side with a team, think about what the Pirates are doing. Before maybe you'll start to question you siding with the organization over the individual. Do you know who Rowdy Tellez is, Sean?
Of course I knew. His first name's Rowdy. Of course, I've heard of him before.
I'm going to take you at your word there.
I know him only in the fact that his name is Rowdy. And
yes.
I know he's a larger gentleman.
He
that
is
plays
larger.
first base.
Rowdy fits his persona. He is a Pittsburgh Pirate, and he is, I guess you can say was. He was owed a $200,000 bonus if he got to 425 plate appearances this year. Guess what the Pirates did with 4 plate appearances to go? They DFA'd him. With 4 plate appearances to go, they DFA'd Rowdy Tellez so he doesn't get his $200K. These are the people you want to defend. Now, not the Pirates specifically, and hopefully most organizations don't operate this way, but don't ever defend the organization unless the player is clearly an a-hole. I don't know Rowdy Tellez, but from all accounts, from everything that's being reported, he's not a bad guy.
His name's Rowdy. How can he be a bad guy?
Well, I'm not putting it past some Rowdies to be jackasses, but I don't know. But this Rowdy don't have any evidence of that. And the Pirates like, you know what? Yeah. Well, 4 to go. We don't want to give you that. There's no reason to DFA you other than the fact that we don't want to pay you, so beat it. We're going to save this $200K. Don't ever side with the owners. Don't ever side with management when it comes to your favorite teams. For the most part, management is wrong, or they're always looking out for their own. And honestly, that's how the players operate. But don't get mad at the players when they do it. That's my opinion, because these things happen. Now we know we had it in the NFL all offseason. Receivers doing what they could to get their money, holding out, not showing up to practice, and then when they do get to practice, doing a holding. The Bengals have suffered through that. It happened across the league. But these are the reasons why. Now, Jamar Chase is probably a little out of line. He did have a year after this left. He had 2 years left on his deal. But I do have sympathy for players because this is always around the corner. You know what, man? We've been putting you in the lineup all year long. But I know you're looking forward to that 200K. Your reality tell is you're not exactly a guy who's going to be getting giant contracts the rest of your time in Major League Baseball. Now, you're not gonna be starving, but that 200K is a big deal. We don't care if it's a big deal. You don't get it. Why wait till 4 plate appearances to go? Why not do it 4 weeks ago when you know he's on track? He's not getting pulled out of the line. What were you hoping for, an injury so you didn't have to do it? Why wait? Why wait till the final week of the season and there are 4 plate appearances to go? Just tell your manager at 375. We got it. We're getting rid of Rowdy. I don't know. Why would you wait? I'm sure they gave him no warning. I'm sure he thought in the back of his mind while he's out there competing, I got 200K coming my way. And they're like, you know what? No, actually you don't, Rowdy. We're gonna take that from you. The logic here is crazy to me.
So I get
make it obvious. Now everyone knows what you're doing.
If I get why you don't do it the day after you get eliminated from playoff contention, because that's super obvious what you're doing. This is only slightly less obvious, but I do think there's a middle ground here where if 25 plate appearances, 30 plate appearances away, where the math isn't as easy as, that's just one more game. He just play him one more game.
Eliminated from playoff contention. I get what you're saying when they're mathematically eliminated, but they're 11 games under 500. You could have done this a month ago.
Yeah, I thought they were a little bit better.
No, they're not. No,
they beat the Astros.
Yeah, well, that did happen. They're bad enough where you could have dropped him a month ago.
Yeah,
and maybe some people would have taken notice, but not many. But with 4 to go,
also they should have done this week 1 of the NFL season. Sunday, week 1 of the NFL season. No chance we're talking about this
chance.
unless they do it on a Tuesday.
No, yeah. I mean, they're not concerned about us. They're just concerned about the general baseball media taking notice, like Ben Verlander's tweeting about it. But if you're going to be the cheap, you're going to play into that cheap, crappy owner thing. Don't wait till 4 plate appearances to go.
Do you think they thought that they could get one off on being a cheap, crappy owner because of what's happening with Oakland and it's their last series there? And they're like, okay, everyone thinks they're the cheap a-hole owners. We can slide this under the radar.
You can't play cheap, crappy owner news dump just because Oakland's around. You gotta wait. You gotta do that. You weren't making the playoffs. Say you want to go with the younger guy. Dump Rowdy Tellez like a month and a half ago, and this is not a story. I hope it's Tellez. That's how it looks. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Rowdy Tellez.
Tellez. Don't do it with 4 plate appearances to go. That's bad management.
Yeah.
You're asking for people to take notice. All right, we're done. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We're gonna have more giveaways due tomorrow. And since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
the 4th year in a row. And the 7th consecutive full season, the Astros are the AL West champions.
And they clinch it against the team they had to chase down early in the season. 10 games back to win their 4th straight division title.
It looked early in the season like the train might be off the tracks, but this Astros locomotive is relentless.
Never put Bobby Dynamite in a corner. Ah! We are all the way back.
I love Todd Callis for making sure you put that in there. 7 straight full season AL West champions.
Woo woo! They've been to the last 7 American League Championship Series, and that's the next step. But considering where the Houston Astros were early in the year at 7-19, considering how far back they were of the Seattle Mariners June 18th, 10 games. What they pulled off this year is actually going to be unforgettable. And sure, there were moments along the way that really frustrated us, whether it was the Astros front office, the Astros injuries, but how can you not be proud of this team, at least today, September 25th, 2024, before we get into the playoffs? Joe, I appreciate so much that I've been able to see most of what might be the best run in baseball history. I know they didn't win all the World Series, but for me, this is the best stretch of dominance that I think I will ever see in my sports life, firsthand, as someone covering it. So for them to put the cherry on top yesterday, pull out the champagne, celebrate the way they did, I'm really happy. I hope the people that got to go to a game on a Tuesday night had fun as well. I had a bunch of people texting me, Paul, where are you at? And I said, damn it, guys, I was in the midst of my addiction. I was watching the Astros game while playing Medieval Mountain Lord Bannerlord 2 for 17 hours. I'm not even kidding. I played it until 5:30 in the morning.
Paul.
But the Astros, they're the new drug. I can get back on another drug, okay? Because September baseball's done. Playoff baseball's here. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, what they've accomplished since 2017, it's remarkable. We'll never see a run like this. I mean, maybe the Chiefs will top it, but I mean, the fact that this team has gone to all these ALCSs, and then last year they don't win the division until the final game of the season. This year they're down by 10 games. There's only a handful of teams. It's a really small number of teams that have been by 10 games or more in their division and come back and just won it. Let alone, looking at the American League right now and say they're one of the 2 best teams, if not the best teams in the American League. And even though they have to play in a weird 3-game series here at Houston next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, they are one of the favorites again to go back to the World Series. What this team has accomplished, and that's when, because I'm with you, that's really when I broke into Houston sports radio, was in 2017. My first time producing was on 1560 and that studio over there behind Sean for Charlie Palillo in August of 2017. That's when I started in local radio. And being able to cover this and be at these games and and see all this stuff play out in front of you, it's why there's such a standard, I think, for the other teams now in the city, because the Astros, it doesn't matter what happens to them. It doesn't matter if they are on their 3rd manager or their 3rd general manager and they've lost all these guys. They just keep finding a way. Because even like I give the Patriots so much credit for what they did, but you had Belichick, you had Brady. This team has had 3 GMs and 3 managers and found a way to just keep working it out.
They have seen George Springer go elsewhere. They have seen Carlos Correa go elsewhere. They have seen Garrett Cole go elsewhere. They saw Justin Verlander go elsewhere. Then they brought him back. He remains elsewhere. It doesn't matter. What they continue to do is just so damn impressive. And I'm jealous. I wish I was having a $379 margarita from El Tiempo in center field. Hell, I would have even paid the extra $40 for the margarita sauce to spice it up a little bit. To do it against the Mariners, too, is particularly satisfying. as somebody who used to work in Seattle for a little bit, and I've had my fun. Regular season baseball bores me. I got to do things to make myself happy when I'm talking about this on a daily basis. Sorry, this is a me problem, not a Joe problem. But this has always been the team, and to have it happen against a team with a fan base that is so effing loud and hates the Astros so much, to ice it last night. I mean, really poetic. So Bobby Dynamite, woo woo, give me that train. We're gonna have all sorts of fun on today's show. The orange sunglasses are out. We've got another surprise in store, and yeah, eventually we will play audio that aged poorly from us on April 26th of 2024. But I need a little energy in my life. Okay, I was up to 5:30 playing a video game.
What is this game again?
It's called Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2. It is the dorkiest thing ever.
Okay.
I need the Astros cocaine song injected directly into wherever one would do that, because I don't know how drugs work. Hit it.
Why do they argue the umpire's call? Why do the fielders crash into walls? Why do you think the pitchers throw smoke? Why do you think they go for broke? Who says it's only a game? Why do the catchers wear iron masks? Why do they dive for the drive on the grass? Why do they go head first into home? Why do the losers feel all alone? Who says it's only a game? When you wanted to give it all you've got, the war's not over till the final shot. It's pride and glory and fame. Who says it's only a game? Why do you think they call them spikes? Why do you think they call them strikes? Why do they give it more than they've got? Why do they always reach for the top? Who says it's only a game?
With me now, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game?
I need to start playing that in the stadium.
Yeah, I can't believe they have it.
I need some of that,
I mean, we know the Astros listen. We do.
That's true.
This is the show with the preeminent baseball mind in Houston.
Yeah, Sean Mapes. Oh.
Yes, Joe George. And when it suits me, when I watch the games, no one's better. You just got to stay awake and not get back into my video game addiction. But they should play that at the stadium. I can't believe they haven't. I mean, they own the rights to it, I would assume.
They have to own the rights to it at this point.
I mean, who would own the rights to this?
Whoever made it?
I guess. They just get it forever? It's on YouTube. We've been playing it for years without crediting anyone. We don't know who made this.
We don't 100% know.
I think it just came from, on high.
One time while having a mulled wine on a Friday night, I remember having a conversation with somebody in Houston who claimed he knew where it was from.
All right.
That person was never seen again.
OTR Sean on YouTube says All System Go is much better. I don't agree. I like the cocaine song better. I like the Astros.
I mean, we got lots of songs to get to.
I know, but I like this one the best.
We can play the Astros song. So the Astros did pop the champagne last night. I do have a question, and it also has to do with something Joe didn't get to weigh in on yesterday while he was getting his root canals done. By the way, this crazy person has temporary caps on his teeth, and he's still packing a lip again. You're an absolute idiot with this.
I know.
I'm calling you out on this. Like,
that's fine.
You wonder why.
It's not tobacco, to be fair. I was using the Zins.
I don't believe you.
It was Zin.
Well, sure. Fine. It was Zin. Whatever the case.
Did you get like a passing comment by your dentist? Like,
no, he said my teeth are great. He said it was just one tooth that was damaged and the other one that had a cavity.
Okay.
He said to lay off the Coca-Cola.
See, it's literally asking.
Yeah. And that I've done it really good. That's why I've lost weight pretty much. I think that's the only reason why, because I stopped drinking it like most of the time.
Joe's got to weigh in on something that we talked about yesterday. It was a rather generous grade for the Houston Astros, but we're going to be celebrating the 7th of 8 American League West Division titles for the rest of today's show. So stick around. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I'm going to start with this, man. I am so proud of this team. I'll tell you why. There's a lot of people that count us out early. But you know what? This team got heart. We got heart. We believe in one another. We don't quit. We got grit. We are tougher than any team. And you know what? Here we come. Let's go!
Noticed a couple of bottles popping in the midst of Joe Espada's speech. I believe that's rude, but hey.
I mean, premature popping happens.
I heard Dell talking about this with Sean on the way in. I do think it could have been one of the Caleb's. I think it's a very good chance. It's one of the noobs to this. Let Joe have his moment.
Yeah. Shea Whitcomb, maybe. I don't know.
Someone like that. Espada.
You say Kikuchi?
No. I don't think
he's real excited right now, guys.
Kikuchi, he's starting today, right? He was probably asleep. He needs 14 hours of sleep.
You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point.
Bet the house against the Astros today. There's no chance they're winning this game.
Kikuchi did not get his sleep today. For those who don't know, Kikuchi supposedly needs 14 hours of sleep. But to bring it back to Joe Espada, like Dusty Baker last year, was getting unfairly criticized for a lot of the Astros struggles this year. So I'm really happy for Espada that he's able to have this moment. And unlike those Astros players who were so rude there, I'm going to wait until he's done with his speech to pop my bottle. Because I brought some champagne today. Okay? And I get it. We only celebrate, World Series championships. It's unbecoming to be playing in this fake, whatever the hell it is, series to open up the year. And that's what they're probably going to have to do. Right. I think it's official now. Did the Guardians win again last night? I don't know off the top of my head.
The Astros are locked into the 3 seed.
Gotcha. Okay. So I understand that we have higher standards and stuff. Even less than 90 wins is kind of unbecoming. But with where they were and with where they are now, I strongly believe that we are all entitled to a little bottle. Many of us wavered. I did. Joe did. Sean, did you waver?
Yeah, I definitely wavered.
Everyone wavered. And, they make us feel like the worst every single time. And we love it. I like being wrong. I like being wrong on stuff like this. I'm just going with my gut every single day that I show up from noon to 3. Just going with my gut. When they do things like this and continuously prove everybody wrong, it just makes me proud to be able to cover this team.
What they do is I'll never apologize for the early season funeral. And looking back on it, you did bring me a cup. I'm so glad.
Sean, I'm sorry. I'll get a cup for you.
Look, there's not a lot of teams that can do this.
No.
There was reason to doubt. The injuries, everything. There's a lot of reason to not believe. They proved us wrong. So congrats to them. As we say, cheers to them. I'm gonna wait for Paul. He's still pouring. This
is not the most expensive champagne.
I don't know how his cup hasn't overflowed yet.
Cheers, Governor.
Cheers.
Sean, cheers to you. Is Joe, middle management Joe, is Sean allowed to have alcohol running the board?
Todd's on vacation, so eat your J-Bar M. Shout out to them for dropping off food today.
The main reason I was going to wait to open the bottle of champagne, but these wings that I'm having, they're very spicy. They're great, but they're very spicy. And I forgot to bring a coffee thermos today, and I forgot to bring my water Stanley cup today.
Yeah, they brought a bunch of cool stuff. Sean's got the funnel cake fries right now.
Yeah.
I tried. I know you're not a cheese guy, so I don't think you're gonna go down this road. But I tried the smoked brisket lasagna.
Yes.
It was incredible.
Wait, what?
Yes, there's brisket inside the lasagna. It's incredible. It's so good.
It's incredible.
Yeah. And you can't really taste the ricotta cheese. So you might like it, but
probably not.
Yeah, because you're not a cheese guy.
It's mental.
It
Yeah,
is mental.
yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's not even the taste. It's mental. I mean, on Saturday, on the date
Uh-huh.
I was on, we went to Frank's downtown. Didn't even pick off any of the cheese. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think a little liquid courage got me over my fear of cheese, which is multi milk. And speaking of multi milk, the Seattle Mariners, damn, got them. They aged poorly. Now, is it okay for these players, if you're not the new guys, to pop champagne? Is it okay if you're Altuve? Do you think that they are like, well, I mean, it's great, but like, damn it, this was a little bit more difficult. I bet some of them have that in the back of their mind. The guys who are this good, you know that there's a perfectionism to them where they're like, oh, man, it's kind of annoying, but like, hey, we did it together, we rallied. But, you know?
Okay, look, I kind of have this. Once you win a World Series, I think you probably should save the champagne celebrations till you win another World Series, at least the next season, or at least get to, like, you should have to pass the point you didn't get to the year before. So I think it's kind of a weird baseball tradition. I won't lie. So now I get the division. The weirdest one was always the 1-game wild card. The fact that teams would pop champagne bottles like that for winning a single baseball game, I thought was strange.
I agree with you.
I get this more. At least you won the division. Like once, like let's say somehow, the Astros are hungover today, so the Mariners get back within a game and a half of the wild card. If you make the wild card, you can't pop champagne. You can't do that. You got to at least win your division first.
But everyone wants to have champagne. Here's where I'm at. There's a part of me where the elitist sports fan in me that grew up watching the Patriots and now appreciates the Houston Astros feels like it's fun to look down on people that have never done it before. But the party lover in me, who may be an alcoholic, likes to see people have fun. So it's a difficult thing for me. Do I be the elitist or do I be the fun guy? Generally, people don't like the elitist and like the fun guy. So maybe I should just be the fun guy and say, hey, you know what? Have fun. Enjoy it.
I overall like the tone of what I saw from the Astros post-game and in the clubhouse. I thought it was they hit the right balance of, man, this was a tough year. It actually is something where this to me is a more impressive AL West championship than some of the other, like the 2019 or the 2021 ones, where it's a little bit more like, they're going to win it in May, as opposed to this one where they really had to scratch and claw. So I get a little bit of the relief aspect of wanting to party. But I do think they did a good job. Like, they didn't dogpile. It was all like daps and hugs.
Really good that they didn't dogpile, given the, nonstop injuries this season.
And look, we do know here in Houston that there are injuries that can come from champagne bottles.
Lance McCullers.
Yeah,
so
they know more than anyone.
Yeah, I mean, and plus it's Joe Espada's first one, so like, you know what? Never mind. Like, you celebrate however you want.
Espada gets to, the Caleb's get to, Kikuchi gets to, for sure. And I think that the Astros veteran players, they should take a nice sip, appreciate the moment, savor how awesome this run has been. But yeah, for them, on to the next, because they got to get these guys back on track going forward.
It is funny what you talking about with watching the Patriots do this, but even the Patriots, you see them do it once when they win the AFC and then once when they win the Super Bowl. Same thing in basketball, where they basically only pop champagne once when you make the finals and once when you win the finals. Baseball, it's like you win the division, you win the wild card round, you win the ALDS, you win the ALC. Like, you're just doing nothing but popping champagne the entire month of August or the month of October. It's actually crazy how much champagne a baseball team will go through in a year.
Is it good champagne or is it just rock bottom champagne?
Probably depends on the team.
I mean, I felt like
A's are getting A's are getting stuff that's cheaper than this, which was $12. they're getting something cheaper than that.
We drink a bottle of those every weekend, basically.
Oh, you're a big Prosecco guy.
Big mimosa on Sunday mornings.
Mimosas are good.
Yeah, a little pregame to football Sunday. A little mimosas and breakfast with the wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Bloody Mary guy on the weekends.
You're starting to grow on me.
Mimosas are good. For those who don't know, there used to be this bar called Royal Oak. I think Largo and the Twitch would know because I think Largo works across the street from where it used to be. So this place on Sunday was the bleepiest bleep show of all because of the mimosas.
Yeah.
And I found out what they did. So they had these blackberry mimosas. They were so good.
Ooh.
But I noticed I kept on passing out in a chair there at 4 p.m.
Okay.
And by kept on, it happened twice.
Okay.
So I wanted to know what the hell was going on. So I had a conversation with somebody, and they told me, so you know that they put a ton of Everclear in that, right? And you couldn't taste it because it's so sweet. So these were Everclear champagne blackberry mimosas. They were good.
Yeah. I mean, I could see why not knowing that's in there will lead to nap time.
That place was a scene. It was something else. Because you had some real Montrose sites, if you will. You had some Montrose and up and effing stormed there. A couple of texts. 409. I think it was Dana Brown that popped it first. After the year he's had, he was just saying, "Hurry the hell up." Dana Brown also deserves it. He deserves it. The Kikuchi trade. Look, we'll see the long-term response on that, but he was forced a hand of Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero, and I think he did the most with what he could. I would raise a glass to Dana Brown here as well. So
Dana
cheers.
Brown.
Cheers to Dana Brown. Cheers to Joe Espada. Sean, I'm sorry. We got to get you that cup. It's Gallant and George. He is Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. We're going to make fun of our old takes as well. They did age very poorly. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros are AL West champs for the 7th time in 8 seasons. Let's party. Stay put.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
I'm going to apologize in advance. Try to get the timing right. But Daddy's about to sing. Inevitable. It's what the Astros are. So inevitable. Just like that star. Sorry.
Keep going.
Like Tom Brady, they're inevitable. A dynasty that's so incredible. Thank you, Mariners, for inevitably being poor. There you go. That word's going to get overkilled, but hey, I'm cool with it. We've probably killed the word inevitable, right? How many times have we said the Astros are inevitable this year?
You say it until they're not. So they'll kill it, not us. They could be inevitable for the next 10 years. until
I don't know. I feel like
until they're no longer inevitable, they're inevitable.
I feel like we'll find another word by then.
I think you need like another like big Marvel movie to come out because that's where I feel like it really picked up on.
That's the thing. It's because of in-game or
Yeah.
yeah.
Even though Thanos loses when he says it, for the record, so it always kind of like nerd me. It annoys me. Because everyone uses the gif. He goes, "I am inevitable." No, you lost, bro.
Is that where it comes from?
Yeah.
It's all from Thanos?
Yeah.
The word inevitable became a thing because of a guy that died.
Yeah.
By the way, he dies twice. He dies right after he says that.
Yeah,
I rest. Oh, the Astros
he
haven't
dies
rested.
within seconds.
Yeah, he dies in the first like 20 minutes of the
Axe
movie.
to the chest. Ow.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So I definitely think that's where it like picked up steam. Was that gif or GIF, whatever.
And that's like about when the Astros became inevitable, like in 2020, 2021, right after the movie came out. So
It's incredible that they keep doing this stuff. It really is. But that word, I love it. Some Junior Broncos thought Jeff Passan started it. I know Ben Verlander has taken it.
Yeah.
Ben Verlander may have trademarked the word inevitable to sell on t-shirts.
I think Passan tweeted it during the 2022 run. I think that's the one that gets referenced a lot. But yeah, with Passan, with Verlander putting gas on it, then like of course all the like Astros accounts are also gonna use it too.
Yeah, I don't know what's next. I mean, or how do they lose inevitable?
Missed the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Missed the playoffs.
Which I'll never pick them to do again. They could be 20 games back next year. Don't care.
Do you know what?
Won't care.
They really shouldn't be.
Joe, I feel bad for you because I went back and I checked it, and I'm not even kidding.
It's bad?
No, it's not bad. It's just I never officially did it.
No. We held.
I have the audio evidence.
We
I'm not even kidding.
We held a funeral and we didn't even kill him.
We were basically talking at the same time. We were taking turns talking, and I'm not even kidding. You were the one who said it.
No,
I'm not even kidding.
Well, you know what then, Paul? I was gonna save this for after I heard the audio.
Don't
So
do it.
you're welcome, folks.
Okay, fair enough.
No, it's not Joe and Paul saved the day. It's just Joe saved the day. So toast to me, bitches.
I mean, I was doing the same thing in the segment. You can't transcribe me as saying it. This is something you'll learn. This is something you'll learn, Joe. As the show grows older and older, you could say something without officially saying it, but that court stenographer would help me out here. Just like if a court stenographer writes down sarcasm. I mean, the sarcasm doesn't look good on paper, but there you go, guys. We'll play some of that audio.
I'm
Don't
not
worry.
sure I'm ready.
Don't worry. We'll take our lumps. I mean, I'm happy it happened.
Sounds like I'll take the lumps.
No. I mean, I did something technically that was worse. You'll see that. I guess you won't see it. You'll hear it. I'm glad you won't have to see it on Ask ESPN Houston on YouTube, on at ESPN 975 on Twitch. More guys to be happy for on the text line. John Singleton, Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's close to the top. Hunter Brown, with the start that he had at the beginning of this year, I mean, I think all of us were wondering, like, is he ever going to be this person that people thought he might be because he has a delivery like Justin Verlander and he's from Detroit? And then he puts together just an incredible stretch. And now you are, once again, saying the same things to yourself about Hunter Brown. I think he's got it. And what a rough start to the year for him to be as consistent as he's been since the change, the snap. You know, talk about Thanos and inevitable, the Jose Abreu, West Palm Beach trip. Did the record get better after the West Palm Beach trip or after the
it went up
journey?
It was good. As soon as he left for West Palm, it was good. And then he came back and it dipped again. And then once they DFA'd him, it skyrocketed.
Like the just purely with and without him on the roster, it went up and down.
Yeah.
But yes, the ultimate change, and where people cherry pick the record since cutting Jose Abreu, that is the best record. It's since they cut him.
I think John Singleton's at number one for me.
Number one.
It's the best. It's one of the best stories in baseball. I mean, this is a guy who went 13 years. The home run happened last year. We went 13 years between home runs.
True.
In the big leagues. I mean, he got suspended for 100 games because of a third failed drug test. He was in the Mexican League, and then he was on the Brewers and made his debut, and he got back, and then they cut him right away just to end up back in Houston. He's going to start playoff games at first base. Like,
yeah,
it's a movie script for him.
It's a movie script that's not going to be watched by many people, but still is a movie script because there have been moments of inconsistency. But to Singleton's credit, he's probably the reason that the Astros were able to move on from Jose Abreu.
100%.
Because he played decent. It wasn't great, but he played decent. And while the bat flips do annoy me from time to time, moving on from Jose Abreu was huge. They needed somebody to put in there, and he had a nice beginning of the year, and I think that helped Dana Brown. I think that helped Joe Espada pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, without Singleton, you would have had to address it at the deadline or find some free agent that never even signed. Like, I know Brandon Belt's name got brought up forever. He never even signed with the team. So you're acquiring someone at the deadline, giving up even more prospects. And yeah, like we've seen Caratini, we've seen Yainer Diaz, seen Mauricio Dubon. Like, we've seen so many guys play first base.
For sure.
Largely in part, Jose Abreu is not on this team because of John Singleton. And the fact that he gets to now be part of a playoff run, and he's had big at-bats and big moments, and like it's a cool thing to see. So yeah, I'd say with Hunter Brown, Kikuchi, to like come in and be put on blast by everyone outside the organization, and whether it's from local media, fans, national media, as being part of an awful trade. The Astros are 9-0 when he started games.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel great for him too, because he said he heard all of it. And then now to just be this important piece of now he's going to be one of the most important players on your team the next month, because he's going to be your game 3 pitcher in a playoff series.
Yeah, it's true.
So I think for him too, it's awesome.
Happy for Yusei Kikuchi, because Kikuchi was somebody that in Seattle, I doubted. I thought he didn't like throwing to good hitters. And I don't know if this is the Astros pitching staff working miracles again, but whatever has been happening since he's come here has been remarkable. I wasn't sure he'd be able to put it together. Everyone knows he's got good stuff. It's just consistency is such a difficult thing in a sport like this. Other people to be particularly happy for in a season that has involved a lot of injuries and that has involved a lot of struggles. I would say Spencer Arrighetti being in the place where he's at as well.
Mm-hmm.
You take a look at him and all that he's done. It really has been impressive. There are guys along the way that I think we're going to forget about. And I think of late for this guy in particular, it's been rough, but Taylor Scott had a really good season for this team, and people probably will forget about it not too long from now, but that's somebody else where, with the way that the bullpen was, they needed somebody like that. They needed somebody who was going to be consistent, and he had himself a really good year of late. It's been bad, and now he's got the thoracic spine injury. Jeez,
Yeah,
sounds painful.
Well, he was throwing yesterday, I think they said, in the outfield. But it still seems like highly unlikely he pitches at some point in this postseason, unless they make a really deep playoff run. Then like maybe he makes an appearance. We put Josh Hader in that category of guys we should be very happy for.
No, he got paid. He's
okay.
he's totally fine. You know, I feel good about his chances, but it's not like he was playing for bums either. San Diego was a good team. He just wasn't getting paid for the good team before.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure he was on the team that made the NLCS in 2022 on the Padres. So it's his first time with the Astros doing this, but it's not his first time doing this kind of stuff.
How about Fromber?
He's just been there, done that. So I'm happy for him. But
Ronel Blanco.
Yes. Yes. Blanco's had a great year. I mean, for Fromber, though, we had a lot of questions about Fromber earlier this year.
For sure.
They were fair questions. I don't care how many people.
Joe wanted to trade him.
Yep, I did.
It's understandable, though. A lot of people dog on it. A lot of people dog on him for Joe for that. I still have your back on that. I feel like he sucked, and he was like being a crazy person.
Yeah, but then you know what?
It's two things. But
I mean, Fromber knows what Fromber's got. Fromber knows himself better than anyone else.
Actually,
and he put his dreads. He got his dreads back.
It's the dreads,
and he's been incredible. There was no dreads when he wasn't listening to Yiner. So he fixed himself.
I don't think Fromber knows better. I think they just forced Yiner Diaz on him, and it worked.
Yeah.
Because remember at the beginning of the year, he was like, "Oh, I don't want Yiner Diaz. Oh, I want to call my own pitches."
Yiner? You happy for Yiner?
I am happy for Yiner.
Thank you, Dusty.
I had a lot of fun last year going after the people that were going after Maldi. It was fun to me because I know that they had the logic, but it's fun to argue against logical arguments with, but they're winning. It's the funnest thing because it's an infuriating argument. And a lot of the people that were going about after Dusty, like that Mike Mitchell guy on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
They're doing it in such a douchey manner. And it's like, I think you're right, but you're being a jerk. So screw you.
Yeah.
You know, one of those things.
I'm trying. Is there anyone you feel like bad for? Like, do you think JV was like? What do you think JV was doing last night? I think he was popping bottles.
Yeah,
or I think he was
he
just
was
like sad.
No, he's not sad. You get to be a part of something like this one last time, even if you're not going to be necessarily on the playoff roster. And that, I guess, is a actual question, just given the way that things have been written over the last couple of weeks by those in the know. And there's a chance he's not going to be on the playoff roster. A chance. I still think that they put him on. No, I think you enjoy this. I mean, imagine if you were still on the Mets. And I don't know if the Mets are having a good year or what not, but because I don't pay attention to literally anything outside of Houston when it comes to baseball. Are they in the playoffs?
Weren't
they doing well? And then at the same time, the Astros started doing well.
Yeah, but there's something weird going on.
Grimace.
So they're in the playoffs right now, but there's a flood warning in Atlanta coming. So the Mets and the Braves might have to play a doubleheader on Monday and then fly out to where their wild cards games would be the next day. Because right now Atlanta sits outside the playoff race.
Right, the Phillies won the East.
So the Mets and the Braves are separated by a full game right now. So they're going to have to play these games. So they're going to...
Oh, you hate to see the Braves have a tough time. I mean, I feel bad for the people of Atlanta. I don't want to be, like the people in Dallas. But the Braves.
That was such a funny pivot of, oh no, my heart is with the people of Atlanta.
It is, but it's not with the Braves.
But but it is.
I want the Braves to be taxed. I want the Braves or the Dodgers. I want the Braves or the Dodgers. I think you're a chicken if you don't want the Braves or the Dodgers.
I want the Dodgers. I'm ready for a rematch. I'm ready for the 2017. I want Shohei. I'm ready for the rematch.
I want the Braves because they seem worse.
I was Sean on that front, but I also want vengeance.
Yeah,
I am vengeance. I want vengeance.
Yeah, we'll dress up as Batman every day for that playoff series.
The thing
It'll
is,
be tough. I'll have a beard because the playoff beard. This is not getting touched until I trimmed it up, as nice as it's gonna be. I'm not touching this.
No,
thing.
no. So you don't completely shave when the regular season ends
No,
and
no,
then
no,
grow
no,
it.
no. No, I like to.
You give yourself a head start.
You gotta have a head start.
Okay.
Gotta have a head start. But this is gonna be a playoff beard. We'll see what happens with the neck beard because I do want to have the relations. So I might clean things up a little.
Yeah. How does the playoff beard rules look on maybe just for men? The beard, if it starts getting a little too long.
So I'm told that beard dye looks fake and everyone can tell.
Yeah.
Because that's the reason I shave my beard as much as I do. Like I keep it always short is because I got a lot of white going on. We're not quite Santa, but I mean, last year it was bad. I can't even imagine what it is this year.
I can't wait to see
with
it.
how stressful the Astros season has been.
Yeah. Seriously. I mean, I got a lot of grays up top. I got even more. I have straight whites.
No,
it's a fair question.
If this is going to be a month-long run for the Astros,
being
at
honest.
some point that will come up.
We're being honest.
Should I do it
Largo
with you?
asks, huh?
Want me to do it with you?
It's a playoff beard. Yeah.
Sean?
Should have got one.
I'll do it too.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to.
Largo's asking what my playoff beard's name is. I can't think of anything, so I'm just gonna say Sheila.
Sheila.
Yeah, old Sheila. You can hear it. You can hear her out of the air. Okay, I think the champagne's hitting me a little quicker than I thought. Gallant George, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Happy Astros won the division day. We will play many moments of us doubting the Astros over the course of the rest of the show, and we hope that you laugh at it. We're just 2, 3 innocent men. Okay? Dumb men at times. We're just men. Give us some grace, Gallant and George. Astros are AL West champs. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Sadly, you cannot bet on how intoxicated Paul might sound by the end of the show. You just can't. It would be fun, but you can't. You can bet on the presidential election, though. I mean, this is the depths of MyBookie.ag. Some call it depravity. I call it learned money winning. Does that sound like something that's perhaps frowned upon by those who think gambling is immoral? I don't know. Ask Mattress Mac. Did I say that right? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You get that promo code. You will double your initial deposit immediately, right away. They used to match your deposit. Now you double it. And you get to play with it right away. How many things can you bet on? Baseball. I would definitely take the Mariners today. 100%. Yusei Kikuchi needs 14 hours of sleep a night. You think Yusei Kikuchi on a playoff roster for the first time in his life is not celebrating? You think he got his 14 hours of R&R? I don't think so. Hell, I feel like you should put all the Astros on ice right now. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
They were the best of times.
But really, they were the worst of times.
It's true.
And sometimes you just have to let go and say goodbye.
Goodbye to the 2024 Astros.
Yeah.
RIP to your playoff hopes.
See, that's the problem. We were both saying it, but Joe said it. Sorry,
I
Joe.
was like, I don't remember what I said. So
I watched the whole segment back because I wanted to remember what I said. Because for those who don't know, I forget about half of what I say. At the listener party on Friday, one of our listeners came up to me and he was asking about the viability of hockey in Houston, and he had a strong take, and it was actually a good take.
Oh yeah, I remember that conversation.
And I remember thinking, like, what did I say? And I was like, oh yeah, I said that. I don't think it's going to be economically sustainable in Houston. But yeah, that was one of those moments where I co-signed what Joe was saying without saying it, thus giving myself plausible take deniability.
Yeah, I just got left on an island out there. It was tough. But you know what? Hey, it's okay.
No, it's more than okay.
Lessons learned. You know what? Honestly, not really. I'll do something like that again.
100%. Look,
once upon a time, I said Zach Greinke shouldn't be on a playoff roster. Said trade Fromber. Astros playoffs dead. It happens.
I'm going to say this for all the young, aspiring radio hosts, if there are any left,
or podcasters,
the content creators out there. Yes, being right is good, but people don't care if you're right. People just care if you're having fun, in my opinion. Like that's the style I want to put on, and you're supposed to just go out there and have a little bit of fun, entertain, make fun of yourself, don't take yourself too seriously. And I like to think that I've been doing that in the majority of my time here. I didn't always do it. I remember when I first came on the air, my God, that was so annoying. It was so annoying. Some people are saying, Paul, you're still annoying. Yes, but at least it's fun annoying now, right? It's a little different. It's a little different. But it's one of those things where the prediction thing, it is interesting that it's such a big part of this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what should more be a part of it is how do you handle when your predictions aren't right? Because anyone can have a prediction. And I think the people that pat themselves on the back for a correct prediction, I feel like they're a little bit over the top. Like that's why even last year, I know I predicted the Texans to go 10-7 last year, but I mean, anyone could have said that.
Yeah, I mean,
anyone could have said that. It's not. You know, I sound like I'm humble bragging now. I'm not. Like anyone can just say something randomly, and then it could come true later. And you're like, yeah, I saw it all along. Like, did you? No, you don't know. It's sports.
No, that's why people try to be so anti-Brady or Mahomes so often. That's why people have been so anti-Astros, because they want to be the person that calls the Astros end of an era, like before a season starts. I do think the only thing that annoys me though is like I don't get the dancing over fans. Like every year Fox puts out a fan poll of who's going to win the division. And they never pick the Astros to win the AL West. And then like a bunch of people in the local media like try to like dance on that poll. And I'm like, yes, fans who hate the Astros are not picking the Astros to win the division.
It's okay. Weird. It's weird though, because I mean, just here's the thing you also have to know. Twitter in particular, but social media is just the pits. And I mean, I'm sure Ben on the Top is awesome. I really am. In person. But his Twitter personality is the most annoying thing I've ever seen. You know, everything can't be the greatest. It can't, you know? And we've had chats. I've talked with him, not in person, but I've talked with him in DMs before. But there's a lot of accounts like that. I'm just like, chill a little bit.
Just take a breather.
Yeah. Just like, I get it. Like, you like the Astros. But everything isn't the greatest thing ever, you know? But that works online, and maybe I should have been doing this all along instead of being an idiot who shows up and gets drunk on the air and starts slurring his words during an ad read at 12:45.
No. You just mispronounced Mattress Mac's name. It's okay.
Did I say Mattress Max?
I think so.
Mad Max.
Mattress Max is maybe it's a better name.
I can pull it up. I can see what you said.
Okay. I almost
make a drop every time we talk about him. Has he started doing the TV commercials yet? I think I saw one the other day.
A negative political ad?
No, the free furniture if the Astros win the World Series.
No, but I bet it's starting. I bet the first one is on tonight. Maybe the first one's on during this Astros game that's about to start.
Yeah, he hasn't, because Mattress Mac, he wasn't making those. He should have been. If he's a good gambler, which he's really not, he would have bet on the Astros to win the World Series when they were 10 games back in the AL West. I mean, those would have been.
Do you remember what the odds were?
But they weren't even. I remember they weren't that great.
They weren't terrible though.
No, they weren't. The World Series odds
they weren't
had dropped quite a bit. The division odds were still not good then. Like they were still barely plus money. So the World Series odds were much greater.
Okay.
But the division odds never really got out of hand because I think Vegas. I mean, sometimes they know exactly what they're talking about.
I'd rather see a Mattress Mac themed negative political ad than that Whataburger Buffalo Ranch chicken strip sandwich song one more time. I give me all of the Colin Allred is letting men play against women in sports negative ads, which started seeing on Sunday and in last night's Astros broadcast. Congratulations, Ted Cruz. Guess you won. I would much rather see that than see that effing commercial one more time.
Yeah, I think the worst
Buffalo.
one.
Shut up.
There's this Coca-Cola one that drives me nuts too. That's a Coke Zero ad. I think that might just be a radio commercial that I hear all the time.
Okay.
That drives me nuts.
Well, see, Coca, but that's your drug. Like my drug is video games. Your drug is Coca-Cola.
I've been running a lot of Madden recently, though.
Well, sucks to suck because they deleted everybody's online dynasty last night.
I heard
hear about
that.
Yeah,
and
it's gone.
I'm gonna be really sad when I get home. I think
It's gone. It's gone. EA Sports doesn't care about anything.
Yeah.
Guess where they're based? Guess where EA Sports is based? Just guess. Guess where Electronic Arts is
California?
based. No, but you're warm.
Seattle?
Yes.
Oh, well, of course they're terrible.
I went on a rant once talking about how they're just like this god-awful franchise that mails in literally everything they do, including Star Wars games, which they have the independent property licensing too. And these effing absolute frauds have ruined every single franchise they can. They're worse than Disney. We talk about Disney all the time and all the crap they're foisting on us. Electronic Arts. You see anyway, I'll stop. Video games, they're my addiction. What can I say? He's Joe and Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in or text in. The Astros are AL West champions again. Dana Brown had some updates today on some Astros injuries and more. We'll discuss that. Was he still in the high of that Astros duff? Did he get some champagne last night? He doesn't really need to do anything this time of year. It's Gallant and George. Stay put. I don't know. Ask Mattress Mac. Gallant George on this fine radio program. Thought I was about to burp. Sorry about that. That's why I said exactly what the voice guy just said. There he is.
I think that was just the Mattress Mac free furniture commercial because he was wearing Astros gear.
Smart.
There
Gotta
it is.
get in. Gotta get in right before the game, Anyway, guys. The Astros are AL West champions for the 7th time in the last 8 years, and hopefully are on their way to first and 8th straight American League championship. My God, this is bad. Championship appearance. I don't think I'm that bad. I
just think what's happening is that you just happen to be stumbling over your words, and then you're starting to have a little mental warfare here going on.
There's self-doubt.
there's some Paul Gallant self-doubt going on.
This is 100% more about the fact that I stayed up, and I'm not kidding, until 5:30. No, not hanging out, having fun
So what's
after
the wake-up
Astros
time,
won the ALDS. What's the wake-up time? I woke up at 7:15, and I pressed the snooze button, and I woke up at what I thought was 8:45, and it actually was 9:45 because I did something to my clock, and I also turned off my phone without actually having known it.
It's funny. I'm almost the exact opposite. We had soccer practice last night.
Soccer practice at night for these 3-year-olds?
Yeah, we play at 6. We practice at 6.
Wow, that's late.
Parents gotta get off work and stuff like that.
That's fair.
And then we went home. We're just like chilling. I was putting the little guy to bed. I think like 8:30.
JG Jr.
I fell asleep.
Nice.
I woke up at 4 a.m. So I woke up while you were still playing video games and was like, "What time is it?" And I was just like sleeping next to him, and I'm like, "I guess I'm going back to bed." So I went back to bed and slept for like 3 hours. So I'm walking like 11 hours of sleep right now. I feel great.
Kikuchi mode.
Yeah.
I like that. There's nothing wrong with falling asleep while sitting or while.
Well, maybe at a bar. It's not great.
No, that's not great. That's not great.
But that's the Everclear's fault.
That was the Royal Oak Everclear's fault back in my defense, 2014. Okay? It was a while ago.
Oh.
It was 10 years ago.
I thought it was more recent.
No. Royal Oak's been dead for a while.
Gotcha. Okay.
Brian LaLima, and Sean Salisbury, they do that interview with Dana Brown every single day. And basically I'll be honest, we go to his Twitter. This is me getting caught saying, like, I'm just looking at his Twitter all of a sudden. I said, hey, we got to recount what happened on Dana Brown's interview today. But
yeah.
Dana Brown is the Astros general manager. He joins the Astros flagship, and we do a little segment where we ask whether or not we are down with Dana B. Are you down with Dana Brown? Hit it. Terrible ball. What did Dana Brown say on the Astros flagship today? Are you down with Dana B with what he said? Here is what Dana Brown had to say about Yordan Alvarez. Yordan did not play last night with a sprained knee. Quote, we'll have more detail on the knee sprain in a few more days once the swelling subsides. We're hoping we're going to get good news, but if we lose Yordan, we're going to need guys to step up. Oh, no. The most optimistic person when talking about Astros injuries said, if we lose Yordan, we're going to need guys to step up. This actually has now ruined what could have been the most incredible day of radio of all time because I was so excited. The Astros did it again. I'm so glad to be here covering this team. If we lose Yordan, we're going to need guys to step up. Dana Brown never brings up potential negatives. He never does.
I'm hoping that's just a timeline thing. That's why he's bringing it up, which is still negative. Like it wouldn't be a long term, but it doesn't sound great. It's not just because you have to wait for the swelling to go down, so you can't do anything. We're just the Astros. Everyone's in purgatory now, waiting for the swelling to go down enough to where you can get real imaging on this thing. I mean, this is kind of like essentially what happened with Kyle Tucker. Is like they couldn't MRI it for a while, and there was a broken bone in there and they just didn't realize it. So like we just have to wait, I guess.
More on Yordan Alvarez from Dana Brown on the Astros flagship. When asked if Yordan could miss some of the postseason, oh God, this is not making me feel good either. Let's hope not. I don't want to think like that. Well, maybe he just doesn't want to think like that.
Yeah, he's just, he's not letting the negative thoughts creep in.
Power of positive thing.
Yeah.
You ready for this Astros-centric line? I don't even want to put that in orbit.
Oh,
he said that.
Okay.
All right.
They got rid of the Space City uniforms. You don't need to do that.
I think they'll be back. I think they're just going to change them. Even though I wonder if it's finally time for purple jerseys. They did the hat drop this year.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm in on that.
I think it might be time to, like, they've already embraced the hip hop culture quite a bit.
The Texans are pandering so hard to the, as Joe said, I'm going to say it in quotation marks, hip hop culture of Houston. So why haven't the Astros?
I think we're gonna get purple jerseys,
Screw City jerseys.
Yeah.
Instead of Space City.
Yeah.
It is funny that they pander so much to a specific group in Houston, but they don't pander to the biggest group in Houston.
No, they do not. They
have the Los
don't care at all.
Astros. I mean, at least the Astros have the Los Astros jerseys. But
Even
I'm bringing this back to the Texans. The Texans fans, I think, have more Hispanic fans than anyone, and they are like, "Yeah, let's embrace that chopped and screwed culture now. We're so Houston." It's like, well, I don't know, maybe do some stuff on Espanol. I don't know, just a thought.
And I still think the Los Astros though is just a Major League Baseball thing.
Probably.
I'm not sure it's like an Astros.
You don't think it's a Jim Crane thing?
I don't think so.
I think because don't the Dodgers do?
I think everyone does.
Los Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's bring it back to Dana Brown talking about Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, yeah.
He did feel better yesterday, and in just a day, he felt better, and he's walking better.
Okay. Joe Espada did say before the game also he and Chas McCormick are not going to Cleveland. They're going to stay here and work with the doctors. So they're just going to keep rehabbing away. No reason to travel. So I don't know if that's better or worse or
I'm
nothingness.
good with that. I don't need them on the plane.
Yeah, you might swell up more. You never know. I don't really know how planes work.
You don't know how planes work?
Or how swelling works.
But they fly from one place to another.
I mean, you never know. Like the swelling might double and swell.
Altitude.
Yeah.
You're asking how
change.
does altitude affect swelling?
Yes. Not planes.
They generally, I mean, if you're wearing shoes, in your defense, if you're wearing shoes, your feet generally swell. Your feet feel a little tighter as the plane goes up.
Well, if you're not, you're a gross person.
What?
Are you a flip-flop guy on planes?
No.
Oh, okay. I think those people are weird.
Planes get too cold. That's
It's
more
a
my
comfort
issue.
thing.
But there are some who do not care. I remember the last time I flew international, I was on Turkish Airlines, flying back from Yacht Week, Croatia in 2019.
Fancy ball.
Not really. And I was sitting in, because I was sitting in this row. I was sitting in a row with, I believe, Russians.
Okay.
So it's okay to be xenophobic here because they're invading another country. But these people did not ask me to get up and move out of the aisle. They just walked through my legs while I was asleep. And then when they got back, they took their shoes off and they took their socks off, and they were like rubbing their feet on the back of the seat to get some sort of stimulation going. Rex Ryan would have liked it. I did not.
That's strange.
It was gross.
I definitely think it's weirder though when you're walking, when you're going through security, because then you're walking barefoot as you go through security. That to me is kind of strange.
Yeah.
If you walk in,
you have to take off your shoes.
You have to take off your shoes. So you have no socks on.
Wait, you got to take off your shoes at the airport?
Yeah. Well, I don't have pre-check.
You should get pre-check.
I don't fly enough. I probably should.
Well, it's like $50 for 6 years.
I've just never done it. I know I need to.
It'll relieve so much stress.
Yeah.
Especially, if you do travel, you're traveling with a wife, you're traveling with a kid.
Yeah. I don't know. Part of it is I only fly out of hobby, and I just knock on wood for the next time I fly. Maybe I'll get pre-checked.
Hobby isn't as bad as Bush.
I feel like I'd never have issues at hobby. Like no matter what time of day I go, like I'm never in line that long.
Bush's biggest issue now is that there's just traffic nonstop.
Yeah.
Anyway, more from Dana Brown on the Astros flagship this morning. All about Yordan Alvarez. Dana Brown on the plan for Yordan. We'll let him rest and push him back. The goal is to take the extra 5 days that he needs. He did feel a lot better yesterday. We want all our guys ready for the start of the postseason.
Okay.
I agree.
I also agree.
I would like all of our guys ready for the start of the postseason to the point where I don't even know if it's worth playing the rest of the way.
So it wasn't a good quote, but I listened to the rest of the interview. He said that I got to even see the lineup today as the game has just begun. But he said there's going to be guys who are going to get days off, but they're not all taking off. So that way they don't get out of rhythm. But you will see. He referenced Jeremy Pena right away.
Pena's out there right now, but
yeah.
Altuve is off.
Yeah. So I think what you're going to see is between the next 4 games is my guess is Bregman, Pena, Altuve, Yiner will all skip 2 of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is what my guess is.
Okay.
So that way. And then he was also asked, like, how tough is it to have these conversations to guys about not being on the playoff roster? He said it's not because they're such team guys. So they're such team guys, and they're all they care about is winning. Is it's not tough.
He's saying
to
that.
tell people
That sounds like someone saying that
know,
because they're not going.
Joe's having
to
the tough
bench
conversations.
Justin Verlander. I mean, I hear that. I don't hear Justin Verlander being left off the roster. But I do have a question. 713-780-3776 to call to text. If you are the Astros and you've had literally the worst injury luck, it feels like, of all time this year. I'm hyperbolizing, of course. How many of these guys do you play the rest of the way? Like, do you bench Kyle Tucker, who's not in there today? Do you bench Jose Altuve, who's not in there today, the rest of the year? Same thing with Pena, Bregman. What do you do with the pitchers? What is the actual strategy with the Astros now AL West champions? Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Want to talk to you guys about LaBerge Lake Charles. We were just there this last weekend at the all-new and now opened ESPN Bet. They got the 24-foot video wall. It was absolutely incredible to be in there for a college football Saturday and NFL Sunday. Everybody's sweating out the Colorado game, watching the Texans game. Not a lot of sweating out in that one. And until the end, we had the over-under. But majority of the game, I was just kind of watching what was going on. But all the games going on at once. It was a really, really cool environment to be a part of. So if you're feeling about, your Astros odds for this year, and if you want to see them go to the World Series, you think they're going to, a great place to make that bet is ESPN Bet in Lake Charles. The casino's fun, of course. While you're there, I recommend going to Ember, the steakhouse, and giving that a whirl. My wife and I go pretty much every time we're there at this point and get oysters and steak or something while we're at Lake Charles. When you leave Texans betting your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge Lake Charles.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Those J Bar M wings are spicy. Woo.
They're excellent. I love when J Bar brings food. They brought some great stuff today. The wings are very good. I just had my first one. I got the regular ones. I didn't get the spicy. I'm a wimp.
Yeah, I ate the spicy, and I
can hear it in your voice right
I
now.
feel bad because I gave Sean Mapes the remainder of the champagne that we popped a bottle of earlier in the show, and
instead of getting water, you took more of the champagne.
It's a shorter walk.
What? Champagne can't wash it down?
No, you can. I mean, look, J Bar M. I don't know if they want this advertisement, but champagne washes it down great.
Well, they got good brunch at J Bar M. Was Hoffy here today?
I didn't. They dropped it off before I got here. Actually,
Well, there's a guy who works at J Bar M who is named Hoffy. He rules, and he looks like Australian Bautista.
Yeah,
that's like the perfect description of him. He's the man. We're thankful for the J Bar M, and we're thankful to the Houston Astros, who for the 7th time in 8 years and for the 4th straight year are American League West champions. They do it this year. Not like last year where it was the last game of the season where everything was determined. They do it this year with technically 3, but in the midst of 4 games left. What do you believe in, Joe? Do you believe in resting players at the end of the year, or do you think that rest creates rust?
I think it definitely creates rust. So that's why I think you have to do a really good blend. Joe Espada has to be creative with, giving guys a couple of days off. But I think some of that can also be, in game. You can, it might, if an injury were to happen, it would put you in a tough spot for that day. But let Jose Altuve go out there, make sure he gets 2 at-bats in any given day, and then maybe you take him out. So maybe he only plays 1 9-inning game, between now and the end of the season. Same with Kyle Tucker. He's off today. Let him play tomorrow, full 9, and then, the next 2 days, 1 day off, 1 day you play 6, and then come out a little bit early. Your main guys, just let them have a little bit of a breather. So kind of a mixed bag.
Okay.
I would say.
The lineup is where I feel you want to give everybody a couple of at-bats, but the biggest thing to be concerned about, one, Jordan, that seems to have taken care of itself. I don't think we're going to see Jordan the rest of the year, regular season. We'll see about postseason, but it doesn't sound great based off of what we heard from Dana Brown today. To each their own. With Dana Brown, you always got to take everything with a grain of salt. Usually, though, it's because he's saying such Al Tucker. And it does seem like Tucker is now back to 100%, or at least as close to 100% as he's going to be. But for Tucker, 1 at-bat a game the next 3. Just make sure he doesn't feel rusty.
Yeah.
Going into the postseason. After that, Bregman, who plays so much, even with the elbow gremlins, could certainly use, I would imagine, a day or 2. Altuve could use a day or 2. After that, I think everybody else should play.
I would say Pena, because he's played in like 155 games or something like that.
Can you make him designated fielder so we can work on the ground balls?
It does feel like he's had a little bit of he's fixed his problems, whatever was going on. Feels like it's kind of come back to the norm of recent. But yeah, I mean, just that's why it's, you got to mix in, because obviously your bench is only so deep, so you can only give so many guys days off, and you can only take them out for so many games. But one of the benefits of that, of the small benefits of the Yordan Alvarez injury, is that now your DH spot is freed up. So if you want Kyle Tucker or Bregman or Pena or Altuve to get a day and just get at bats and not be in the field, now the DH spot is cleared up for the next 4 or the next 3 days after today. So that kind of gives you a little bit wiggle room too.
Okay.
And what's nice about the pitching, because of the way it's just going to land, Blanco, Verlander, and Arrighetti are going to most likely, right now it's for sure Blanco and Verlander. I don't think they've officially announced the last game of the season, but I believe it'll be Arrighetti will be the 3 starters. That works out perfectly because none of those 3 guys are pitching in the wild card round. Like none of them are. So, I mean, maybe Blanco, he's a bullpen arm, and even Arrighetti. Right. So maybe Arrighetti's not available, on Tuesday, but he could be available on Thursday. So you kind of got lucky in the way just your rotation fell. So you don't have to really worry about that. And I just, for the bullpen, use Hader. I would use Hader, Abreu, and Presley no matter what at least one time in the next 4 days.
Second to last game.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Second to last game. I mean, season wraps up. Last game of the season is what, Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the wild card series start Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah.
It would be nice to get one last bit of work in before a couple of days off.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you there. And I think from a pitching perspective, you're right. The schedule has worked itself out. I don't think any starter should be pitching more than 3 innings.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I feel like this is where you use the Calebs. This is where you use all of those guys. Someone on YouTube comments at Mac trying to keep guys healthy, and George Kirby out there throwing chin music to Jeremy Pena. A question. Now, we want all the Astros to stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But does anyone want to see the Astros squab with the Mariners today?
I think I want to wait. That's how you get a bunch of rest days, a bunch of suspensions.
That's true. That's true, but it would be next year probably, right? Like
no.
They don't suspend players for the playoffs.
No, but they would suspend them for the next 3 days.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, they seem to suspend people for the next year when things happen in the regular season, in the playoffs. Like, they don't like to suspend guys for playoff games.
If it was like a 5-game suspension, they would be suspended for the next 3 days, and then the first 2 games of 2025.
Who do we volunteer as tribute? Who is the one that says enough is enough if George Kirby throws up and in on them again?
Who's at second base right now?
Shea Whitcomb.
There you go, buddy. That's all you, man.
That was the correct answer.
Put your dukes up.
Like, you know what? I kind of want to see squab a little bit after the way he reacted the other day.
Who?
Gray Kessinger. Just the way he reacted after that play feels like there's something there.
There's some fire in
There's
them.
some fire in there. We're like,
that's true.
I might not like them. I do really want them to win today's game. I do.
It would be nice to end the year 7-6 against Seattle, considering you were 10 games back of them at one point.
And while they're 2.5, like they're still alive, and it will be hard for them. But
I don't want to see Seattle in the playoffs. I'm with you. I know what you're trying to say.
Win today, keep Seattle out of the wild card round, send them home.
Their pitching is just really, really good. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay to admit that one of your rivals has something that's way better than you. Their starting rotation is insane. I mean, Bryce Miller being as good as he's been this year is something I did not see coming, because you got Kirby, you got Gilbert. I mean,
Castillo, like they're
Castillo,
they're so good.
It's an unfair pitching rotation. They don't have a great offense. That's why they're going to be out, most likely.
I can't wait to see who they trade this offseason. I think they're the most interesting team in baseball this offseason.
It's weird. Look, I know not everybody here has a good. I have a good relationship with Mariners fans, even though like now I just lose Mariners fans with every single post that I make these days. If I talk anything about the Astros, they're like, you bastard, you were just using us. Like, yeah, I was. You were paying me to talk about your team, so of course I was using you. I was basically a sports talk whore, if you will. Okay, we had fun, we had a good time, but I feel bad for them. I feel bad for the fans. I do. They are
could
way
be worse.
They are way too loyal, considering how terrible that ownership is. They really are.
They're a pretty good fan base.
You don't have to feel bad.
I do feel bad for. It's hard for me to say I feel bad for anyone right now besides A's fans. Like that letter. I don't know if
You
you
saw
guys
the letter? We
I don't know
talked about it
if you-
yesterday, yeah.
I mean,
it
made me want to puke. Like it was.
We were unable to accomplish our mission.
Yeah, because you're cheap, and like it's gonna get.
They never tried to accomplish it. They were trying to get out for a while.
And like it's gonna be worse when they go to Vegas and they start spending money. Assuming they're going to do that, but I would assume that they're going to go spend money in Vegas. And then all these A's fans are going to be left with no team to root for, and they're going to be watching the team that left them spend tons of cash. Like, I feel bad. I feel bad for them. Mariners fans, I just relate to them.
Ryan Lawson, Texas said, "Hey, Paul, they tried to burn down your apartment." No, Antifa doesn't care about sports. They don't believe in anything.
You never know.
I doubt there were Mariners fans.
You don't think they're like repping Mariners jerseys underneath there?
No. You see these people?
Jay Buhner fans.
These people think sports are like satanic.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know,
do, yeah.
oh, you play sports? Oh, you were athletic and good looking. Oh, disgusting cisgen. You know, like that's what those people do.
Gotcha.
Anyway, It's Gallant and George. He's Joe. I am Paul. We have more audio of how wrong we were about the Astros earlier in the year. I know people want to hear it, so we'll continue to play it the rest of the way. Also, we'd be remiss if we don't play one Paul Wall's "How About Them Stro" song. It's the tune of the 2022 World Series. But also, if we didn't play that one guy that we used to play in the background who played the trombone cover of Paul Wall's song about the Astros, it's Gallant and George. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Astros are AL West champs. 7th time in 8 years. We are partying. We've got champagne in studio. We are both wearing Astros jerseys. Joe has opted for the traditional orange and blue Astros jersey. I believe it is their best current look.
I tried so hard to wear that one. The one you have on.
This is the Tequila
Still too fat.
Sunrise jersey. I bought this on eBay for $30. It is a Nolan
Good
Ryan
deal.
Tequila Sunrise jersey. It is a good deal. I will say it's one of those older ones. It does not breathe at all. Wear this in the sun, you're done.
Yeah.
I can't believe that-
cooking.
I can't believe players used to wear jerseys like this. This is so not comfortable. I mean, it chafes my nipples. And I have tiny nipples and it still chafes them. It's not fun. Is that a just generic orange Astros jersey?
Got my name on the back.
Oh, I didn't even see that. What number are you wearing?
18. We got
Why 18?
Oh, so we got them made for when we announced we were pregnant.
Aww.
So Dana's has a 1 on the back for our wedding anniversary for 118. And then we got a little Astros jersey with 22 on it, with 21 on it, for the year that he was born.
Aw, that's cute. I like it.
So yeah. But I have one of those too, but we're still losing weight, so it still isn't. We're getting close. It's too love handily. So I
mean,
was like, I'm gonna
J Bar M coming in here. It's like assaulting your diet.
No, it just means I'm gonna have a salad for dinner.
Well, the salad isn't the issue. The salad is this is Paul Gallant.
Yeah.
Cooks well, eats well, checking in. This is so
Uh-huh.
we can binge drink on the weekends. The salad is gonna help you pass things. You just gotta work out.
Oh yeah. I went to the gym this morning.
Good. You went to O Athletic?
Yeah, I was there this morning.
Hell yeah.
Get a little workout.
But I get annoyed when people say, "Oh, I'm eating a salad." The salad does not mean.
Oh
anything.
yeah, no.
Doesn't mean anything.
I usually just balance it. Honestly, sometimes it's more of a convenience thing.
No doubt. No doubt.
It's like mass make like
For-
a chicken like salad, and then I can change up the dressing. So usually I do go like a salad and usually something else like for dinner.
I mean,
But-
I don't eat in a happy way. Like I'm good at cooking, but I mean, I eat the same thing every day. You know,
That's what I struggle with for the longest
it's
time.
it's tough. You
Yeah.
have family. It's I
Yeah.
totally understand it. I empathize with it.
You know what I cooked the other day for the first time? Lamb. Grilled it up.
Oh, that sounds great.
It was great.
You get
Also,
little mint leaves.
so easy. Like it grills so fast. So it was very, very, very good.
It's the one thing about lamb that's annoying is it smells. The smell does not go away.
Yeah, I can
But
see that.
I love lamb.
Yeah.
Lamb's great. Speaking of eating, the Astros again, AL West champions, eating up the Mariners. Am I right? But someone texted in, attempted the 9-inning, 9-dog, 9 drinks challenge yesterday. It is impossible. You, sir, need a salad because it's going to be tough to pass things through.
I think it used to be possible, but that's one of the
When?
things that before the pitch clock. I mean, think about it. Like,
so you're saying the big issue for this guy wasn't the size of his stomach; it was the time of the game.
yeah, the game's too fast now.
It's
Like
just 20 seconds between pitches.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I mean, look, and it's hard. Like, you can't. You really do an Astros game because sometimes they have 5-pitch innings when they're at bat because they're so aggressive. So, like, before the pitch clock, there was a feasible challenge. Now I don't think it is.
Oh my god, that's a riot. I did think that was really funny. That one of the big complaints about the pitch clock was, "Oh, I'm not going to be able to eat and drink at the game," and you still could. And by the way, it's probably for the best. These things cost way too much. I wonder what 9 dogs, 9 drinks would cost.
I feel like you gotta do it at home.
I mean, are we talking beers?
What's Dollar Dog Night? So I guess.
Oh, it was Dollar Dog Night
because
okay.
it's Tuesday, right? So at least that's only $9.
Yeah, but how many drinks are we talking about? If you're talking to El Tiempo margaritas, this was a $500 bill.
It's probably 9 beers. But even then, that's still
That's like 13 to 18 a beer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cost is. I just know it's outrageously priced.
I'm assuming it's like 13 right now.
That's like $80 or $90.
It's at least 100.
13 times 9.
9 dogs plus 9 beers.
126 pre-tax. If it's $13 a beer.
Plus the tickets themselves. I guess it was a Tuesday night, so maybe not the most expensive game. We got another text, and I don't like this text for a couple of reasons. A text, can we sabotage the Mariners plane for the return trip home? Whoa.
Guys.
First off, that's not cool. Okay? We don't want to wish harm on the Astros enemies. But second off, leave it to Boeing.
I mean, maybe this texter just means what happened at Jacksonville, where they just couldn't leave wherever they played on Monday night for like a couple extra hours.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they mean.
I've been stuck at a Buffalo airport on a delay for a couple hours. Not
Oh,
fun.
really?
Not fun. Yeah.
What's that airport like?
I didn't go into the airport. We just
okay.
we just had to land because we ran out of gas. Yeah, that sucked. That was around Christmas time. But yeah, guess what? By the way, guys, you know where Boeing's based?
Seattle.
Yeah.
And Chicago.
Speaking of blowing 10-game leads, imagine being like the preeminent, aerospace company in the United States, and now all of a sudden you can't even get astronauts back from space until February.
One day they'll get back.
I hope. I hope for them. I mean, listen, the Mariners.
I mean, look, I watched Ludacris and Tyrese fly to space last night. Okay, they're in space currently. That's why I paused.
Okay,
so they're still.
Wait.
He's pandering. He's pandering to us, but I like it.
No, I told you I'm watching all of it. So I'm on 9 right now. I had to go to soccer practice. So
Watch it 8 more times. All of them.
No, this is like I've seen this one a bunch of times.
I was gonna say you had soccer practice at 6. You already said you fell asleep at like 8:30.
Yeah, but my dental procedure was done at like
I'm just
11:30.
This clock does not add up. Just like Paul playing video games for 12 hours straight from 5 p.m. last
night.
Is it evening? I don't know. Till 5:30 in the morning today.
Yeah.
Just like that doesn't add up. But being honest, none of what you've said. I'm concerned about your sleeping habits.
No, I just
all of that makes no sense.
I was off during the day because I was,
Does sound like an
my
alibi.
whole mouth was numb, so I couldn't do anything. So I was just sitting at home by myself. I didn't have the kid. He was with his babysitter.
Oh, wow.
So I was just hanging out watching Fast and the Furious.
Sober?
I mean, I was numbed.
But they just gave you a numbing agent. They didn't give you any any of the stuff that they give you for your wisdom teeth. No laughing gas.
No, just numbed, which is the worst because I hate needles. I'm like terrified of them.
Well, you can't see that needle.
But I could like see them like
they're
getting
doing it.
I could see them getting it ready. So I was like closing my eyes. I was like, "Are you done yet?"
Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, because I don't want to see it go in or around my mouth because I don't like needles, long needles.
Okay.
Little needles are fine, aka tattoo needles, but
that's not what she said.
It's true.
713-780-3776 to call, to text. You could join on YouTube. You could join on Twitch. So we gotta play the Paul Wall song. And that's the song that was played the last time they won the World Series. Now they haven't won a World Series since then, but we gotta play the Paul Wall song. We gotta play the trombone version of the Paul Wall song. And we got to play some old takes that did not age well for Joe and me. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
Sam Knight, Wild Wild Baby. Say, man, how about them strolls, baby?
They say if you ain't got no haters, then you ain't got nothing poppin'. But it won't face this fella's never been an option. The haters see us make it clutch, city never stopping.
Now back to Paul Gallant and Joe George, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
About them Stros.
So simple.
No, it's not.
It's good.
Not enough O's.
Yeah.
I remember way back before they tried to disrespect Mattress Mac.
How dare they?
On us hard, should have never done that. But we showed up and showed out and showed love back.
Thanks,
So
Paul
how you
Wall.
love that? Had to win
I think this is Paul Wall's best song. I know a lot of people will say, Paul,
gosh.
you're an idiot when it comes to music, and they might be right. But Dusty Baker won it all. Paul Wall saluting our seniors.
Our seniors.
What?
Or just our champions.
How about them Stros? How about them Stros? How about them Stros?
It's kind of the only.
How about them Stros?
There's like a little McDonald's ringtone to it.
I really wonder how much of this song, like from a percentage perspective, is just O noises. And not the O noises from the guy in Office Space. Oh. I mean, how much of that song is just
30%. 40%?
I
think it's at least 30.
I think it's trending towards 30. I don't know if it's quite there, but someone's got to do the math.
I will give them credit that this was posted on November 12th, 2022. The Astros won the World Series on November 5th, 2022. So they turned this thing around in a week.
It's a music video production too.
They got a full music video done in a week.
When you were starting to say the date, I was nervous for a moment that they started recording it well in advance, and that bummed me out because I was like, "Oh man, that's one of those things that I would have given another team a lot of crap for." But nope, they did it the right way.
No, I mean, maybe they wrote some of it. You know, they got some lyrics on the the whiteboard. You know, they're like, okay, so we definitely want to do. How about them O's? Remember way back when they disrespected Mattress Mac.
I like how that's the first lyric.
It's the most important.
Philadelphians being drunk a-holes to a mattress salesman who's in his borderline 90s.
I feel like they had most of it done.
I don't think so. No, I remember people were telling me that hey, there's a music video.
They did shoot
there's a music
after.
video being shot, and they I think blocked roads in a couple of parts of town in East downtown.
Yeah, I think they shot some of it during the parade.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Another day that's a little bit fuzzy.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I went to we did the show at Kobos.
Okay.
That was fun. Love the guys at Kobos. And then we walked down to the parade. By the time we got to the parade was done. So then afterwards, walked around a little bit, and one of my friends said, "Hey, let's go to Shot Bar."
Ooh.
Which is a place I used to go to regularly when I was a young man, back in the days of Royal Oak's existence as well. Shot Bar used to be something else. I don't even know if it exists anymore.
It does.
It does.
I was in its parking lot the other day.
Good for them.
Isn't it right by Bottle Blonde?
No.
Isn't that Shop Bar?
No.
Or is a place called Shop Bar right there?
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's not then.
No. Shop Bar's Midtown. Midtown is is overrun by tumbleweeds now. You walk around there, it's like
Gotcha.
You're gonna see more homeless people than people that are out there and about. But no. Bottle Blonde, not a fan. Not a fan.
No.
Not a fan.
Why not for that one?
Because I got kicked out for being sarcastic to a
I
security
know you told
guard.
that story. Oh, I don't remember you told it on
I
air.
did not tell it on the air, but
Oh, okay.
whatever. Bottle Blonde can kiss my ass. It's not that good. It's not that good. Oh, we have attractive bartenders. Great. Cool. Literally everywhere in Houston does.
So does Hooters.
You're right. And they're friendlier there.
That's true.
They're friendlier at Hooters. Or Twin Peaks, though I don't like Twin Peaks either because I kept getting my car towed from their parking lot. Speaking of getting kicked out. That's even more ridiculous story. I'm just going to stop. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Paul Wall.
Yeah.
How about them Stros? I mean, it's probably the anthem of the Houston Astros other than the Astros cocaine song. But something that we were doing after the Astros won the World Series, Joe, in 2022 is there's a person on YouTube, and I got to give him his proper credit. But this man did a trombone cover of How About Them Stros by Paul Wall. I'm sorry, it's one of the funniest songs. It's Adam Jeans.
My favorite part is you can hear the music video playing in the background.
Well, it's good because he needed that. It's the best. I know the Twitch loves this more than anything.
They are so excited right now. They finally stopped yelling at us.
Yeah, they're mad.
Can we make this the show intro for until after they win the World Series? Or
We could change it.
I think we just change it to the
We
bone.
could change it.
Let's just go with the bone for.
How about them Stros? How about them Stros? It's Paul Wall's best. I know you guys are haters because you think that Paul Wall's done better. He hasn't. Paul Wall's never done anything greater than writing that song and inspiring this.
Oh my god! I really wish he would have been on our show instead of with Sean and Lance.
I do too.
When he was on,
I would have brought in a trombone and started playing it for him.
I think it was on the phone.
Didn't even get him in studio. Come on, Paul Wall.
He was busy.
Don't you remember way back when they tried to disrespect retrospect?
What a moment in time. That line specifically is like a time capsule to, I guess, November 2nd of 2022, where where Mattress Mac gets yelled at and does like a press tour about it.
just brings back fond memories of when the Astros were World Series champions. Maybe we're going to manifest that right now. Adonis says this got us through the Astros season last year. Twitch is having a good time. Ryan Lawson, Texas does not like it. Some other folks do not like it as well. By the way, it's not going
to be for everyone.
It's not going to be for everyone. It's 153. By the way, you know what we haven't talked about today? And I'm really happy about it. I'm really happy about it. Houston Texans.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans are in timeout! I had a segment planned for them today, and I thought to myself at 11:15 this morning, I'm like, no. We're not doing that.
Yep, they're back in timeout.
They are still little brother. Still little brother. No matter how bad they want to be big brother, they are still little brother. And look, I like football way better than I like baseball. I would prefer, because I think I know more about football than I know about baseball, to talk about football. But the Astros are the top dog in town. They still are. And they are doing what you expect, where the Texans are going into Minnesota, playing Sam Darnold and the Vikings, and getting their asses kicked.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel any differently watching the Jaguars get smoked on Monday Night Football, Joe, about the Texans' chances this coming Sunday?
I mean, I think, I know we'll do our pick 6 on Friday, and I think the lines moved to like 6.5 already, open at 4.5. I'm probably still gonna pick the Texans to cover, just because I'm gonna stand by my Doug Pearson gets fired on Sunday take.
Man, I feel.
I mean, to be like that pathetically, to play that pathetically against the Bills, the Texans won by 3 touchdowns on Sunday. I just don't.
I'm envious of you having that feeling. I want to believe that. I think it's going to be a claw 'em out, scratch 'em out kind of game. And I feel like the Texans are going to once again frustrate us, even if they win.
Yeah, I think it's more of a Jags take than it is a Texans take. It's hard. It's hard this game because I think you're right also. But I just don't respect Jacksonville at all.
Well, who does respect Jacksonville as a city? I mean, they couldn't. They hosted a Super Bowl. Can you believe that? We've only hosted 2 times as many Super Bowls at NRG Stadium.
It's true.
As Jacksonville. I guess 3 times technically because there was a Super Bowl at Rice Stadium. But yeah, they held a Super Bowl there. It was terrible. I was at it. I went there. Went to school the next day. Shout out to me, legend, hero.
Like school back? You went back up to Syracuse?
No. I was. I'm not that old. Wait,
I don't.
I'm not that young. My bad. No, I was in high school.
Oh, okay. I didn't know when.
It's my sophomore year of high school.
I didn't know when the Super Bowl in Jacksonville was.
It was Super Bowl 39. It was Patriots Eagles.
Gotcha. Okay.
My stepdad's
That's
an
the one they
Eagles
won.
fan. I am a Patriots fan, but the real reason we went was because Paul McCartney played at halftime.
Oh.
And my mother loves Paul McCartney.
Gotcha.
I might have been named after Paul McCartney.
That's okay.
No, I don't really. The Beatles are growing on me as I get older. And
Growing.
But I'm not really a big Beatles guy.
Really?
No.
Of all the music tastes, I thought that's one that you would be like in on.
I
love the Beatles.
They're good. They're just everyone's like, whoa. I don't know if I'm there with them.
Yeah, I grew up on it. Like not even my parents. Like my
Okay.
cousin, like he loved it, and he was going to SIU when I was living in Carbondale, Southern Illinois University, and just like had it on all the time. So I've loved the Beatles since I was young.
Okay.
But that makes sense why you would go see Paul McCartney. It's funny, it's like that people go to a Super Bowl to see a halftime act, but that is like the one I feel like that would Prince, Paul McCartney. Like nowadays, like no offense, like Eminem, Snoop Dogg, and those guys. Like, and I love that halftime show. I can't imagine people were going to that Super Bowl for that.
Well, yeah, this the live experience of a concert is different now.
Yeah.
Like, man, now we're really getting into old man mode. But I know when I was on my trip in Colorado and hanging out with my mom, my stepdad, and some of their closest friends, that we were watching like old concert music videos, and they showed Leonard Skinner in concert playing Freebird, and there's like 100,000 people there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just thinking to myself, like, damn, like we don't really get something like that often unless it's some sort of huge, massive festival. Like the idea of a concert approaching 6 figures is a rarity outside of, I think, George Strait at Aggieland. Like,
yeah.
I think that's probably the last time we got that close
probably Taylor
concert.
Swift overseas, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it doesn't
has done
count.
some of that stuff.
It doesn't. It's the overseas doesn't count. Not real people.
I'm sure Taylor Swift's got 100,000
USA.
crowd in her here.
Build a wall.
Yeah, build it.
Yeah, build it over the ocean so that Taylor Swift can't fly overseas. Taylor Swift is our greatest natural resource. They should have to pay us taxes for Taylor Swift.
Okay. Did you
She's
listen,
our possession.
You listen to Ryan Russillo's podcast on Monday?
I don't have yours. Yes, I did listen. Yeah.
You heard the Todd McShay spin zone of why Travis Kelce.
Yeah, he's out of shape. I totally agree
because
with
of
it.
Taylor Swift.
We actually brought it up yesterday.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm on it. Kelce by the end of the year though, he's gonna be ready to go.
Yeah, but just not ready. He's not ready right now.
Not
he's
now.
Just partying.
That's for sure.
Taylor Swift, bring him down.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. The Astros are AL West champions for the 7th time in 8 years. And we killed them earlier this year. Whoops. We will get to some more audio of us putting the Astros in the dirt. Stick around.
We'll talk to you guys about O Athletic, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. And you can check them out on O Athletic on Instagram as well. They got over 100 classes per week that they offer you. You can go early in the morning, go late at night, and they vary. Whatever class you want to try out, from a weightlifting, agility training, or you just want to dip your toes into some Brazilian jiu-jitsu and boxing to kind of introduce some new workout styles into your life. You can do all that at O Athletic. You can sign up for a personal trainer. I recommend Cam just because that's who I work out with. Whether it's 1 to 5 times a week, they'll work around your schedule for that as well. O Athletic is the gym for me. It should be the gym from you. And don't wait till 2025 to get started. Check them out, oathletic.com.
the 4th year in a row. In the 7th consecutive full season, the Astros are the AL West champions.
And they clinch it against the team they had to chase down early in the season. 10 games back to win their 4th straight division title.
It looked early in the season like the train might be off the tracks, but this Astros locomotive is relentless.
Woo woo! Should have shouted out Bobby Dynamite there, the guy who at Minute Maid Park operates the train that honks a horn and also, I guess, is a symbolic instrument used to open and close the roof at Minute Maid Park. Astros up 1-0 on the Seattle Mariners today after beating the Mariners 4-3 last night to clinch their 7th American League West crown in 8 years, their 4th straight. Bad mistakes. They've made a few. They've had their share of sand kicked in their face, but they came through. And we mean to go on and on and on and on because we are the champions of the American League West, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions of the AL West. We are the champions of the AL West. No time for losers like the Mariners because we are the champions of the world. And by world, I mean AL West.
Champions of the AL West. That's all that matters. Every full season, the last, 7 years? 8 years, whatever it's been. Real champions. Not those fake champions like the Oakland A's in a 60-game season. Frauds. Might have still had a team.
And they had NBC Sports Bay Area put that stupid comic up. What are they saying about us now? Making fun of the Astros. So
oh yeah,
for them to win it that year and then blow it in the playoffs was succulent.
Well, yeah, I mean it's one of those things that people should learn. Was it Cal Raleigh for the Mariners this year? That
Big dumper,
big
yeah.
dumper that said it's always great when the Astros lose.
That was him, correct.
And then that's pretty much when the season flipped for the Astros, coincidentally, and everything started to completely unravel for the Seattle Mariners. I mean, this has been a fun season. Like the good, the bad. Like
it's been a roller coaster ride.
At least
I will.
Yeah.
I refuse to say it was fun. I want to. I want to win the division by 12 games every single year. But the ups and the downs. I mean, they were 7-18. They were 10 games back of the Mariners a couple of weeks later. That they were able to pull this off with a couple of games left, especially considering last year they had to win it the last game of the year, and they kind of fell ass backwards into it. It is nice, and this is a year that a lot of people should be happy about. Specifically, Joe Espada. This is Joe Espada after the game talking to Astros players.
I'm going to start with this, man. I am so proud of this team. I'll tell you why. There's a lot of people that count us out early. But you know what? This team got heart. We got heart. We believe in one another. We don't quit. We got grit. We are tougher than any team. And you know what? Here we come. Let's go!
So the Astros pop champagne, and we pop champagne a little bit earlier. Joe is still drinking it. I've moved on to room temperature coffee.
Done.
Wow. He's like Brady Quinn right there. Notre Dame legend. Now I'm done. Remember those Muscle Milk commercials?
Oh yeah, yes.
Sorry,
I forgot about it for a second. My brain had to process.
No, it's totally fair.
Which embarrassing Brady Quinn moment we were going to be talking about there.
No. Brady Quinn was good for y'all. I apologize because from time to time I have rando references stuck in my brain that are things that would make some argue I'm on the spectrum. I am not. I'm not like the Gen Zers and Alpha kids these days who all believe that they have some version of that. No, I'm just a very strange man.
Okay.
Very strange man who's wearing a $34 Nolan Ryan Astros jersey, Cooperstown vintage that he bought on eBay, and wearing orange sunglasses, who's about half a bottle of champagne into the day, and as one does. And I'm really happy because the Astros were able to make this happen, and I do feel guilty for doubting them. I'm sure Joe does. I'm sure Sean does. I'm sure the many people in this city who doubted them earlier this year, you feel like crap. I don't think the people that never doubted them should hold it over them. You can if you want, but it is time for all of us to unite as one. Unite the clans as one.
Yeah, I don't think just because if you held faith, I give you credit for it. But because most Astros fans, there's a lot that don't have faith now. Like, this almost doesn't even matter that they've clinched the division because they don't think the lineup's good enough to make this work.
The lineup is good enough to make it work. I think you got to look at the rest of the American League, and I'll admit I'm a bit of a baseball casual, but outside of the Yankees and the three bats they have with all that power, Soto, Judge, and Stanton when he's on, who can score on the same level the Astros can? And by the way, Alex Bregman just got a standing ovation pulled from the game.
He's leaving
in the midst of the third inning. I mean, it won't be his last game at Minute Maid Park because since the Astros clinched the 3 seed, they will play some playoff games there. But I do think that's a very cool moment. And damn, that sucks.
That sucks. I didn't think they were going to do that.
That is almost saying, hey, he's leaving. Because, I mean, you're not going to do that in the midst of a playoff game. Oh.
I was wondering what Joe Espada was doing out there. And then,
this sucks. This kind of ruins the vibe a little bit.
We might have talked Texans now because now I'm
sad. We're still not doing that. They're in timeout. I think deservedly so.
I mean, it's cool that they did. I'm glad they did that for Alex, and hopefully it's not his last game in the regular season wearing an Astros jersey. Because I still think there's a chance they bring him back.
We have the TV on in studio, and they're zooming in on Bregman in the dugout now. But for those who don't know, they basically pulled Alex Bregman from the game once the Astros infielders had gone back on the field. So it was a symbolic pulling him from the game. I don't know how you can look at that and not believe he's gone after this season and hopefully eventual World Series championship. I don't know how you can look at that and feel otherwise. That is so symbolic. It's a cool thing that the Astros did. It's one of those things where Bregman, with the way he was acting in the dugout, I think feeling a little bit uncomfortable. I don't think Bregman expected that to happen, but I think that was a very cool move.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you should do. Like, I don't remember if they did that for Carlos and
I don't either off the top of my head.
I don't think they did.
They definitely didn't do it for Garrett Cole.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
George Springer, I don't think so either, right? Because that was it.
Yeah, I mean, those are the big ones because those are the only three guys. Like, I wouldn't say, honestly, I would say Garrett Cole's like not deserving of that. I mean, he got yanked from his last home start, but I think really the only guys who would be deserving of that like level of treatment are guys that were here in 2017. And then I'll add Tucker into that mix for next year if they have to, do that next season and say goodbye to Tucker. But it's a cool moment. It just kind of sours. It sours it at the same time.
It just reminds you of what's possibly happening.
Yeah.
I say possibly. You could also say the Astros are inevitable. Alex Bregman leaving is inevitable. Virginia Buttonweed, this is probably the best comment. It's the right thing to do with no bearing on the future likelihood of signing. But it's not like it's going to help him bring him back. They're going to have to offer him a lot of money. And even though he has been the last couple of seasons, one of the most durable players in baseball, you do have to wonder how that contract ages. What kind of contract are they realistically going to offer him that Scott Boras would actually take?
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully it's similar to what Matt Chapman got, which was like I don't even remember what it was at this point.
Yeah, and you brought that up on the air, but it was reasonable. I forget the financials myself because
it's
whenever you say numbers, I get
3-year, $54 million contract. I don't remember what his contract was this year, but I think it was essentially like almost like a 4-year, like $70 million. Sounds about right.
I mean, it would be great, but that's.
But compared to
that
what
sounds so small.
Yeah. I mean,
would you take less than 6 figures? Or excuse me, would you take less than would you take less than 9 figures total if you're Bregman? No way.
No, I'd say no. Oh, sorry, no. 6 years, 151. The 3 years, 54 was for this season. They bought out the last 2 years.
Gotcha.
So 6 years, $151 million
Okay.
is a new
I was about to
contract.
say.
Yeah, the Google search was not.
No,
great.
it's all good. It's all good.
So basically, though, it was like a 7-year, $169 million contract. Is basically what it ended up being, where he got a contract and they bought it out a year. So would Bregman sign for less than $200 million? I'm gonna say he doesn't want to, but this offseason feels like it's gonna be like last year, where everyone's gonna be focused on Juan Soto. You know, if the Red Sox, the Mets, the Yankees, the Cubs, the Giants, I think we have to put them in there, what they've tried to do the last couple of years. If that's the Juan Soto conversation, well, a lot of those teams are also the Alex Bregman conversation.
Yeah.
So they can't move until this. And where you had guys like Matt Chapman and Cody Bellinger and, Nathan Eovaldi, like they were free agents in February because everyone was so focused on Ohtani, the market didn't start to move. So it's possible like Alex does sign a lesser contract. The hard part is that will he sign that here? That
Right,
to
exactly.
me seems like the answer would be no.
Probably not.
Like if he was going to sign a contract for 3 years, $54 million, I'm guessing that's elsewhere.
I think we've learned anything today is that we don't rule anything out.
Yes.
Because we both
What do
gave
we
the
say?
Astros a funeral earlier this year.
What do we say? What did I say, Paul? It's baseball. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
It's true though.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. You're so right. A little more context. I guess Todd Callis on the broadcast said that this was planned and Espada got special permission from the umpires to pull him from the game. That is a classy manager.
Well, those are the rules now.
I'm going to give a tip of the hat to Joe Espada for that.
It's also why baseball sometimes is stupid. You know, they have to get special permission.
It would have been so funny if Espada got ejected for doing that. What? You're supposed to do that before the commercial break was done. That would have been hilarious.
It happened in baseball this year.
Then Espada would get mad at the umpires.
Yeah.
Maybe the somehow this would turn into a fight with the Mariners.
I mean, at a certain point, the Mariners are like, "Hey guys, we're still playing for the playoffs.
Like, don't forget about us."
Yeah, I get you guys are half hungover playing this game, but we still need to take this a little seriously.
Well,
Come on.
I mean, according to Chandler Rome, he said John Singleton had quite the time last night.
Oh.
He said,
well, I'm hoping he wasn't smoking weed.
He said, John Singleton, who had a very, very good time in the Astros clinching clubhouse last night, just scored from second base. Professional athletes. They're not like us.
Hell
so,
yeah, dude.
sounds like John Singleton
low-key,
partied hard last night.
Low-key snitching. From
yeah, it is
Chandler
like, yeah,
Rome.
that's a low-key snitch.
It is a little bit. I like Chandler Rome too. I don't like that though.
Yeah. Well,
What's next?
It's not pocket watching, but it's I don't know.
I'm going to talk about. I don't want to hear about what Forrest Whitley was doing either. Okay.
Yeah.
Let Forrest Whitley.
Forrest Whitley was
do what he's got to do.
Forrest Whitley was being part of a Game 1 championship win last night for the Space Cowboys. Wasn't he? Was he? He's still on the Space Cowboys.
Oh, yeah,
right?
that's true. I forgot.
Yeah. They're on to Game 2 of their 3-game series.
Let's go, baby.
On
Let's
92.5
go.
tonight.
Very cool to see Alex Bregman hat tipping the crowd at Minute Maid Park this afternoon. Very cool to see the Astros once again American League West champions. Not cool. Our predictions, they are warm and stinky and a lot of maggots and flies all over them. Who's more dead than Joe and Paul today? Well, you'll hear some predictions that we had about the Astros in April. Oh boy, they did not age well. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They were the best of times.
But really, they were the worst of times.
It's true.
And sometimes you just have to let go and say goodbye.
Goodbye to the 2024 Astros.
Yeah.
RIP to your playoff hopes.
That was us. April 26th, 2024. We killed the Astros, who are now the American League West champions for the 7th time in 8 years and for the 4th straight season.
Guilty. Guilty as charged.
I'm cool with it.
Same. They deserved it. They deserved to be killed. Okay?
I'm not going about it that way.
They deserved the way they were playing. It was poor. They deserved to be motivated.
It was April. See, there you go. Now you're spin zoning it a little bit.
But they deserved to be killed the way they were playing. Congratulations to them being the Undertaker.
I'm not co-signing you saying they deserve to be killed.
And rising from.
You sound mad about it.
Being buried.
The way you're saying
sticking
it.
his hand out.
The way you saying it, you sound
killing his
mad.
brother Kane.
You said killing his
My
brother.
God.
You sound mad.
No,
you sounded mad until you laughed.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Congratulations to them. They killed me.
That doesn't.
They killed me. They killed me back.
What you're saying is I was right in April.
I was right in April.
I'm wrong in September, but
I was right. I'm wrong. It was a fun day when we killed them.
This is sports talking head 101. Like, I was actually right, but
Yeah, I mean,
they
look.
screwed up. It's the best.
If Dana Brown didn't trade for Yusei Kikuchi, I was right.
No, they had
You
turned
never know
things
that.
around. They had turned things around before that.
You don't know that they're 9-0 when he starts games.
They are 9-0 when he starts games.
What if they go? If they're 4-5 in those games, they're not in the playoffs. So
Facts. That's a fact.
just saying.
Good job. Good job, Joe. You're right then. Good job. Joe was right. Joe was right.
You know who's not 9-0? The University of Houston Cougars football team. But hey, they're still your beloved Cougs, okay? And guess what? They're taking on a team that's named after a tornado on Saturday. How dare they? Hashtag canceled. Tornado sounds like a derecho. Tornado, not that far off of a hurricane. Saturday, they play the Iowa State Cyclones. And look, guys, Iowa State's ranked number 18 team in the country. If you want to go to this game, guess what? 713-780-3776. Caller 3. You win a pair of tickets to see the Cougs and Iowa State. It's family weekend. It's also Hispanic Heritage Night, a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. The family night special, if you don't end up winning, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 drinks for just $80. Go to hughcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Go Cougs!
Iowa State sucks. So I think they're ugly. Their uniforms are ugly.
They are 100% a ripoff of Southern California. And I don't like that because I don't like Southern California because the love of my life transferred from Syracuse to Southern California.
So do you think the real USC then is South Carolina? Because they call themselves USC there.
No, because I still
You hate them too.
At the very least, I still like the girl that transferred to Southern California. We still talk. I dated someone more recently who went to South Carolina, and while she was nice, I don't like the way things ended. And Petty Paul, hope South Carolina, always a terrible football program. Never bowl eligible. Wishes they were worse than the Florida Gators.
I mean,
I am who I am. What? I'm honest. I'm just honest. F fake USC, but also F USC.
Yeah, I was gonna say so. Both USCs, you root against them. I will say you're way more successful rooting against South Carolina than you are Southern California.
I mean, it worked for you this weekend in the pick 6.
It did?
You picked Michigan. Oh no, you picked USC.
I did pick USC. I think so. Yeah.
No, the petty pick was
it was Oklahoma. Lost that one.
Yep.
That was tough.
Because I hate Tennessee.
But
real
he-
UT.
In the document, it is parentheses petty.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know what the picks are. But look, we picked against the Houston Astros. We killed an alive person. We did exactly what you're scared a doctor might do if your insurance don't have the right cha-ching.
Mm-hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Neither of us get it. And now we have resorted to burying something.
Yeah.
The funny thing
I
is,
want to talk baseball every day, but they suck.
it would be the equivalent of like somebody just got diagnosed with a disease and there's still a chance that they could turn things around and we're like, nah, we're just killing you. We're just taking you out now.
All right.
Boom. Go out back like your old yeller with rabies.
I mean, you thought what I said was you literally killed. You said like they're old yeller.
No, I'm just describing what we were doing.
That's how you were treating them? It was deserved again.
Well, I mean, Old Yeller, there were some great moments with Old Yeller.
That's true. That's true.
And
And
then-
it was, it was necessary.
Yeah,
It's a hard part.
The kid wasn't happy to put him down. I wasn't happy to put him down either. I was tearing up a little bit.
We just missed.
I haven't seen Old Yeller in a while.
It's been so long since I've seen Old Yeller.
If I'm not mistaken, the kid doesn't like the dog at first, grows to love him, then he gets the rabies.
The rabies.
Mm-hmm.
Preventable now, though. So that's good at least. That's what we should have learned. As soon as you said that, as soon as you used Old Yeller as an example, we should have known, like, it's the Astros. They can prevent this. We should have just known in the moment. Oh, they take Alex Bregman out. Disaster happens at third base. Great job, Joe Espada.
You heard our clip coming into the segment where we were both saying the same thing, but Joe's the one who actually said it. So I can sort of hide here. I could use the court of law to get out of saying I killed the Astros. I did, though. I'll admit it. I did say this not too long afterwards. This could be considered a sacrilegious reference. Whatever. Here's more us being wrong about the Astros in April. Look, they're dead. But I mean, there's a part of me, it's sort of like the the old Romans who are putting that one guy, in the tomb. I do want to come back 3 days later and see, the Houston Astros out and about, right?
So 3 days later, they're fresh off of a 2-game sweep of the
Colorado
Rockies in
Rockies.
Mexico.
Right, right. Couple no-hitters along the way.
And that's the boulder that's out of the way.
Yeah, do a little walking on water this weekend, okay? No, yeah, I want to come back next week and like in the television show Dallas, like just wake up and be in the shower. Oh, the dead person was alive the whole time. It was just a dream. I want Jon Snow to all of a sudden gasp for air as he's naked lying on a table and say, "Oh, I'm alive."
That's okay.
I want a little plot armor.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for. I don't
Yeah.
think I'm going to get it though.
I mean, they did win their next 3 games.
They did.
And then
much like the big man himself.
I mean, they beat the Guardian. They beat the Rockies, then they beat the Guardians 2 out of 3.
3 days later, just like the big man himself.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the Astros are God. I'm just saying there are some similarities. And while I did say they are dead, I said the whole time, I hope this is just a bad dream.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Some more terrible plausible deniability.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot today. Today I've learned a lot.
I'm just teaching you how to sneak away from the responsibility of your take.
I would call it fence riding, but
but it's entertaining.
It's
fence
creative
riding.
fence riding. You said I want the Astros to be Jesus Christ.
The
I want them
Lord
to
himself.
die
Don't take his name in vain.
and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
You want the Astros to be a very important person in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. They tried, and then eventually they succeeded. Still a little bumpy on the way. My gosh, looking at their schedule, though, I feel less bad about this take now.
You do?
All I see is, okay, I'm starting at the top here. And all
You
I
should
just
feel
see is-
worse today.
I just see all these L's. Like when you start scrolling through from March 28th, when they got swept by the Yankees in 4 games.
Joe, you just take the L, man.
I think they took a lot of L's.
Joe is still trying to say he was right.
No, I'm
He's
just saying.
100% doing that right
As
now.
I'm looking at their schedule, I feel less bad. I was wrong. but I feel less bad about it.
Let's just talk about where this segment's been. First show says, I mean, was I really wrong to do it? And then later, I feel less bad about it.
I do,
because the schedule was so bad. Yeah, they played poorly. That's how it works.
Yeah,
Joe. There
I
were
know
a lot
what
of
I'm saying.
losses.
Like, I forgot how many losses. It was a long time ago. It's a long season. Forgot how bad it was. But they made it. Doesn't matter. Playoff mode.
Exactly. Enjoy it. We have more to make fun of at our own expense. We're very happy that the Astros have won the American League West yet again. They lead the Mariners 1-0 in the bottom of the fifth today. Alex Bregman was pulled from the game and did a hat tip. If you want to weigh in on that, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I walk to the bathroom. I'm wearing my Astros jersey and orange Amazon sunglasses. They cost like $2. And as I walked in, to the shock of no one, I got a look from Joel Blank walking by. But I understand why the look happened, Joe.
Can't wait to talk to him today.
I'm going to say this was Joe's idea to talk about this, so I don't have to talk about it. But here's what I'm going to say. I get why he looked at me like that, because I do think that there are a lot of people out there right now that are saying, hey, they did what they were expected to do. I am wondering if this is our peak for the Astros this year. I am wondering. I'm not saying it's going to be. I'm just saying it's definitely a possibility given the injuries that they're dealing with. We heard from Dana Brown today. The Yordan Alvarez injury, he wasn't even being optimistic about it for a change, which to me is jarring. Not having Yordan, who's always had some playoff moments for the Astros, concerns me a little bit. So while I'm very happy the Astros have won the American League West again, I'm not sure how much further they go. And because I'm not sure how much further they go, I want to appreciate where we're at today, where the Astros have won the AL West for a fourth straight time and for the seventh time in 8 years. And I think everybody should be okay doing that today. If you want to be business as usual tomorrow, you can. But one of the reasons that I wanted to spend the entirety of this day's show talking about the Astros rallying from being, 7-18, 10 games out in the American League West, 2 different moments in the year, to being where they're at now. I feel like we should all, for the day, enjoy it, embrace it, have a few drinks, kick back and relax.
Yeah, I think they, what they've accomplished is it's so impressive with everything they've overcome. And I hear you, but I'm going to do the opposite of what we did in April. My expectations for this team is to still go to their 8th straight ALCS.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like, why change? I was already so wrong once. Like, those are the expectations that they've set for us. Even like they've done it without Yordan and Justin Verlander before. In 2020, those guys were not on the roster. They were hurt. So like they've done it before. I know there was Springer and Correa and Garrett Cole. I don't remember if Garrett Cole's on the team then, but like they've done it before. So my expectations stay the same. They're like, well, I'm excited about today. Whether they play, whether it's the Mariners, the Twins, the Tigers, the Royals in the first round of the playoffs next week, expect them to win that series. I expect them to win the ALDS. I expect them to be back in the ALCS. That's a minimum for me. Like, that's what this team, that's what their standard are. They proved it when we tried to kill them. And they said, no, we win the AL West.
They Rasputin'd our ass.
So I'm going to just go with what their expectations are. And those are theirs, so they're mine.
Yeah.
So-
Joe tried to kill them, and Paul said, yep, the entire time, without also killing them.
Not heard a lot from Sean in those clips.
I stood by and watched.
You're a passenger.
I don't know why, but Joel was looking at you weird, you think?
He was looking at me weird. But
I
whatever,
mean,
who cares?
BMAX said, isn't this a bit much for an AL West?
Why? Look, at least we killed them, but at least we were first.
Listen, it's the angry
They killed
bees.
them the same day as us, but after.
It's the angry bees, It's just a different show vibe.
Angry at everything.
They're going to be mad about the lineup every single day. Some of us.
Ooh, I wonder what they think about this. Today's
Well,
lineup.
Shea Whitcomb
gotta
just
hate it.
Shea Whitcomb, I think, or whoever's at third, just butchered another ball at third base.
Shea Whitcomb's at second base.
Oh, okay.
So that might have been Greg Kessinger. I do not know. I do not care. But hey, we got some serious lineup talk because the Astros, like, they're already on to the playoffs in the minds of the Killer Bees. There's no moment to enjoy things. But for me, someone with a little perspective.
I do think that
a little white in my beard. I'm just embracing
Just a little
the moment. Shut up. I am embracing the moment.
I do think the way they did it does make it a little bit more where you want to stop and smell the roses a little bit more.
100%.
Like, I compared it earlier to like when they won in 2019. Like, I have literally no memory of them winning the AL, like the day they won the AL West in 2019, because in my mind, they won it in April. That this one, I mean, you heard it from Espada, you heard it from Altuve post game, where they're like, yeah, we really had to show some toughness to win this one, where most years that's not what they're saying after these. It doesn't take grit like Espada was saying in the clubhouse. So I think that's what makes this one a little bit that it makes it a little bit more celebratory, is because there's a lot of times this year where we didn't think it was going to happen.
It's a lot easier to appreciate this year given where they were versus last year where they had the AL West dead to rights and they tried to give it away.
Yeah. So what's next year like? How do they top themselves?
We're just on Joe to
last year, last game of the season. This year, 10 games back.
No.
15.
Joe. We're on to what's next. Okay. Now that with the celebration is wearing off, and we want to make sure that the Killer Bees feel comfortable and not seem like we've been having fun for the last 3 hours. We want to move on to the next round of the playoffs. I don't even know what the next round of the playoffs is called. I'm not even kidding.
It's the wild card round.
It's the wild card round.
Oh, nope. Super wild card round.
Isn't
that right?
No, I think that wasn't it the NFL. That was super cool.
Oh, wait, no, you're right.
Weekend.
That's right. That's the NFL.
Okay,
I got confused.
Good.
Oh, the playoff expansion. We've had.
Inwardly, I just said, God, Rob Manfred sucks. This is the first thought that happened when you said that. That might not even be true.
I think it's just wild card.
Yeah, I think it's just wild card.
The wild card's
Super wild card weekend is the NFL because they have games on 3 days instead of 2 days.
Hey,
but maybe look, the NFL knows best. So maybe Major League Baseball should change it.
Should supersize this.
The super wild card,
ultra wild card.
Oh, that's good.
You gotta one up.
So, Joe, you might be a little gunshot right now.
Uh-oh.
Taking my glasses off.
Okay.
Man-to-man conversation, eye to eye.
Okay.
You gonna do it? I mean, I heard what you said.
No.
Earlier this segment.
I need a Jordan injury report. I need a Jordan injury report before I can do it.
Ye of little faith.
I need him to be
7-18, 10 games back in the AL West. Dead.
Are you gonna do it?
It doesn't matter if I do it.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if I do it.
I think it does matter.
It doesn't matter if I do it.
I mean, I have a take.
You have. I'm giving it to you right now. You can have this one.
I have an Astros take. I don't have that take.
It doesn't matter. Listen, Joe.
Just saying.
Like all predictions, it truly does not matter if you're right.
This
or
one's
wrong.
not a prediction. This
it just
is
matters that you say it,
Mhm.
that we have it, and that we can go back to it and pat ourselves on the back.
What's this we nonsense? This sounds like a me thing.
It would be a you thing.
He's gonna doctor the audio after.
Yeah,
this.
I haven't doctored
What
anything.
it'll be is that
I'm letting you have this, Joe. I'm letting you have the prediction that they make the World Series.
if they win, it'll be at Paul's suggestion that you guarantee the World Series.
Shut up! No,
And then-
don't spoil.
No, I know.
Don't show how the
Wait.
sausage is made.
I have a question. I know tomorrow's how far is too far. How far am I supposed to go with this? Win? Get there? Sweep?
What is this? What is this half
Joe,
step? Yeah, win.
it's either you believe or you don't.
All right, let me look at the
It's
MLB.
it's basically it's akin to being a religious person. Are you going to hell or do you believe?
Yeah, what are the fan graphs?
Right. I mean, I don't want to get Spanish Inquisition on your ass right now, but I mean, do I need to threaten you with
Nope.
a stake?
At 2:43 on today, September 25th, I, Joe George, do declare the Houston Astros will defeat the Los Angeles Dodgers in the 2024 World Series. Bang!
Astros, bang!
We haven't done that since we basically
We
made
haven't,
it.
but I wanted to save it for
All
a
right.
good moment.
Here we go.
You can have that. I
Locked in. Can't back down now.
Now, Sean is right in that. I will say I definitely coached Joe into
Nope.
that. And
I
pretend
said
like
it.
It was me all along, but you did it. Good. See?
I even gave you the team they're gonna beat.
You did. You did. That's true.
Had to.
I like that you did that.
Had to make it feel more authentic.
It does feel more authentic. And that will make up for killing the Astros earlier this year. And
hopefully.
Somehow, if it doesn't happen, I'll stenographer my way out of it.
No, you didn't say it. I said it.
I know. I know. I did. I know.
I also said on the rundown that the Astros don't make the playoffs if James Click's their GM. You ignored that take today. So I'm just going to make sure I put it out there.
I'm going to save it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just make sure I just.
Yeah,
you know,
let's get into that tomorrow.
Sorry. I'll be honest.
Just let that fester a little bit. That James Click does not get the Astros to the playoffs like
Let it
Dana
be-
Brown did.
put that in the slow cooker.
Yeah,
We'll
save
get
that
to
for tomorrow.
We'll get to that
We
tomorrow.
will save that. We will save that for tomorrow.
Yep.
That is a good take. I apologize. Listen. This is
Paul's up too late playing video games.
that is literally
What's
it.
the concept of this game you were playing?
It's like
So you and one of the YouTubers chatting about it.
it's hard to explain. Just imagine this like fictional medieval world that's based on the Mediterranean of the Middle Ages, and you have you have soldiers, and you go from town to town and capture them, and diplomacy. It's
diplomacy.
You only capture them.
It's Game of Thrones esque.
Are you a big diplomacy
Minus
guy?
magic.
Or are you rule with an iron fist?
Well, I pissed off some of my followers because they kept on raiding villages, and they kept on saying, "I don't like it when you do this."
So you're more Dothraki.
And I said, "It's fine." And every single time I said, "I have like 100,000 for my charm rating," and I just said, "Don't worry about it. It's fine, baby." And then 2 minutes later, go raid another village, and the guy just kept on saying to me over and over again, "No one cares about this guy." I'm sorry."
Charismatic dictator Paul Gallant.
Yeah, very charismatic. Yes, exactly. Like charismatic Genghis Khan.
All I want to know is like, why is there no on Paul Gallant's YouTube channel? Why is there no live stream?
Because I swear
Just like
too
you,
much.
like 5:30 in the morning, just like grinding.
You don't want to see me shirtless playing a computer game for 12 hours.
I think there are people that would, Paul.
Yeah. There's
Give you
there's
that
a
take,
market
too.
there for that.
Yeah.
You know what? You're not wrong. Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul's take butt.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance. Astros are AL West champions again. Interesting that the Astros left in Yusei Kikuchi as long as they did today. The Mariners now lead 2-1. He pitched well into the 5th inning, had a bases loaded situation. The Mariners drove in 2 runs, now lead 2-1. Again, their pitching is really good. The Astros struggle to hit against it, but this is a little bit of a different day. No Jordan. Alex Bregman pulled in the 3rd inning. No Kyle Tucker. They won the World, not the World Series. They won the AL West. They're in the playoffs. So they're taking it a little bit differently, but I figured they would have done the same with Kikuchi. Maybe Kikuchi is telling them, hey, I want to keep trying to pitch deep into games. If that's what he wants, cool. I'm very curious as to when we will first see him for the first round of the playoffs.
I would assume next Thursday. If not, potentially in the ALDS. I mean, I'm assuming Frommer's getting the ball in game 1, and then Hunter Brown's getting the ball in game 2.
Game 2, I really do not know. I think it's between the two, and I don't know who they pick.
Man, it's a good question because Hunter Brown and Kikuchi have both been so good. I just have assumed it's going to go to Hunter Brown, but I guess you could say
maybe you want to stack a righty after a lefty.
Go righty. Yeah.
It could be a matchup then.
Yeah, like if the Tigers, I don't really know, like if they analytically, if they're worse against left-handed pitchers than they are against right-handed pitchers, then my guess is you would throw Kikuchi in game 2 and then save Hunter Brown for game 3. But I mean, regardless, they're going to wait more than a week to pitch because the earliest Kikuchi would pitch is next Wednesday. So I would still lean Hunter Brown, though. Like, I kind of want to see it in the playoffs again.
Well,
he's pitched out of the bullpen in the playoffs, right?
Fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess as a starter, I want to see it.
I mean, good as a starter, too.
Yeah.
It's
like the real Hunter Brown now.
This year's Hunter Brown for the first time in the playoffs would be nice to see. This year's Yusei Kikuchi for the first time in the playoffs would be nice to see. We shall see, hopefully. Look at all that rhyming. Astros won the AL West, and we predicted we didn't predict. We called them dead on April 26th. We have not played the worst audio of us.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Time for a little garbage time.
I'm excited.
So the worst thing I did, and you can see this on video, I posted this on my YouTube channel. I wore a black suit and a black tie, but you couldn't see my shirt when I eulogized the Astros. I then took off the suit and exposed a teal Mariners t-shirt.
Oh, I forgot you did that.
Here is me explaining why I did what I did. I'm a man of needs. I'm a man of high standards. For those who don't know, I have taken off my suit jacket. I am wearing a teal Seattle Mariners t-shirt. Seattle Mariners are actually doing well in the American League West. And so listen, it's weird to try to make the dead jealous because they're dead and gone forever. But this is the kind of thing that a person who is trying to get their significant other to notice that things need to change. This is what they do. It's what they do. I mean, they noticed.
I think that's way worse than what I did. Just to be fair. You put on another team's t-shirt.
Yeah.
Trader Paul.
To inspire them.
You're right. They said we can't lose Paul. Look at this man. We need Paul in his cheap orange sunglasses.
He successfully made them jealous enough that they won 85 games.
I didn't say it, but I'm glad Sean said it because that's what I was thinking.
But there was a point where I thought our over a 92.5 ticket was going to cash. That lost.
92.5 was it?
That would have been a real Undertaker moment.
Yeah,
because that thing was.
We still got something. We still got something floating out there though.
You haven't set the tickets on fire?
No, because we still have they win the American League ticket.
Okay.
That pays a good chunk of change.
Nice.
So
okay.
Still holding out hope on that one.
So that was my worst moment. This is Joe's worst moment. Joe's getting better at this. He is. No. He's getting better in his defense. He's hanging around a winner like me. But I whenever Joe gets into this, I just get mad.
Being bad this year, like it is what it is. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I think you can look at recent history, and it's very possible to be bad this year, have a very high draft pick in next year's draft, and also be very good next year. Look at what the Texas Rangers just did. They were very bad in 2022.
I'm not co-signing this.
They had the 3rd overall pick in the 2023 Major League Baseball draft, and then they won the World Series. So, like, you can be bad for a year, have a lot of talent on your roster, and still be very good next year. And I think they will be. I don't think Bregman will be here. I think Mauricio Dubon will be your everyday third baseman. Maybe Bryce Matthews. But, like, they're not dead forever.
I don't like the idea of embracing the suck. You were around the killer bees too much.
I know.
So the funny thing is, nothing Joe said was bad there, except for there was a continuation of a conversation we'd had the day before at Spanish Flower, where we almost got into a shouting match, but we were in public, so we kept it civil.
That was like our first time, like ever having like a heated debate, and we were in public.
Because embracing, I hate the embracing the suck thing.
Yeah,
and that's a killer beast thing.
I did think I got worse. I don't have the audio obviously, but I was trying to remember June 19th.
Mm-hmm.
We posted a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Should the Astros sell at the trade deadline? And I know I said yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Was that where you said Fromber?
I think I led the charge.
That must have been Fromber day.
No, Fromber would have been the week before.
When he was calling his own pitch.
When he called us before, it was the week before the funeral. No, it was the week of the funeral. It might have been the Friday before the funeral. So it all kind of happened. The Fromber thing and the funeral happened within 7 days of each other. So it was all bad vibes.
I mean, yeah, that was the entire month of April and May were just different versions of oh my god.
Lesson learned. Paul's right. Paul's right.
I didn't say no.
Get rid of April baseball. Just like that's what
get rid of the whole regular season.
No,
I'm in.
Just April.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what Paul has taught us is that March and April, because now they play in March. March and April don't matter. Get rid of it.
Neither does September.
I was gonna say opening day, Memorial Day, last day of the season, Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
Yep. All in.
But hey, guys, the Astros are AL West champs. I'm cool being the butt of the joke today. I'm very happy the Astros did it. They have a lot to be proud of. You have a lot to be proud of with that team. It is incredible what they keep on doing. Inevitable.
And then he snaps.
Astros, inevitable.
Astros, inevitable. No, Astros, bang. But they are inevitable. Inevitable.
You can say that, but you can't say match.
They're inevitable. They are inevitable. How many times can I say inevitable? Want to make the Killer Bee start late?
No.
Inevitable.
I got a meeting to go to.
It is inevitable. Inevitable. Bye. I don't know. Ask Mattress Mac.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I am Branham. He is Blank. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's an AL West Championship edition of the Killer Bees. A busy show. Blanker's favorite person, Mike Greenberg, is going to be joining us later on in the program. Are we stressing? Are we blessing? We can start talking about the postseason now because the Astros are in, locking up the AL West Divisional Championship yesterday, 4th year in a row. They're saying the 7th of the last 8 years. It's really the 7th straight full season AL West Championship. The Houston Astros are the head of the table when it comes to the AL West, and they prove it yet again yesterday.
Just a great way to get it done, too. You feel so good for Jason Hayward. I mean, there's a guy that wasn't even a thought in anybody's eye at the start of the season, comes in when you need him most and delivers defensively, delivers with a bomb. And that was just a great way to close out a game and get a win and kind of put it all to bed. And now let's just get healthy and get this team as fresh and as healthy as it can be, getting ready for the postseason.
Yeah, Hayward's play. Yeah, I thought he broke his hand whenever he went through the panel in the manual scoreboard, and then the very next inning he hits a home run, which is the old baseball cliche, right? How often does a guy make a great play in the previous half an inning, and then the next half inning he does something offensively? He was the old adage in baseball yesterday.
I literally thought of that because every announcer always mentions it. It always happens. He makes a play and you see him batting the very next half inning, and there he was. But just the sound that ball made off the bat, you knew that he got all of it, and just a great story. I'm pulling for the guy, and I'm really glad that he's here and been able to contribute the way he has.
It took a lot of stuff to happen for him to get as much run as he's been getting. Because if Ben Gamble didn't get hurt, maybe you're not seeing much of Jason Hayward. And Hayward good yesterday. My biggest takeaway from that game yesterday, and then obviously the celebration, everybody's happy. Joe Espada managed that game like it was a playoff game, like it was Game 7, like it was do or die. He was getting a lot of heat the previous day. Oh, he should have been more aggressive with his pitching staff, something that we didn't agree with. It's like, okay, if you're down by a run and you use all your leverage guys and then you don't score a run, well, then now you can't use them yesterday, at least 2 of the 3, because Hader would have went back-to-back games and Abreu would have went back-to-back games. So I thought Espada handled that well. But yesterday you got a sample and a taste of what I think it's going to look like for the postseason when it comes to the pitching staff for the Astros. You want your starting pitcher to go as deep as you possibly can, and you have to have a quicker hook in the playoffs. And then you're going to turn it over to Brian Abreu to give you over an inning like he did yesterday. He got you out of the 6th inning. He got you through the 7th inning. Then you're going to be hopeful that Ryan Presley can get you out of the 8th. But if he can't, then Josh Hader is going to give you an inning or more. So I think we saw the recipe of what it's going to look like from the Astros deploying their pitchers. Starter, take me as deep as you can. We're willing to go to Brian Abreu as soon as the 6th inning, and we're willing to use Josh Hader for more than an inning.
This is something that you and I were talking about the other day. I don't care how they get it done. Preferably, the extra load would go to Abreu and to Hader because they've proven they can do it. And Presley just kind of falls somewhere in the middle and gives you a little bit of a change of pace from the kind of speed that the other guys deliver. I saw Presley shaking his head last night when he got taken out. I saw him seemingly frustrated, and I really don't care because at this point, from this point forward, I have no time for, the been there, done that and the feelings and, and the former closer stuff. The fact is he hasn't looked great for quite a while now in the last couple of weeks. And the guys that you're going to have to lean on. So if it's a combination of those 3, but the majority of the work is done by the 2 guys that bookend Ryan Presley, I'm totally fine with it. He did it last night. It worked perfectly, and I expect to see a lot of that in the postseason.
I'm glad that you've come around and started to be a little bit like me, and that's what everybody says. Be more like Branham. Less feelings, like less. I don't care about feelings. I care about championships and parades. I don't have time to worry about how people are feeling or the way that they react to certain things whenever I'm trying to win a championship. Now, to Presley's point, I think he was frustrated with himself. I don't think he was frustrated with the hook. No, I don't think so.
I saw it from the minute Joe started coming out of the dugout. He looked in and he started to shake his head. And I mean, obviously we don't know, but I just thought he was pissed he was coming out because he was 1 out from getting out of it.
Yeah, I'm sure he was mad that he was coming out, but I don't think that he was blaming Espada or disagreeing with Espada. I think he was a little bit upset with himself for not pitching well, and he's been incredibly mediocre. Now, I think Presley's your 8th inning guy. Like Abreu's going to get you to the 8th inning. Presley's going to try to pitch the 8th inning, and then Hader, if Presley can't pitch the 8th, can't get you through the 8th inning, a spot is going to take him out of the game because he knows he has Hader waiting in the wings. Now the recipe here is you need a starter to go at least 5 innings. Which, yesterday Fromber went 5+ innings, didn't go all the way through 6, but he got you to the 6th. So that's the recipe to me. Fromber, Hunter Brown, Kikuchi, Ronel Blanco. If Arrighetti gets a start, just kidding. If any of those guys get starts, try to get you at least into the 6th inning. It'd be better if you get through the 6th inning. But I thought he managed that like a game 7, which I thought he managed it well. Fromber, what did you think of his performance yesterday?
I thought, it wasn't what we were used to seeing, but you're going to have those kind of games. But I thought he battled well. I mean, you could tell he didn't want to come out of the game. He wanted to finish that inning, and thankfully Abreu did his job and got it done for him. But I thought that he did everything that he could possibly do to keep you in the ball game. And there are going to be days like that. So I was just fine with the way Fromber pitched. His pitch count was actually down for the most part. And I didn't have too many qualms in terms of how he pitched.
I thought he was pretty mediocre for his standard. Didn't get swing and miss much, only struck out 4. He's been striking out a bunch lately. Gave up a home run, which is pretty rare for Fromber, a ground ball guy. 8 hits, 2 walks. He allowed 10 base runners through 5 2/3. I thought for Fromber's standard, it was pretty mediocre for Fromber Valdez. But if that's his mediocre and that's the low end of what you're getting from Fromber Valdez, who's probably your best starting pitcher, then, you take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's when your top 2 guys keep you in the ball game. And if that's the worst he's going to give you for some of the great starts that he's given you for quite a while now, I'll live with that. I can be fine with that. I believe that this offense, especially when you put a guy like Jordan back into it, hopefully for the playoffs, I believe this offense is capable of giving you enough runs to live through whatever the starts that you get from Hunter Brown and Fromber if they're like that.
7560, I was there. Nice flex. And when Presley came in, I told my buddy this will show us if he comes back next year or not. Presley's under contract for next year for a lot of money. So I actually think he's untradeable. Ryan Presley's going to be an Astro next year.
He's got a no trade too, doesn't he?
I think so. I don't know.
I believe he has a no trade and he's making over 14 next year. And it is that it's locked in. So you're not going anywhere unless he wants to go. You're not getting rid of him. He's here.
Yeah. Apparently he does have the no trade, but he could waive it. I mean, if he goes somewhere, maybe he wants to close again. Although I'm not sure how many teams are looking at him to close. He's the 8th. I don't think so. I mean, he's been pretty mediocre this year. Like his peripherals and his analytic, very mediocre. I don't think that even a Baltimore who's desperate for relief pitching is going to trade for a guy in his mid-30s who has mid stuff. I just don't see it.
Price tag's high too. I mean, if you're going to trade for a guy, and as much as they pulled the plug on Kimbrel, they gave Kimbrel a lot of money too. I don't think they're going to go and make a trade, give up something to get a guy that's making 14 plus.
Now he probably wouldn't cost you a whole lot to trade for him because I don't think the Astros would be asking a whole lot because you can get some money off the books. But I mean, this is a conversation for a different day. Ryan Presley is currently your 8th inning guy. 8559. Jason Hayward is our new Uncle Mike veteran who has been there, done that, who will help the team just like Uncle Mike. I like that comparison. I really do. Now, he's not like the similar profile in terms of hitter. Like Brantley, great contact guy, always going to touch the baseball. Whereas Hayward, he's got a little bit more swing and miss, lower batting average, more pop than Brantley does. So I wouldn't say that it's a great comparison from what they do offensively, but in terms of like the veteran, the adult in the room, I agree.
I like it a lot. And I think that, you've got a guy that plays better defense than Uncle Mike, has a better arm than Uncle Mike. But, you give some of the offensive nods to Brantley, but overall, I love the mutual respect that you heard after the game. The fact that the guys from the time he got here have just kind of done what you've said. I mean, looked up to him like kind of a big brother. Like the fact that he was able to put the message out there as an ex-Dodger, as a guy that, has been in other clubhouses, to say the kind of vibe and the mood and the guys that are in that locker room and what he felt and why he wanted to contribute. I think it's a very good feel-good story for a team that finally can feel good about a season that's been just a roller coaster.
Another texter, do you think the Astros will be tired of the playoffs, or will the adversity we had to overcome come all year will make us stronger in the playoffs? That was worded funny. But do you think the Astros will be tired in the postseason?
No, I think this is why this is great. With 4 games to go, you can start resting some of these guys so they're not as tired, so that they can kind of get a second wind. Hopefully the pitching staff can do that. Hopefully guys like Bregman and Pena and Altuve can get some rest. You need Jordan to kind of use these last 4 or 5 days to kind of, get right. and then you roll. I'm not really that concerned because of the fact that it's not going down to the actual wire. You've got a little gap here.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about it either. Chaz and Jordan are staying back in Houston instead of going to Cleveland. That way they can work on getting back and getting better. We'll discuss the Jordan thing, which is kind of curious. Chaz, it seems like Chaz is going to be back for the postseason. Like how much he plays once you get to the postseason, who knows? But it seems like he's getting close.
Yeah, he was in there in the middle of the celebration, and they've said that I believe they said that while he's staying back, he's going to take live batting practice.
That's right.
So if that's the case, then he's got to be close, and at least you give yourself another option, and hopefully he can hit the baseball. But losing Gamble, losing some of the guys that you lost, if you can get him in the mix and he's a part of your playoff rotation, he's been there, done that before too. You'll take all hands on deck in that case.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on yesterday's win. We'll get your thoughts on the Astros winning another divisional championship. We'll get your thoughts on Shea Whitcomb being the worst defensive third baseman that I've ever seen. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, YouTube ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Busy show on a Wednesday. Mike Greenberg will stress, will bless, maybe. What is the Texans' identity offensively, defensively? Let's talk about the cryptic nature of what's going on with Jordan Alvarez when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Pair of tickets to give away, quad tickets to give away. Sugarland Space Cowboys are in the PCL Championship. They pounded the Reno Aces yesterday, 14-2. 14-2. They try to clinch the PCL Championship game or a PCL Championship tonight against the Reno Aces. If they win, they play a one-game championship on Saturday in Vegas. So good luck to them. But we're giving away a pair of 4-packs right now. Caller number 3 and 4 to 713-780-3776. You're going to watch the Space Cowboys and the Reno Aces tonight as the Space Cowboys look for the PCL Championship. All right, have you noticed how cryptic the Astros are being with Yordan Alvarez? I mean, they're always cryptic with injuries. There's no doubt about that. Yordan had the quote yesterday before the game. Yordan saying it's about time, not the worst, but it could have been the worst, which is like, okay, I guess that's good news. Like, you're telling me that it's not the worst news you could have gotten, which worst news, you're talking about a complete tear of the knee, but you're still not playing / going to Cleveland, which is probably for the best.
Yeah, no, that's the one we talked about it yesterday. Look, I mean, the guy has an unbelievable ability to not only just have the resilience of like not having to go to do any rehab and then be able to hit and kind of pick up where he left off. And as long as they took care of business and the sooner that they did it, I was fine with him not playing the rest of the regular season and just get him as right as you can possibly be for the postseason. I just don't know how good that's going to be because, like you said, you're getting mixed messages from all over the place.
Yeah, and then this was Dana Brown. Dana Brown was on MLB Network yesterday after the game and was asked, like, what hurdles do you have to clear? What are some of the priorities as you get ready for the wild card series next Tuesday? You can listen to it right here on ESPN 97.5. And here is Dana Brown on Yordan.
Yeah, we're just hoping, ultimately that Yordan is okay to play in the postseason. That could be a big loss potentially if he's not ready to get back. So that's probably the biggest.
There you go. So Dana Brown kind of like,
I mean, you want
a nothing burger.
He loves to talk, but do you wonder if that's just gamesmanship?
I don't think he loves to talk.
Oh, I think
I don't think so.
I do. I think that he seems to get out there quite a bit and make. He goes on the TV telecast, and they don't have to do that.
I think he does it out of respect to them.
Okay, we can.
He doesn't seem like a toot my horn, pat myself on the back type of guy to me. I think he's modest,
but
I think he's just being respectful.
A lot. He throws a lot out there.
That's not liking to talk, though. I mean, that's different. That's like whenever you talk, you say some things that you probably shouldn't say. That doesn't necessarily mean, I need to be in the spotlight all the time, because I don't get that sense from Dana Brown.
Okay, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying the fact that when he does all these interviews, and he does quite a few, that he likes to throw a lot of information out there, and that, whether he's doing it intentionally all the time or not, the fact is that then people kind of use that as a measuring stick. And when you don't meet those deadlines and those kind of things too, it's really easy to kind of get extra scrutiny. In this case, I don't know if that's just, spinning it for gamesmanship, if that's truth. I just hope that with this amount of time that he has to rest, that he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's definitely loose-lipped. There's no doubt about that. And when he talks, sometimes he says some things that he probably shouldn't say. He was on the flagship earlier today, said we'll have more detail on the knee sprain in a few more days once the swelling subsides. We're hoping we're going to get good news, but if we lose Yordan, we're going to need some guys to step up. Like, I don't love that he said that last part. Like, he's throwing out there, if we lose him, it's like, okay, maybe that's a possibility that you might indeed lose Yordan.
Yeah, that's worrisome. And there was, I think someone put it on Twitter as well, that he had said to Hayward, we need you to step up or something like that.
Yeah, he said it to the telecast yesterday.
Yeah, so wherever I heard it or saw it, that's something that is, again, when you hear that and then you couple it with what you just said from his quote on the flagship today, it gives you a little uneasy feeling, because for as much as they've been through, it seems like they have a chance to get healthy now and really have their full complement going into the playoffs. And the last guy we've talked about all season long that you can afford to be without if you want to make a legit run is 44.
This one from Dana Brown's a little bit more optimistic. Again, to the flagship this morning. We'll let him rest and push him back. The goal is to take the extra 5 days that he needs. He did feel a lot better yesterday. We want all our guys ready for the start of the postseason. I think there's a very real chance they just don't really know right now. Like, they're kind of seeing how does he respond over the next couple of days? I get the feel like if I'm completely guessing and like my life depends on it, do I think I'll see him in the lineup on Tuesday against whoever they're playing? I get the feeling that he'll be in the lineup. I get the feeling he's going to play.
I do too. But then the other thing that concerns me is that we'll know more when the swelling goes down, which we've heard previously with other injuries with other players too. But that's concerning because if there's an excessive amount of swelling, then they really don't know everything that they would like to know about the knee, and that bothers me. That gives me a little bit uneasiness.
I think you should be able to see it with the MRI, even if there's a good amount of inflammation, though, right?
I don't know, because I've heard in the past that the level of inflammation, that's why they wait for it to go down, because it can cloud up.
I thought that was with X-rays.
Okay, maybe I don't. Like I said, I don't know, but I just if he's got a good amount of swelling, that's reason for concern alone.
Yeah, I don't really know either. I know that it's definitely something you see in X-rays. I didn't know if it shows up in MRIs or not. 713-780-ESPN 3209. Astros used to come out and flat out say that Jordan is done for the year. They're a bunch of liars for being docs.
You're wrong.
They're not docs. And then I think he's going to play. Like he's in the dugout. He's like taking part in the celebration. I get the feeling he's gonna play. Although Lance McCullers was doing the same thing whenever he was out for the rest of the year in the playoffs a few years ago. 7560. Regardless, somebody has to step up. That's true. That's why I don't really put a whole lot of stock into the Jason Hayward thing, because even if Jordan plays, I don't think he's playing left field. So you need Hayward to play left field, especially against right-handed pitching.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to see some lineups in the next couple of days. You saw one today that it's not going to really excite you much in terms of the ability to do a lot in the outfield. I think come playoff time, you're going to see a pretty steady dose of Jason Hayward, and Jordan's going to be your designated hitter, and then you're just going to have to deal with the rest accordingly. That might mean Yiner plays some first base or Caratini plays first base so that you get another bat that you trust in the lineup.
Did the language of the Jordan injury change from contusion to sprain? I don't think they've ever said contusion.
I never said you and I were confused. We were looking at yesterday.
We were guessing on what the
sprain?
injury would have been, but yeah, I don't think the Astros ever said contusion.
Yeah, I think I've heard sprain the majority of the time. But yeah, I never heard contusion.
Yeah, that was us speculating on like what the injury could have been. And really me, I thought it was a contusion. But I never heard that the Astros said that. You mentioned the outfield. Blanker's asking the question if he's crazy for thinking Dubon should be the starting center fielder in the playoffs. Are you crazy, Blankers?
I don't think so. I just think that.
Don't think so.
I mean, there are days that a lot of people would question my sanity or if I am crazy, and that's fine. I look at Jake Myers as a guy that's lost at the plate. And, we've seen Chaz go through a lot of that too. And as good as he is defensively, I think Dubon is at least decent enough defensively. He's got some speed. He can do some things to where he can play a decent center field, but he gives you another bat in the lineup. And so, the more I see Jake, and the numbers since June are not good, I would consider it. That's what I said. I'm crazy, but I would really consider starting Dubon in center field for Tuesday.
I think that people who watch baseball are way too binary when it comes to the lineups. It's like, here's my best nine, and I should be playing this best nine every single day. Quite frankly, it shouldn't be that way. You should be looking at two different things. One, the pitcher that you're facing, and then two, who is the pitcher that you're throwing out there that day. Like when Framber Valdez is pitching, who's a very much a ground ball guy, you don't need to have the better defensive center fielder roaming center field. Hunter Brown tends to be a ground ball guy. Yusei Kikuchi's a little more fly ball. Ronel Blanco, a little bit more fly ball. So who's pitching for me matters a lot in this conversation. If Framber and Hunter Brown are pitching, I don't mind Mauricio Dubon in center field. If it's Ronel Blanco and it's Yusei Kikuchi, I need Jake Myers in center field because I'm going to see more fly balls that day, and I need my better defensive center fielder. Also, it matters a great deal who's pitching for the other team. I also think there's this notion that people think Mauricio Dubon's just a way better offensive player than Jake Myers. Depending on the metric, Jake Myers has an 86 OPS, which is below average. Mauricio Dubon has an 85 OPS plus. So in the totality of the year, Jake Myers has been slightly a more productive offensive player according to OPS plus. Dubon hits for a higher average. Myers slugs a little bit more. Their on-base percentage is relatively the same. But then it matters who the other pitcher is on the other team. Because if you look at the splits, Mauricio Dubon's a better hitter against right-handed pitching. Jake Myers, 69 OPS plus. Mauricio Dubon's an 83 plus. Okay, Dubon against righties makes more sense than Jake Myers, especially if I'm using one of my ground ball pitchers. But against lefties, Jake Myers is a good hitter. 118 OPS plus. Mauricio Dubon's an 81 OPS plus. So who would I rather have in the box against a lefty? Jake Myers. So I don't like the binary, this guy should be my everyday center fielder. No, it depends on who I'm pitching, depends on the pitcher that I'm facing.
And I look at it, too, from the standpoint of I just think Jake looks kind of lost at the plate. He looks like, again, kind of what we've talked about when we saw Chaz really scuffling. And so that's concerning to me. I'm totally with the fact that, based on who's pitching and the splits, you go accordingly. I just hope that there's another option, and I hope that they look at it from that perspective. Because I've heard people throw Hayward's name out there. Hayward's probably going to be your left fielder, and I don't think he's quick enough, no matter how good his arm still might be, to play center field.
Who's that?
Jason Hayward.
No, I think your options in center fielder are Jake and Dubon. And I think Dubon gets some starts in center field, but I don't think he gets starts in center field against left-handed pitching. There's a good chance Mauricio Dubon plays left field against left-handed pitching, depending on where Chaz is at. I don't think he should play center field behind Arrighetti and Blanco and Kikuchi.
You think that if Chaz, we just talked about Chaz possibly making the playoff roster, you think Chaz gets a look in center?
Potentially, but you don't know where he's at offensively.
Right.
You're evaluating based on live pitching that you're seeing. Like, that's kind of dicey.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that's why. I'm just looking at options. And Chaz, we don't know if it's the Chaz that was picking it up once he went down to Sugarland, that when he called him up until he got hurt, had a little pop, looked like he was a little more confident at the plate, or it's the Chaz that we've seen all season long, who was scuffling probably as bad or worse than Jake.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What Astro playoff questions do you have now that they're in? 713-780-3776. And now that they are locked in to the postseason, they are locked into the 3 seed too, by the way. So they'll be hosting the Wild Card Series next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, time to be determined. And we'll carry it here on ESPN 97.5. Now that the playoffs are locked in, what does the AL wildcard roster look like? And what is your 3-man rotation for that AL wildcard series? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for VanderfordAir.com. Vanderford, they're the best in the business because they back up everything they do in writing, and they guarantee everything that they're going to do for you. And it's everything under the sun when it comes to air conditioning, dehumidifiers, plumbing, and so much more. You can check out all the things that they do and the services they offer at VanderfordAir.com. But I'm telling you right now, if you're looking to put a dehumidifying system into your AC unit in the house, they can do that. If you're looking for quality air conditioning people that are going to put everything in writing, back up everything that they do, and take care of you with honesty and integrity, guaranteeing the work and the parts and labor, they are going to be the one that you should call. I'm going to tell you right now to put this number in your phone, save it till you need it, or call them so that you don't need them when it's an emergency. 281-557-COOL gets you in touch with them, and that's where the guarantees begin. 281-557-COOL gets you with Vanderford Air. Then when you tell them what's going on, they're going to tell you within 24 hours of you getting in contact with them. They'll be there at your door to see what they can do to help. Once they start the process, everything's going to be put in writing. If it's a part that needs to be replaced, they're going to tell you what it's going to cost, and they're going to put that in writing to do the actual job. If it's going to be putting in a whole new system, they'll give you that option too. And then everything from there is guaranteed as well. Best value at the lowest cost to you. The comfort assurance guarantee that the temperature will be exactly what they said it would be. Quality workmanship from their people. They're going to do it right the first time, and it will work well once they do it. And the performance guarantee that everything operates at factory standards, 100% satisfaction guarantee, or your money back. That's what you need when you're dealing with a company that offers services. That's why I tell you about Vanderford Air. Check out VanderfordAir.com or save that number, 281-557-COOL.
What does the AL wildcard roster look like for the Houston Astros? It's a little different how these teams handle their roster when it comes to the wildcard round because you're only playing 3 games. Now, you are playing 3 games in 3 days, which can make it a little tricky. I saw teams last year, like Tampa Bay last year, kept 15 position players, only kept 11 pitchers. And then you go all the way to the other end of the spectrum where teams have kept 13 hitters and 13 pitchers. The only rule is that you have to have a max of 13 pitchers. You can keep less, but a maximum of 13 pitchers. I think that the Astros will keep 14 players and 12 pitchers. Just kind of my guess and like what the average is for these Major League Baseball teams. And we really don't have anything to operate from because the Astros, since COVID, and that was a completely different regime, haven't played a 3-game series.
Right. Yeah. And, it is getting tricky because how many starters are you going to keep on in that pitching list because of the fact that, like you said, you're only going to need 3, but if there's a hiccup at all or someone to go long, you might want to keep an extra one, a starter just in case. And then you roll from there with whatever you have to do to kind of backload your bullpen in between the big 3 in the back and guys that can get guys out in a short period of time, like, a couple out, three hitters. That's going to be interesting because of the fact that we just got done talking about the fact that whether you're looking for a couple extra center fielders, you're looking for a couple extra position players because you're playing both your catchers a lot. Is Salazar going to make the team? Those are things that to keep an eye on before they finalize that roster before Tuesday's game.
Do you keep a third catcher?
I think I do. I do because of the fact that you're relying so heavily on both of those guys in the lineup every game.
You can pick 2 right-handed bats: Shea Whitcomb, Gray Kessinger, Chas McCormick. We're assuming he's healthy. You 2.
Shea Whitcomb, Chas McCormick, and Gray Kessinger's out. Gray Kessinger's out.
Really?
Yeah.
Much better defender.
He is, but I mean, I've got Dubon where I can use him in a lot of different places.
You want him in center,
and I got Whitcomb that can play the infield too.
Yeah.
I know you love that noise.
He's got like 4 errors today.
Okay, today
He's a butcher.
Oh, okay, he's also probably he was probably a consumer last night too. So I don't know.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of state of mind he's in today. But I just don't. I mean, look, Gray Kessinger made one defensive play late here in the last couple of weeks that was really
had
good.
One in the playoffs last year.
I don't trust. I don't expect anything from him offensively.
No, I would agree. Whitcomb's a better bat. Kessinger's a better defender.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's not up for debate. So it just depends on like which one of the 2 you rather keep. I have Yiner, Caratini, Salazar. I went 14 hitters, 12 pitchers.
Okay.
I'm keeping the 3 catchers because you are playing both catchers most of the time. My infielders are Singleton, Altuve, Pena, Bregman, Dubon. I kept Kessinger. I'm assuming Jordan's going to be back. I'm assuming McCormick's going to be back. And then Myers, Tucker, Hayward. 14 position players. My starting rotations, Fromber, Hunter Brown, Kikuchi, not in a specific order. Those are just my 3 starters. And then I have Hader, Presley, Abreu, Neris, Scott. I'm assuming he's back. He might not be back. Caleb Bort, Caleb Ferguson, Renel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti. The back end of that bullpen, would you rather have Justin Verlander or like Caleb Bort or Caleb Ferguson?
I'm going to take Verlander over Ferguson.
So he's making your roster.
Yeah, I would put Verlander if they don't do something with a quote unquote injury designation and leave him off to kind of save face.
I don't get the sense they're going to do that because I think that they might. I think that they want to have him on the roster if you get deeper into the playoffs. Because if you're keeping 12 pitchers here, good chance you're keeping 12 players in the division series pitchers. But if you go to the league championship series, you're going to keep 13.
Yep.
And I think that they could have Verlander. I think they could have him on the wild card roster. I think it's in play. I think his role, if he is on a playoff roster in any series, I think will be as the emergency long guy.
I think that's probably right. And I also think that if you're going to make a decision for me as it comes down to Justin Verlander or Caleb Ferguson, and who do I trust to get at least 3 outs, and especially if Verlander's emptying the tank, I would lean Justin Verlander strongly over Caleb Ferguson, no matter what he's done as a starting pitcher.
Yeah, see, I think that's like probably the one area that we haven't really taken into consideration is that pitcher 11, 12, or 13 on this roster is really not that good. So like, oh, Justin Verlander's been a bum lately, can't be on the roster. Okay, well, would you rather have him or would you rather have Caleb Ferguson?
Yeah, no doubt.
And if Taylor Scott's hurt, well, then there's a 12th pitcher too.
Yeah,
like Seth Martinez or Justin Verlander, Sean Dubin or Justin Verlander.
Those are no-brainers leaning Justin Verlander's way, and I think that that's what people have to keep in mind is no matter what you've thought of him down the stretch and what versus what you expected to see, if he's only got to get 3 outs for you, or even if he's got to get 6 outs for you, it's different than as a starting pitcher when he can really kind of let it go and empty the tank. He's got enough, and he's got that experience in his back pocket to pitch in big-time situations that I trust him like far more than any of those other guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I trust him much. Like, I don't love the word trust, but who do I think has a less chance for terrible damage? Verlander by an edge, but I think it's more because of the role. It's more of, okay, if I'm in an emergency, I'm in the 12th inning, I've already used up my entire bullpen. Okay, Verlander, go give me as many innings as you can possibly give me. So that role makes a little bit more sense than like, okay, do you really need to carry a second lefty? And it might depend on who you're facing and what their lineup looks like. What is your three-man rotation? So wild card series, 3 games, 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right here, ESPN 97.5. What is your three-man rotation?
To me, it's Fromber. The 3 guys are Fromber, that you mentioned them, Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Kikuchi. And I would be very, very particular about who I pitch in game 3, because if you win game 1 and you have a chance to win the 2 games right away, and you can save that third pitcher for the first game of the divisional series, I would love it to be either Hunter Brown or Fromber Valdez. I think Fromber's getting game 1 no matter what. I think it means something to him. I think they're putting him on the hill. He's also got the most experience. That's a no-brainer to me. And then it just becomes what happens in game 1 should dictate how you handle game 2. If you win game 1, I would throw Kikuchi and have Brown as your third starter, either for a big game that you need, or for the fact that if you can win 2 in a row, you can roll him over and be the first pitcher in the next series.
It would be his first playoff start. Either one, Kikuchi or Hunter
I'm still
Brown.
fine with that. You're at home, and I believe that I just think I think that you can roll with that.
So you're going to get cute based on what happens in game 1.
I don't know if I'm getting cute. I'm
Well,
trying to be
definitely it's getting
strategic. I mean, you like to nitpick my words, but I'm going to say it's strategic in the fact that I either got him, who I really believe in a do or die situation, and if you're lucky enough to win the first 2, now I got him starting the first game of the next series, and I would take him over the opportunity to start just about anybody else not named Fromber Valdez.
I think cute and strategic are kind of the same thing. I actually like the idea. I'm annoying you, but I actually like the idea. I think the most important thing to do, though, is to decide who is your best starter. Now, starting Fromber in a game 1 over Hunter Brown means that you are flipping the rotation, because Hunter Brown pitched 2 games ago. Fromber Valdez pitched yesterday. So that would be a flip-flop of what the current order is. I think you have to determine who is your ace. Who is your ace going into the postseason? The reason that I think that's important is because, look, I'm trying to win a championship. Yes, you need to win a wild card round before you win a championship, but you have a week here to game plan how you want to operate. And I think that if you determine who your ace is, now, okay, pitch him in game 1 on October 1st. That means that if you advance, you're going to be able to have that guy for game 2 of the divisional series. And if you start in game 2 of the divisional series, you're going to be pitching on normal rest for a potential game 5 of the division series as well, which is an elimination game. So to me, it's more important to determine who your number 1 starter is, pitch that guy early, because if you're pitching him early, that gives him the best chance to pitch often. And if Fromber pitches game 1 of the wild card series, he would be ready for game 2 of the divisional series, which means he'd be ready for game 5 of the divisional series as well. So I would have Fromber as my number 1 starter. I don't care too much who my number. Now, I'm pitching Hunter Brown if I lose game 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you there. But if I win game 1, I really don't care. I could go either way. I thought long and hard about your idea too. And I think it's a fair idea. I think it's a sound idea. I just don't think it has that much importance because of what it means for the divisional round. Because if you pitch, say you win game 1, you save Hunter Brown for game 3, Kikuchi wins in game 2, then Hunter Brown's available for game 1. But if you get to a game 5, do you want Hunter Brown on an extra day rest or Fromber Valdez on full rest?
To me, the one day I still want Fromber Valdez on full rest, and I'm rolling with it.
That's why I don't think it's a huge advantage for Hunter Brown to have to go game 1, because in that scenario, Hunter Brown's starting 1 game in the postseason unless you're using him in short rest on 3 days rest in game 4, which I'm not doing. So having Hunter Brown for game 1, he's still only making 1 start. So the advantage to me of having him ready for the division series just isn't great enough, because Fromber Valdez is my dude.
Yeah, and you're right. I don't like to think too far ahead, but because of the fact that this is kind of different territory for you, not having the bye, having to play the wild card series. But if you can get through the wild card series and just in different order, you can set up the divisional series to have both Fromber and Brown pitch the first 2 games of the next series, I would be ecstatic.
Does it matter that they're pitching the first 2 games, or does it matter that they're starting 3 of the 5, though? And doesn't really matter the order, because if you save Hunter Brown, you're going Hunter game 1, Fromber game 2, and then if you go to a game 5, you have the option of either one.
Mm-hmm.
But say you pitch Hunter Brown in a game 2, you win the series, whether it's 2 or 3 games doesn't really matter in this situation. You would have game 1 of the divisional series would be on Saturday the 5th. So Hunter Brown wouldn't be available. Hunter Brown would have to rest the 3rd, rest the 4th, rest the 5th, rest the 6th, be available for the 7th, which is an off day, and then pitch game 3. So you would have Fromber, probably Blanco in a game 2, off day, Hunter Brown game 3, probably Kikuchi in a game 4, off day, and then Fromber Valdez. So either way, either recipe, whether Hunter Brown pitches in game 2, Hunter Brown pitches in game 3, no matter what, you're getting Fromber and Hunter Brown 3 of the 5 games in the division series. The order just is kind of different.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing. I think that you obviously don't want to run these guys out there on short rest, and if you're getting extra rest and the fact that those 2 guys are going to be in the mix, then you're probably in a pretty decent situation, and hopefully Kikuchi gives you the same kind of effort that he's been giving you since he's been in an Astros uniform, to where you feel confident if he or Blanco or whoever decides to fill the gaps that you do that. But at least you're in a good enough spot.
Now, the other argument could be here, we'll map it out to the league championship series. And if you have Hunter Brown going to game 1, Fromber to game 2, and you win a short series, then you have those guys earlier in a league championship series. So you can even go around greater. And I think that probably adds a little bit more credibility to the win game 1 with Fromber, save Hunter Brown for game 3, or division series game 1, and then have Kikuchi go in game 2. My biggest thing is Fromber pitches game 1. I don't really care a whole lot after that, as long as Hunter Brown's pitching game 2 if you're down 1-0.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing to look at this. Look, if I'm looking and putting the cart in front of the horse a little bit because of the fact that I'm worried about the next series and also having Hunter Brown, whether it be a decisive game 3 or to make sure those 2 guys are your first 2 games of the divisional series, the one thing that is certain is if you lose game 1, that Hunter Brown's pitching game 2, because there is no tomorrows and there's no reason to think any further than it's just about that game.
Now, to be fair, you got to win both.
You do.
Like, you got to win both. Like, everybody's like, oh, you got to win game 2. Well, you got to win game 2 and game 3. Like, obviously, you're not using both pitchers in a game 2. A 3-2-0-9 wild card rotation has to be Fromber game 1, Blanco game 2, and then Kikuchi game 3. Where's Hunter Brown? 3-2-0-9. What are you doing with Hunter Brown?
You've seen what we've seen since the All-Star break, and once he's gotten right, how do you not have him in that equation?
Yeah, I don't understand. Brian, do you have anything different than our 3-man rotation? Fromber game 1, we're unanimous there. Blankers would hold back Brown. If you win game 1 for game 3, pitch Kikuchi in game 2. I don't really care after game 1 as long as Hunter Brown's going in game 2 if you're down 1-0.
I would, it's unanimous with Fromber pitching game 1. That's a no-brainer. I would go ahead and pitch Hunter in game 2, even if you're up, because I like, as you pointed out, Jeremy, being able to have Fromber or Hunter in 3 of the 5 in the ALDS. That's kind of the tiebreaker to me.
You could have 3 of 5 if you pitch him in game 3, too. It would just be a little bit different order.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit different order being later in the series as well, though, right?
Well, if he pitches in game 3 on the 3rd, he would be out the 4th, out the 5th, out the 6th, out the 7th. He'd be available to go game 3 on the 8th.
Yeah. I would still like to have him earlier in the series for then if you get to the ALCS, then he's available earlier in the ALCS as well. So I would go ahead and pitch Hunter in game 2.
All right. And it sounds like we're all pretty similar, depending on the way that it goes. Hopefully you just win in 2 games and you move on. I hate 3-game series. I hate 5-game series. I hate 3 games even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I would love it, and obviously with time involved and the broadcast and everything like that. But I would love that once you get to the playoffs that you have legit, like 5-game series for the wild card's fine. But I really want the divisional and the league championship series to both be 7 games.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I wonder, you remember at all what time these games were played last year? I wonder what time we're looking at next week.
There were a lot of day games.
Talking about for the wild card?
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends. Again, and it depends on the sexiness of the matchup because they stack them to where there's a lot of day games.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Maybe we'll be a post-game show next week. All right, 713-780-3776. Where do the Texans stack up in offense and defensive coaching duos in the NFL? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, here to tell you about mybookie.ag. It's the place I always tell you to go when you want to put some money down on some games, and we know now there's going to be playoff baseball in Houston. You know that you're going to be pulling for the home team, whether you put money down on the Stros or maybe you contemplate trying to make sure that you're covered if you get really ticked off that the Astros lose. Regardless, Go to mybookie.ag because they're always taking care of you, the customer. They've been in business for over a decade. They're always taking care of their customers. They want to make sure they do the same for you. That's why we always give you our promo code BET975. When you use that promo code, it opens the door to extra opportunities, starting with extra money in your account when you put in your first deposit. When you go to mybookie.ag and you put money into your account, you're going to find out that when you use our promo code, they're going to put money on top of it up to $1,000, and that's going to be almost instantaneously. When you look into your account, you're going to have more money. That means more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. And the more you bet, the more you can cash in as well because they have a loyalty rewards program. It's called MyBookie Plus. When you get involved in MyBookie Plus, as you make more bets, you climb up the different levels of tiers of rewards for those that are loyal to them as customers. The more you play, the better the rewards for you that day and every day going forward. It's fantastic. And when there's no games to bet on or you feel like a little Vegas action, you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag where live dealers are standing by for those casino games too. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag. Use the promo code I always tell you to use, and that's BET975. And do what I always say, which is to bet anything, anytime, anywhere. But the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Old school says I made $20 scamming the website. Proud of you. Could be jail time for that? Could you get jail time for that? I don't know.
Misdemeanor?
I'm not sure how that works. I'm not a big scammer. All right, 713-780-3776. I saw this from, you say, I always butcher her name, Mina Kimes.
Mina Kimes?
Mina Kimes. Mina Kimes was talking about the best offensive, defensive play callers on a single team. And she was talking up O'Connell and Brian Flores and said, how many coaches, offense, defensive tandem do you have higher than Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores? And if you want to go recency bias, I think it's completely fair to say that the Vikings have the edge over the Texans when it comes to that. Yeah, I think it's fair to say O'Connell Flores over D'Amico Slowick, especially this week after they hammered you by 27.
I mean, we always factor in head-to-head when there's any kind of a tie or a disagreement in terms of who we're going with. I think after what you saw last week, it's a no-brainer that they have an edge over those two guys.
Yeah, so I would have them higher than the Texans. Who else jumps out to you? Who jumps off the page when you're talking about the top offensive, defensive coaching duos in the NFL? Who would you have ahead of the Texans? who would you have? Let's have a conversation about where they stack up with the Texans.
There's one to me that jumps off the page to me right away. That'd be Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo in
I have
Kansas
four.
City.
I have four that are ahead of the Texans, no doubt, and I have four that let's have a conversation.
Okay.
That was one of the four that I have.
That's probably. I mean, that's got to be number one. I would assume on everyone's list.
I have it at one.
It'd be hard to argue.
That was
it.
my one.
Andy Reid is the best offensive mind, I think, in NFL history, and Steve Spagnuolo has the Kansas City Chiefs playing to a top 3 level defense. Last year, they were second. I don't know where they stack up currently, but they're, again, playing at a very high level. That was my one, too. I think it was pretty unanimous.
Yeah, no doubt. And I also think that from the standpoint of Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, I think that if you don't think it's Andy Reid, I'm thinking just solely from the offensive play calling standpoint, I would put San Francisco, and I would put...
Who's their defensive coordinator?
I don't even remember.
There you go. That's why, like, I the reason that I'm asking that and I'm being a smart aleck here is because whenever I was having this internal dialogue with myself earlier today, I was like, you know what? I don't even know the 49ers defensive coordinator. I had to Google it. Yeah, they fired him. They fired him last year.
Right.
It's Nick Sorensen, who is his first-year defensive coordinator. So I don't have San Francisco on my list at all. I don't have they're not one of the four I have whenever I'm talking about top offensive defensive duos, because I'm looking for balance here, and I didn't even have them as one of my four maybes. Like, to me, because your defensive coordinator's a no-namer in his first year, hasn't really earned anything yet, they're not playing all that well, they didn't make it for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I just think so highly of the offensive play callers. You're right. I couldn't tell you who their defensive coordinator is. And then, you would have McVay in that mindset from an offensive perspective for me. But then Raheem Morris left, and so they replaced him. So it's a different defensive coordinator. So I'm in the same boat.
No, he's still there, isn't he?
No, he's
the head coach
of the Falcons.
Oh, yeah, that's silly me.
I'd put the Lions in there.
Chris Shula.
Yeah, I'd put the Lions in there with our guy Benny Johnson, and then of course former Texan Aaron Glenn as defensive coordinator.
They were in my maybes.
Yeah, they're not locked to be ahead of the Texans, and Benny Johnson has certainly lost a little bit off his star. I think at the start of the season, the offense hasn't been super crisp other than the running game. Jared Goff has dropped off a little bit, but I think there's someone that would at least be in the conversation.
They were in my maybes. Have the conversation. I think Benny Johnson's star as an offensive coordinator is brighter than Bobby Slowick's star. I really don't think it's in the same level, but I would say DeMeco greater than Aaron Glenn, more than Ben Johnson, greater than Slowick.
I agree with that.
So I think that one's tight, but I would give the slight edge to the Texans.
Yeah. So we've got, what do we got? We got Kansas City, Minnesota, and then it's open for discussion at this point.
I miscounted. I have 3 as the ones that are better than the Texans. So you're missing one. You're missing one.
Okay, I'm trying to think of who the third one would be. Buffalo?
No, I had Buffalo in the maybes. Although I think you could say Buffalo is better. Sean McDermott's been really good there for quite some time. Hasn't always called the defensive plays.
Right.
Like they had Leslie Frazier there for a while, and they have Joe Brady. And Joe Brady has had that offense playing at a very high level since he took over. So I would have no qualms if you wanted to go Buffalo over the Texans, but they were in the maybe, not the for sure.
I think I figured out who yours is, and I disagree with it because you're way higher on this guy than I am. But is it the Commanders with Dan Quinn
They
and
were on my
Cliff
maybes.
Kingsbury?
They were on my maybes too.
I know you love Cliff Kingsbury.
They were on
Well, you love him more than I do.
Yeah, I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I don't know if he's an elite offensive coordinator, although they haven't punted in 2 weeks. They were in the maybes. So I've gotten 3 of my 4 maybes: McDermott, Brady, Quinn, Kingsbury, because Dan Quinn's a really good defensive play caller, and Kingsbury was in the conversation, be the Texans play caller offensively.
I'm looking at all.
So you're off one maybe and one for sure.
I'm stumped with. No, because of the defensive side. I know you like Mike McDaniel, but I don't think the Dolphins.
No, they didn't. They weren't on my list at all.
That's out.
They weren't on my list at all.
I'm lost.
One of the I'll give you the maybes. We'll have one more maybe, and I would have the Texans ahead of this maybe, but I think it's maybe worth the discussion. Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio. Kellen Moore's led a number 1 offense in the NFL. Bobby Slowick has not done that.
I'm not super high on Vic Fangio.
I'm not a big. That's my hang up here.
Yeah, Vic Fangio mid 2000s had a much brighter star than he does right now.
I think Moore is better than Slowick for what it's worth, but I don't think Fangio is as good as DeMeco. And I would go back to the conversation with the Lions where DeMeco greater than Fangio, more than Kellen Moore, greater than Bobby Slowick.
Agreed.
So in the conversation, probably out on them. You're missing the one other one I have.
Yeah, I know it. I'm looking at who it could possibly, the Harbaugh and the Chargers?
No, I'm not a big Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Man, I know you like Steichen, but Indy's defense has been pretty bad.
I'm actually a little bit out on Steichen. I didn't love the way that he managed the game against the Texans. I didn't love the way that he's used Anthony Richardson.
I think I figured it out.
All right, let's hear it.
Matt LaFleur and
yep. I'm surprised it took you so long. I'm bullish on that.
Their new defensive coordinator is pretty solid. He's been doing pretty good.
And LaFleur, like, for as much as people give credit to McVay and to Shanahan, and I think O'Connell's kind of the next trend. I think McDaniel. I love McDaniel. I think McDaniel's a little overrated, quite frankly. I think that one of the more underrated offensive play callers in the NFL is Matt LaFleur. I really do.
What he's done post Aaron Rodgers, and I don't think you'd be surprised, but I think it's surprising to me because of how big a homers they are back home, that they've turned the corner. They thought when Rodgers left that LaFleur was a less than. And now, because especially this year, when you lose Jordan Love and you take Malik Willis, who you took basically off the scrap heap at the end of right before cutdown day, and you gave him 2 starts and got 2 wins, and you see the productivity in the offense, there are people giving Matt LaFleur a ton of flowers, promising they will never be, they will not cut him down again. The biggest thing was last year, Joe Barry was a horrible defensive coordinator, and everybody kept saying how many first-round picks they spent on the defense. This year, Hafley, they're doing some things, and their defense is all over the place.
And the reason that I'm really high on Hafley is because Kevin O'Connell is high on Hafley.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like Kevin O'Connell. His opinion matters to me. But I think McVay's great. I think he's one of the better offensive minds in the NFL. I think he's probably top 5. I think that he has a case for the top 3. Like, you would say your Reeds, you would say your McVays, you would say your Shanahans. I think O'Connell's right there. I think LaFleur is right there, quite frankly. And then I think Hafley's the defensive coordinator that no one quite knows yet, because he came from Boston College, who had Boston College playing really well. And that's not an easy place to win. O'Brien's actually has been playing pretty well too. I think he's going to be a really good defensive coordinator in the NFL. So I would have LaFleur, Hafley in. I'm not having LaFleur, Hafley as good as O'Connell, Flores, Reed, Spagnuolo, but I have him ahead of the Texans. 3 no doubters.
I would put LaFleur because of LaFleur ahead of the Texans. I mean, LaFleur's developed more quarterbacks in the last 2 weeks than the Bears have in 100 years. So I would certainly give the edge to LaFleur over Slowick. I think the advantage of LaFleur to Slowick is greater, to use the exercise you used earlier, than it is on the defensive side for the Texans.
I think it's close, like when you look at the tandem, but I would have the Packers slightly ahead.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is going to be from Hafley's perspective. He hasn't proven anything more than 3 weeks into the league, whereas at least from a D'Amico perspective, he's gotten you playoff wins. He's done things with his defensive players to where he factors in as a win there.
9953 Salah Hackett. I'm not joking with Hackett. He became a meme as a head coach and is awful with that, but his OC resume is stellar.
Please miss me on all of that, because of the fact that his OC resume rests firmly on the right arm of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I wouldn't have Salah. I think D'Amico's better than Salah, although I think they're in the same ballpark. I really do. But I'm not a Nathaniel Hackett guy.
No, Nathaniel Hackett is look, Aaron Rodgers made that guy, and because he liked that guy and lobbied for that guy, and then because of the fact that there were teams out there that wanted him because they thought they could get that guy if they got him. That's the sole reason that they went and got him as a head coach, because they thought Aaron Rodgers would follow him. And now he's just kind of another puppet for Aaron Rodgers to call whatever he wants.
All right, who did we miss? 713-780-3776. And speaking of the Texans and the offense and the defense, what is their offensive identity? What is their defensive identity? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho, I added my guy, Xavier Legette, to my fantasy team since Adam Thielen is out. Let's go. Ocho, no one cares about your fantasy team. Stop hijacking our segments. But I will ask the fantasy guy that we have on tomorrow, Adam Ronas, who we should target in that Carolina wide receiver room now that they have the red rocket thrown on the football.
Rifle.
And no Adam Thielen. 6088, you want to talk about shining stars? There's no brighter shining star than Zimmer and McCarthy. Well played, 6088.
Boy, Mike Zimmer is another guy that if you thought that what's his name in Baltimore is past his prime as a defensive coordinator. Oh my God, Mike Zimmer looks overmatched.
They got
That's
a new
awful.
one now. The Baltimore did.
Oh, Fangio. We were talking about Fangio. Oh,
Philly.
Fangio's in Philly.
He's in Philly.
Philly. Yeah. Fangio maybe being past his prime, but my goodness, Mike Zimmer looks like it is completely passed him by.
We had a caller call in who didn't want to show his face. He said the Saints.
Can't argue with the offense
I'm
for
not
sure.
putting the Saints
But
up
the
there.
defense, they're okay.
I like Baby Kubiak, but Dennis Allen, no thanks. No thanks. I do not trust a Dennis Allen coach team. I just cannot.
I'm agreeing with that completely. And whether he coaches the defense or not, I don't like him as a head coach, and I'm not super sold on him as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. What is the Texans' identity? Offensively, defensively? Let's start on the defensive side of the ball.
I really believe they're a pass rush team. I believe that with the guys that they have, and then when they get Autry into the mix as well, but I think they've proven it with Edwards and some of the guys in the middle that have gotten sacks, that I think that their front seven is in specifically their front four can get home, that can provide a lot of pressure on the edge. And I believe that for me, their identity starts with pass rush.
Yeah, I think their identity defensively is pretty easy. Like swarm, get after the football. I think they like to play physical, which is my brand of football. You know, I love that. But their pass rush is their strength. Get to the quarterback as quickly as you can, create chaos on the QB, try to force him into mistake. If you're getting to the quarterback quickly and getting the ball out of his hand quickly, less time that you have to cover. D'Amico loves zone. I think it's pretty easy to tell what the Houston Texans are defensively. It comes from their head coach, their philosophy. We want to be tough. The whole acronym is really geared for the defensive side of the ball. Smart work ethic, relentless mindset, swarm, get after the football. To me, where you start to get into the questioning of the identity of the Texans is really more on the offensive side. I still think that the Houston Texans are having a bit of an identity crisis when it comes to their offense. Defensively, I think we know who they are. Offensively, I don't think they know who they are.
I don't think they do. I think a lot of that was muddled up by the fact that when Mixon went down after having such a strong week one, and the fact that in the offseason, D'Amico kept stressing, we want to be a running team. We want to run the football. That you obviously got that all mucked up by the fact that he's out. Then Pierce was out as well. And then it's kind of a makeshift running back room. But I think that overall, in my mind, I always think as long as CJ Stroud's a quarterback, they're a pass first team, that they're a passing team, that they are most effective offensively when they are passing the football. And when you have the weapons that he has to throw to, I would label them easily a pass first passing team.
Yeah, I think they want to be an 11 personnel team that goes a lot of 3 receiver set, but can run the football on you whenever you really need to run the football. I don't think that they can play the way that they want to play because of what they're doing on their offensive line. I think that's why they're in an identity crisis. It's like, okay, we have this personnel. Whenever we're looking at our skill position players, whenever we're looking at CJ Stroud, this is how we can move the ball the most efficient way that we possibly can. Oh, crap, our offensive line can't protect for that. So that's, to me, why they're searching. That, to me, is why they've had moments where they look really good offensively, but they've left either meat on the bone. Like you go back to the Indy game. You scored on 6 of the 10 possessions. 2 other possessions were productive possessions, but a lot of them stalled out and ended with field goals. You go to the Chicago game. Their offense looked okay in the first half. Mm-hmm. You scored, 3 points in the second half. You were shut out for most of the game against Minnesota. You had 1 touchdown drive. You moved the ball at times, but penalties, offensive line allowing sacks. You were all of a sudden in field goal range. Now you're out of field goal range. You missed a field goal as well. So to me, it's lack of consistency. Why do you have a lack of consistency? Because they don't really know what they are offensively right now, because their offensive line cannot block a stunt if their life depended on it.
Yeah.
I don't think they know yet.
I think the bigger thing, too, in that is no matter what they want to be, it's what can they be? And that's to your point on the offensive line. Like they would like to be and they want to be a team that's dynamic offensively, that can throw the football and also can run the football, like you said, whenever they want. And that offensive line is limiting everything that they do. And we might not get an answer until they figure out what's going on with the offensive line and how to get that kind of more continuity.
Yeah, they got to get better there. That's going to be the governor to their offense, and it's going to be the governor of how good they can be. Because if this is what they are, if who they are in their first 3 games is what they are for the entire season, if who they are will not be unburdened by what will be, I think they're screwed. I think they're at best a 9-10 win team. That AFC South division champion Brian's its way into the playoffs, and I think they're 1 game, 2 games toast in the playoffs. They're not more than a divisional round team if this is the production you're getting from the offensive line.
See, and that's where the problem lies too, is because of the fact that in years past, especially last season, you would say, hey, there hasn't been a lot of continuity on the offensive line. They've had some problems, but it's also because guys are missing. You look at that offensive line last week, and we don't know how healthy Juice was, but when you look at that offensive line, you would expect those are the 5 guys that I would expect to be out there. So then if I have the 5 guys that I want out there, what can I do, or why is there a problem that I didn't foresee having because of the guys that I solidified, the guys I drafted highly, the guys I paid well, the guys that, I put in place to be my starting 5? This is it. And right now they don't look like they're getting it.
Based on that theory, they should be better. Like if the continuity is a thing and they're working on it and they're improving at it, what you are in the first 3 games shouldn't be who you are in the next 3 games or the final 3 games. So I guess that's the good news. I guess that it's, hey, there's nowhere to go but up because we're at rock bottom. But if they're a bottom 3rd offensive line in the NFL, I don't think that they could do the things that they really want to do. I don't think they can sit there in a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. I don't think the run blocking's been very good either. The pass protection's been worse than the run blocking. And you had a really good game in week 1, although the Colts run defense doesn't look all that great. You can't be who you want to be. It does limit you. It does put a governor on it.
If you're a less than team and you're 3 weeks in and you say, hey, our offensive line isn't great, that's one thing. But when you are with the expectations the Texans have, and you look at the amount of money they've spent to lock up Howard and Tunsil and the draft picks that they used, and the fact that they made a trade and are paying Shaq. And then when you get Juice and you get Kenyon and you use high draft picks on them, you look at it and say, they've put all the resources they could possibly put into a line that they expect big things from. And 3 weeks in, if you're not getting them, it can't be because they didn't play a lot in the preseason or they need more reps and snaps and things like that. They should be ready to go. And because they are the guys that you want to be out there too, that's more concerning.
3358 Tunsil not practicing is the main problem. He's been practicing since the start of the season. Maybe not a whole lot in preseason, but I don't think the Tunsil's errors are because he's not practicing. I think whenever you're looking at the lining up thing, I think there's a little bit of stubbornness there. Like, hey, one time, okay, I get that. They're not officiating it consistently. One time it happens, but then you fix it after that one time because you do know what the rule is. I mean, D'Amico Ryan said the same thing on Monday, that we know where we need to be lining up. You got to man up and go do it. The false start stuff isn't because of lack of practice. That's because he's trying to get a little bit of an edge by judging and guessing the snap count. Now, where the not practicing thing can really come into play is when you're talking about passing off coverages. Whenever you're looking at a stunt, when a defensive tackle is taking out Laramie Tunsil and your defensive end's running a little curl up the middle. But most of the times, whenever they've had trouble with that communication and that exchange of coverage, usually it's the interior offensive line with your guards and center.
Yeah, the push is coming up through the front, and the stunts are coming up mainly through those gaps. But when you look at it, too, there's something to be said about the fact that because they were trying to pass the blame onto the fact that you got a crew that calls that a lot because that's the point of emphasis. But at the same time, when you look at it, you got to be smart enough to know, hey, I got a crew that's going to call this a lot. All I got to do is when I get down to get into my stance, make sure that my head lines up with the hip of my center. And regardless of where I'd like to be and how I'd like to play this defensive end, that's where I got to be.
How many illegal formations do the Vikings have?
Yeah, I don't think they had one. They had one call.
So you can't give me an excuse when the other team doesn't have a single one.
Now, I will say from the standpoint of practicing silent counts, if you know that you're on the road because Minnesota's got the crowd behind them, that the silent count and being prepared for the very loud crowd, they should be doing that, though. We hear about teams all the time pumping music. And
that's not going to be a factor in illegal formation.
No. I'm talking about just for the false starts.
The false starts or the head bob.
Right.
By Juice Scruggs. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. What do you think the Texans' offensive defensive identity is? And also, Rank the 3-0 teams, the 0-3 teams. Who are you in on? That's still 0-3. I know Blanker's answer. Who are you out on? That's 3-0. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you like some of those teams, you hate some of those teams, well, take advantage by betting on or against them. Brian, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. You should already be going into week 4 of the season. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses. Plus, they have all the products you need: competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BetUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham's 2-0 today, by the way. Betting a little games when you do it, BetUS.com. I went Benedict Branham today.
Oh.
I bet against the Astros.
Smart. You had a little advantage.
Bet against the Astros, took Seattle minus 130. Gave away a little value there, but I didn't care. I was very confident the Astros were not going to win today. And I took the Astros under team total of 3.5 runs. Under 3.5 runs, Seattle winners, Branham's 2-0. That's what you do. Benedict Branham is the best bettor that has ever existed.
You had the best intel in the world. You got to see the post-game show and see who was drinking and knew the fact that with those guys probably being a little slow today and Seattle still having plenty to play for, that was probably 2 good bets.
Yeah. Shea Whitcomb committed 4 errors today.
Mm-hmm.
He was one off a major league record.
And what was the third base from the Angels? Didn't he commit 3 in an inning and a half
When
against the Astros this weekend.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, 3 and 4 innings.
Because we were talking about
3 and 4
yeah,
innings.
Yeah, so we've seen some less than from the fielding perspective. Maybe I got to reevaluate if I'm taking Whitcomb on my roster over Greg Kessinger for defensive purposes at least.
4 errors. You see Anthony Rendon, the normal third baseman for the Angels, has joined the 50-50 club. 50 game suspension, 50 days on the IL. 50. Congratulations to Rice-Al Anthony Rendon joining the 5th. It's an illustrious crowd. It is illustrious, an illustrious club to make the 50-50 club.
Especially
so
when
congratulations to Anthony Rendon.
You throw in all his comments preseason too about, I care about my family first and then I'll worry about this as my career. It's like, bro, you've barely played and you're sucking up $280 some million.
Yeah, not great. Astros lose 8-1 today. Who cares? Space City Kev, I really hate to even say it like this, but I'm at a loss at how to describe it. But I think particularly with Tunsil and Howard, they're just kind of entitled whiners. Look at how they responded to the criticism after the Vikings game. Seriously, just take some accountability and fix your own mistakes.
I like that part of it. I said that about Tunsil from the jump when he started trying to say, well, yeah, they called my number, but it's on everybody from a continuity standpoint. And I think there's something to be said about, true veterans that are leaders in a locker room and with an offensive line step up and say, it's on me. And then it's on us. It's on me because I was making the mistakes. I got to be better. And then you can also parlay that into, and as a unit, we have to be better. We'll clean it up. We'll fix it. We'll make it work. I didn't like the way either guy responded because, from the standpoint of Howard was the first guy to say it. That was the first crew of the year that was working the game where all the illegal procedures were called.
Yeah, I think it's fine for you to not love what they say. I think you're entitled to that opinion. I think it's fair to have that opinion. But the accountability and then fixing your own mistakes, how are you fixing that in the post-game media session? That's going forward. So take some accountability, fix your mistakes isn't happening in the 30 minutes to 60 minutes that immediately after the game. It's what do they look like week 4 going on? So just take some accountability and fix your own mistakes. Well, let's see what it looks like weeks 4 and the rest of the way. Because if Laramie Tunsil doesn't commit another penalty or an illegal formation penalty, same thing with Titus Howard. And Titus Howard played well against the Vikings. I thought he was the best offensive lineman. But if they go unpenalized the rest of the year, couldn't you say they were accountable and fix their own mistakes?
Sure, that's fine. But just own it at the time. In the moment, from what we just saw and how bad it was, just own it and say, and it probably would dispel a lot of the extra questions coming your way after the fact to just say, we got to be better. I got to be better. I can't have 6 penalties in a game regardless. And we're going to go back to fixing it. We'll be better.
Yeah, I just don't think that really matters.
Okay, I do. I think
how does it matter in terms of production on the field?
Because I think it shows sometimes one, it can show immaturity, and 2, it can show a lack of overall commitment to the job, the profession, and what you were responsible for doing when you don't at least own it and say, I'm not dumping this on anybody else. I had my number called 6 times. That's a horrible look. And overall, I got to be better and look myself in the mirror and then expect that we're going to be better.
Okay, what would you rather have? Him being accountable in his media session and then being penalized 5 times the rest of the year in each and every game, or acting like he acted and maybe not taking accountability in the moment and then not being penalized the rest of the year?
Why can't I have both? Why can't I have a guy that's mature enough and a veteran presence that can say, you know what, I have to be responsible. So I'm going to start with me. And then overall, I'm going to work on my best to fix me. We're going to work on us and then do both.
Why can't you say both? Because we're arguing which one matters the most.
But of the same thing. Yeah, of course you want the performance first because that's what truly matters at the end of the day. But I want a guy that at least can own up for the mistakes that you made and how bad you looked from what we just saw.
Yeah, I get that. I just think the accountability comes to what you put on film the rest of the way. More, and I think that matters more than how you're answering some reporters' questions. Would it be a perfect world if you have both? Would fans be a little bit more at ease with Laramie Tunsil if he's like, yeah, it's my bad, it won't happen again? Yes, absolutely. But does that matter more than actual production on the field? Absolutely not.
No,
so that's why I take not take offense, but more nitpicky to the fix your own mistakes. How do we know he's not going to fix the mistakes? Because of how he handled 30 minutes in a presser? Not even a presser.
We've seen a lot of Laramie Tunsil to be lesser than in terms of what we would expect of a guy that's at the top of his profession, paid very well, that's relied upon as much as he has in terms of being available and doing some of the things that we've talked about. But I think it's the same way as CJ comes out and just says, hey, it starts with me. If they play bad, no matter who else played bad or the offense didn't work, it starts with me. And then we go from there as a unit. And you like that, the fact that there is maturity in the room to say, hey, look, I'll own it first and foremost for my entire unit to say, I got to be better.
Yeah, I rather have that too than make excuses and blame. But I don't think that is the end all be all in taking accountability. I think the end all be all of taking accountability is not being penalized the rest of the year. I think that matters more. I think it's more tangible. It's more real.
But I think it's all intertwined.
I don't think so.
I think it can be, because I think I want a guy that is going to set the example, that I will look in the mirror first before I point fingers.
Well, that's why I gave you the proposition of what you rather have, because it defines on what is more important, what is more valuable.
I mean, certainly at the
a
end
guy
of the
that makes
day-
excuses in press conferences and then plays well the rest of the year and doesn't get penalized, or hey, it's my bad, I'm going to be better next week, and then is not better next week.
Certainly at the end of the day, the performance is what matters the most, because the results are only going to be, the results aren't in a writer's notepad or computer.
Yeah.
The results are what they do on the field the rest of the way. I'd like a guy that does both, though, in terms of at least owning the mistakes that they made.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I'm just, to me, it's more which is more valuable, the action or the words. And I think actions matter more than words. I really don't care a whole lot what a player is saying to the media. I care if a player plays well. I care if a player is going to contribute to winning. I care if, the illegal formations are completely gone the rest of the year. And look, if Laramie Tunsil doesn't have an illegal formation the rest of the year, is it fair to say that Laramie Tunsil accepted responsibility and fixed the mistake?
Sure. I mean, but it's not just those either. It's also the false starts. It's all intertwined there as well. But yeah, of course, the results are going to
false starts in there too. Like, if he doesn't get penalized the rest of the year, is it fair to say that he took responsibility and fixed his own mistakes?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's more valuable than, hey, my bad, guys, my bad, media, I'm going to fix this. 409 Josh, in general, if someone doesn't admit there's a problem, they see nothing to work on. Has Tunsil ever said penalties are a problem for him? They've been a problem a long time. I think people are looking at one quote from Laramie Tunsil after the Vikings game and then taking that like it's the only thing he said. There are other quotes that Laramie Tunsil had after Sunday's game where he's like, that's unacceptable. That's on me. I have to be better.
I mean, I mean, look, like I said, at the end of the day, the results are what matters the most. But I want a guy that, is, a force and a mature veteran in the locker room to be able to own everything that just happened, because it was ugly. And we know people saw it just as much as he saw it, and you can't run from that.
1264, Branham, you're creating a straw man. It's not an either or. Show me a situation where someone who doesn't take accountability fixes their mistake. It's an intentional process, and it starts with taking accountability. They don't have to necessarily do it publicly. But when they get asked the question, you don't shy away from the answer with an excuse. This is also the power of taking one quote that a man said in 5 minutes and running with the one quote and not the 4 minutes and 45 seconds of the other things he said. Laramie Tunsil also took responsibility for the penalties. Laramie Tunsil also said that it's not good enough. But we're looking at the one quote that he was given about the illegal formations not being called correctly, and everybody's saying, well, Laramie Tunsil's not taking accountability and he's making excuses. When the other 4.5 minutes was him saying, my bad, I got to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how many people spend any time at all listening to the post-game quotes except for what they see on Twitter or on the news. But at the same time, when asked the question and when talked about how's the best way, in my opinion, how's the best way to handle it, you're right. Results are the first thing I want to see on the field, but I want to see a guy that puts it all together to be someone that, that at the other lineman in the room can respect, knowing that, hey, you know what? He's owning it. We got to own it, and we all got to be better, and we'll all work on it.
Yeah. Jonathan Alexander had a mailbag thing today, and he was talking about how Laramie Tunsil was accountable in the postgame. But we see the one quote, and everybody runs with the one quote because a player played bad. It's like, oh, look at this guy not taking accountability, because you saw one quote, but the other 10 quotes are him taking accountability. So, like, the whole straw man, like, you're doing that. Like, you're doing the straw man because you're taking the one quote and running with it like it's everything that he said when it's not.
But it's also to the
Not you
standpoint
specifically,
of what all right. But it's also like when Lance got triggered about the fact, and I think his last straw was that final quote, because we also knew some things about his past, about the fact that if the team wasn't in it and didn't have a chance to win anymore, that, a thumb injury could cost him way more time than it should have, that, you start to question his desire, the fact that they had to bribe him to practice. Yeah. Those are the things that they hear those things in the media too, but that kind of helps formulate their opinion on something like this.
I mean, I'm definitely looking at it from the vacuum of what happened Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have the bigger picture view, there's a lot of questionable things that Laramie Tunsil's had happen in his career. All right, 713-780-3776. We'll talk to Mike Greenberg at 4:50, but coming up next, we'll talk to our guy Garrett. Stressing or blessing? What are we stressing or blessing about this week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments. He does so much more. He does spa treatments. He does plastic surgery. He does Botox. But what he does that I have personal experience with are PRP treatments and the NeoGraft. If you don't know what either one of those are, and I think you've heard the term in sports with the PRP treatments, it works for your hair too. It basically takes your hair, if you have follicles of hair that are still there, but they're not as thick and strong and lush as they used to be. And the PR treatment helps to kind of fertilize them, strengthen them, get them back to where they once were, and you get more coverage on your scalp. From the NeoGraft procedure, it essentially is putting hair where you don't have any more by using your own hair that you have a lot of in other areas. Essentially, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he takes some of that, puts it where you need it most. Maybe it's on the bald spot up on top and back, or your hairline in front. And in no time at all, you've got hair growing again. You've got thick, lush hair when in 6 to 9 months it gets to its full strength, and you love the way you look with your hair again. It's fantastic. And as listeners to us that want to talk to him, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff that normally costs $150. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. It's free, not $150. No commitment, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket. Just ask questions, get answers, and let them explain to you what PRP and the NeoGraft can do. I did it, couldn't be happier with it. I will tell anybody and everybody that asks about it that you should go see Doc Linville, and it is a game changer. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blessing or stressing with our guy Garrett. You can follow him on Twitter at Texans Commenter. Houston Stressins everywhere. Killing it on the social media game. What are we blessing or stressing today, Garrett?
Well, we got a lot. I'm going to try and get a mix of some positive and some negative, but I got to start off with the hot topic, which is Bobby Slovik's play calling. Are we blessing or stressing his play calling? I know it's been a hot topic on the radio and social media. I'm going to remain mildly blessing. I'm definitely not stressing nearly as much as a lot of people are. I understand the frustrations, but there's a couple reasons why it's not super alarming to me. One is we've played two really good defenses back-to-back weeks in the Bears and the Vikings. Another reason why, too, is the run game hasn't been very good at all. So it's kind of hard to set up the rest of your play calling based off of that. I know a lot of people think that, oh, he needs to throw the ball down the field. Like, well, defenses are running too high safeties. We're forced to run it, and we can't run it. So, and really the biggest issue as to why is because of the O-line. Communication issues, obviously the penalties. We get stuck in third and longs for that. So I'm still blessing.
Yeah, I think from my standpoint, what I would add to that is it's week 3, and the fact that you are still kind of learning the identity of your team. You've been without your best running backs, if you believe that Pierce was number 2, and the fact that, as we talked about earlier this week, that as you go through these situations, you didn't have to deal with that until this game against the Vikings. That you tried to get back big chunks instead of taking what the defense was giving you when Flores was so dynamic in the way he was bringing things at you. Take the underneaths, take what they're giving you, and then at a certain point, maybe that big chunk play will open up.
This is one that I want to hedge because it's hard for me to say blessing about it, but I'm blessing it more than I'm stressing it. I think that Slowick is getting a lot of criticism that might be out of his control a bit. Like when I look at the offense and the issues with the offense, this isn't so much play calling, it's more protection. And I think that they're trying. Like there's many times they're keeping 6 or 7 in pass protection and they're still losing. They're still losing. So it's hard to call plays when your offensive line's getting manhandled and the Vikings are getting pressure anytime you want. So I'd love to hedge it, but I'll go stressing over, or I'll go blessing over stressing.
Okay, I like it. I mean, I guess some of the stuff too was Grenard getting paired up on a rookie tight end too. I mean, if he's scheme that specifically, you can stress on that. But
yeah, it's not great.
But yeah, pass pro is definitely a big deal. But next up, I got: are we blessing or stressing the fact that the Astros may potentially face AJ Hinch and the Tigers in the first round? I think I'm stressing, man. I mean, the Tigers, I believe, are the hottest team in baseball since the All-Star break. They got some great young pitching. And, early on in the career of AJ Hinch versus the Astros, it felt like he kind of had our number. I know this year, I believe we've fared better, but I don't know, man. It kind of gives me, some scares there. So I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I'm blessing the fact that I don't care who they play. I think this isn't about who they play. This is about who they are. And if they come to the table and they bring their best lineup and they bring what they have on this roster, I think that, whether you play Detroit or Minnesota or whoever the case may be, I'm going to feel pretty good about the Astros' chances no matter who their manager is. Because, there's a good deal of time that now has passed between when AJ was here and who the players he knows. He's done a hell of a job. And I think that it's a big accomplishment for them in itself just to get there. Whereas I think that with bigger fish to fry and with the veteran-laden team that the Astros have, Jordan is the biggest concern. But if they're healthy, I'll take them against Detroit, no matter who their manager is.
Yeah, I stress whoever the opponent is in the playoffs. I get a little scared of everybody. I'm a big softie, so I'm stressing it. Plus, like the storyline of this, like AJ Hinch back to his roots, the team that fired him and then beats the dynasty as the Astros and closes the window on the dynasty forever. Plus, they have the AL Cy Young. Honestly, I would be stressing all of these teams. Kansas City is very good. If Minnesota sneaks in, that means they got hot. If Seattle's pitching staff scares me. So quite frankly, I'd be stressing all of them. But yeah, I'm stressing the Tigers and AJ Hinch. Of course I am.
And you could even argue the Tigers are kind of the Astros, when we were kind of emerging too from rebuilding and on the up and up. So, but yeah, next up for me, this one is going to be for the Texans this Sunday. Are we blessing or stressing the fact that we're playing a desperate Jags team who's 0-3? You have one side where they're 0-3. You could say that they're bad, so we're playing a bad team. But on the flip side, you have a team that's up against the ropes. I'm going to say I'm mildly stressing. I think we'll fare well, but it's a divisional game. It's already something to where, weird things can happen. You know your opponent from playing them twice a year. And I'm kind of concerned too. Like, I think we'll win and we should win. But I know, like, the temperature from a lot of fans this week is after watching that Monday night game, their expectations are if we don't blow them out, then we aren't good. That's not the case. So that's a big reason why I'm stressing.
Yeah, I'm not going to stress this because of the fact that Jacksonville, and no matter who you would play, I wouldn't want to play Buffalo this week playing as bad as they played last week. But if I'm playing Jacksonville, whether I beat them by 40 or beat them by 4, I just need to know that they're better on the offensive line. I need to know that there is more continuity on both sides of the ball. I need to know that some of the most glaring, noticeable things that we saw that were negatives with this team are cleaned up. And against a team like Jacksonville, I'll take it because they don't look like a very talented team. They don't look like the team that a lot of people thought they were going to be going into the season. But my main and first focus concern is going to be on the Texans cleaning up their messes. And if they clean up their messes, then I'm not going to be stressing because I think that they're going to be fine.
8361 says y'all sound like a bunch of bad words. Stop being scared. I'm blessing this one. There's 3 0-3 teams in the NFL. One of them's the Jags. Yes, give me bad teams. Let me play bad teams, especially after a loss. I'll agree with you that I don't think this is going to be like a layup. I agree with you that divisional games are going to be kind of gritty. They're going to be kind of tough. They're usually going to be closer than what you think. I haven't seen the spread on this one this week, so I don't even know how I feel about the Texans against
7.
the spread. 7. Like, do I think Jacksonville could cover that number? Yeah, I think they could cover that number. I think it's hard to cover big numbers against divisional opponents. So I agree with that logic of it, but coming off a loss, playing a team that hasn't won a game in the NFL, yes, they'll be desperate, but I think they're more bad than they are more desperate. I'm blessing that they have the Jags coming up this weekend.
Love it. So this next one's coming from my wife, Anita. Shout out, Anita. Love you, babe.
Mrs. Stresson.
Mrs. Stresson, that is right. This will be actually her perspective on it. She wants to know, are we blessing or stressing CJ Stroud's pregame outfits? And she says that she is stressing. I am holding back judgment because my sense of fashion is terrible, but I will defer to my wife. So if she's stressing, then I'm stressing.
Did she say that she's ever worn the same outfit?
I think, if not, something eerily similar.
Yeah, because Jeremy pointed this out previously, and I wasn't aware. And then when I was made aware and saw the video and the pictures, I was like, yikes. Fashion these days, people would be critical of me every day because I wear quote unquote gym clothes. But yeah, that's a tough look.
Yeah, I'm blessing this one. I'm an old man that wears hats and t-shirts to work. Blankers, he's always wearing he's ready for a pickup game at any time. We can't be commenting on players that are in their 20s and what they wear. So I take myself out of this conversation. If CJ Stroud feels good, hope he plays good, looks good, all of that. So yeah, I'm blessing what CJ Stroud's wearing on game days. Garrett from Houston stressing. You can find him on Twitter at Texans Commenter. Look anywhere on social media and you see if you're blessing or stressing. We'll do it again next week, Garrett. Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
All right. Coming up next, Mike Greenberg will be joining us when we return. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We got a big one coming up Saturday night at 6 o'clock. The 18th ranked Iowa State Cyclones coming to town as the Houston Cougars look for the upset. First Big 12 home game of the year, and U of H has a deal for you. Family night special, 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Where else are you going to get that kind of entertainment for the entire family for just $80? Lock in the deal now, uhcougars.com/tickets, or just call 713-GO-COUGS. Not only is it family weekend, but it's also Hispanic Heritage Game. That's near and dear to my heart. So come on out, celebrate on campus as the Cougars host the undefeated 18th ranked Cyclones. First ever matchup on the gridiron between these two teams with kickoff at 6, but come out early. Cougar Walk at 3:30. Plus, we're going to be expanding the Bud Light Backyard Beer Garden, which now features food, drinks, tailgate games. So come on out, hang out before the game. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. And the weather is going to be beautiful on Saturday night, so get out there and enjoy. $80 takes care of the family of 4 with the family night special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your family night special. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Did you catch Booker T hijacking our show, running his imaging twice during the Killer Bees? You catch that? What a jabroni.
He's powerful,
Booker
man.
T is.
Strong.
He's trying to invade our show.
He knows you guys have heat. He's trying to make some money.
And it wasn't
build
lost on
towards
me.
the match.
That wasn't lost on me, Booker. You
Hell
can't
in a
come
cell.
into our. I guess he did do it. You can't come into our program and run back-to-back commercials on the Killer Bees, Booker. That's the last time it happens on my watch. You got it? Or I'll hit you with a spinneroonie and a fake punch. Booker T.
He's got some pull and some power.
What a hack. Yusei Kikuchi, first time that the Astros have lost a game when Yusei Kikuchi has started. I actually kind of like it. He pitched fine.
Mm-hmm.
And look, you get the loss out of the way. Get the loss out of the way because you knew one was coming. Just get out of the way. That way he can go back to being undefeated in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I wasn't even thinking about that perspective. I was thinking about the fact that he still gave you shutout baseball for 6 innings against a lineup that is playing for everything. They're still putting everything out there, and he had a lesser than behind him. So win, loss, or indifferent, I don't think any of us, and your bet was right on spot, that I would have done the same thing in the fact that I just didn't trust the fact that they were going to be all there today because they celebrated till the wee hours of the night.
Yeah.
The fact that you went out against a good Mariners lineup or that's playing for something and you shut him out, I'm good with it.
Yeah, he ended up getting the loss, but he went 6 innings, gave up 2 unearned runs, struck out 8, 4 hits, 1 walk against a Mariner team that is desperate. So Kikuchi dealt again. Kikuchi continues to be great for the Astros. And low-key, I kind of like that he got the loss out of the way. Just low-key.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think that, this is one where nobody needs to be stressing too much in terms of blessing and stressing.
I see what you did.
Yeah, no one needs to be stressing over the next 3-4 games, starting today, 4 games total left in the regular season, because these are all just, get some guys some ABs, get some other guys some rest, and just get through the rest of these games healthy, because you know where you're going to be. You know that you're going to be at home and playing a 3-game series. Set it up for that.
Yeah, I wonder how they handle it. Like, I'm pretty sure how they're going to handle it. Like, I think, some guys have to get reps in at bats. Like, you can't go a week without playing. So you're going to see starters. But I wonder if they handle it like spring training, where you're pulling some guys out halfway through the game, kind of how like they did Bregman today. They gave him the old senior day treatment. Jose Altuve was off today. Bregman, I'm sure, will get a day off. Pena, I'm sure, will get a day off. Tucker's not playing all 3 games. But it's going to be interesting how they handle it. Like, it's going to be more spring training
no doubt
at Cleveland than it is like end of the regular season.
Yeah, the guys were, the G-men were getting into it about the fact that this was the swan song and the goodbye, the way they handled Bregman. But I thought it was a classy move to handle Bregman that way. And I'm not looking at it in terms of the big picture and what this means long term. I just like the fact that you can sit some guys, rest some guys, especially Bregman with his arm. Payne just played almost every game. Those are guys that have to get rest.
Yeah, I think that I think they handle that well. Like, I also don't think it carries any weight. Like, it's more of one of those, let's do this, let's give them the ovation just in case.
Right.
I don't think that it's any sort of clue on what they're going to do.
Not me either.
With Alex Bregman in the offseason. All right, let's go out to the HR&P guest line, being joined now by Mike Greenberg, ESPN's Mike Greenberg from Greeny. You can catch him on Sunday NFL Countdown. He's got a new book out, too. Got Your Answers, the 100 Greatest Sports Arguments Settled. It's good for guys like you and me. Yep. It came out yesterday. It's available on Amazon now. In the book, Greeny and producer Himbo tackle the 100 most debated questions in the sports talk world and provide 100 lists that will tell you who is the best of the best in football, basketball, baseball, hockey, boxing, and more. This book comes out just a year and a half after the 2 released. Got Your Number, the greatest sports legends and the numbers they own. Greeny, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to hang out with the Killer Bees. I'm curious your point of view. Kind of being national, we're local. We see it a little bit differently. Your view of the Houston Texans and where they are going into year 2 of DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud.
I thought Sunday was a little bit of a wake-up call. It's interesting. We had this conversation on the Countdown show. First of all, hello, guys, and thanks for having me. On the Sunday Countdown show, I described the game with the Vikings this past Sunday as a measuring stick game for the Vikings. And Teddy Bruschi jumped me on the air and said, why isn't it that for the Texans? Who exactly is it they've beaten? Why is it we're so convinced that they're the team that people are sort of making them out to be, having beaten the Colts and the Bears? Teddy was sort of in a they need to show me kind of mode. And, 3 hours later, we all saw what happened. So I think it was disquieting. I'm still a believer. I think the coach is phenomenal. I think the quarterback is phenomenal. I think teams have bad days, and I think Brian Flores' defense is going to make a lot of quarterbacks look bad this year. But it has to have been a wake-up call. Like, things don't just grow all the way up to the sky, and that was – it felt like a little bit of a step back. I still think they're the team to beat in the division. I don't think that's particularly even close, but largely the division stinks. Are they as good as and ready to go toe-to-toe with Kansas City, Buffalo, whoever else winds up being the best teams standing at the end of the AFC? My gut feeling is they will be. But this was a step backward. There's really no other way to say it.
Mike, look, we know you're a diehard Jets fan. Take it from a diehard Packer fan. It was excruciating for me when you got on the Aaron Rodgers train over a year before he was available and, got the word out there. But you got your guy. It's been kind of up and down so far with him, and I've seen signs of the old Aaron. What is your expectations for this season? What would be a satisfying season for you realistically, and then what would be disappointing?
Well, so there's so many different layers to that. Disappointing. Let's start with this. If he doesn't finish the season, it would be devastating. Players get hurt all the time. So if he misses a week here or there, that's not what I'm talking about. But if he has something happen like what happened last year, I may have to give up watching the sport. So someone else may have to take over for me. I just don't know that I can do it anymore. Disappointing, I think, would be if the Jets remain relatively healthy and they don't make the playoffs. I think that would be a major disappointment. Well, the Jets, as most people probably know, have the longest current playoff drought of any team in the four major sports. So for me to sit here and say they need to go from a team that has not played in a playoff game since January of 2011 to sit here and say that not making the Super Bowl would be a disappointment would be setting yourself up for failure. It's not. I don't think it's impossible, but it's not realistic. What I think are realistic expectations, if Rodgers continues to build on what we saw last Thursday night and stays healthy, is I think the Jets could challenge Buffalo for the division. The Bills were great. And I think they have a chance to be among the last teams standing. Like, I could see them and the Texans and the Bills and the Chiefs being the final four in the AFC. I could easily see that. I'm surprised at how good Baltimore hasn't been and how good Cincinnati hasn't been. I'm not sold that Pittsburgh has enough offense to be there all year long. It's very early in the season, so some of those things will turn themselves around. But I think realistically, get to the playoffs, win a game. It will be crushing in the short run if they don't go further than that. But I think realistically that it would be setting yourself up for failure to demand anything greater than that.
ESPN's Mike Greenberg joining us on the HR&P guest line. His new book, Got Your Answers, The 100 Greatest Sports Arguments Settled, can be found now on Amazon. Mike, who do you think's the best team in the NFL through 3 weeks?
I think Minnesota is the best team in the NFL. Now, I don't know that means they're going to stay that way. I think they've been the best team in the NFL through 3 weeks. They wiped the field with San Francisco and the Texans, and those are two teams that I think and our popular Super Bowl picks. I know that the 49ers are banged up, but the Vikings are playing without their tight end, who's going to come back. They played much of the way without their second best receiver, Jordan Addison. Their defensive coordinator is elite, and Brian Flores is a great example of someone, I think, who some people are just cut out to be great coordinators and maybe not to be head coaches. His head coaching tenure in Miami looks worse, the way you've seen them since his departure. But he is an elite coordinator. So I think they've been the most impressive team through 3 weeks, followed maybe closely by Buffalo. Allen looks so good. That offense is diverse. That offense is multiple. The new coordinator has done such a good job there, Joe Brady. The defense they've patched it together. And Sean McDermott can coach defense, man. And they've lost so many good players on that side, but they still look pretty good. So I would say to this point, the Vikings and the Bills have looked to me like the two best teams.
Mike, I'm curious because you are one of the faces of ESPN now, and you got so much on your plate with NBA Countdown and Sunday NFL Countdown and Get Up in the Mornings. And I'm curious, and also appreciative of your loyalty to still do your radio show. Is that something just because of the fact that it's kind of one of the things that really got you going and then really, blew everything up? Or is it the fact? I'm just curious the background behind that, because obviously you have so much on your plate.
I just enjoy it. I mean, you guys, you don't need me to tell you there's nothing more fun than just turning a microphone on and talking. Everything else I do, it involves a great deal of structure and planning and sort of rigid framework. And radio remains just a blank canvas every single day that I can sit down to and paint any way I wish for 2 hours. So yes, it is where my roots are from. Long before there was a Mike and Mike, I was doing radio in Chicago. I started out in radio in 1991. So I will always love it. But the very simple answer to your question is I do it because it's fun. And not too many people get to do a job that is fun. But it is most definitely fun.
And now an author, too, a couple of times over. In your new book, Got Your Answers, The 100 Greatest Sports Arguments Settled. You can find it on Amazon. What's your favorite argument or two?
So here's the thing. I can't choose between them because there are 100 good ones. So what I've been doing in these conversations, let me quickly explain what the book is. So we decided that if there is one thing that all sports fans love to do, it's argue. So you think he's the best, I think she's the best, whatever the case may be. We like to sit and debate and argue it. So Hembo and I sat down and we identified the 100 best sports arguments. And then using extraordinary research, we just settled them once and for all. You will never lose a barroom argument again as long as you live. And Hembo includes 100 Sneaky Hembo trivia questions, which are great fun. But so the way I've been doing these interviews is I will literally just open it up to whatever page it comes to, and I'll read you that page. Who are the top 10 sports prodigies? This is absolutely one of my favorites. Top 10 sports prodigies.
Secretariat.
So the Secretariat was a horse and does not count as a prodigy. So the top 4 are LeBron James at number 4, Serena Williams at number 3, Tiger Woods at number 2. And each of them could have made a pretty legitimate claim to being the number 1 prodigy. Tiger Woods was on the Mike Douglas show when he was 3 years old. Serena Williams was interviewed by CNN when she was 9. LeBron James was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was 17. However, and each of them wound up being arguably the greatest in the history of their sport. So we had to decide which ones faced the most pressure in their youth. So I will call to your attention the first interview Wayne Gretzky ever did was for a newspaper. He keeps a copy of that newspaper article with him to this day. The headline reads, Paul, Richard, Al, and Gretzky. Arguably the 3 greatest players in history at that point, and Gretzky. That was the headline. That was written when Wayne Gretzky was 9 years old.
Wow.
And so we decided that was a level of pressure that no other athlete had met. So Wayne Gretzky is the number 1 sports prodigy, followed by Tiger, Serena, LeBron James. And the rest of the top 10 is Michael Phelps, Sidney Crosby, Ken Griffey Jr., Nadia Comaneci, Bob Feller, and Bryce Harper. And there are 100 just like that.
Oh, wow.
So if you or anyone you know, anyone in your life loves sports debate, loves sports conversation, loves sports argument, you will never lose a sports debate again. There are 100 of them just like that. And I will also briefly tell you, if I may, that one of the pieces of feedback that we got from our book a year ago was because we wanted so much in it. It was a big and expensive package. So we told the publisher, because we wanted our audience to not have to worry about this. The book is less than $15. We wanted it to be under $15. It's $14.95, and Amazon is actually running a special on it for the release. So if you order on Amazon.com right now, Got Your Answers is the title of the book. The author is me. It's under $14. And that's what we wanted as a way of trying to make it easier and more affordable for all of the people who listen to us on the radio every day and beyond. So that's the book, and we couldn't be more thrilled with the way it's being received.
Well, an effort to win arguments with my co-host. I'm going to get it. I'm going to buy one for my co-host, but I'm not going to give it to him.
Oh, I see.
I'm not going to give it to him. Mike, thanks so much for the time, and I look forward to reading Got Your Answers.
Fellas, thanks for having me on.
Mike Greenberg of ESPN, Got Your Answers. The 100 Greatest Sports Arguments Settled came out yesterday. Get it on Amazon. Greeny talked about the deal you can get now. It's affordable. Any sports lover would love it. In the book, Greeny and producer Himbo tackle the 100 most debated questions in the sports talk world. And it sounds very, very good. We appreciate Greeny for the time. All right, who do you want to play in the first round? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Who do you want to play in the first round, wild card round? 713-780-3776. We'll get to that in a moment. But let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Troy wants to get in here and talk some Astro baseball, maybe a little Ryan Stressley. Yeah, okay, Troy, your show. I'll get out of the way.
What's going on, guys? Hey, I didn't get to listen to the beginning of the show, so I apologize if you guys talked about this. But last night when they pulled Presley off the mound, do you think he was PO'd because he got pulled or because of the situation that he put him in? Because he was one pitch away from blowing that thing, and it was going to be over with. And they were not drinking champagne and drinking cold beer last night. I'll hang up and listen, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Troy. Yeah, we did talk about it earlier. I think the one scenario that you missed in all of that was option 3 would have been maybe he was pissed at himself for the fact that he created that situation.
Yeah.
I personally felt like he wanted to finish it. Once he got 2 outs, he felt like, and all good relievers should feel like this, that he could get his way out of it. But I personally agree with Joe Espada that I'm not taking any chances there. And as Jeremy mentioned, treat it like a playoff game and go get your butt out of that situation.
Yeah, we differed in our opinion, Troy. I think Blankers thought he was a little bit more upset he was being taken out of the game with Joe a little bit. I thought it was more because he didn't think he pitched all that well. So I guess it's up for debate. I think it's up for interpretation. Hot take, Champagne is overrated. I'm not a huge Champagne guy.
I'm not either. And I guess maybe it's something that runs in my family too, but Champagne gives me a worse hangover than just about any other alcohol.
It's almost like an immediate headache sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge Champagne guy.
It's wine to a lesser degree, but Champagne first and foremost. Man, you're right. You can start feeling it before the night's even over, and then the next day is horrendous in the way it makes you feel.
I'm not sure I've ever finished a glass of Champagne.
Oh, I've had
for real. So I've never even had to worry about that. I love wine. Like there's a lot of wines I really enjoy. I can drink a lot of wine. The Champagne, it's never done it.
Not
for
even
me.
wedding? You didn't
I've
down
had
the whole glass for your wedding?
Had a sip.
Okay.
We didn't have champagne at our wedding.
Really?
But at other weddings or celebratory moments, I'll take a sip at the cheers and I'm done with it. I'm done with it. We had margaritas at our wedding.
We used the champagne for the toast.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got to do that. Well, most weddings, but we don't like the champagne.
Yeah, my whole family's that way though. The reaction to champagne is not good.
Really?
Yeah.
It runs in the family.
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, who do you want to play in the first round? The wild card round. I don't like when we talk about rounds and playoffs. First round, second. It's not first round, second round, third round, and playoffs. It's wild card round, divisional round, league's championship series, World Series. So who do you want to play in the wild card round?
To me, in the wild card round, I stand by what I said, that I agree with you. You should be nervous about everybody you face, but I believe that my biggest concern is just as long as this team is right, I'm not going to worry about the opponent. I know that Kansas City is far worse on the road than they are at home. Video coordinator, if you want to say that. I know Minnesota's got injuries. I know Detroit, I think, is in a situation where this is a massive accomplishment for them just to get there. And you look at the guys they got rid of, and if you had Flaherty and Skubal at the start of your top of your rotation going into this series, yikes. But to me, I would, if Detroit's the team right now, I'll take Detroit and I'll feel good about beating Detroit and feel good about my odds against Detroit. But there's something to be said, both pros and cons, but especially from like a Minnesota perspective. You've beaten them multiple times now in your playoff run, but you got the Correa effect, just like you got AJ with Detroit. I'll take the Tigers right now. I just feel like young team, still kind of similar to the Astros in 15, but maybe even a half step before that. They've already had a successful season because they've gotten to this point when no one gave them a chance. I'll take the Tigers at home with my pitching staff.
See, I think the Royals are more like the Astros than the Tigers are. The current, version of the Royals than the because the Tigers' offense really isn't that great.
It's not.
Like they don't have I guess they have a good amount.
That's kind of what I said, a half step even prior to
Yeah.
that. And you're right. Maybe the more accurate of the three that's closer to the 15 Astros would be the Royals.
I don't really have a preference of which I want to avoid all of them. Like, just give me a bye. I know you can't do that. The Tigers scare me in the fact that they have the Cy Young winner. Like the whole AJ Hinch storyline makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Kansas City has a deep starting rotation, and then they have Bobby Witt, who's probably the best offensive player of the group of teams you could play. The Astros have kind of owned the AL Central over the years, so maybe that's like the recipe. Minnesota's in there. Minnesota, Correa factor. Royce Lewis kind of gets hot. He's been struggling lately, but can get hot. And then Seattle's pitching staff is really good. I'm not personally not rooting for a specific team. What I'm rooting for is that it stays tight and it stays congested. And all of these teams, or especially the third team, the third wildcard team, the team that you're going to be facing, they have to go to the bitter end and just use all of their pitching possible. So it's not so much that I'm rooting for a specific team. It's more that I'm rooting for the third wildcard, who you will be playing, to be completely burned up for their, through their pitching by the time you have to play them on Tuesday. Because if they're looking at a weekend rotation, like a weekend series, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where they have to win like every single game, they're using their leverage guys every single game, or two of the three, or Saturday or Sunday. I want them to be worn out whenever they have to travel to Houston on Tuesday. So that's personally what I'm rooting for, that whoever it is, and I think that there's dangers with all of them, and I don't think that there's one team that's better than any of the other three. Give me a worn out team when they come to Minute Maid Park on Tuesday.
I love that.
That's what I'm
with you on
rooting
that.
for.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. I think from the perspective of the one team that I don't want to face, is the team you just faced. The fact
Yeah.
that their pitching staff is more frightening than Bobby Witt Jr. It's more frightening than anybody, even if Royce Lewis was in his absolute prime of everything going on like we've seen him in the past. And Scooble's one guy that is definitely a dominant guy, but you've got multiple dominant guys that have pitched really well against you in the Seattle Mariners, and they know you very well. That I don't want to see that team in the playoffs. I hope that they stay a couple games back and it becomes a 3-team race. And that, like you said, all 3 teams exhaust all their resources just to solidify their spots. But the one team, if I was going to say of any of the teams that have a chance, Seattle's the scariest team because that pitching rotation is really, really good.
Yeah. You've kind of beaten up on Seattle over the years, though. It's just been difficult. Like, it's been a chore. Like, even the year that you swept them, it's like everything was tight. You needed dramatics from Jordan in game 1. You needed the 18-inning game with Jeremy Pena. You needed dramatics again from Jordan. So it's just like everything's difficult with them. And I cannot stand Julio Rodriguez. Like, I don't want to see Julio Rodriguez because he's awful against every other team. And then he faces you, and all of a sudden he's like Willie Mays. And I just don't like him. He smiles too much for me. I think he's too goofy. I think he's silly. I think the deer in the headlight thing with the bat the other day, like, he just bothers me. Like, he's too good to have a sub 800 OPS all year. What does that tell me? It tells me he's disinterested all the time and he dogs it a little bit. But he can be like the best player in baseball when they're facing the Astros. I just don't like Julio Rodriguez. I don't want to see him smile anymore. Ocho, I want to play Detroit because, one, I don't like AJ Hinch. Why don't you like AJ Hinch? It would trigger Ben Mahler, who hates all thing 2000 Astros. Who's Ben Mahler?
Ben Mahler's the guy that wrote the book on the Astros, right? Or he was the Sports Illustrated.
He's an overnight radio host that's based out of LA. Did some sports talk for sports radio, and he routinely takes shots at the Astros
That's
for,
right.
for
Fox
nothing.
Sports?
Wasn't there a
Yeah, it was Fox Sports, but he's moved around. I'm not sure where he's at currently.
I do know him
Was
now.
is there another one then? Because didn't one of them author either the Sports Illustrated article with Springer on the cover?
That was
or,
Evan Drellick. No,
that wasn't Drellick. Drellick wrote the book.
Yeah, he wrote the book Winning Fixes Everything, and then did the whole scandal with Ken Rosenthal. I'm blanking on that guy's name.
Yeah,
we've had him on the air.
But Ben Mahler's a radio host, and he's a Dodgers fan based in LA, and he takes shots at the Astros all the time.
It was Ben Ryder.
Ben Ryder. Okay, it was close. Okay.
Which is an appropriate name for a
writer.
Mm-hmm.
You can call me Jeremy Radio Guy. 5798. Give me the Twins or the Tigers in the first round. I know the Tigers are hot, but I'd rather face them than the Royals or the Mariners in a 3-game series. No Detroit. Don't want Scooble. 9695, champagne and a mimosa. Donna says, give me all the champagne. All right, Donna, you can have my champagne anytime you see me with champagne. 2568, give me Detroit. Who are you afraid of on that team? One starting pitcher. One starting pitcher is critical in a 3-game series.
Yeah.
Pretty critical in a
That's half
3-game
the
series.
battle.
And they have a couple of offensive guys that, like Riley Green and Parker Meadows, who, maybe haven't had, Riley Green's got an OPS over 800. Meadows hasn't had a great year, but they also play in a pitcher's park. Like, you get them out of a pitcher's park, I think that offense is a little bit better than what we might think. But I can understand saying Detroit. Dave in Clear Lake, Seattle scares me. I didn't want to play them if they get there. Yeah, I kind of want Seattle to not be in there. 8143, bell out answers. Step up and name a team, you wuss. Okay. I'll name a team. The team that is the most winded by the time that they come around on Tuesday. Ocho, none of what you're hoping for will matter because the Astros offense will make an overworked pitching staff look like a bunch of aces. You know that. They make a bunch of no-namers look like aces.
How many guys are you going to know the full name of, Oach? Because your guy that you like to give his entire name, including middle name, is, I'm sure you're plenty disappointed, isn't one of the 3 guys they're probably going to go to as a starter.
Yeah, I wonder when Scooble is scheduled to pitch. See, I don't even want to dive into any of these teams yet.
This weekend.
Of course.
I want him to get 6 or 7 innings this weekend.
Yeah, I wonder. The thing is, I don't want to take deep dives into these teams yet because I don't want to waste my time. So I'm sure I'll do this by Monday. Scooble last pitched on the 24th. So that was yesterday. That was Tuesday, which I think that would put him in line for this weekend. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Sunday.
Saturday. He'd be in line to pitch Sunday.
That'd be great.
And
Then
that game needs to be a must win for them.
Yeah.
If it's a must win, he's pitching, and then he's not available till.
But if it's not a must win, and they're locked into the 3rd wild card spot already, they're going to hold him back and pitch him in game one. So I need Scooble and the Tigers to be in a must-win game on Sunday. If he pitches on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the only way he's pitching if it's short rest on Thursday. That's 3 days rest. Yeah, I need Scooble to be pitching on Sunday. That game needs to matter.
You might avoid them altogether.
Yeah, that game needs to matter. That would be the best case scenario.
They got to him early in the season. So.
Knock on wood. Astros do have a tendency
to hit
good
Crochet
pitching.
too, and I think that same part of the season it was weird.
That's what Ocho's saying, I guess. Give me a pitcher that you know that has name recognition. Get the Astros' attention. All right, let's give away some tickets. Houston Cougar tickets coming up against Iowa State on Saturday. It's going to be beautiful, beautiful on Saturday night. So you got to get out there to TD ECU Stadium. If you have a family, this is the perfect night to go. U of H taking on the 18th-ranked Cyclones September 28th, that's Saturday, at TD ECU Stadium. Kickoff at 6 o'clock. Weather's going to be beautiful. Family weekend. It's our Hispanic Heritage game. That's big for me. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments, and this family night special is unbelievable. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Family entertainment for $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUG to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Giving away a pair of tickets right now. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You're going to see Houston and Iowa State coming up on Saturday. Look, right around the corner, we're talking football right now, but right around the corner, basketball. We're less than 45 days away from college basketball starting. The Rockets had their deal yesterday. That's right around the corner, too. Your kids, they might be playing year-round, but they have tryouts coming up soon, I'm sure, as well. And you need to get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. It's the best thing to have in your driveway, especially if you have kids that like to be outside, be active, or if you like to be outside and be active. Get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals that exist. Tempered glass backboard, which are like what they use in the pro gyms and the college gyms. Breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable. It's rust proof. They have everything that you need. Mention that height adjustable feature, 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. And with their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature, they call it. 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Fun to do, easy to do. Also, their accessories are next level. LED light kits for night play. You're at work during the day, kids are at school, you can only play at night. We'll get LED light kits, and you can play all throughout the night. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order it all, including professional installation online. The pros from Pro Dunk will come out to your place, install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to worry about taking the box open with 128 different pieces. No, let them do it. You sit back and hang out inside. Let the pros of Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
5798, bad news. The Tigers closed the year against the White Sox. They'll probably be able to rest Skubal until the wild card round. Come on, Corey Jokes, help us out. Do something.
Seriously.
Do something. We have an audience. I'm nervous. I'm not going to be able to perform. I'm not going to be able to do radio. Ocho says that he doesn't like Hinch because he was too analytically driven. He likes Papa's gut. All right, I guess. Do you feel like Espada's analytically driven? Do you feel like Espada's closer to Dusty or Hinch?
I see. I always thought that he was the perfect balance between the two. I think that because he worked with a guy like Dusty, he probably understands, is open to a little bit more kind of like that Papa's gut feeling. But I do believe that being groomed and a lot of experience under AJ.
Don't say groomed these days.
I think he's the best of both worlds.
You gotta be careful saying that. Like Bieber and Usher. They were groomed.
Easy, Diddy. We got no baby oil in this process.
Some of these stories are wild. Texans injury report is out. Tank Dell did not practice today. I hope playing Tank Dell down by 27 points with just minutes remaining was worth it.
I hope that's not the reason why, and I hope that he's fine.
It is. How is it
I'm
not?
just saying. But on Wednesdays, I think a lot of times they just try and do their best to if anybody has anything close, or even especially from a veteran perspective, guys get Wednesdays off and then they come back and they're fine. We saw it last week with a couple of guys that ended up playing and being fine. I hope that's not the case because that was a stupid move.
Yeah. And no one else is talking about it, so I'm going to be overly obnoxious to make up for no one else talking about it. I'm going to point it out every single chance I get because they're letting D'Amico Ryans off the hook here. Like, they're letting D'Amico, like, that was a stupid decision. Every single one of your starters except for CJ Stroud was, and I understand you can't replace them all. The roster's not big enough to replace them all. You replace the maximum amount that you potentially can. And if you had to leave Tank Dell on the field because you needed to give Nico a break or Steph Diggs off the field and you need to protect them, and, Hutch was available and Woods was, and you still want to run 11 personnel, 3 receiver sets, okay. Like, I understand that you only have X amount of reserves and you can't take out every single starter. But most of the starters should be out of the game. And the fact that no one else is making noise about this is inspiring me to be very loud.
Well, you should, because this has come up in sports forever and a day when you see guys that just don't get it in the big picture of things, when maybe you are trying to prove a point, or maybe you are just trying to get reps for guys. But your most important guys are not the guys that are supposed to be in there, especially at a time when, for a lot of athletes, when they're scrutinized and criticized, the one thing they say is, whenever I'm supposed to try to not get hurt, or just it's not going at complete 100% full speed type competition, that's when a lot of bad things can happen. But when you are either up big or down big, the last thing you want to do is be undermanned in the next game, or God forbid longer than that, because you lost guys in a meaningless part of a meaningless situation. That's not what you want, and you should hammer it.
D'Amico was asked about Tank Dell's injury. He said it's day to day. Hopefully it's not enough to miss a game. He said nobody can predict when injuries can happen. I think there's a way better chance of not being injured if you're on the sideline in a 27-point game with minutes remaining.
We can predict that, and we can also, like I just said, there's a lot. There's been a ton of athletes that talk about the fact that whenever in a situation where you're trying not to get hurt, or that you don't have to go completely intently focused all out because of the fact that the game's out of reach, that you're more likely than not going to get hurt in those situations. There's no way he should have been in the game.
It really makes me mad.
It should make you mad.
And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I'm the only one saying it.
This is way different than the Joe Mixon situation, where in the Joe Mixon situation, the game wasn't over. And so from my perspective, I understood him going back in the game and wanting to go back in the game.
I think it's a fair argument to have on either side. That to me, like, if you want to say that wasn't reckless, I get that. But being
this
down
is careless, if nothing else. Yeah,
with minutes to play, he's playing to the bell, down by 20. All the starters are. If it was only Tank on the field because you needed a third receiver with Hutchinson and Robert Woods, now you do have Steven Sims, but if you at least you're resting Nico, at least you're taking out Stephon Diggs, at least you're taking out Laramie Tunsil. They were all in the game. All in the game, down by 27 points with minutes. What are you doing? How is he getting a pass?
Here's what I don't like either, Jeremy, is because a lot of coaches would say, this is my way of teaching them a lesson and trying to get them to realize that, they need to soak this thing up and we can't let this happen again. And in college, a lot of coaches will do that as kind of a punishment when you're getting your ass handed to you. But you don't do that in the NFL when every single week to week, is a very important situation.
I can get it if you have a young team that doesn't have playoff aspirations. Like, okay, whatever. Like you're embracing the suck. You don't think you're a playoff team. You want your young players to get as many snaps as possible to help their player development. I get that. I totally understand that. When you're a team that's the favorite to win the division, when you think you have Super Bowl aspirations, how in the world are you playing all of your starters, with the exception of CJ Stroud, down by 27 with minutes left to play in the game? It is stupid.
Especially since we've seen it in the city before. I mean, I don't have to go back very far in the Houston Texans history to point to that Miami Dolphins game the Texans had in 2014, where they were down by like 35, 40 at half. It was a 21 point game late in the fourth quarter. For some reason, Bill O'Brien was still running Arian Foster out there. He tore his Achilles, and he was never the same. Like he came back briefly and ironically played for the Dolphins, but his career was over at that point. All because he had to be taking carries in a 21 point game in the fourth quarter. And Bill O'Brien said that day, and I've heard this same excuse from coaches time after time, and I hate it. Not that D'Amico said it, but they always talk about, well, we want to build momentum for next week. It's 7 days later. No, you're not going to take. What momentum are you going to take from playing garbage snaps in a blowout game and then turn around 6 days later and, oh, you're still hot from the momentum you built 7 days before? It's garbage.
With a completely different team, with a completely different personnel, with a completely different game plan. And even if I entertain the idea that was real, that's tangible, which I agree with you, it's not. Is that greater than making sure you get out of the game healthy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Tank Dell did not practice. Chest injury, they're calling it. He also has a hand wrist, according to Aaron Wilson. Foley, Mrs. Foley's baby boy, Fatakusi, did not practice with a shoulder. Kenyon Green was sick. He was limited. Probably has the crud that's been going around. Joe Mixon, ankle, did not practice. Jarrett Patterson, calf, limited. Damian Pierce, hamstring, did not play. Aaron Wilson reported today, though, that he's trending to being back, which would be helpful, especially if Mixon doesn't play, because you can add him to the acres, maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning. Dalton Schultz, ankle, limited. Maybe that's why he's dogging it. And then Jimmy Ward has a groin. We all do. But it's limited. It limited him from practice.
He's got a limited groin?
You think Dalton Schultz's ankle led to his shorter than normal arm span when being thrown to?
It's not a terrible rationale. It's really not.
I don't like it.
He couldn't quite get there. Maybe it's why he's dogging it a little bit up the sideline. It's a better excuse than just dogging it because you don't have an injury at all.
Sure, but it's not. It's also like it's not unheard of across the league when you look at what happened in Dallas and guys getting called out, that there are going to be guys, especially if the game isn't exactly going the way they want it to, or they're getting the ball the way they want it to, that they can kind of start shutting it down a little bit. And I saw a whole lot of I don't want to in what I saw of Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Regardless of his ankle, I saw a whole lot of attitude that might need an adjustment or some ice.
I'm with you, but the ankle's at least an excuse as opposed to I'm just going to dog it because I'm making $12 million now and I have a $36 million deal.
Then get off your ankle and extend yourself and land on the ground with the ball in your hands.
Fair enough. All right, let's get to the will a bit. You never know what it's going to be. It's just going to be really good. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something else that's really good, Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest is good, and it is back. Make plans for Saturday, October 5th, and Sunday, October 6th for Oktoberfest on the Kima Boardwalk. German beer. Oh, yeah. German food, even better. Live music, cornhole tournament, Stein holding competitions. That's always fun. Costume contest, much more. It's going to be a great time. And it's free for you to attend, walk around. So head out there October 5th and 6th. You can get your beer tickets, beer steins, food tickets right now online at KimaBoardwalk.com, or you can purchase it the day of the event, October 5th, October 6th. Some of the beers they're going to be featuring, not limited to, New Belgium, Fat Tire L, Blue Moon, Yingling, Oktoberfest, and much, much more. Souvenir steins available for purchase now, KimaBoardwalk.com while supplies last. And check out this food, schnitzel on a stick. I love schnitzel. German beer bratwurst, love that. Sausage on a stick, German potato salad, the soft pretzel with the beer cheese, so good. Saturday, October 5th, live music from 1 till 10, Stein holding competition, cornhole tournament that night. And then Sunday, October 6th, we'll do it all over again. Live music, noon till 9, Stein holding competition at 5, cornhole at 5:30. Do not miss it. See the full schedule of events, concert lineup at KimaBoardwalk.com, KimaBoardwalk.com. Oh, yeah. I love this. Is it Bush League? First one, Pirates released Rowdy Tellez. There is the thought that they released him with 6 games left in the season because Tellez gets $200,000 if he reaches 425 plate appearances. He's currently at 421. So many people think Pirates releasing him so he doesn't reach the 425 appearances, which would trigger a $200,000 performance bonus. Is this Bush League by the Pittsburgh Pirates?
There's no question. This is all on the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is their reputation. Much like the Cincinnati Bengals and other franchises, they are known as being extremely cheap. This is something that they are known for doing. I know that there are Pirates fans out there that are embarrassed by the fact that they did this.
Are there Pirate fans out there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, honestly.
2 or 3 of them.
The dozens of Pirate fans
saw it on social media, but then I believe a majority of the Pat McAfee show guys are all from Pittsburgh. And they were telling Paul Skeens to get out and try and get to another team or let your contract run out and go somewhere else because this has been happening way too often, that their owner's a joke, things like that. But this is, I mean, good, bad, or indifferent. They've got some promise now, which they haven't had previously. This dude's played with you all season long. You're going to do this now? I think it's Bush League.
If you had a deal with the guy who does your yard, say you give him $200,000 for him to cut your yard 30 times a year. He was moving next year. You're never going to see him again in your life. He's going to be out of your life forever. He's done 28 cuts so far this year. Would you say, nah, I'm good, I got it the rest of the year?
Nope, I wouldn't.
You would let him finish the mow and give him $200,000? Not me. I'm too cheap. I'm too frugal for that. This is just business. This isn't Bush League. It's business. Rowdy Tellez isn't part of their future. He's been awful this year, too, by the way. Not very good at all. $200,000 probably going to pay one of their coaches' salaries all of next year. This is business. This is another example of a guy that's making too much money than what he's worth. I see no problem what the Pittsburgh Pirates did here to save. That's $200,000. It's a lot of money.
You said
a lot of money.
You gave my answer in a word you used in your response, and it was cheap. I mean, whether it's Bush League or not, it's cheap.
$200,000. You want $200,000?
It's $200,000.
If you could have $200,000 in your account and all it took was cutting Rowdy Tellez, would you do it?
Well, of course.
There you go.
But it's different than a Major League Baseball team, and also
why
the long-term ramifications. Guys are going to see this, and they're not going to want to be involved with an organization like that.
They don't sign free agents.
But their agents know this. They're going to know.
They don't sign free agents. Who cares if their agents or players know this? They don't sign free agents.
Okay,
the free agents they sign? The Rowdy Tellez's of the world who aren't very good and sign these contracts anyways. If Rowdy Tellez didn't like this, he shouldn't have had it in his contract.
Makes a difference, and it's going to make.
So what? If you're not in the free agency game, what are you losing out on?
I'm saying for other guys from other teams, when considering which teams to go to,
they don't do that.
There's lesser reason
players
to sign for right. Well, with Paul Skeens and some of the young players they have, they should start thinking about this. That's also a point of contention with a lot of Pirates fans that are saying, "Hey, is this a message too that we're still going to be cheap no matter what? Now that we've got a nucleus to build around, because it's disturbing." And now they're really pushing. They want the owner to sell, and they hate this. But I think that it does have ramifications for other players when considering Pittsburgh.
I agree with you that it has ramifications of players considering Pittsburgh. I don't think the Pirates care. I don't think the Pirates are interested in signing free agents. They're interested in signing these bargain Rowdy Tellez's of the world. In what world do we think Paul Skeens is going to sign an extension with the Pirates anyways?
I mean,
they trade everybody.
Well, you talk about all the time that money matters. And if it's going to be more money or more money coming from Pittsburgh than anywhere else, he probably will stay with Pittsburgh.
Maybe that's why they want an extra $200,000. They're going to put in a long-term extension for Paul Skeens.
They're going to cut players over the next 6 years and add it on to the end of Paul Skeens'
that's what they're going to do. They're going to
contract.
save $200,000 a year with these players signing these incentive-based deals, and they're like, "Here you go, Paul Skeens. See, we were doing it all the time." I have no if I could be $200,000 richer because I'm cutting Rowdy Tellez 4 plate appearances shy of a contract he and his agent signed, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm sorry. Is that cold-hearted? Yeah, it is. But I'm going to have $200,000 and you ain't.
It's just cheap in minor league. And look, I mean, regardless if it's Bush League or not, if they do have any hope of being able to rebuild the team to a point where they're actually not a laughingstock like they are now, then they're going to have to stop making these moves. And it points to a more, if you're a Pirates fan for all 5 of them, it points to a problematic, thing where this team is still in the minor league mindset that they're just going to let guys walk out the door when they actually hit on their draft picks, and they're not really serious about spending the money to contend.
It does make it harder to defend that they are a laughing stock of an organization. I do agree to that. But all of you people that are so up in arms about Rowdy Tellez, will you go raise some money and give this guy $200,000? All of this fake toughness. Oh, they shouldn't have done this. Well, how much money are you giving Rowdy Tellez, huh?
Maybe the Pirates should start a GoFundMe.
They should.
To pay Rowdy Tellez.
If you're upset with Rowdy Tellez being cut by the cheap Pittsburgh Pirates, donate some money to the funds of Rowdy Tellez. You're not doing it. You're not going to do it. So stop blaming the Pirates for saving some money too. Matthew Sluka, UNLV quarterback, potential UNLV team that could be the Group of 5 representative in the college football playoff. Out of nowhere, sends out a tweet yesterday. I have decided to utilize my redshirt year, will not be playing in additional games this season. I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear that these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. Wish luck to my teammates, blah, 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 blah. There's a little he said, she said going on right now. The Sluco side saying that he was promised payments that have not been paid. The UNLV side saying that we would never agree to paying players because it violates pay for play. Is this Bush League or not that Matthew Sluka is redshirting this season?
This is the state of college football in NIL and transfer portal. This is what it's come to. This is probably not the last time we're going to have this kind of stuff happen, whether it's an NIL deal where they had money they thought they were going to have for the kid or not as part of this. This is the state of college football right now, and it's sad. But if that is indeed the case, and it's between $100,000 and $300,000 that I believe is the dollar figure of what he was supposedly promised. It's a sad state of affairs that you leave your team high and dry, that they actually are having a decent season, like, they have a chance to do some things, and that you are just pulling the plug and walking away at a time where I guess you think you have leverage. But it's terrible, but I understand it because that's what we've walked into.
U of H was doing this before it was cool to do this. Stierra King redshirted years ago. Look at U of H being trendsetters and influencers like me. It's where I learned to be an influencer. This one's tough for me. I really would hope to know every detail for this, because if Sluick was promised all this money, Sluka was promised all this money, I can understand being super frustrated with that and be like, okay, I'm out. Where I think this is Bush League, though, is that he has a bunch of teammates. He's got a bunch of players that are trying to get into a college football playoff. First time that the college football playoff exists, a Group of 5 would be in it. Yes, Cincinnati made it to the past, so they wouldn't be the first time, but it'd be unbelievable. Unbelievable. And he's quitting on all those guys. So even if they're lying to him about the money or he thought he was getting this money, it would be very difficult for me to quit on the teammates that share the same goal of trying to chase down a spot in the college football playoff. So I would like to know all the information, but I got to say he's being Bush League.
I don't find it to be Bush League because I believe the side of the promises made, promises not kept. But I do wish he'd stayed and played the season. I do wish he'd handled it a little bit differently. As you guys have mentioned, they actually have a chance of starting off 3-0 to be the to make it to the college football playoff. So, I mean, it would have been nice to see him stick it out for his teammates, and not even stick it out for his teammates, stick it out for himself. He's got a chance to make a name for himself, get into the college football, get exposure, play it out, and then when the season's over, transfer. If UNLV doesn't make good on their promise before the season's over.
Do we know his eligibility?
I think he's only got 1 year left.
No matter what?
If he was a senior, that would
it might be
things.
a level of grad.
Like this might be his final year of eligibility.
I thought it was his final year, and maybe some guys.
Well, then I would take that back. Then
this is his 5th year.
Okay,
this is his final year.
All right. Well, then I do get at that point. If the money's not there that they promised you, if they broke those promises, and you're out of time, and you obviously not only want to make that money, but play for maybe even elevate to a program a little bit higher than UNLV the year after. Although that'll be a hard conversation after you walked away from your team and having to answer those questions from other coaches around college football, then I get it from his viewpoint, and I would say not Bush League.
Good college quarterback, saw firsthand, beat us pretty good. Transfer from Holy Cross, probably not a pro. So this is a really good chance that this will be his final opportunity to make good money playing football.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I think he's good for UNLV. I don't think he's good beyond that level.
I think he's shown enough where he'll
he's
get a
completing
he'll get a Power 5 offer, no doubt.
He'll get a Power 5
No doubt.
offer, but he's completing a real low percentage of his
But we've
passes.
seen as much with guys later in their career leaving certain programs and getting a Power 5 to pick them up on a 1-year flyer, and finding the financial means. As Jeremy said, if he's not going to have an NFL career, he's got a chance to make cash that he may never get a chance like that again.
Yeah, more of a run-first quarterback, too. He had
Well,
1,200 rushing yards the last 2 years.
We know Joe's Notre Dame squad doesn't like to have quarterbacks who can throw, so maybe he can end up there next year.
But you look at like Van Dyke that left Miami to go to Wisconsin of all places, but he got paid pretty well to get out of a bad situation for him at Miami and get a situation to play yet again. And there's been multiple other schools. Wasn't it the Kansas State quarterback or someone that just transferred?
Yeah, Will Howard went to Ohio State.
Yeah, there you go.
Because Avery Johnson was better. Avery Johnson was better.
But Ohio State, I'm sure, paid him.
Well, yeah, no doubt. 1229, if he was promised the money, he'd have an NIL contract with the collective. I don't really know how that works. I usually stay out of that. I don't know if they can sign a contract.
I doubt it was in writing. Otherwise, there would be a lawsuit. I think this is probably some sort of booster that, because we've seen this happen at Miami. Obviously, you mentioned U of H. This could be a situation where a booster was going to give the money, and all of a sudden maybe things turn south for his business, and he no longer has the money to give. So there could be, extenuating circumstances here, but either way, I don't blame the kid for backing out if the university's not keeping their promise.
Yeah, I don't know the NIL law if you can actually sign a contract. I could be completely wrong about that, but I ignore it. I don't pay attention to it whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know the letter of the law with it, but I would think that the university, whether it's frowned upon or not allowed, I don't think they can put in writing the payments that a player are going to get, because I think that goes against the principles of the NCAA.
Not the university itself.
Yeah, it goes against the principles. Right.
Apparently, it's a state law in Nevada too.
Huh.
So I don't know the logistics, the legalities behind it. 6967, his teammate, the running back, followed suit, redshirted for the same reason. I just saw that running back also
today.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. 0511. My goodness, Branham, totally Bush League. Don't compare Branham money to Pirates money. Lame. Okay, 0511. Since you're such a tough guy and you think that Rowdy Tellez has been wrong so wrongly, you send $200 to Rowdy Tellez. Since you think that Rowdy Tellez has been so wronged by the Pittsburgh Pirates, you go ahead and send $200 to Rowdy Tellez, my guy. All right, 713-780-3776, HRMP listener line. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, you don't want to go to fly to Vegas. You don't want to drive to Louisiana, but you're jonesing to play some casino games. I've got an idea for you. Go to mybookie.ag, because mybookie.ag is not only the place that I recommend you go to for all your sports betting, but I'm also going to tell you that instead of having to go to Vegas or to Louisiana or somewhere else, you can just get on your laptop, your phone, your tablet, and in the comfort of your own home or wherever you feel most comfortable, you can gamble at mybookie.ag. And when you use our promo code BET975, you can cash in before you even start to put money down. That's right, because if you use our promo code BET975, when you sign up at mybookie.ag and put money into your account, they're going to put money on top of that up to $1,000. Based on what you put in, they're going to put money on top of it. You have more money in your account, more games you can play, and more chances you can win. And they take care of you other ways than that, too. They have a loyalty rewards program going on right now, MyBookie Plus. When you get involved in the program, they start monitoring how much you're playing, how much you're gambling, what you're doing. And as you have different tiers because of how much you've been participating on the website, you can get better kickbacks to you, more chances to get better promotions, sometimes better odds, all kinds of extra promotional deals because of the fact that you're loyal to them. They want to be loyal to you. They've been in business for over a decade. They take care of you. They take care of your money, and they want you to be happy. And they know it matters where you go to put your money down. They want to make sure that they can be the place that satisfies you in that regard. Use our promo code BET975 whenever you have the opportunity and you have a chance to cash in. And those live dealers are standing by at all times, even when there's not games going on, so you can do the Vegas games too. The casino games are at your beck and call. All of the other games as well. If there's sports on TV, there's probably a pretty good chance you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. Check them out today. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yusei was really good today. Six innings, 2 runs, both were unearned, 4 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. Finishes up his regular season. Earned his loss, though. First loss the Astros have had with Yusei starting. They got pounded 8-1. But if you had Mariners and the Astros under team total, you're a winner today, like Benedict Branham. Really, I mean, Yusei Kikuchi was fantastic after the trade. Really, really good.
Never would have expected that it would have been this good when they made the trade, no matter what I felt about what they gave up for him. But yeah, I mean, he's given you a reason to kind of hope and consider there's a way that he might be able to continue playing past this season with this team, because he's been damn good.
Yeah. All right, 7:30, Mike Elko Show, Hall of Fame, the great Brad Gilmore slums it up with Booker T at 9 o'clock. And then at 7:05, Space Cowboys looking for the PCL Championship. You can catch that on 92.5. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. (713-780-3776). What's your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
The Pittsburgh Pirates, Jeremy, and the fact that their cheap asses won't pay Rowdy Tellez with only 4 at-bats short of $200,000.
Plate appearances, even worse.
That too.
What's that?
I said, beating that dead horse.
Yeah. All right, hey, why don't you pay $200,000?
I'll tell you, on the flip side, would you be ticked off if you didn't get the $200,000?
Of course, but I signed the contract. I wouldn't have anything. I wouldn't have an argument against. Would I be mad? Yes. Would I be blaming Pittsburgh? Not really. I signed the deal.
Right, but
I signed it.
If you played all the way up until 4 at-bats, given everything that you had, I'd be ticked off.
Yeah, I would be ticked too, but it's in the contract. Anything that's in the contract is plausible. And if you're not worth the money that you're making, you're going to get fired. I'm surprised I'm still employed here, quite frankly. I'll nominate the rest of the American League West. What a bunch of bums the American League West is. They can't beat the Astros over 162 games since 2017. And don't give me the 2020 nonsense. That was a COVID year. No one even cared. There weren't even fans in the stands. They played 60 games. 60 games. 7 straight full season AL West champions. The rest of the American League West are a bunch of bums.
I'm considered 8 straight, considering they got further than any other AL West team once it got to the postseason. I'm going to call it 8 straight. But my car record,
because they were the wild card, but yeah, they still got to the ALCS.
The problem with that is it really hurts the argument for last year.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I think that's a little fallacy in your argument there.
It backfires a little bit there.
Yeah.
Quickly, my car record of the day nomination will be to my singing, which might have been heard briefly earlier in the show.
I didn't hear you sing.
Yeah, I don't know. It could have been on the show. Could have not.
You guys both rapping. I had no idea that was coming. But
We were rapping?
Well, I mean, kind of.
Billy Joel's a rapper?
I mean, kind of, when you're just throwing out a whole bunch of names as quick as you can.
Man, if Billy Joel's a rapper in Wisconsin, what is Lil Wayne?
Why's it got to be Wisconsin?
Because you're from Wisconsin.
Right, but it doesn't mean that Wisconsin feels that way. It's just me.
Couple of nominees on the text line,
713 You represent Wisconsin.
37. That's enough, Wisconsin. Wow. Branham runs away with car wreck of the day on his Rowdy Tellez take. You, sir, are Bush League. Okay, 9229. Put your money where your mouth is. Start a GoFundMe and start with a base $200. If you think the Pirates are so cheap, I bet you're cheaper. I bet you wouldn't even throw $20 in for Rowdy Tellez. Blankers, you want to start the GoFundMe? You want to put $20 in for Rowdy Tellez?
Into it, no.
Fake hustle with the argument that the Pirates are doing Rowdy Tellez wrong. 8998. This is my kind of guy right here, or lady. Car wreck of the day. Rowdy Tellez for having a stupid name like Rowdy. Well, that would be Mr. and Mrs. Tellez. But second for crying over $200,000. I don't even know if he was crying over it. There were other people that were crying for him, that they were his proxy criers. He signed the deal. Should fire his agent if he doesn't like it. Jasper, my car wreck of the day is myself. Gave myself a concussion on a 2x4 in an attic at work. Now I can't have alcohol, caffeine, or work out for 24 hours. Nice flex at the end. And I can't even file workman's comp because I own the dang company.
That's a
double
flex.
ouch.
Yeah, double flex.
He gave himself a
One, I work
concussion.
out. 2, I own the company.
What do you turn quickly and catch like a barrier? I mean, one of the brackets in the
He'd be like an AC guy and just stand up and lose place of where he is and bang his head into a
Jasper,
railing.
how did you get your concussions? 1. 2, should you be looking at a bright screen to fire off that text?
Oh, good point.
Good call there.
Maybe it's a double car wreck of the day.
Yeah, I can
for
tell you the one
Jasper.
that I didn't like was I did something similar in the attic, but when I picked my head up, the nail gun had the nails sticking out from the shingles, caught one of the nails in the top of the dome. That didn't feel great.
Stitches?
No, it wasn't a big enough gash to stitch up, but it was bleeding.
That's not good.
No.
Have you ever had stitches?
Oh, yeah. Have you
I've
seen
only-
my leg?
How many stitches did you have?
64 stitches and
Oh,
8
wow.
staples.
At one time?
What happened?
Oh, yeah.
You were playing basketball? Or?
Bit by a pit bull.
That's rough. That's real rough. How old were you?
About 5 years ago.
That was 5 years ago? I don't know why me looking at it would be able to tell
Well,
that
I
was
mean,
5 years ago.
Because you can see that I'm missing a third of my calf.
That's nuts. Was it your own pit bull?
I'm not going to answer that.
Like,
Raised it wrong.
Yeah.
Well, because we fostered the dog.
I've only had stitches for like
I'm a dog.
dental work. But I've broken some bones. All right, what's winning? Car wreck of the day.
The Pittsburgh Pirates.
Joel's leg.
Rowdy to less. I think Jasper.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
call,
that's probably
Jasper.
true.
I mean, he's had a tough day. He probably needs a win. He needs a W. He's staring at bright screens while he has a concussion. That's dumb.
Kind of
I
a
feel like
twisted
Jasper
W.
needs one. I feel like he needs a W here.
We'll give him the win.
All right, congratulations, Jasper. You're our car wreck of the day. Does it for us. He's Brian. He's Blank. I'm Brian, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Mike Elko, 7:30. Brad Gilmore, the star of Hall of Fame, coming up at 9.